The grand doors of the imperial palace slide open with a heavy metallic clack, signaling the arrival of a legend everyone in the room has been dreading to face. Imagine making captain at just 20 years old and earning the terrifying title of the Black Monster, because your tactics are as brilliant as they are utterly merciless. As she steps into the hall, the announcer yells out her arrival, while the maids literally tremble in fear, praying she doesn't even glance their way. The emperor, lounging on his throne, throws his arms up like he's welcoming an old buddy, leaving his terrified advisors sweating bullets in the corner. She drops a formal greeting with deadpan eyes, declaring herself as Lucia, captain of the elite Black Knights. The nobles immediately start whispering behind their fans, offended that she didn't even use her noble family name. Unaware, she cut all ties with them the second she turned legal. With a gaze sharp enough to cut glass, Lucia completely ignores the aristocracy gossiping about how 5 years of absence haven't cured her arrogance. Manhwa nobles really love running their mouths, don't they? Swoosh! The emperor shoos all the noble busybodies out of the room like annoying flies so he can finally have a private chat. Standing at the base of the throne stairs, Lucia listens as the ruler points out it's been a whole 5 years, making her 25 now. After he compliments her maturity, she casually claps back by telling him he looks like he aged twice as fast. Zero hesitation in roasting the monarch. The emperor slumps in his chair, clearing his throat awkwardly because her savage mouth clearly hasn't softened one bit. But he quickly perks up with sparkling eyes, hyped out of his mind that her blade skills will make her the 4th swordmaster on the entire continent. You see, in this world, swordmasters are literal nuclear deterrents. 2 neighboring empires have one each, while this empire relies on their aging commander-in-chief. So, to secure the nation's future, the emperor sent Lucia, his top prodigy, into brutal isolation for 5 full years to achieve master status. Looking down at her, the ruler beams with pride, confident that she carried out her mission to perfection, like she always does. Grinning with intense anticipation, he leans forward and asks her to show him the glorious results of her 5 years of blood and sweat. Dun dun dun! Instead of drawing her sword, a magical aura of rubber ducks and baby bottles suddenly manifests right behind her stoic face. Talk about top-tier comedic contrast. The emperor starts chuckling, saying parental leave is no big deal for a genius, until his brain actually registers what he just agreed to. Slamming his arm, he screams in absolute shock, refusing to believe she's asking for maternity leave right after a 5-year power-up arc. I mean, can you blame him? Flashbacks show Lucia as an icy queen who literally threw away gifts from handsome suitors without even looking at them. Standing her ground, Lucia drops another bombshell by nonchalantly adding that her child is already 5 years old. A quick glimpse reveals the most adorable little girl holding a plush teddy bear, looking like an absolute sweet pea compared to her terrifying mom. Whoosh! The emperor's soul basically exits his body into the clear blue sky as white doves fly by in mournful silence. Rewind to the day before this chaotic audience at a quiet mansion tucked away deep in the sunny mountains. Gasping for breath, Lucia bolts upright in bed, heart pounding like she just sprinted through a nightmare. She stares blankly at the ceiling, catching her breath while trying to process the fact that she's actually breathing and all. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she distinctly remembers taking her very last breath moments ago. How on earth is she still alive? Plot twist. In her previous timeline, Lucia lived to be a 92-year-old retired legend who had spent 40 years waiting in seclusion just to die peacefully. Rubbing her head in the gentle morning light, she wonders if that heavy sensation of passing away was just a super vivid hallucination. But deep down, she knows her 92-year-old body had completely surrendered to old age the night before. Playing, to check her physical condition, her hand instinctively reaches for a heavy steel sword sitting on a nearby weapons rack. Narrowing her eyes in pure annoyance, she sighs over the fact that she failed to die after living almost a full century. Only a true battle maniac gets mad about surviving. Whoosh! She gives the blade a quick swing, expecting the heavy stiffness of old age, but the movement feels terrifyingly smooth. Standing bathed in sunlight, she executes a full strike, realizing her body possesses all the prime muscle power of her youth. The whack! The thrust carries so much ridiculous force that the sword flies straight out of her hand and stabs right into the ceiling mural. Lucia freezes on the spot, staring up with open hands like, wait, did I just do that? Scratching her head in chibi form, she realizes she accidentally yeeted the weapon into the roof because she forgot she isn't a frail 90-year-old anymore. Looking closer at the angel painting she just desecrated, a strange wave of familiarity hits her as she inspects the artwork. She murmurs the name Beryl, recalling her loyal former vice captain of the Black Knights from her younger days. Outside, dark clouds loom over the monster-infested mountain range where her estate sits, a deadly region no regular knight should ever survive. Peeking through the door, she ponders how on earth Beryl could have made it through a deadly monster zone all by himself. Rumble! Outside her door, a whole squad of shiny black knights in full gear shouts in unison with extreme enthusiasm. Lucia stands there in her blue nightgown as 2 full rows of elite soldiers salute her at the top of their lungs like a surprise army inspection. Amidst the sea of uniformed soldiers, one young knight steps forward and drops to one knee with deep reverence. Lucia blinks in confusion, taking a closer look at the kneeling officer's features as he addresses her. The young man keeps his head bowed, wearing the exact same sleek black uniform as her old squad members. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in her head as she recognizes his uncanny resemblance to someone from her past. Looking up, he displays a face that is the absolute carbon copy of her former vice captain back in the day. Smiling fondly in chibi form, Lucy assumes old man Beryl passed away before her and sent his look-alike son to handle her funeral arrangements. The poor guy tilts his head with a giant question mark floating over his head, totally lost as to why his captain is casually talking about a funeral. Imagine waking up and having your subordinates stumble over their words trying to address you like you're some kind of mafia boss. Before anyone can confuse the title further, Lucia casually cuts the awkwardness short and decides it's time to change out of her nightwear. Stepping up to her wardrobe, she pushes open the heavy wooden doors, totally oblivious to the mind-bending shock that's waiting for her in the reflection. But as she glances into the full-length mirror, her eyes nearly pop out of her skull because standing right there isn't a frail 90-year-old grandma, but her own pristine, unblemished face from her early 20s. Pinching her own cheeks in absolute disbelief, Lucia genuinely starts wondering if her brain finally snapped and gave her a full-blown hallucination before death. Honestly, can you blame her? Before she can fully digest the mind-melting reality, she recalls a royal summons ordering her presence at the palace tomorrow morning, which makes zero sense considering where she should be in time. In her past life, the current emperor shouldn't even know her name yet, let alone issue a direct royal decree specifically demanding her appearance. Something big must have changed. Narrowing her eyes as suspicion kicks in, she realizes the timeline is completely out of whack, sparking a terrifying realization in her mind. To test her theory, Lucia pulls down her collar to check for the iconic battle scars etched into her body, like the ones she got at the Haverny Valley frontier and the monster-infested Palale Mountains. She keeps checking down her arm and shoulder, searching for the deepest battle mark left behind by the vicious beasts of the treacherous mountain ranges, only to freeze in total shock when she sees flawless, silky skin without a single mark. The final battle scar is completely gone, proving her body is literally brand new. Boom! Dressed in her sleek black imperial officer uniform, Lucia slams her door open, nearly causing her poor Vice Captain Beryl to jump out of his own skin right then and there. Striding down the pristine hallway, she recognizes the familiar decor of the imperial training grounds, where she spent 2 solid decades of her life, immediately demanding to know what year it is. Standing tall in her military attire, the mind-boggling truth hits her like a freight train. She hasn't just survived death, she's actually regressed straight back to her youth. A quick check confirms it's the 5th year of the new imperial calendar, the exact legendary year she unlocked her sword aura and became a renowned swordmaster. Talk about an epic respawn point, right? She just slaps her forehead in pure exasperation, realizing that after living a full, exhausting 92 years, she has to go through all this corporate night drama more one time. Wiping away a stray tear mark on her cheek, she ponders if the emotional weight of her past life's memories is starting to leak out into her physical body. Flashing back through her memories, she pictures the sweet, innocent face of a helpless young girl who changed the fate of the entire empire forever. Night falls over the 3rd training grounds behind the massive imperial palace, casting long shadows over the quiet estate where her story originally restarted. Staring out the window into the moonlit sky, Lucia mentally maps out tomorrow's schedule, knowing she has to present her 5-year training results directly to the Emperor. And right after that formal audience, she's scheduled to receive a top-secret classified mission that set everything into motion in a previous life. Before her regression, the royal orders made absolutely zero mention of a sacred saintess being involved in this secret assignment. Back then, she naively believed she was simply escorting a runaway noble child back to the safety of the temple, unaware of the sinister plot behind it. But looking back with hindsight, that simple escort mission was actually the terrifying catalyst meant to isolate and seal away the true saintess forever. In the original timeline, a dark corruption swept across the realm like a curse, causing catastrophic famines and foretelling the total collapse of the continent. That was until the Saintess appeared alongside the sacred tree, radiating divine golden light that instantly healed the land and restored prosperity to the people. Honestly, the artist went so hard on this holy visual contrast. Back then, after becoming the commander-in-chief, Lucia had snuck into the temple's secret archives and uncovered classified records detailing the real truth. The stolen documents contained horrifyingly precise details about the saintess, her exact birth date, her black hair, her awakening day, and the unspeakable scheme behind her power. The corrupt upper crust had chained the young girl alive inside the Tree of Life to siphon her infinite life force for their own greed. Swiping the innocent child in her arms, Lucia had tried to break her out, but her rescue attempt ultimately ended in tragedy, leaving her consumed by endless guilt. Disgusted by the blood-stained empire and her own unwitting role in the crime, she threw away her military rank and spent decades hiding out in isolated seclusion. Swoosh! Back in the present, Lucia tosses those tragic memories into the burning fireplace, letting the flames consume the weight of her past mistakes. Watching the paper turn to ash, she stands before the hearth with a look of absolute determination settling over her sharp features. Whether this second chance is divine intervention or just some bored deity's twisted game, she couldn't care less about the origin story. Her only goal in this lifetime is simple: rescue that child before the tragedy happens and rewrite the dark future once and for all. Stepping away from the glowing embers, she prepares to make her move, turning her back on the past to execute her brand new plan. Wrapped in a dark hooded cloak to conceal her identity, Lucia slips out into the night, reevaluating the route she took years ago. Looking around at the shady wooden crates and sketchy back alleys, her battle instincts tell her this spot is actually a black market hub used by dangerous human traffickers. Whoosh! Leaping effortlessly off the rooftop like a shadow, she lands silently in the narrow alleyway below, hyper-focused on her target. As her boots hit the pavement, she suddenly halts in her tracks, catching a whiff of something foul lingering in the air. The overwhelming stench of rotting corpses hits her nose, raising huge red flags that something horrific is going on inside these abandoned buildings. Spotting a heavy metal door tucked away in the alley, she notices a pristine, heavy-duty padlock securing the entrance of a supposedly abandoned warehouse. Up close, the lock is literally gleaming without a single speck of rust, proving someone comes here every single day to maintain it. Realizing she found the secret hideout, Lucia draws her blade and coats it in blistering fire aura, swinging with lethal force. Slice! Kaboom! The massive shockwave shatters the lock into pieces as the heavy metal door yields to her insane swordmaster strength. Creak! As the door swings open, the dim light reveals rows upon rows of bird cages containing rare, exotic birds flapping their wings in distress. Covering her nose from the pungent stench of feathers and waste, Lucia scans the room, disappointed to only see locked-up animals at first glance. Refusing to leave empty-handed, she raises her hand as a glowing blue mana circle expands from her palm to pulse through the entire room. Hum! Releasing a full-range mana sonar, her magic ripples through the walls, scanning every hidden corner of the warehouse in seconds. Talk about the ultimate cheat code for searching. Suddenly, her eyes snap open as her aura detects a tiny, faint heartbeat hiding somewhere within the structure. Tracking the rapid, irregular breathing of a terrified child, Lucia dashes forward into the darkness, ready to pull off the ultimate rescue. Stepping through the shattered warehouse doorway, Lucia scans the pitch-black interior, determined to locate the hidden child before anyone else spots them. Floating white feathers drift lazily through the cold air as Lucia halts in her tracks, her sharp eyes catching sight of a tiny figure huddled in the shadows. Sitting amidst dusty wooden crates, a filthy young girl with glowing golden eyes tightly clutches a dirty rag, bringing Lucia face to face with the future saintess once again. The trembling child looks up with wide, teary eyes, her small hand shivering as she tries to shrink deeper into the dark corner. Staring at the fragile girl, Lucia freezes in complete disbelief, stunned by how helpless and vulnerable the continent's future savior looks right now. A cold sweat breaks out on Lucia's forehead as she suddenly realizes a major flaw in her master plan. She has literally zero experience talking to little kids. Flashing back through her memory, Lucia remembers never attending weddings, avoiding social gatherings, and having no family ties whatsoever throughout her past life. Swooning in chibi panic, the fearsome swordmaster mentally loses her mind, trying to figure out how on earth she's supposed to handle a cute, delicate toddler. Softly parting her lips, the adorable little girl gazes up at Lucia through a bed of blossoming flowers and whispers a single word, "Mommy?" Flashback to year 4 of the new imperial calendar, at a quiet, secluded orphanage nestled in the distant Garawachi region. Inside the dark, cold dormitory, row upon row of orphan children sleep soundly under thin blankets as moonlight streams through the window. Sitting up in bed, an older girl named Mia gently checks on young Annie, softly asking if she had another terrifying nightmare. Mia holds Annie's tiny hand, promising to stay right beside her until she safely falls back asleep. Clenching her fists in anger, Mia bitterly curses the cruel orphanage director who forced Annie to take her place after she got adopted. Mia vows to return and rescue Annie once she grows up, reminding her to throw sticks at the rude village kids who constantly bully her. Outside the window, dark tree branches sway in the night wind as the quiet dormitory settles back into silence. Lying awake in bed, Annie stares into the dark, worrying who will hold her hand if her big sister Mia leaves, recalling her recurring dream where her mother lets go of her hand. Shaking her head side to side, the anxious child desperately comforts herself with the belief that bad dreams always turn out to be the exact opposite in reality. In her sweetest dreams, a gentle, dark-haired woman with a warm smile stands amidst falling cherry blossoms, opening her arms to welcome Annie home. Radiating pure happiness, little Annie dashes forward with open arms to leap into her long-lost mother's loving embrace. Walking hand in hand through a sunlit meadow, the young girl feels safe and cherished next to the dark-haired mother figure of her dreams. Snapping back to reality, Annie cuddles close to Mia under the covers, taking comfort in the warm hand holding hers through the night. Back in the gloomy warehouse, Lucia bluntly shatters the child's delusion, firmly stating that she isn't her mother. Lowering herself to one knee, Lucia extends an open, gloved hand toward the terrified girl, offering to rescue her from this dark prison. Observing the girl's reaction, Lucia realizes the child probably mistook her for her mother simply because they both share rare raven black hair. Reassurance softening her tone, Lucia explains that this sketchy warehouse is far too dangerous and promises to take her somewhere safe. To Lucia's utter confusion, the child refuses to budge, staring down at her outstretched hand with blank, hesitant hesitation. A quick mental chart outlines Lucia's bulletproof plan. Step 1, save the saintess. Step 2, buy a secluded house and hire a nanny. Step 3, raise her in secret until her powers awaken. With a hilariously dramatic sweat drop, Lucia stares blankly at the kid, wondering if her heroic rescue pitch somehow failed to translate. Pointing feebly toward the towering rows of bird cages, the little girl stammers that she can't leave because she's forced to stay and care for the birds. Looking around at the filthy broom and massive piles of bird manure, Lucia listens in horror as the child whispers that bad things happen if she doesn't clean. Tightly clutching her ragged dress, the little girl trembles uncontrollably, whimpering that failing her chores causes her immense pain. Glancing at the neatly swept corners, Lucia realizes with a sinking feeling that this tiny child was forced to manually clean this massive room all by herself. Recalling ancient texts, Lucia remembers that the saintess possesses divine stamina and near-immortal vitality bestowed directly by the gods themselves. A chilling realization hits Lucia like a cold bucket of water as she pieced together why the word pain keeps coming up. Swooping down to pull back the girl's sleeves, Lucia gasps as a blinding golden light suddenly erupts from the child's small hands. Particles of pure holy light swirled through the dark room, leaving Lucia wide-eyed in awe at the sheer density of divine energy radiating from the girl. Smiling weakly, the little girl innocently explains that her magic circles make the pain go away whenever she gets hurt. Shocked to her core, Lucia slowly turns her head to examine the shadowy wall behind the child's hiding spot. Shock. Hanging beside a gruesome leather whip is a blood-stained wall covered in meticulous tally marks, recording every session of horrific abuse. Up close, the chilling tally marks confirm Lucia's worst nightmare. The traffickers were intentionally brutalizing the child to force her divine healing powers to trigger. Veins bulging on her forehead, Lucia's face twists into pure, murderous fury as she vows under her breath to tear those scum limb from limb. Glaring into the darkness, the Swordmaster's heart aches, realizing the Saintess was subjected to unspeakable torture long before she was ever sealed in the sacred tree. Gently cradling the child's glowing hands in her own, Lucia pours warmth into her touch, desperate to comfort the abused orphan. Clenching her teeth, Lucia asks where her parents are and how she ended up in this hellhole, promising to hunt down every single monster responsible. Trembling in terror at Lucia's intense, murderous aura, the poor child cowers back, stuttering that she came from an orphanage and has no parents to go home to. Seeing the sheer panic in the kid's eyes, Lucia immediately checks her violent aura, her expression softening as she softly apologizes for scaring her. Sitting cross-legged on the cold stone floor, Lucia takes a deep breath to compose herself, reflecting on the tragic parallels of their early lives. Flashing back to her own lonely youth, Lucia recalls growing up in a cold estate where her mother died in childbirth, her father ignored her, and the servants treated her like a ghost. It wasn't until she joined the Imperial Knights and found comrades on the battlefield that she truly felt alive, realizing that swinging a sword was the only escape from her endless solitude. Ever wonder what happens when an unstoppable swordmaster accidentally adopts the continent's most precious child? Looking down at the tear-stained toddler, Lucia can't help but see a mirror of her own lonely past, realizing this poor kid never got the chance to experience a normal, loving childhood. But here's the kicker. This isn't just any regular kid. She's the ultimate saintess. Lucia's head is spinning, trying to figure out if a child destined for divine greatness could ever actually live a normal life with a real family. Connecting the dots in record time, Lucia notes the girl's rare raven hair and 5-year age gap, which matches her exact training time frame. Talk about cosmic timing alignment right here. Softening her sharp, intimidating gaze, Lucia gently kneels down and confesses that she grew up without parents too, instantly catching the trembling child's golden-eyed gaze. Reaching out a warm, gloved hand with the sweetest smile you'll ever see on a cold-blooded warrior, Lucia offers a sanctuary the kid has never known. In her head, the math is simple. A special child needs extraordinary parents to survive. And if anyone is going to protect the future saintess, they better be built like a brick wall. When the confused little girl tilts her head and stammers about family, Lucia drops the ultimate bombshell without skipping a beat, declaring that she's officially stepping up to be her new mom. Bang! Just as the wholesome mood reaches its peak, angry shouts echo from the hallway outside as guards realize the warehouse's heavy padlock was totally smashed to bits. Thud, thud, heavy footsteps storm toward the room, making the poor little child cover her ears in absolute panic, but Lucia stays cool as ice and whispers a quick instruction to her new daughter. With a mischievous grin, Lucia instructs the kid to throw open every single birdcage the moment those thugs burst through the door, letting chaos do the dirty work. Staring back up at Lucia, the little girl's eyes light up with pure awe, surrounded by an ethereal background of blooming flowers as she realizes help has finally arrived. Crash! The heavy wooden doors burst open with a deafening noise, setting the stage for total structural mayhem. Swoosh! Dozens of colorful, overpriced exotic birds burst out of their cages in a chaotic frenzy, fluttering directly into the bewildered guards' faces as they frantically scream about losing millions of gold. Taking full advantage of the feathered flashbang, Lucia wraps the kid tightly in her dark cloak and darts toward the exit like an untouchable shadow in the night. Whoosh! Leaping high into the sky, our overpowered heroine effortlessly glides over the rooftops, while the angry mob yells uselessly from the narrow alleyway below. Cradling the filthy, barefoot child gently against her chest as feathers drift through the breeze, Lucia silently vows that no one will ever lay a finger on this kid again. Cutting to the next scene, we see a stunning, sunlit mansion tucked away in a quiet forest. Talk about securing prime real estate overnight. Stepping inside the spacious hallway, Lucia folds her arms and realizes that while rescuing a kid was easy, actually looking after one is a completely different ballgame. Looking back at the entrance, she spots the adorable toddler standing utterly frozen on the welcome mat, shivering like a scared puppy who's afraid to breathe. Removing her gloves with a thoughtful frown, Lucia speculates whether the poor girl feels too filthy to step onto the clean wooden floor. Honest opinion? This kid deserves all the hugs in the world after what she went through. Softening her tone, Lucia asks if she wants to wash off all that grime, and the cute little girl instantly nods with teary, hopeful eyes amidst an adorable cherry-patterned background. Steam! Pouring hot water into a massive wooden tub, Lucia double-checks the temperature like a true rookie parent preparing the ultimate warm bath. Opening the door with a gentle wave, Lucia calls the child inside to enjoy her very first warm bath experience. Tiptoeing carefully across the floor, the tiny girl leaves a trail of dirty little footprints behind, looking ridiculously cute as she creeps toward the steaming tub. Slam! The bathroom door shuts on its own, leaving Lucia standing outside in absolute silence, completely shocked that the toddler handled it all by herself. Scratching her cheek with a hilariously blank face, Lucia ponders if kids her age usually bathe alone, admitting her own memories of childhood are ancient history. Shifting gears back into official duty, Lucia gears up in her sleek night captain uniform, adjusting her pristine gloves as time ticks down to her royal meeting. Peek! The bathroom door slowly creaks open as the damp, towel-wrapped child peeks her head out with big glowing eyes. Seriously, the artist deserves an award for making this kid this cute. Knock, knock. A knight's voice outside interrupts the moment, announcing that it's time to head to the Imperial Palace, forcing Lucia to respond in her authoritative captain voice. Bending down on one knee, Lucia softly instructs the child to stay inside and be a good girl until she returns, making sure the message sinks in. With a quick wave goodbye, Lucia turns on her heel and vanishes out the door like the busiest working mom in the kingdom. Clack, clack! The scene transitions to a grand horse-drawn carriage rolling smoothly through scenic green hills on the highway toward the capital. Sitting inside the carriage, a chatty subordinate knight warmly inquires about her niece's age, reminding Lucia of a conversation they had way back before training camp. Switching to a hilarious chibi panel, the knight enthusiastically yells that little Caesar is 5 years old now, thanking Lucia profusely for approving childcare leave for his sister. Chuckling awkwardly, Lucia listens as the knight gushes about how his sister safely returned to work as a white magic administrator, thanks to her generous policy. Sniff, wiping away dramatic tears, the subordinate gets super emotional, marveling at Lucia's wise, veteran dignity while totally misunderstanding her stoic expressions. Classic misunderstanding trope at its finest. Staring out the carriage window, a massive light bulb turns on inside Lucia's head as she realizes childcare leave is the ultimate loophole she needed all along. Flashback thoughts kick in as Lucia remembers Leon Ruins, the legendary captain of the White Mage Order and her former grand rival. Flashback visuals hit the screen with glowing magical circles. Lucia recalls beating Leon in a high-stakes duel and using her winner's favor to grant parental leave for her knight's pregnant sister. A sly, brilliant smirk spreads across Lucia's face. She just figured out the grandest scheme in history. Resting her head on her hands, Lucia calculates her options, knowing she can't just quit the Royal Knights completely if she wants to protect the Saintess from the shadow cults. Dark silhouettes of hooded cultists and glowing shields flash across her mind. Remaining an active commander allows her to gather high-level intelligence while tracking down the divine control stone. Floating magical crystals pulse in the air as she remembers that even the genius mage Heath needs half a year to modify the stolen control stone from the temple. Narrowing her eyes with supreme confidence, Lucia realizes that taking 6 full months of childcare leave solves literally every single problem on her plate. Arriving at the majestic, golden-domed Imperial Palace, the atmosphere shifts from strategic planning to incoming comedy chaos. Spit take. Inside the royal office, the emperor chokes on his fine red wine and roars in complete disbelief after hearing Lucia's official request. Waving his arms in sheer rage, the emperor demands to know if she's out of her mind requesting childcare leave for a child that's already 5 years old. Slamming both hands on his grand desk, the Emperor almost bursts a vein asking if she seriously raised a secret kid at the Hilltop military camp all these years, to which Lucia nonchalantly confirms. Demanding to know who the father is, the Emperor leans in, only for Lucia to spin a hilariously tragic cover story about a random herb gatherer who allegedly fell off a cliff. Showing a dramatic flashback of a hand-clutching useless weeds, Lucia delivers the line with a deadpan face, prompting the Emperor to scream that she doesn't look sad for a widow at all. Imagine dropping a massive bombshell on your boss that you need emergency childcare leave, only for him to think you're pulling the biggest prank in royal history. The Emperor stares down at Lucia in utter disbelief, scoffing that if she actually popped out a kid 5 years ago, there's no way she could have leveled up into a legendary sword master. Leaning forward with a shadowy glare, the Emperor warns her that abandoning her knightly duties and turning the official military camp into a personal daycare isn't just irresponsible, it's a high-level crime. Meanwhile, Lucia stands there totally unbothered, giving him the ultimate side-eye while silently judging his fake, dignified posture. She's thinking to herself how hilarious it is that this guy acts like a tough commander when she's had to save his life more times than she can count. Focusing on his shaking hand trying to hold a crystal wine glass, Lucia holds back a laugh, noting that the poor Emperor can barely keep his drink steady while trying to look cold and intimidating. Talk about a classic aura fail. Deciding it's time to flex her ridiculous overpowered stats, Lucia channels her terrifying sword energy directly into a flimsy feather quill sitting on the desk, casually remembering how in her past life, this Emperor died young purely from heavy drinking. Swoosh! With a sharp slice through the air, Lucia wields the glowing quill like a mythical longsword, radiating an aura so intense the whole room lights up in crimson energy. Clink! In a split second, the top rim of the Emperor's wineglass gets sliced cleanly off without a single drop spilling, leaving the royal ruler staring at his truncated cup in complete horror. His jaw practically hits the floor as sweat drops down his face. Slicing glass with a feather quill is literally physics-defying, requiring precise mithril-level aura control that shouldn't even be possible. Gulping down his panic, the Emperor realizes Lucia hasn't just mastered the blades, she's transcended humanity itself. If she can turn a literal bird feather into a deadly weapon, who is he to say no to her? Switching up his attitude in record speed, the Emperor instantly breaks into a hilarious chibi smile and yells that her 6-month childcare leave is 100% approved, with full salary and housing benefits. That's how you negotiate a vacation like an absolute boss. Step, turning on her heel with a triumphant smirk, Lucia strolls out of the office, casually tossing out a savage parting advice that he really needs to cut down on the booze before he embarrasses himself further. Taking a slow, defeated sip from his broken glass, the Emperor sulks in his chair, grumbling about how she's the only knight in the whole empire with the audacity to order the ruler around like a servant. Cutting back to the peaceful countryside, bright morning sunlight shines over the luxurious mansion hidden away among the lush green mountains, a total paradise for raising a kid in secret. Walking into the spacious entryway, Lucia reflects on how registering the Saintess under the Emperor's own seal took way longer than expected, making her return home a bit delayed. Glancing around the quiet hallways, a sly smirk crosses her face as she imagines the Emperor's hilarious reaction when he eventually realizes the kid he personally vouched for is actually the future divine Saintess. Clack! Heading toward the kitchen area, Lucia looks around the dimly lit rooms, only to be greeted by complete silence. Sweating nervously, Lucia starts looking left and right, suddenly getting a terrible feeling. Don't tell me that poor toddler has been stuck inside the bathroom this whole time? Slam! Throwing the bathroom door wide open, Lucia bursts into the room amidst clouds of lingering steam. Tremble! She spots the tiny child dangerously balanced right on the slippery wooden edge of the tub, desperately reaching her short little arms up toward a towel rack that's way too high. Slip! Sure enough, the kid loses her footing on the wet wood, her tiny toes slipping right off the rim in an absolute recipe for disaster. Gasp! Falling backward into midair, the terrified toddler lets out a tiny squeak as time seems to slow down. Whoosh! Moving faster than a speeding bullet, Lucia swoops in and catches the wet baby safely in her arms before she can hit the floor. Holding the teary-eyed toddler against her uniform, Lucia lets out a sigh of relief, asking why on earth she didn't just step out of the tub earlier. Sniffling with big, glossy golden eyes, the cute little child whimpers out that she was just trying to reach the towel. Honestly, if this scene doesn't melt your heart, nothing will. Looking up at the wall rack, Lucia facepalms internally as she realizes she hung the towel at full adult height, completely forgetting how short a 5-year-old actually is. Tap, tap. Glancing down at the dirty footprints left on the bath mat, Lucia feels a pang of guilt, realizing the kid was waiting patiently for permission and tools all this time. Wrapping the child up in a cozy towel, Lucia kneels down in a panic as the kid bursts into fresh tears, wondering why the little girl is crying all over again. Sweating bullets, the world's strongest knight goes into full internal meltdown, wondering if her monstrous strength accidentally hurt the kid or if she totally blew her first day as a mom. With a dark, stressed shadow washing over her face, Lucia realizes that even after living 90 years, she's always had maids pamper her, meaning she has zero clue how to actually take care of another human being. Floating in a sea of pure parenting anxiety, her internal monologue wraps up with a grim truth. Raising a kid is going to be infinitely harder than slaying dragons. After a brief chapter title transition showcasing the story's artwork, we dive straight back into the domestic chaos. Flashback sparkles frame a quick recap. Our powerhouse heroine rescued the hidden saintess, vowed to protect her, and officially stepped up to become her new mother figure. Thud, setting down a massive feast on the table, complete with a giant steak, fresh baguettes, veggies, and apples, Lucia sits across from the toddler, who is sitting hunched over in total dark misery. Smiling awkwardly, Lucia asks why she hasn't taken a single bite, completely oblivious to the fact that handing a 5-year-old a massive uncut slab of meat is peak rookie parent energy. Staring at the table, Lucia's inner accountant kicks in, realizing she has literally zero savings because she donated her entire knight's salary to military funds for the past 9 years. Burned documents and magical scrolls float through her mind as she recalls how successfully erasing the Saintess's divine paper trail was only step 1 of her grand master plan. Floating amidst glowing purple crystals and chains, Lucia reminds herself that there are still 11 long years until the Saintess turns 16 and fully awakens her holy powers, meaning she has to destroy the evil cult in the shadows before then. Sigh. But pushing global cult threats aside, Lucia looks at her current reality with a deadpan stare, realizing she can't even cook a decent meal, and her regular maid hasn't shown up since leave started. Sitting in chibi form across the table, the tiny girl droops her shoulders and dark gloom gathers around her as she mutters a heartbreaking request to go back. Spitting out her breath in total shock, Lucia panics and asks if the kid seriously wants to give up and return to that awful cold orphanage after everything they went through. Shaking her head timidly, the little girl wipes her eyes and whimpers that having a real mom and warm baths felt like a total dream, but she feels like she doesn't belong here. Looking down with the saddest pout you've ever seen, the kid stammers that she's useless and dirty, so she ought to just return to where she came from so she doesn't burden anyone. Staring blankly at the kid's limited vocabulary, Lucia tilts her head when the child calls herself Annie and claims she is dirty, trying to decipher what this tiny human is actually trying to say. Glancing around the spacious, dusty living room, Lucia wrongly concludes that the kid is complaining about the house being filthy and untidy. Nodding in agreement with a blank face, Lucia casually agrees that the house is indeed way too dirty for a child to live in. Talk about a massive communication breakdown. Shiver, shiver! Hearing those words, the poor toddler misunderstands completely, thinking Lucia is calling her dirty, causing the kid to break down in uncontrollable, violent shivers. Noticing the waterfall of tears, Lucia's brain goes into overdrive trying to replay every single action she took since stepping back into the house. Glancing down at her own muddy boots resting on the pristine floorboards, a giant light bulb instantly flashes inside Lucia's head. Connecting the dots at long last, Lucia realizes the kid was talking about the dirty, muddy tracks on the floor from when she walked in after the bath, not the kid herself. Wah! As the adorable background pattern fills with crying bunny icons, the tiny saintess lets out a full-blown toddler meltdown scream, leaving our top-tier knight absolutely panicked on how to soothe the crying baby. Talk about a total communication breakdown. Imagine being a centuries-old ultimate sword master, capable of slaying literal dragons, only to be completely brought to her knees by a crying 5-year-old toddler. Lucia finally realizes she messed up big time when she called the house dirty, because the poor kid thought she was the dirty one. Glancing down at the muddy trail left across the wooden floorboards, Lucia lets out a heavy sigh as she realizes her sloppy entrance is what sparked this entire dramatic toddler breakdown. Squinting her eyes in deep concentration, our terrifying Knight Commander tries to figure out how to salvage this awkward parental disaster without causing another waterfall of tears. Thud! Stepping back to the dinner table, Lucia keeps her cold composure and tries to pivot the conversation, reminding the little girl that no matter what happens, they still need to get this messy house cleaned up properly. Leaning in with her trademark stoic expression, Lucia blunt force delivers some tough love, telling the toddler that crying isn't going to fix anything and asking if she even knows how to clean. Wow, top-tier parenting right there, asking a tiny child to do chores. Tremble! The poor kid just sits there with those giant, glistening golden eyes, looking like a tiny, helpless puppy who just got assigned heavy labor. Staring down at her lap, the little girl's mind starts racing back to the sweet lies she was told while growing up in that miserable, cold place. Glimmer! Soft, sparkly memories float through her mind as she remembers hearing tales about the glorious Imperial Palace, a mythical, magical paradise where nobody ever has to go hungry or scrub floors. Looking across at Lucia's dazzling beauty, the toddler genuinely believes that if she can't prove herself useful around the house, she won't be allowed to stay with her brand new glowing mother figure. Rub, rub. Sniffling back fresh tears, the kid desperately wipes her eyes, muttering internally that crying will only make her a bothersome burden to the strongest knight in the realm. Flash! Bright golden particles sparkle around her as she convinces herself that if she cleans hard enough, maybe, just maybe, she'll earn a warm smile and be allowed to stick around a little bit longer. Honestly, this kid's trauma is so heartbreak-inducing it could make a grown warrior sob. Glancing back at the mud tracks on the floor, little Annie clenches her tiny fists and vows to put her absolute all into scrubbing every single footprint clean. Facepalm! Meanwhile, Lucia's internal guilt hits absolute critical mass. Seeing this pure, sweet baby practically beg to be an unpaid maid triggers an avalanche of parental shame that's going to take years of therapy to undo. Trying to set some ground rules, Lucia gazes down with an intense stare and officially introduces herself properly, making sure the child remembers her name. Softening her tone, Lucia leans in to make a binding promise, warning the toddler that from this second on, she must never, under any circumstances, mention her past at the orphanage to anyone else. Shift, reaching under the table with an unexpected movement, Lucia leans closer, sending a shockwave of curiosity through the wide-eyed kid. Sparkle! The little girl clasps her tiny hands together, gazing up at Lucia like she's looking directly at a divine angel who descended from the heavens. Thinking back to the child's heartbreaking past, Lucia realizes that the name Annie carries way too much baggage from when bullies mocked her through the orphanage window, deciding it's high time for a complete fresh start with a brand new identity. Knock, knock. Just as Lucia is about to reveal the girl's shiny new name, a sudden sharp sound coming from the window interrupts the delicate moment. Shh! Raising a finger to her lips, Lucia signals for complete silence, and the adorable toddler instantly copies the exact same stealth pose like a mini ninja in training. Clink! Sliding her hand onto the hilt of her sheath, Lucia's calm aura turns razor sharp as she speculates who could be foolish enough to sneak up on a swordmaster's private hideout. Creak! The window swings wide open in the warm sunset light. Lucia immediately suspects it's a high-level foreign assassin sent to eliminate the Empire's newest legendary threat before she can unleash her full power. Draw! In a fraction of a microsecond, Lucia unsheathes her blade with blinding speed, radiating an overwhelming bloodlust that cuts through the ambient air. Swoosh! Before the intruder even lands on the floorboards, Lucia's cold steel is resting directly against his throat. The poor intruder screeches in total panic, begging for his life and screaming that it's just him. Question marks? Lowering her blade just an inch, Lucia gives him a closely blank, deadpan side-eye, while the chibi intruder complains that she almost decapitated her own subordinate after 5 short years. Ta-da! Striking a ridiculously dramatic pose in front of the golden window, the blue-haired intruder reveals his grand identity as Vernon Javier, the infamous Phantom Knight and top informant of the Black Knight Order. Sweat drop. As Lucia slowly processes his loud intro, Vernon wipes the panic off his face and casually admits that he almost ruined his pants when that deadly sword pressed against his neck. Can we talk about how hilarious it is that this elite informant sneaks through windows like a common burglar? Creak! But before anyone can process Vernon's dramatic entrance, another loud noise shakes the window frame as 2 more figures prepare to barge in. Ta-da! Bursting through the window right after him comes a hot-headed, red-haired female knight, flabbergasted to see someone who looks like a total carbon copy of their legendary commander. Meet Gilliana Olivia, the second ace of the Black Knights. Step. Following right behind her with an icy cool demeanor is Heath, the first ace of the order, stepping into the room with a calm gaze that screams dangerous authority. Shiver. Tucked away in the dark shadows of the corner, the tiny toddler trembles in absolute horror as three giant, shadowy elite knights suddenly invade her quiet home all at once. Cross. Standing tall with her arms crossed, Lucia gives her unwanted visitors a death glare that could freeze hell over, exasperatedly asking why every single one of them thinks a window is an acceptable front door. Chibi chaos! Gilliana points a dramatic finger, wildly complaining about how Lucia's speech sounds like a grumpy old hag now, while Heath coolly agrees from the side. Lucia's brow twitches in annoyance as she remembers these three have always lacked basic survival instincts around her. Think! Crossing her arms, Lucia silently takes the critique to heart, realizing that living out in the boonies might be making her act a bit too old-fashioned, which could blow her cover if she isn't careful. Whee! Without warning, Gilliana scoops up the tiny toddler and swings her high into the air, completely oblivious to the fact that the poor kid is so utterly terrified she can't even produce a squeak. Swoop! Swooping in like a protective mama bear, Lucia snatches the baby right back into her arms, shooting a terrifying glare that makes Gilliana pout like a scolded child. Wink! Vernon steps up with an obnoxious smirk, shaking his head at Gilliana's failed attempt before claiming he has the ultimate secret weapon to win over any child's heart. Poof! Vernon proudly presents a colorful lollipop like a magical prize, only for the exhausted toddler to completely ignore him and instantly pass out against Lucia's chest. Talk about the ultimate cold shoulder. Blink! Feeling the sudden heavy weight against her collarbone, Lucia blinks in confusion as she looks down at the sleeping angel resting softly in her arms. Question. With zero actual parenting experience, Lucia genuinely wonders if kids usually just shut off like a battery-drained toy whenever things get too chaotic around them. Step. Turning on her heel, Lucia carries the sleeping toddler up the wooden staircase, sternly commanding her noisy subordinates to stay put and keep their mouths shut while she puts the baby to bed. Pray. Downstairs, the three chibi knights huddle together in sheer panic, quietly praying for Gilliana's soul because they know their commander is about to unleash absolute wrath when she returns. Flop! Gently tucking the soft blanket around her, Lucia places the tiny girl onto the plush double bed with extreme care, making sure not to wake her up. Touch. Resting her warm hand on the child's tiny forehead, Lucia checks for any sign of illness, relieved to find no fever, and remarking how surprisingly bearable a divine saintess's body really is. Mumble! In the middle of her peaceful dream, the toddler lets out a faint, adorable murmur, calling out Lucia's shortened nickname with absolute tenderness. Smile! Lucia's icy demeanor completely melts away, replacing her cold commander face with a soft, radiant smile that radiates purely maternal affection. Flutter. Slowly fluttering her bright golden eyes open, the little girl gazes up at the warm face above her, softly repeating the name she held onto in her sleep. Glow. Leaning in close with the sweetest look on her face, Lucia gives her the precious gift she promised, officially bestowing her with her brand new name, Nia. Warm light, soft golden light bathes the luxurious bedroom as little Nia gently drifts back off to sleep, repeating her new name like a magical lullaby while her loving mother watches over her. Title card! And thus, the true journey of Ravinia Kluwer begins, a legendary master swordswoman turning into an unbeatable mother to protect the saintess who will change the world. What if the Empire's strongest knights showed up unannounced, only to find themselves completely terrified of their own commander? Vernon looks like he's 2 seconds away from having a full-blown existential crisis right here. Sitting back on the plush sofa with her arms crossed, Lucia gives him the coldest look imaginable, calmly confirming that, yeah, this whole chaotic situation is 100% real. Flashback time! She remembers how even the Emperor threw a total chibi tantrum back in the day, screaming at her to stop giving plant biology lectures during war councils. Honestly, imagine getting lectured on herbs in the middle of planning a battle. Pure comedy. Slump! Seeing her terrifying gaze, the three elite knights instantly duck down like panic puppies, shivering as they murmur nervously to their commander. desperate bow. In total unison, Vernon, Gilliana, and Heath hit the floor, dropping into an emergency apology stance and begging for her mercy like their lives depend on it. Crawl? Little Heath suddenly crawls out from under the table on all fours, looking like a lost little kitten trying to blend into the floorboards. Seeing Heath get a total pass, Vernon and Gilliana start whining in outrage, screaming about nightly discrimination, only for Lucia to deadpan that he gets off easy because he's still basically a kid. Before they can complain any further, Lucia threatens to make them switch to punishment stance number 2, and their chibi heads instantly bow down in pure terror. Okay, whatever stance number 2 is, it clearly terrifies these hardened battle veterans to their core. Sweat dropping profusely, Vernon tries to pivot the conversation, curiously asking how on earth she managed to secretly raise a child out in the middle of nowhere without hiring a nanny or helper. Closing her eyes with total stoicism, Lucia nonchalantly drops a massive bombshell, claiming the child's father has been taking care of her until now, which sends Vernon into a fit of laughter as he doubts her parenting skills. Thunderclap! A pitch-black killer aura suddenly explodes around Lucia. Seeing her murderous glare, Vernon and Gilliana immediately drop into synchronized sweat-wiping squats, frantically backtracking for their lives. Shutting down the entire conversation, Lucia stands her ground with absolute authority, declaring that she doesn't need a single nanny or maid in her house. Shock! Vernon and Gilliana's jaws hit the floor as Lucia coolly insists that raising one tiny child is a walk in the park. Can we appreciate the absolute delusion here? She's a master of the sword, not diapers. Shading her eyes in utter disbelief, Gilliana mutters under her breath that as much as she respects her captain, this is pushing things way past the limit. Outrage! Gilliana throws her hands out in dramatic panic, screaming whether Lucia's grand strategy is to accidentally end the child before she even reaches kindergarten. Crunch! The camera cuts to the messy kitchen counter. Heaps of unwashed dirty bowls stacked dangerously high, next to a random basket of raw potatoes on the floorboards. Glancing back at the kitchen disaster, Lucia's internal monologue admits the kid actually has a point. Look at that side eye. She literally hadn't planned on cleaning a single plate. Realizing their commander is a total disaster at domestic life, Vernon suggests a divide and conquer strategy, assigning Gilliana to chef duties while he takes charge of education. Pushing back from the sofa, Lucia barks at them to stop making decisions on their own and orders them to get out immediately. Smirk! Anticipating her rejection, Vernon smugly reaches inside his uniform jacket like a smooth secret agent, revealing his ultimate trump card. Flourish! With a dramatic flair, he presents an official golden scroll sealed with heavy red imperial wax right in front of her face. Lucia's eyes widen in disbelief as she recognizes the glowing imperial seal pressed firmly against the bottom of the parchment. Unfolding the document, she reads a handwritten imperial decree straight from the emperor, commanding the entire crew to immediately report for joint training. Rubbing her temples in exhaustion, Lucia ponders what kind of unhinged chaos these idiots caused to make the emperor personally draft an official order just to get rid of him. Tears? Vernon and Gilliana dramatically burst into tears, wailing that they've waited 5 long years for her return and can't handle rival orders picking fights with them anymore. A gloomy flashback reveals the tragic reality. Without their legendary commander around, rival knight factions constantly mocked and humiliated the Black Knights in the courtyard. Talk about a total fall from grace for the Empire's elite squad. Clenching his fist over his heart, Vernon passionately screams that their budget got slashed, noble funding vanished, and they've been suffering in total poverty without her. Looking into their desperate eyes, Lucia's harsh expression finally softens as she realizes just how tough things must have been for her squad while she was away. Reminiscing about their 2 decades of shared battles, Lucia remembers Vernon's top-tier education, Gilliana's famous culinary roots, and Heath's prodigy mind, realizing they might actually be the ultimate babysitting dream team. Giving in, Lucia grants them permission to help out on one strict condition: absolutely no floor mopping. Gilliana instantly bursts into cheerful laughter, celebrating their official approval. Swoosh! Without missing a beat, all 3 knights leap out of the open window like acrobats, waving goodbye and yelling that they left dinner on the table. Left standing alone in the quiet room with her hand outstretched, Lucia just stares in utter dumbfounded silence as their voices fade into the sunset. Twitch! Massaging her aching neck, Lucia solemnly vows to completely board up every single window in the house before tomorrow morning. Honestly, living with these knights is an absolute architectural hazard. Bang! Just when she thinks the nightmare is over, the front door flies open as another frantic brown-haired knight bursts in, crying his eyes out. Venting, he aggressively confronts her, sobbing about how he worked his fingers to the bone covering all her commander duties for 5 full years while she secretly went on parental leave. After finally kicking him out, Lucia takes a deep breath and lets the blissful silence of the empty mansion wash over her. Step. But before she can relax, a subtle shift in the air triggers her sharp master instincts as a presence approaches from the shadows. Sparkle! Glowing golden particles illuminate the hallway as a striking, high-ranking commander dressed in a majestic white cape steps into the room. Dramatic entrance. Meet Leon Ruins, the famously virtuous and drop-dead gorgeous captain of the White Mage Order. Look at that visual presentation. The artist clearly poured the entire budget into his character design. Stepping closer with measured, deliberate strides, Leon locks his piercing golden eyes directly onto Lucia. Dark aura, the atmosphere suddenly drops below freezing as Leon's angelic vibe completely shatters, asking in an icy, terrifying voice who the child's father is. A flashback panel reminds us of his official reputation, known throughout the entire realm as a walking angel and the ultimate law-abiding saint of the magic order. Pressure. Pushing deeper into the room, Leon ignores her casual greeting and demands an immediate answer, his aura radiating lethal intensity. Analyzing his unexpected visit, Lucia suspects he might be sent as a spy by the Prime Minister to disrupt her long-awaited parental leave. Shadow. The image cuts to a shadowy silhouette of the Prime Minister, the conservative old political mastermind who's been a non-stop thorn in Lucia's side for years. Standing firm, Lucia stonewalls him completely, stating she has zero obligation to answer his question, to which Leon ominously replies that she better keep it that way. Step. Tensing his boots against the floorboards, Leon takes one final threatening step forward, his voice dropping into a murderous whisper. Pure madness! Drowned in pitch-black toxic jealousy, Leon's glowing golden eyes flash with unhinged rage as he vows to personally slaughter the unknown father the moment he finds him. Whoa, talk about red flags. This angel's a total Yandere monster under that white cape. Laugher. Cut back to the warm sunset outside, where Vernon, Gilliana, and Heath are strolling away in high spirits, laughing about how Leon will never manage to get that front door open with his stiff personality. Stretching her arms behind her head, Gilliana casually turns to Vernon, wondering out loud if that tiny toddler could actually be their commander's biological kid after all. Imagine thinking the Empire's ultimate swordswoman only touches men when she's severing their heads in battle, only to find out she brought home a kid. The knights are literally losing their minds over how much the little toddler actually resembles their terrifying commander. Gilliana is in full denial, yelling that hair color doesn't mean anything and accusing Vernon of trying to pick a fight. Seriously, these top-tier knights turn into squabbling kids the second their boss turns her back. Vernon tries to play it cool, reminding her that after 5 years of total boredom, who cares what the captain got up to? Though even he has to admit, bringing back a secret child is easily her most insane plot twist yet. As the golden sunset bathes the courtyard, the atmosphere gets surprisingly quiet. Looking back at her, both knights can feel it in their bones. Their once emotionless commander has genuinely changed. Meanwhile, Heath stays completely silent, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. Talk about dramatic main character lighting. The artist really made sure his mysterious anime boy aura was shining at maximum capacity here. A soft memory flashes back, showing Lucia cradling little Nia in her arms like precious cargo, bound by an unwavering oath to protect this innocent child no matter what the Empire throws at them. Back in the present, the air instantly turns icy as Captain Leon steps right into Lucia's space. She folds her arms, completely baffled by how the normally calm and collected white mage is acting so unhinged. His piercing golden eyes flash with an intense, suffocating pressure. Throb. The dude looks like he's about to explode, radiating an aura that could freeze a volcano mid-eruption. Deep inside, Leon's mind is spiraling out of control, obsessing over why someone as incredible as Lucia would ever settle down with such a nameless, deadbeat man. Flashback time. We see the high and mighty Chancellor lounging at his luxurious desk, carelessly telling Leon to stop nagging because the child's mystery father ran away long ago. Laughter! The old man bursts into a cruel laugh, wheezing that even he would have sprinted for the hills if he had to deal with Lucia's terrifying personality. Wow, toxic workplace culture at its finest.
But Leon isn't amused at all.
Clench! Hearing the word abandoned echoes in his mind, sparking a dark, dangerous fire behind his eyes. He remembers 5 years ago, standing before her under a glittering sky, remembering the fateful wager that started his hidden obsession. Back then, unable to hide his feelings any longer, Leon gathered every ounce of courage to put everything on the line. Crackle, surging with brilliant blue mana, he challenged her directly, asking for a wish if he managed to pull off an impossible victory against the legendary Sword Captain. Swoosh! He unleashed a barrage of high-level magic circles, desperately hoping to impress her and earn just a single slice of her attention. Thud! Yeah, total reality check. Lucia obliterated him so fast his soul basically left his body, leaving him utterly crushed on the stone floor. Can we get an F in the chat for my guy's pride? Standing under the twilight sky, a humiliated Leon made a silent promise to wait in the shadows until she finally reached her peak and left a tiny crack open in her heart. Fast forward to now, and Lucia's defensive, annoyed posture is driving him crazy. He can see right through her guarded exterior. Sigh. Letting out a heavy breath, Leon turns away, silently wishing she wouldn't look at him like he's nothing more than a total stranger. Step. With a quiet swoosh of his immaculate white cape, he turns around and vanishes into the hallway, leaving Lucia blinking in utter confusion. Chibi Lucia stands there looking completely lost. She literally cannot fathom why this righteous angel boy just threatened to execute her kid's father out of nowhere. Talk about red flags. The next morning dawns bright and beautiful over the peaceful estate nestled deep inside the lush green forest. Clatter! Inside, chaos is brewing. Vernon is attempting to tutor tiny Nia, Gilliana is accidentally starting kitchen fires, and Heath is using floating magic brooms to clean the ceilings. Tap, tap! Lucia steps out onto the spotless wooden floorboards, inspecting her house with a sharp eye. Pump! She clenches her fist with a rare, satisfied grin, proudly thinking that this chaotic mansion is finally becoming the absolute perfect environment for raising a child. Scrub. The camera zooms down to someone vigorously wiping the floorboards with a wet rag, sweating up a storm. Gasp. The three knights on the couch jump up in absolute horror, screaming at their commander that she can't treat the poor kid like a household servant. Lucia just stands there with a deadpan expression, crossing her arms like a total villain who doesn't see a single problem with child labor. Sparkle! Cut to little Nia happily scrubbing away on all fours, beaming with utter pride as the floorboards literally shine around her. Okay, how is she this adorable? Heath nervously offers to take over the mopping, but both Lucia and Nia instantly yell back a loud "No!" in total unison. Gasp! Nia pumps her tiny fist into the air, proudly announcing that she's going to clean the whole room all by herself, making Vernon burst into dramatic chibi tears over her sheer cuteness. Zoom! Nia turns into a high-speed cleaning machine. Gilliana complains that the kid is just smearing dirt around, but Lucia smugly deadpans that dirty floors mean more work to keep her busy. Savage parenting strategy right there. Judgment. The entire Night Squad gives Lucia the most disgusted judging side-eye in anime history. Look at those hilarious chibi faces. Fidget! Trying to change the subject, Heath nervously twiddles his fingers together, softly pointing out to his commander that the calendar just flipped to May. Lucia casually nods along, completely unbothered as she agrees that, yeah, it's May. Glow! Heath's eyes light up with pure hope and excitement as he gently hints that her special day is right around the corner. Smirk. Seeing his hopeful face, Lucia smiles internally, thinking about how impossibly easy he is to read. Dark flashback reveals a stormy battlefield littered with war flags, where young Lucia found a battered, kneeling Heath amid the mud. Ever since that fateful rescue, he has visited her every single May without fail. Chibi Lucia strokes her chin among a sea of cute yellow chicks, wondering if she should finally buy him a birthday gift this year. Though, let's be real, she's definitely gonna forget again. Bang! A sudden loud noise echoes down the hall. Vernon and Gilliana bolt toward the entrance in a frenzy, leaving Lucia wondering why her quiet house suddenly turned into a popular tourist attraction. A high-ranking royal butler stands at the front door holding a tray, while the curious knights peek out from behind the doorframe like nosy neighbors. Shock! Lucia's heart drops as the butler announces a delivery from Lord Leon Ruins himself, sending the squad into an absolute gossip frenzy. Vernon reads the official letter with wide eyes, completely gasping at what the leader of the White Mages just pulled off. Step. Lucia walks over to the front entrance, wondering on earth could possibly cause her elite knights to lose their minds like this. Boom! The doors swing open to reveal a literal mountain of luxury gifts. Stacks of expensive designer boxes, massive bouquets of glowing flowers, and servants carrying even more loot. Hard eyes, Vernon and Gilliana clasp their hands in pure adoration, squealing that this isn't just a delivery, this is pure, unfiltered romance. Meanwhile, Lucia's jaw is basically glued to the floor. The butler steps forward with a sleek, gold-embossed envelope, letting her know that there's a personal card attached directly from the captain himself. Glimmer. She unfolds the card to read a bold, dramatic message. I won't hide it any longer. Bro really dropped a main character romance line in writing. Holding the card amidst a sea of insane presents, Lucia overthinks the whole situation, wondering if the Chancellor's son is plotting political warfare, completely oblivious to the fact that the guy is just insanely head over heels in love with her. Have you ever opened a secret package only to realize someone might be sending you a subtle threat? Lucia stares suspiciously at the pile of gifts left at her doorstep, trying to figure out what kind of mind games Captain Leon is playing with her. Flipping through the suspicious boxes, she notices something totally bizarre. The clothes aren't clearly gender-specific, which makes her inner alarm bells ring. If he was actually trying to be nice, wouldn't he have sent cute dresses instead of a unisex wardrobe? Dark crimson aura swirls around her thoughts as Lucia wonders if this is a calculated political move to drive her and the child completely out of the territory. Manhwa protagonists will literally overthink a simple gift delivery into a full-blown declaration of war. Meanwhile, her squad has zero critical thinking skills and is having the time of their lives opening the expensive packages, marveling over custom-tailored mini dresses and high-end toy horses like kids on Christmas morning. Letting out a heavy sigh, Lucia tries to shut down the unboxing party, sternly warning them to stop tearing open wrappers because returning open luxury goods is going to be a complete logistical nightmare. But her knights look at her like she's lost her mind. Completely ignoring their commander's orders, Vernon excitedly holds up a cute blue dress, proudly pointing out that there are literally 30 different outfits inside for little Naya to wear. Lucia folds her arms and inspects the outfit, internally admitting that this adorable little dress looks 1,000 times better on Nia than her own oversized, baggy hand-me-downs. Realizing the room is suddenly gone quiet, Lucia glances around and notices that her tiny shadow has vanished. Wait, wasn't Nia literally just mopping the floorboards a second ago? Scanning the hallways with a sharp eye, Lucia calls out into the quiet house, wondering if the little toddler wandered into the kitchen or hid away in the bedroom. Suddenly, a massive stack of luxury gift boxes starts walking across the wooden floor on 2 tiny, shivering feet. Talk about a real-life video game stealth mission right here. The giant stack loses balance and tilts over, but Lucia's Ultra Instinct night reflexes kick in instantly as she lunges forward and catches the falling box right before it crushes little Nia. Shivering with big teary eyes, little Nia cowers in terror, crying out an apology and sobbing that she only wanted to help carry the heavy packages. Watching the child tremble, Lucia's heart drops. She realizes with a heavy chest that despite a whole week of warmth and safety, the dark trauma of being locked away in that filthy storage room still haunts Nia's soul. Chibi Lucia strokes her chin in deep thought while her knights parade around in the background, wondering why a child who seems so bright and responsive during the week is suddenly panicking over the smallest mistake. Gilliana excitedly holds up a bright white dress adorned with cute pink ribbons, cheerfully inviting Nia to try on the adorable new clothes. Backing away into the shadows among the wrapped gifts, Nia trembles violently, nervously stuttering that she doesn't want to touch any of it. Hugging her oversized pajama shirt like a shield, Nia bursts into tears, terrified that putting on new clothes will somehow bring back punishment. Okay, my heart is literally shattering into a million pieces watching this poor baby. As the 2 knights step closer with smiles, Nia recoils in pure horror, frantically sobbing and begging them not to come nearer with the new outfits. Placing a hand over her eyes with a heavy sigh, Lucia steps in and orders her squad to immediately pack up and leave the room before they traumatize the kid any further. Once the room clears out, Lucia kneels down in front of the trembling child and gently reminds her that in this world, things naturally get dirty and messy, and that's totally okay. Nia shakes her tiny fists, tears streaming down her red cheeks as she insists that anything she touches becomes ruined and useless forever. Lucia looks down at her with a serious, grounded expression, softly reassuring her that no human touch can render something worthless unless they hold divine magic, and even then, life doesn't work like that. Nia buries her face in her hands, trembling in sheer agony as she stammers out that her old gloves are dirty, making her completely unworthy of touching anything pretty. A dark flashback flashes across Lucia's mind, remembering the day she rescued Nia clutching those filthy, blood-stained gloves. Just how much psychological agony is trapped inside this poor child's mind. Atmospheric, tragic artwork shows a tiny, bruised Nia curled up in the cold darkness, covered in dirt and blood, a stark reminder of the horrific abuse she suffered before Lucia found her. Refusing to let those dark memories control her home, Lucia reaches her hand down, determined to break through the child's invisible emotional walls once and for all. With a calm yet unyielding voice, Lucia looks Nia dead in the eye and commands her to bring out those dirty gloves right now. Sunbeams filter softly into the quiet wooden washroom, casting a warm, golden glow across the water barrels and clean towels. Lucia tosses a heavy bar of scented soap into a tub filled with warm water, sending ripples cascading across the surface with a loud splash. Beckoning the child over, Lucia deadpans that no matter how hard she stirs, she just can't seem to get any soap bubbles to form on her own, asking Nia to step up on the wooden stool and help her. Peeking out from behind the doorframe, little Nia stands frozen with wide, hesitant eyes, wondering if she's really allowed to enter. The moment Nia puts her hands in and stirs, rich white soap bubbles erupt all over the tub. Nia's eyes light up with pure amazement as Lucia praises her magical bubble-making skills. Handing over the dirty pair of gloves, Lucia instructs Nia to use those big, soapy bubbles to wash the cloth together. Nia nods with absolute focus, treated like a top-tier knight on a vital mission. Channeling all her energy, little Nia vigorously scrubs the white gloves in the warm, soapy water, taking her laundry duties as seriously as a boss fight. Cut to Chibi Lucia and Chibi Nia working side by side at the wooden barrel, scrubbing away with adorable determination while bubbles float everywhere through the air. Rinsing the fabric in clear water, Lucia holds up the glowing white gloves, internally admitting that manual labor feels surprisingly satisfying, until Nia aggressively tugs her sleeve to inspect the final product. Nia proudly raises the squeaky clean gloves into the air like legendary rank loot, leaving Chibi Lucia utterly defeated by the sheer power of a 5-year-old's enthusiasm. Bringing the clean gloves down to Nia's eye level, Lucia softly tells the child to take a big whiff of the newly washed fabric. Pressing the soft cloth against her nose, Nia's eyes sparkle as she happily squeaks out that it smells just like fresh water and sweet blooming flowers. Sunlight bathes Nia's face in golden warmth as the realization slowly washes over her. Dirt isn't a permanent curse, and she hasn't broken beyond repair. Leaning down close, Lucia gently wraps her arm around Nia and presses her cheek softly against the child's, bathing her in genuine maternal warmth. With a tender smile, Lucia whispers that even if Nia ever feels dirty or unloved, she should never run away because together they can always wash every stain clean. Water sloshes softly in the barrel as the weight of trauma begins to lift, letting Nia finally feel safe in a world where she doesn't have to hide away in fear anymore. Nia flashes the most radiant, angelic smile in webtoon history, pumping her tiny hands with pure, unadulterated joy because she washed today. Protect this child's smile at all costs. Lucia watches her with a look of absolute, unconditional love, a stark contrast to the cold, emotionless sword captain she used to be on the battlefield. Standing outside in the shadows of the hallway, Vernon quietly watches the tender scene, his usual cheeky attitude replaced by a deeply moved, silent respect for his commander. Morning sunlight breaks gently through the trees, pouring through the bedroom window onto a peaceful estate deep in the lush forest. An eerie artistic depiction of a winged angel holding a cracked dark gemstone appears, teasing the mysterious divine secrets tied to Nia's true origins and lineage. Back in bed, Lucia wakes up under the cozy covers with little Nia tucked tightly against her side like a purring kitten, realizing that her peaceful new life is 100% real. Groggily reaching out her arm across the mattress, Lucia's warrior instincts immediately kick in as she wonders out loud where on earth she put her legendary sword. Classic habit of a battle-hardened commander who can't sleep without a weapon in reach. Ever woke up realizing your morning routine is completely wrecked because you accidentally adopted a child and can't even swing your sword around the bedroom anymore? That's exactly where Lucia finds herself as she rubs her eyes, realizing her weapon had to be safely stowed away. Looking around her cozy room, she admits her terrifying combat base has suddenly transformed into a soft family home. Though dark memories of her father once pointing a finger and calling her a monster still echo in the back of her mind. She scoffs at the irony of trying to act like a normal parent after a childhood filled with such harsh rejection. But her train of thought gets cut short when she turns her attention back to the bed. Soft sunlight streams across the mattress, illuminating little Nia sleeping like an absolute rock, prompting Lucia to silently decide the toddler is definitely due for a cute haircut later. Watching the tiny girl snort away so peacefully, Lucia can't help but admire how angelic she looks when trauma isn't weighing down her little shoulders. Doting mother mode has officially been activated, even if she tries to rationalize it by reminding herself that the kid is technically a divine saint. Sudden knock on the door interrupts the quiet morning as Vernon calls out from the hallway to check if his commander's awake yet. Cracking the door open with a sharp look, Lucia sternly shushes him to keep from waking the sleeping baby, prompting Vernon to nervously hand over a fresh stack of official correspondence. When she demands to know why letters are still piling up during her approved parental leave, Vernon casually reveals that an official invitation to the Knights General Assembly has just arrived, much to her absolute annoyance. Unfolding the heavy parchment, the cold reality sets in that she won't be able to dodge this high-stakes military meeting. For 5 solid years, her vice captain took the hit and attended in her place. But now that her fake training excuse is blown, she's stuck going in person. And honestly, who can't relate to hating mandatory work meetings? Meanwhile, over at the Royal Knights Administrative Office, the room is bustling with clerks overwhelmed by endless paperwork and military bureaucracy. Enter Burl Alterroot, vice captain of the Black Knights and self-proclaimed poster child for discipline and integrity, who takes immense pride in his stellar record. Except right now, Beryl is having a total operational meltdown. He starts screaming at his subordinate that he intentionally showed up 5 minutes late just so someone would report his unforgivable laziness directly to the captain. Talk about peak office drama. This guy worked his tail off for 5 years thinking he was Lucia's favorite, only to find out she took extended parental leave without even telling him, driving him to stage a hilarious petty rebellion just to get her attention. Despite his emotional breakdown, his work ethic is too strong to actually fail, as he sharpens his focus while reviewing recent military dispatches and updates his campaign strategies. A quick flashback shows the commander's aide rushing in with an urgent letter that required an immediate response from the top brass. The junior clerk mentions how tough it was to get a reply from Captain Lucia regarding the General Assembly invitation, causing Barul's face to completely drain of color. The realization hits him like a freight train. While he was busy showing up 5 minutes late to act like a rebellious bad boy, Lucia was already handling her actual duties. Internal screaming intensifies as his entire grand scheme crumbles into absolute dust in a flash of dramatic despair. Cut to the grand Imperial Palace Hall, where towering double doors and high-ranking guards set the stage for a dramatic entrance. With a heavy metallic clunk, the massive wooden doors swing open to reveal the main event. Lucia steps through looking like an absolute boss in her full pristine military uniform, complete with golden epaulets and sharp posture that commands the entire room. Her piercing blue eyes lock onto the seated captains as a condescending voice greets her return. The red-haired captain of the Red Knights sits back with a smug grin, sarcastically welcoming the legendary commander back into the fold. Talk about toxic workplace dynamics. While the Black Knights are cold and calculating, the Red Knights are hot-headed hotshots, and the secretive Yellow Knights flat out despise Lucia because the Emperor constantly bypasses them to request her for high-priority missions. Taking her seat without flinching, Lucia casually acknowledges the red-haired captain's taunts with cold, unbothered grace. Glancing around the grand table, she notices the only empty chair belongs to Leon Ruins, the enigmatic leader of the White Mage Order. The Red Captain instantly tries to poke the bear, cheekily questioning if her sudden parental leave is just a cover story. He mockingly snickers that a woman supposedly giving birth and reaching Swordmaster rank within 5 years sounds like a total scam. But Lucia's mental resilience is an unshakable fortress with a mental age of 92. When her silent, stone-faced reaction makes him look like a clown, he gets visibly flustered until the Yellow Captain steps in to shut down his embarrassing outburst. The Yellow Captain smoothly shifts the topic, warning Lucia that the Military Disciplinary Committee might force a hearing before officially reinstating her post. Lucia sees right through the hostile change of subject, knowing full well the other captains are just petty because she's the Emperor's top choice. Internally, she considers the administrative nagging a complete chore, confident that since the Emperor already cleared her leave, no actual punishment will stick. Refusing to back down, the Red Captain leans in with a sinister glint in his eyes, determined to drag her name through the mud. He begins sneering that a cold-blooded commander playing soft family games is an absolute joke, only for a stunning figure in crisp white robes to cut him off mid-sentence, declaring that his trash talk doesn't even qualify as coherent words. With smooth, effortless style, a weight-gloved hand pulls back the empty chair right beside Lucia. Leon Ruins takes his seat beside her, leaving the Red Captain screaming in pure outrage over being put in his place by a rival leader. Leon hits him with a radiant, angelic smile while calmly explaining he's just offering a quick lesson in basic manners that the guy clearly missed growing up. The room's administrative officer quickly steps up to the chalkboard to officially start the high-level council before a fistfight breaks out. As the meeting kicks off, Leon sparkles with overwhelming charm while sitting right beside Lucia, leaving her sweating profusely as she wonders if he's actively spying on her. The officer dives straight into tedious military logistics, breaking down troop formations and foreign diplomacy on the board. But while everyone else focuses on strategy, Leon leans his chin on his hand and stares adoringly at Lucia the entire time. Honestly, the romance tension here is totally off the charts. The Yellow Captain steers the debate toward pressing matters, raising serious red flags regarding the Empire's inflated military budget. He warns the Council that pouring excessive financial aid and resources into the Kingdom of Hasnath will completely wreck the Empire's economy within a decade. Lore drop time! Hasnath was previously colonized by the ruthless Kingdom of Tuturzan before the Empire intervened under the banner of peace, securing an exclusive Mana Stone trade deal that turned into subtle economic domination. Lucia absorbs the political breakdown, questioning whether sending critical supplies during a resource shortage caused by black contamination is actually sustainable. The Red Captain bursts into obnoxious laughter, callously declaring that the struggling territory will wither away long before they can turn those raw mana stones into actual profit. Looking at the shadow-draped representatives of the upstart noble factions, Lucia reflects on how smaller merged territories are recklessly draining their own limited reserves just to stay afloat in this cutthroat imperial game. Lucia's eyes widen in utter shock as the word temple echoes through her mind like a sudden thunderclap. Her mind races through shadowy memories as ancient scrolls reveal a terrifying truth. All those divine rumors about reviving the dead land were nothing but a massive scam fabricated by the temple higher-ups. Standing tall with her arms crossed, Lucia scoffs at the absolute absurdity. Even the high priest's overrated divine light couldn't cleanse a single inch of the corrupted wasteland, proving the entire religion is built on lies. Cha-ching! Before her regression, those opportunist upstart nobles squeezed every last drop of profit from buying up dirt-cheap land and hoarding shiny mana stones, turning fake holy promises into pure gold. Honestly, who knew medieval real estate speculation could be this lucrative? They literally built their massive fortunes on top of the saints' ultimate sacrifice. And while the old corrupt aristocracy was getting wiped out in blood, nobody even bothered to question where these new rich snobs got their money. But hold on, let's be real here. A bunch of nobody nobles just happened to grab supreme power right when the imperial throne lost control? That ain't a coincidence, folks. That's a whole shadowy conspiracy cooking in the background. Lucia strokes her chin with a sharp look in her eye, carefully sifting through her past life memories to pinpoint the exact noble families who pulled off this grand scam. Step, step, step. Leaving the dusty archives behind, the heavy library silence is broken only by the echo of her boots as she finishes her secret investigation. Talk about a top-tier cinematic transition right here. Meanwhile, down the grand hallway of the Imperial Palace, two figures walk briskly toward the main hall, completely oblivious to the dramatic storm about to hit them. Suddenly, Vice Captain Barul bursts into the room, gasping for breath as he rushes over to Lucia and the obnoxious Red Captain. The Red Captain instantly flashes a villainous smirk, taunting Barul in front of everyone and mockingly asking if the poor guy got lost on his way to find his mommy. Talk about zero professional boundaries. The Red Captain doubles down on his trash talk, loudly snickering that the legendary Black Knights have reduced themselves to babysitting a crying infant. Seriously, this guy is speed-running his way into a hospital bed. He casually leans back with a dark, condescending sneer, calling her entire squad a pathetic bunch of cowardly criminals who belong in the gutter. Big mistake, pal. The air around Lucia turned sub-zero in a fraction of a second, her piercing blue eyes gleaming with absolute blood-curdling fury. Sure, half her squad came straight out of underworld guilds during the war, but Lucia makes a silent promise to completely wipe off every stain on her knight's honor starting right now. Unaware that he's currently standing on a ticking nuclear warhead, the Red Captain smugly convinces himself that these scary black monsters are harmless puppets off the battlefield. Man, the ego on this villain is wild. Bam! Beryl slams his hand against his chest, boldly stepping up to defend his comrades and demanding the Red Captain immediately take back those insulting words. Boom! Before Barul can even finish his sentence, an overwhelming, crushing pressure violently slams the Red Captain down to his knees like a ton of bricks. Sweat pours down his terrified face as his organs feel like they're being crushed into paste by an invisible, agonizing force of pure malice. Aura erupts like a demonic volcano. Lucia stands tall, radiating a terrifying purple killing intent that screams one thing: you do not mess with a true swordmaster. Look at that aura art. The illustrator went all out. Dropping the mic on his broken spirit, Lucia calmly reminds him that she's looking forward to her full 6-month parental leave while he lies flat on the floor in utter humiliation. Leaving the Red Captain gasping for air on his knees, Lucia turns on her heel with ultimate boss energy, placing the Black Knights firmly under Barul's command. Out in the sunny courtyard, the carriage is prepped and ready as the crew promises the little boss that they'll be back from their quick errand in less than an hour. High up in the window, cute little Nia peeks through the glass with sparkling golden eyes, eagerly anticipating her favorite people coming back from shopping. Sparkle, sparkle! Dressed in the adorable blue ruffled dress you've ever seen, Nia stands in her sunlit playroom looking like a literal precious angel. Protect this child at all costs! She waddles over to the giant bed, carefully arranging a fluffy pillow and proudly declaring that this cozy spot belongs strictly to little Nia. Next, she grabs another pillow with her tiny hands, beaming with purest joy as she sets it down right next to hers for her beloved mommy Lucia. Swish! Moving on to her intense morning routine, the tiny girl holds up a miniature toothbrush with absolute, unmatched serious dedication. Standing in front of the mirror, she holds up 2 toothbrushes with the biggest, most heartwarming smile that could instantly cure world sadness. The level of wholesome energy here is off the charts. She giggles to herself, lovingly remembering how Lucia gave her the precious name Nia, proving that this adopted life is absolute paradise. Whoa. Next mission on the toddler agenda, breakfast setup. Nia reaches up to grab a porcelain plate, determined to prove she's a big, helpful girl in the kitchen. Crack! Disaster strikes in slow motion. The delicate porcelain plate snaps directly in half right in her tiny hands. Kaboom! Lightning literally flashes in her soul as total panic sets in. The terrifying realization of breaking household property hits her like a runaway train, every kid's worst nightmare in a single panel. Just as the tragic accident happens, the white-haired aide steps through the doorway, pausing dead in his tracks as he catches her red-handed. Tears well up in her huge golden eyes as Nia holds out the 2 broken halves, trembling uncontrollably and asking what on earth she's supposed to do now. Her tiny world completely shatters into a million pieces. She's so overwhelmed with guilt that her lip starts quivering violently. Clinging to the broken pieces, she stammers out a pathetic confession that it was all her fault, looking like the guiltiest little bean on the planet. Gasp! She whimpers in terror, convinced that breaking a single dish means she's going to get kicked out onto the cold streets, while the cold guy secretly thinks getting rid of her wouldn't be half bad. Wow, dude, read the room! Whoosh! Pure panic triggers a violent defense mechanism, causing golden divine flames to burst out from her tiny body as she breaks down into sobbing fits. The white-haired guy's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as the room lights up with blinding holy energy, catching him totally off guard. Flame on! Nia floats in midair surrounded by a roaring hurricane of divine light, screaming at the top of her lungs that she doesn't want to be kicked out.
As the divine light blazes, he recognizes her black hair and insane power. She's the legendary saintess everyone in the Empire is hunting for. And his brilliant idea? Dump her at the temple so he can go on fun trips with Lucia. What an opportunistic schemer.
Zap! He immediately summons a glowing magical circle, intending to warp the chaotic toddler straight to the temple before she blows up the entire mansion. Boom! Magic collides with pure divine power in a blinding explosion of golden light that shakes the very room to its foundations. He winces against the violent pressure wave, stunned by her overflowing holy mana that feels ready to detonate, triggering dark, repressed memories of his own tragic past. Time for a dark origin story. Turns out his father was a pathetic swindler who dragged him through rain-soaked mountain villages selling fake snake oil medicine. Flash. Everything changed the day a terrifying dragon monster attacked a mountain village, forcing the young mage boy to blast it with raw magical power to save everyone. Clink, clink, clink. Instead of being proud, his greedy monster of a dad immediately exploited his son's magical talents to rack up mountains of gold coins. Talk about toxic parenting at its absolute worst. The young white-haired boy was just happy to make real friends in the village. But whenever another monster attacked, the ungrateful villagers would scream at him to go risk his life. Surrounding him with cold, accusing fingers, the terrified crowd forced all the responsibility onto a helpless child, proving that people only cared about his power, not his humanity. Talk about an explosive secret. In a gloomy room, dark purple mana wildly swirls around a young boy's chest, threatening to tear him apart from the inside. Trembling uncontrollably as the dark power reaches its boiling point, the terrified young boy gasps that he has no choice and simply must go through with it. Boom! Raw magical energy detonates like a tactical nuke, engulfing the entire village in a blinding purple flash. Honestly, who gave this kid access to weapon-grade magic? Back in the present, the white-haired aide gazes at glowing blue mana hovering over his palm, bitterly remembering how his out-of-control magic nearly destroyed everything years ago. Gasp! Back in the mansion, little Nia trembles as roaring golden divine flames erupt around her. She clings desperately to the broken plate halves, terrified that she's about to be abandoned. Seeing the toddler on the verge of a magical meltdown, the aide calmly extends his hand, channeling soothing blue magic to wrap around the frantic little saintess. He gently asks if she's afraid her divine power will go out of control, softly reassuring her so she doesn't accidentally level the entire wing of the mansion. Tears brimming in her huge golden eyes, Nia whimpers out a heartbreaking confession, looking like the most fragile little angel in existence. Watching her terrified face, the aide reflects on how he used to wear that exact same blank, helpless expression whenever his own powers overloaded. Talk about relatable trauma bonding. Swish! Instead of panicking, he weaves his blue magic directly around the porcelain fragments held in her tiny hands. Sparkle! In a flash of pure magic, the broken plate snaps back together perfectly seamless. Nia's jaw literally drops in sheer wonder at the miraculous repair job. Proudly holding her fully restored dish, the little girl tiptoes to carefully set it down on the wooden dining table, eager to prove she's a big, helpful girl. The aide dryly warns her that pulling off crazy divine feats like that will draw way too much attention, advising her to just lay low and live normally like him. He keeps his true powers hidden because he refuses to trust anyone in this corrupt empire, except for Commander Lucia. Talk about top-tier loyalty. In an adorable chibi moment, both Nia and the aide share a blank, confused stare as they try to process on Earth what a normal life even looks like. A warm memory flashes by, showing carefree kids running around under the sun alongside a picture of Lucia and her cheerful Black Knight squad laughing together. Tilting her tiny head with wide, curious eyes, little Nia wonders what having real friends actually feels like. Slam! The door bursts open as a fiery red-haired girl with pigtails strikes a confident superhero pose, shouting that Nia already has a brand new bestie right here. Meanwhile, out in the sunlit imperial court, Lucia walks gracefully past grand marble pillars while holding her newly bored book. Gossip spreads like wildfire. Noble ladies huddle in whispers, gasping in utter shock that the terrifying swordmaster was actually spotted checking out parenting books. Strutting past the gossiping aristocrats like an absolute boss, Lucia couldn't care less about their idle chatter. With a sly smirk on her face, Lucia thinks to herself that it's been a hot minute since she received this much social attention. Gotta love her unbothered queen energy. Suddenly, Lucia freezes in her tracks, letting out a confused sigh as a noisy commotion breaks out down the plaza. Over by the courtyard, a massive crowd of swooning noble ladies has completely surrounded a handsome young knight dressed in a pristine white holy uniform. The white-haired paladin looks around flustered, practically suffocating under the overwhelming affection of his noble fan club. Whoosh! The moment he spots Lucia, he completely ignores his fangirls and sprints toward her at full speed, desperately yelling her name like a lost puppy. Skirt! He comes to a screeching halt right in front of her, bowing deeply while panting for air with a bright red blush plastered across his face. Rubbing the back of his neck with an awkward laugh, he instantly tries to act cool and casual after just running a whole marathon. Man, talk about zero composure. Lucia raises the book in her hands, showcasing the hilarious cover title, Parenting Methods Proved by Results, complete with funny childish doodles. Staring at the cover in complete disbelief, the Holy Paladin takes a moment to process the fact that the legendary icy Captain Lucia is officially raising a toddler now. Sensing the awkwardness, Lucia turns on her heel to leave, but he frantically reaches out his hand, begging her to stay for just a second longer. Interestingly, the back cover of the parenting manual features a detailed illustration of a cute little white-haired boy with bright yellow eyes. Blushing furiously, the handsome paladin scratches his head and shyly offers to help her out whenever she needs advice on raising the kid. Cut to a stylish green carriage trotting smoothly down the cobblestone streets of the imperial city. Riding inside, Lucia ponders over Sir Leon Ruinsh's got a solid reputation as a flawless gentleman, but those mysterious threat notes he sent make zero sense. Flipping the book around, Lucia stares closely at the illustration of the adorable white-haired boy on the back cover. Resting her chin on her hand, she squints thoughtfully, realizing that those features look eerily familiar. Where on earth has she seen that face before? The camera pans out to a breathtaking aerial view of a sparkling blue canal winding through the bustling fantasy city. Look at that water rendering. The art quality is unreal. Small wooden pleasure boats glide peacefully under an arched stone bridge packed with ornate horse-drawn carriages. Up in the driver's seat, the coachman turns around to inform Lucia that traffic has ground to a complete halt because some rich snob parked their carriage on the bridge to go boating. Deciding not to sit around bored in the traffic jam, Lucia calmly steps out of the carriage to stretch her legs and explore the scenic waterfront. Looking down from the cobblestone bridge, sunlight glitters off the crystal-clear water while Lucia takes a peaceful stroll along the dock. Leaning gracefully against the stone bridge railing, Lucia feels the refreshing river breeze and agrees that today really is a perfect day for a boat ride. Huh? Out of nowhere, cheerful laughter and splash sounds echo from down below, instantly catching your attention. Living every playboy's dream, a flashy pink-haired handsome guy lies back in a wooden boat, completely surrounded by a harem of swooning noble ladies. Glancing up toward the bridge, his sharp golden eyes spot Lucia staring down at him in total deadpan silence. Sparkle! Flashing a dashing million-dollar smile, the pink-haired charmer waves his hand high in the air, playfully greeting her like an old friend. Looking down at the boat with her signature stoic expression, Lucia listens as he casually apologizes for blocking her carriage route across the bridge. Stepping off the boat onto the bridge, the pink-haired flirt greets Lucia face to face, still accompanied by his retinue of giggling noblewomen. Boom! Major character reveal, meet Iran Asir Eldarian, the crown prince of the Eldarian Empire. Draped in royalty and sparkling with aura, he smirks that even after all this time, Lucia's popularity is as wild as ever. Lucia formally greets Crown Prince Aaron with a crisp bow, but the royal playboy is already surrounded by a flock of swooning noble ladies claiming that meeting him today was pure destiny. Not wanting any part of this chaotic aristocratic soap opera, Lucia instantly attempts to slip away, but Iran quickly calls out to stop her right in her tracks. Clink, clink. Reaching into his jacket, the crown prince pulls out a golden baby rattle with shining bells and offers it to her as a congratulatory gift for becoming a sword master. Talk about an absurd present for the Empire's strongest warrior. Flashing a dazzling $1,000,000 smile, Iron holds out the baby toy with total confidence, looking like the ultimate charming troublemaker. Deadpan and utterly unamused, Lucia stares at the rattle while the surrounding noblewomen erupt into scandalized whispers, wondering if the Grand Commander is actually taking secret maternity leave. Turning his head with a sly smirk, Iron casually mentions that he had no idea Captain Lucia was hiding a child from the imperial court. Lucia dismisses his probing with cold indifference and turns on her heel to leave, muttering under her breath how completely annoying this conversation is becoming. But as she takes a step forward, a sharp instinct halts her momentum, sensing an unusually heavy gaze locked directly onto her back. Narrowing her eyes in deep concentration, Lucia ponders why on earth the future ruler of the Empire would be keeping such close tabs on her every move. The noble ladies immediately huddled together in frantic gossip, covering their mouths in utter shock at the juicy drama unfolding right before their eyes. Glancing back with a cold, intimidating glare, Lucia faces the crowd as someone boldly points out that she has never actually revealed the identity of her child's father. A quick memory flashes through Lucia's mind, remembering that she first met the crown prince back when she was 16 while serving as his personal bodyguard. Watching her stoic profile, Aaron chuckles softly to himself, noting how even after 5 long years, her icy, unbothered expression hasn't changed a bit. Glowing hearts practically hover around his handsome face as his pulse quickens, while an angry noblewoman yells that Lucia is just a rough, aggressive warrior who acts like a male knight. Dropping into a hilarious deadpan chibi expression, Leisha reflects on how, given her true age before her regression, these spoiled young nobles are far too immature to actually make her lose her cool. Still, letting them trash talk her without paying a price isn't her style, so she takes a slow, menacing step toward the trembling ladies who threaten to tattle to their noble fathers. Channeling pure chaotic villain energy, Lucia smirks darkly and drops an absolute nuclear bomb, claiming she has zero plans to reveal the father because there were simply too many lovers to pick just one. Kaboom! The noble ladies lose their absolute minds in hyperventilating terror as Chibi Lucia casually adds that back on the bloody battlefield, she didn't discriminate between men or women. That unhinged flex completely short-circuits Crown Prince Iron's brain, turning his entire face bright red as steam practically shoots out of his ears. Splash! The psychological damage is so severe that a massive spray of blood erupts straight from his nose, accidentally catching Lucia right on her white dress collar. Attendants rush in, panicking as the prince stumbles backward, stuttering an apology for ruining her outfit, while Lucia dryly tells him to worry about his own internal hemorrhaging. Gently pulling out an embroidered handkerchief, Iron offers to personally wipe away the bloodstain as a polite apology for his sudden nosebleed. Gasp! Leaning in super close until his shadow completely covers her, the prince whispers a chilling question, asking if she knows what place sits closest to her knight training grounds. A dramatic camera pan reveals the majestic Crown Prince's palace estate overlooking the imperial grounds, the exact residence where he lives. Looking out from its high palace window, Iron admits that watching her train down below every single morning has been his absolute favorite daily routine. Scanning the circular training arena from his bird's eye view, the prince casually points out that her supposed child seems suspiciously small for its age. A flashback shows young Lucia swinging her heavy broadsword with terrifying power, as Iron notes that he never once saw her looking pregnant during all those months of intense practice. Standing by the glass frame, the prince's sharp golden eyes locked onto her back, proving he's been analyzing her every single movement with calculating precision. Flashing another radiant, angelic smile, Iron extends an open hand, attempting to pull off the ultimate charm offensive on the icy swordmaster. But Lucia's bone-chilling glare instantly hits him with a wave of dark Arctic pressure that leaves him shivering in sheer freezing terror. Blast! Crushed by her overwhelming killer intent, the prince spurts out another majestic fountain of blood while internally fanboying over how ridiculously cool she is. Walking down that peaceful cobblestone path, Lucia reflects on her past life, recalling how Iron died tragically young before age 40, yet now he's suddenly acting like her obsessive stalker.
Realizing the prince clearly suspects something fishy about Nia's origin, Lucia decides to play along for now, right until she opens her mansion door and hears hilarious, chaotic squeals inside. Clack! Right there on the hardwood floor, her usually stoic knight Vernon is down on all fours acting like a literal human horse. Riding on his back is a fiery red-haired toddler named Yvonne, who hilariously yells at poor Vernon that animals aren't allowed to talk. Talk about total workplace disrespect. Standing frozen in the doorway, Lucia stares at the absolute nonsense unfolding in her living room, calmly asking Vernon to explain who this rogue child is. The fiery toddler turns around with giant, curious green eyes, boldly questioning who this pretty lady standing in the doorway thinks she is. Clang! Out of nowhere, Knight Juliana swoops in and whacks the toddler over the head with a massive soup ladle for disrespecting the commander, sending Vernon into sobbing fits on the floor. Rubbing her head, tiny Yvonne screams that she's telling her mom, while Juliana angrily yells back at her little troublemaker relative. Scratching her head awkwardly, Juliana explains to Lucia that this feisty toddler is her niece Yvonne, whom she agreed to babysit while her family handles a big catering event. Remembering that Juliana's family runs a famous restaurant chain, Lucia nods in understanding before glancing around the room to ask where little Nia went. Lucia's sharp eyes widen slightly as she notices a weird, suspicious silence lingering over the dining area. Rustle! Underneath a massive white tablecloth, a tiny shadow quivers uncontrollably as Yvonne cheerfully blurts out that Nia is nowhere to be found. Spotting the tiny toddler feet sticking out under the table, Lucia immediately realizes the kids are in the middle of a high-stakes game of hide-and-seek. Underneath the tablecloth, little Nia's face is BET red, with her heart hammering at maximum speed, terrified that she's about to be discovered. Deciding to be the ultimate considerate parent, Lucia turns away and loudly announces she's heading upstairs so Nia can enjoy her game undisturbed. Gasp! Overcome by pure separation anxiety, little Nia bursts out from under the table with tears brimming in her glowing golden eyes. Tackle! Nia dashes across the room and clings onto Lucia's leg with a vice grip, tearfully begging her adoptive mom not to leave her alone. Hug! Yvonne charges right behind her, tackling Nia in a huge squeeze and screaming victory that she found her, leaving poor Nia trapped between affection and panic. Strike a pose! Little Yvonne puts her hands on her hips and asks her Aunt Gilly who the pretty lady is, casually commenting that her angry face is super scary. Stepping up with absolute pride, Lucia introduces herself to the kids as Nia's official mother, standing tall while little Nia adorably clings onto her leg like a tiny safety anchor. Absolute silence falls over the entire living room, with everyone standing frozen in place as they digest this sudden maternal announcement. Spurring some hilarious chaos, little Yvonne whispers to her Aunt Juliana that her own mom is way older and bigger, but Juliana quickly warns her to zip it before she gets into massive trouble. Realizing the danger of an angry mother, Yvonne immediately zips her lip and promises to keep quiet. Talk about top-tier self-preservation instincts in a toddler. Strike a pose! Yvonne drops into a super formal, polite bow, properly introducing herself as the second daughter of Baron Berna. Lucia gives her a warm, polite greeting back, while little Nia remains glued to her side like a cute little shadow. Curiosity getting the best of her, Yvonne notices that Nia only gazes at Lucia, but Nia softly mutters that she prefers calling her Russia. Gasp! Yvonne's eyes go wide in total shock as she loudly questions why on earth Nia calls her by her name instead of Mom. Poor little Nia instantly freezes up, her face darkening with intense anxiety as the heavy question hangs in the air. Catching the tense vibe, Lucia sweats nervously, realizing the one question she dreaded explaining has finally been brought up by a literal child. The suspense in the room hits an all-time high as everyone silently waits for an explanation behind the weird dynamic. Vernon, Juliana, and little Yvonne all lock their sparkling eyes onto Lucia, practically begging for the juicy backstory behind Nia's choice of words. Massaging her temples, Lucia internally facepalms, knowing this day would inevitably come, but having zero idea how to put it into words for kids. Teary-eyed and clutching her chest, little Nia whimpers out that every time she tries to say Mom, her heart hurts so much her voice just disappears. Lucia looks down at the heartbreak in Nia's eyes, her own heart aching with deep guilt and empathy for the poor child. A depressing flashback reveals Nia's painful past at the orphanage, where ruthless bullies took away everything she ever cared about, forcing her to hide her love for her own toys and blanket just to protect them. Narrowing her eyes in realization, Lucia finally sees the deep emotional trauma behind Nia's hesitation. It's honestly so heartbreaking how hard this little girl had it. Years of suffering taught Nia to suppress her affection, leaving her completely untaught on how to openly share happiness or express love without fear of losing it. Hearing Nia say her heart hurts, the room reacts in complete shock at the tragic emotional burden the tiny girl carries. Misunderstanding the situation entirely, little Yvonne flies into a fiery rage, yelling at Lucia and demanding to know if she hit Nia whenever she called her mom. Yvonne stomps her foot and proclaims that Nia's mom is super mean, while Nia panics, frantically trying to stop the fiery toddler. Tackle! In a heroic surge of protective instinct, tiny Nia leaps straight in front of Lucia, throwing her arms out wide to shield her adoptive mom. Tearful yet fiercely determined, Nia stands tall against Yvonne, screaming at her to stop bad-mouthing the mom she loves so deeply. Watching her tiny bodyguard defend her honor with tears streaming down her face, Lucia's heart utterly melts at the sheer cuteness and devotion. Juliana swoops in and snatches up her niece, scolding the little wild boar while explaining that Nia loves her mom so much that her heart literally hurts just thinking about it. Seeing her knights understand the deep bond between them, Lucia lets out a soft, touched sigh of relief. Standing firm behind her mother, Nia glares with ultimate determination, proving that nobody gets to talk mess about Lucia on her watch. Fast forward to the sunny front yard of the training dorm, where the two little girls sit down on a cozy picnic mat surrounded by lush greenery for a tea party. Check out the high-class setup. The girls have a full pretend tea set laid out with fancy cups and delicious snacks. Talk about a royal playdate. Acting like a strict aristocratic tutor, Yvonne bossily instructs Nia on high society etiquette, ordering her to raise her pinky properly while drinking tea. Sploosh! Trying her absolute best to follow instructions, Nia completely tilts her teacup sideways, dumping the fake tea right onto the mat. You've got to love her total dedication to the grind. Dramatic flop. Yvonne dramatically throws herself backward on the blanket, shouting about how Nia's mansion and toys are the absolute coolest ever. Rolling onto her stomach, Yvonne excitedly asks if she can bring along another friend named Cesar for their next playdate. Nervous about host duties, Nia glances over her shoulder, wondering if she needs to get official adult approval first. Standing nearby under the shade of a tree, Lucia flashes a radiant, gentle smile and gives them a soft wave of total approval. Van comments on how Lucia looked like a rigid stone statue earlier, but turned out to be super sweet and easygoing after all. Suddenly, Yvonne points her finger toward the edge of the garden with a look of pure wonder in her eyes. The camera reveals a gorgeous, fully constructed miniature playhouse set standing right in the yard, one of the insanely lavish gifts sent by Lord Leon. Ivana's face lights up with sheer excitement as she fangirls over how ridiculously cool the playhouse is. Staring at the playhouse, Nia falls into deep thought, remembering Leon's incredible magic gifts and wishing she could just feel like a normal, happy kid for once. A somber flashback shows the cruel orphanage kids taunting Nia for being too submissive, making her feel like even being bullied was somehow her own fault. With tears brimming in her eyes, Nia reflects on how she feels forced to comply with whatever Yvonne wants, just so she isn't thrown out of this peaceful home. Clack! Interrupting her dark thoughts, Ivan suddenly leans in super close, pointing right at Nia's face with maximum seriousness. Ivan dramatic poses with empty hands, loudly complaining that she ran out of allowance money and can't pay for the fun playdate. Confused, Nia listens as Ivan explains that her merchant mother strictly taught her never to accept fun or gifts for free without paying her fair share. Ivan looks Nia straight in the eyes, softly admitting that regardless of business rules, Nia is officially her very first real friend. Sparkle! Hearing the word friend for the first time in her life, Nia's golden eyes light up with pure, overwhelmed joy. The top-down camera view shows the two girls chatting happily among the roses, proving that a true friendship has finally bloomed between them. Yvonne pumps her fist with high energy, determined to work hard and pay off her playdate debt like a true merchant's daughter. Shaking her head softly, Nia realizes that while saying "Mom" out loud might still take time, Having a true friend makes her heart feel warmer than ever before. Ever wonder how a tiny, bossy kid can give the ultimate life lesson? Little Yvonne starts poking her own head with maximum confidence, enthusiastically demonstrating her secret technique for dealing with sibling rivalry, and convincing her friend to just tap her brain to figure things out. Back at their cozy backyard picnic mat, Yvonne casually drops a massive challenge on little Nia, daring her to just open her mouth and say the word mom right here and now. Sweating bullets under the sheer pressure of the moment, poor little Nia opens her mouth, desperately struggling to force out the first tiny syllable of mom. Her face turns instantly beet red like a ripe tomato as her brain completely short-circuits from pure emotional overload. Talk about secondhand anxiety. You can practically hear her heart pounding from here. Unable to overcome her deep-rooted trauma, Nia bursts into tears, while Yvonne dramatically facepalms, hilariously lecturing her that if she can't even say mom, she's never going to survive adulthood or bake cookie dough. Meanwhile, over at the adult table, Commander Lucia sits back sipping her tea in absolute peace, while Vernon serves up a platter of fresh pastries to the quiet crew. Taking a graceful sip, Lucia softly smiles to herself, finally beginning to understand why people always say children can bounce between laughing and crying in the literal blink of an eye. As Vernon cheerfully sets down the rest of the treats, Lucia glances over, silently marveling at how much of an unstoppable force of nature little Ivana is, wondering if her knight, Juliana, was just as chaotic as a kid. But as Lucia turns her gaze towards Heath, her sharp instincts immediately pick up on the fact that he's been sitting dead silent and super tense the entire time. Narrowing her eyes, Lucia begins to piece the clues together, suspecting that Heath might have done something risky with his high-level magic while she was away. A quick flashback reveals that when Lucia inspected the quarters earlier, her keen sense detected distinct, lingering traces of spatial teleportation magic, classic Heath behavior. Observing his anxious, fidgety posture, Lucia realizes Heath keeps throwing secretive glances her way, making her wonder what kind of guilty secret he's desperately hiding. Dropping her serious tone, Lucia gently offers him the sweets, reassuringly telling him that overexerting his magic always makes him crave sugar, so he should eat as much as he wants. Totally clueless about the heavy subtext hanging in the air, Vernon happily chimes in, encouraging the commander to enjoy her snack before dashing off to deliver treats to the kiddos. Heath's heart drops into his stomach as panic sets in, frantically wondering if Lucia already figured out his secret attempt to send little Nia away to the temple? Staring at Lucia's calm, gentle smile, Heath is hit with overwhelming guilt, utterly confused as to why she isn't furious at him for acting out of petty jealousy over her affection. Breaking the quiet aura, Lucia gazes into the distance and casually brings up what would happen if she were to vanish one day. The wind rustles softly through the lush garden trees as Heath freezes in utter shock, startled by the heavy implication of her sudden hypothetical question. Stuttering slightly, Heath asks if she has somewhere she wants to go, but Lucia clarifies that she's talking about what would happen if she completely disappeared from the world. Turning to him with a serene, knowing expression, Lucia softly asks Heath if he already forgot the promise she made to him long ago. Memories flood back as the heavy weight of her past promise resonates through the silent afternoon air. A dark flashback takes us to a blood-soaked battlefield from years ago, where a younger, battered Heath furiously yelled at Lucia, demanding to know if she only rescued him to use his power. Standing tall amidst the destruction, young Lucia unabashedly confirmed that she intended to use his abilities for the rest of her life to build her upcoming Night Order. Staring up at her in disbelief, young Heath was left completely speechless by her sheer bluntness and unwavering resolve. Clinging to his last shred of doubt, young Heath weakly asked what would happen to him if his magical reserves ever ran completely dry. Reaching out her hand with a smirk, young Lucia casually replied that if his magic ran out, she'd simply put him on cleaning duty instead, pulling him out of the darkness forever. Back in the present, Heath bows his head in profound gratitude, remembering how Lucia saw right through his raging, dangerous magic back then and protected him with a gentle lie. He remembers how she intentionally gave him trivial, low-power tasks, like crafting minor magic tools, being the only person in his life who never exploited his dangerous power. Watching him regain his composure, Lucia smiles warmly, silently admiring how he hasn't changed one bit since the day they first met. Honestly, their loyalty dynamic is top-tier character writing. Interrupting the deep emotional moment, Vernon comes bouncing back with high energy, eagerly asking if they've dug into the delicious pastries yet. Striking a dramatic pose with sparkling enthusiasm, Vernon shows off the dessert spread, expecting a wild round of applause from the duo. Crickets! An awkward, dead silence fills the air as both Lucia and Heath just sit there staring blankly at his theatrical performance. Completely outraged by their stone-cold indifference, Vernon dramatically points a finger at Lucia, scolding her for being so calm when a massive crisis is looming right around the corner. With high-stakes economic charts floating in his mind, Vernon frantically warns her that kindergarten enrollment season is officially here, and Noble parents are competing like crazy for limited spots. As Lucia sweat drops and suggests just hiring a private nanny instead, Vernon practically loses his mind, reminding her that little Yvonne has already passed her entry interview, and Nia cannot afford to fall behind. Vernon presents the grand prestige of Eldarion Academy, the elite royal institution where the high nobility and imperial family educate their kids before making their grand debut into society. He explains that wealthy noble families who rely solely on private home tutors often miss out on crucial early childhood networking and social development. Resting her chin on her hand, Lucia falls into deep thought, torn between her desire to keep Nia out of the public spotlight and her wish to give her the absolute best opportunities. Meanwhile, over in the grass, little Yvonne and Nia stand side by side, mentally preparing themselves for a secret high-stakes mission. Giving her tiny friend a motivational nudge, Yvonne orders Nia to step up quickly, while Lucia looks on with curiosity as the kids approach her table. Pushing through her intense shyness, tiny Neo nervously waddles over to where Lucy is sitting, her little feet taking tiny, deliberate steps. Leaning in close amidst blooming golden flowers, little Naya cups her hands and whispers a tiny, heart-melting secret right into Lucia's ear. Immediately after delivering her whisper, Nia's face explodes into a deep blush, and she turns around, sprinting back as fast as her tiny legs can carry her. Watching her run back, Yvonne enthusiastically pats Nia on the head, celebrating her grand courage like a proud big sister praising a victorious warrior. Back at the table, Lucia sits frozen in absolute shock, her eyes wide as the word mom echoes softly in her mind for the very first time. A soft, radiant smile touches Lucia's lips as a wave of pure, heartwarming happiness washes over her entire soul. Looking at the contrast between her dark, brutal past and the bright, laughter-filled present, Lucia reaffirms her vow to protect the Saintess child and give her the loving, normal childhood she was denied. Boom! The peaceful mood shatters as we cut to the Grand Imperial Council Hall, where an angry noble slams his fists onto the table in total outrage. Standing up with a furious glare, Count Rendor loudly accuses Commander Lucia of abandoning her official duties for an entire year under the guise of secret pregnancy. The entire room erupts into a chaotic uproar, with corrupt politicians screaming at the Emperor that granting Lucia parental leave for a 5-year-old child sets a dangerous precedent. Talk about an epic cliffhanger. The political drama is about to explode. Over at the Imperial Palace Council Hall, the Emperor casually picks his ear while listening to corrupt nobles whine about Commander Lucia's long leave of absence. Blowing the dust off his finger, His Majesty dryly reminds the complaining nobles that a swordmaster of Lucia's caliber brings unmatched military value to the Empire, whether they like her lifestyle or not. Trying to pivot the conversation, one of the officials stammers out an excuse about why the exact same faction of aristocrats keeps dominating these high-level political assemblies. Bam! A heavy hand slams onto the ground council table, shattering the quiet atmosphere as political rivalries heat up to a boiling point. Honestly, watching these corrupt old guys throw tantrums when they don't get their way is pure comedy. With a chilling, sharp glare, the Emperor reminds the room that 5 entire years have passed, and if these rookie nobles still haven't caught up, they should at least sit down and shut up. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Count Rendor fumes aloud about how unfair it is that a mere knight gets a free pass from punishment just because the Emperor shields her. Hearing the Count's loud outcry, Chancellor Federin Ruin slowly adjusts his monocle, turning his gaze toward the angry noble. Stepping into the conversation, Chancellor Federin calmly crosses his arms and asks the furious Count what exact punishment he thinks should be enforced. The council hall erupts into a chorus of chaotic chatter as the corrupt faction loudly demands to strip Lucia of her captain title and humble her power once and for all.
With a cold, sinister smirk, the Chancellor agrees to strip her title and then dryly warns them that when an angry swordmaster defects to a rival empire, Count Rendor can personally go find a replacement. Talk about a top-tier verbal shutdown. He completely exposed their lack of real power. Gasp! Count Randor stumbles back in utter horror as the terrifying reality of losing their strongest military asset finally penetrates his thick skull. Sweating bullets, the Count furiously protests that Lucia is just an arrogant woman disrespecting her superiors, but the Chancellor instantly cuts him off cold. Surrounded by a towering aura of green mana, Lucia stands like an unstoppable force of nature, because when you're a walking, talking nuclear weapon, rules are purely optional. As the tense meeting officially adjourns, the defeated nobles sullenly file out of the Grand Council chamber. Suddenly, Duke Anton Atiam Gilgis approaches the shaken Count Randor with a surprisingly calm, aristocratic smile. Stopping in his tracks, Count Randor nervously turns around to address the high-ranking Duke. With dangerous flicker in his eyes, the Duke sinisterly advises the Count to stop dwelling on the past, reminding him that Lucia is nothing more than a sharp weapon waiting to be wielded by the right master. Meanwhile, under the bright morning sunshine, we take a trip over to the grand, fairy tale-like gates of the prestigious Eldarion Academy-affiliated kindergarten. Tap, tap, the crisp sound of footsteps echoes through the quiet hallway as an elegant blonde woman makes her way toward the administrative wing. Onlookers whisper in hushed tones, recognizing her as Emily from the Tankst Count family, a noble house that just got kicked out of their estate after drowning in massive debt. Putting on a super bright, innocent bow, Emily greets her new colleagues with an overly enthusiastic smile that practically radiates fake sweetness. But the staff isn't buying it for a second, whispering behind her back about her notorious academy days where she used to run a mean girl gang. Man, these background character gossips never miss a beat when someone falls from grace. Behind her cheerful mask, Emily's veins pop with petty rage as she internally curses out the gossiping lowlifes, swearing to make them eat their words once she rises back to the top. Pausing right outside the interview office door, Emily takes a deep breath to regain her composure and focus on her ultimate survival strategy. It turns out becoming a kindergarten teacher at this elite academy is currently the hottest trend for noble brides, and Emily is determined to play the gentle, child-loving angel to bag a ultra-wealthy husband. Clack! Pumping her fists in a passionate chibi pose, she vows to pass every test, marry into high society, and flex on all her hater ex-friends. Flashing a dazzling flower-frame smile, Emily opens the heavy door and introduces herself as the brand new assistant teacher starting today. Bowing respectfully, she stammers out a quick apology to the dignified elder sitting at the executive desk. Meet Director Norgia Fonte Ruins, the head of Eldarion Kindergarten and the mother of the Grand Empire's most eligible bachelor. Cue the sparkly romance webtoon graphics. A golden title card introduces the legendary Leon Ruins, the ultimate dream husband of every noble lady in the realm. Showered in blooming pink roses, Leon looks like he stepped straight out of an Otomi game visual novel. But here's the catch. Leon is a total mysterious recluse who hasn't stepped foot into public society or attended formal balls since his coming-of-age ceremony. And to make matters worse, rumors whisper that the reclusive bachelor has his heart completely set on the infamous black monster, Commander Lucia. Upon remembering that massive detail, Emily's face pales as a dark, terrifying realization crashes over her entire body. A dark flashback reveals that back during their student days at the academy, Emily was the ringleader who viciously tormented and bullied young Lucia. Talk about karma coming back with a vengeance. She picked a fight with the future swordmaster. Shaking off the utter panic, Chibi Emily pumps her tiny fist, determined not to throw away her grand gold-digging scheme just yet. Her brilliant backup strategy? Win over Leon's sweet, gentle mother first, so the director will push her son into an arranged marriage. Emily sparkles with fake emotional gratitude as director Norgia praises her for constantly trying and never giving up on the teaching exam. Internally, Emily's brain short-circuits as she laughs hysterically, remembering the painful 5 long years of brutal entrance exams she had to endure just to get this position. She imagines her dream wedding day, complete with wedding bells ringing and director Norgia happily giving her blessing as Leon leans in for a romantic kiss. Click! The heavy wooden door creaks open, signaling that the first parent and child have officially arrived for their orientation interview. Turning around with her best professional smile, Emily's soul literally leaves her body as Commander Lucia walks in, holding hands with a dark-haired girl who looks identically like her mini-twin. Emily's eyes widen into sheer terror as she hyperventilates in silence, screaming in her mind upon seeing the scary black monster standing right in front of her. Outside, the grand towers of the Academy stand bathed in bright morning sunlight as the prestigious entry interviews get underway. The grand hallway is bustling with elegant noble mothers leading their adorable, fancy-dressed children toward the designated testing rooms. Clack, clack. The sharp sound of high heels clicking against the polished wooden floor draws subtle stares from nearby families. Zooms in on Commander Lucia, who is sweating bullets and struggling for dear life as her legs tremble uncontrollably in uncomfortably tall heels. Seeing a fearsome war hero get defeated by formal footwear is peak webtoon comedy. A hilarious quick flashback reveals her loyal Night Squad frantically waving their hands and forbidding her from wearing military armor, insisting she dress like a soft, pretty mother for Nia's big day. Shaken off her awkward, wobbly steps, Lucia takes a deep breath and tries her absolute best to maintain a calm, dignified maternal aura. Meanwhile, little Nia clutches her tiny hands together nervously, her wide yellow eyes glancing around in timid panic as she prepares to face the scary world of kindergarten. Ever felt so overwhelmed in a new place that your entire brain just goes completely blank? That's exactly what's happening to little Nia right now, looking totally petrified while staring into the abyss of a crowded room. The waiting hall of the prestigious kindergarten is absolutely packed to the brim with fancy aristocratic parents and their overly dressed kids, making the atmosphere feel super overwhelming. Checking her waiting ticket, Lucia sees that there's number 133, meaning they're stuck in queue hell for at least another hour before their turn even comes up. Sweat dripping down her face, Lucia takes a huge sigh of relief knowing they're calling numbers instead of real names, because if the legendary commander's name echoed through these halls, total mob chaos would break out. Glancing down at her side, Lucia notices that little Nia isn't handling the long wait very well at all. Surrounded by a dark aura of pure dread, poor Nia sits shivering uncontrollably on the bench, completely unaccustomed to being around so many strangers at once. You see, before meeting Lucia, Nia spent her entire life locked away inside dark orphanages and gloomy warehouses, so stepping out into a bright social world feels like entering an alien planet. But no matter what fate has in store for her, even if she eventually awakens her divine powers as the Saintess, Lucia is determined to give her a peaceful, happy childhood. Sitting side by side on the long bench, the powerful Swordmaster and her adorable tiny twin look like the ultimate mom and daughter duo waiting for their grand debut. Suddenly, a shadow of self-doubt creeps into Lucia's mind as she ponders whether she's just forcing her own past regrets onto Nia instead of listening to what the child actually wants. Just as Lucia spiralings into deep existential overthinking, the receptionist's voice cuts through the air, loudly calling out for parent number 133. Honestly, nothing snaps you back to reality faster than hearing your queue number called out in public. Softening her posture, Lucia gently turns to Nia and reassures her that if the pressure's too much, she doesn't have to force herself to attend kindergarten at all. With a heavy thud in Nia's chest, Lucia offers to cancel the whole interview right then and there, telling her to stay seated while she talks to the administrative staff. As Lucia turns on her heels and walks away, her sharp footsteps echo across the room, leaving Nia sitting all alone on the massive couch, looking smaller than ever. Twiddling her tiny fingers in utter panic, Nia's mind goes into overdrive, wondering if Lucia is canceling the interview because she was being a burden or acting too weak. Peeking over the high bench back, Nia gazes at all the cheerful children running around and playing together, her heart fluttering with a mix of fear and envy. Suddenly, Nia's sharp ears catch the conversation of a nearby noble mom talking loudly about how much of a lifesaver kindergarten is for energetic kids. Hand over her mouth in classical haughty laughter, the noblewoman gushes that without sending children to this academy, parents would completely fail at raising them properly. Cue the dramatic anime gloom effect as those heavy words echo inside Nia's impressionable young head like a terrifying curse. Boom! Nia suffers the biggest shock of her short life, slumping against the bench in pure panic as she genuinely believes Lucia won't be able to raise her if she misses out on kindergarten. Talk about taking adult exaggeration way too literally. Casual as ever, Lucia strolls back over and runs a hand through her long dark hair, asking Nia if she waited long. Explaining that canceling on the spot proved to be a bit tricky, Lucia suggests dropping in briefly before heading back, when suddenly, Nia leaps up with a battle cry screaming that she's definitely going. Glowing with an intense fire of utter determination, Nia shouts at the top of her lungs that she must attend kindergarten, leaving everyone in the hall absolutely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the surrounding noble mothers chuckle amongst themselves, completely misinterpreting Nia's desperate panic outburst as pure enthusiasm for learning. Pale-faced and sweating bullets, Lucia stares in total disbelief at her daughter's sudden 180-degree change of heart. Man, kids really are the most unpredictable creatures on the planet. And just like that, the scene shifts to the official interview room where Lucia sits stiffer than a wooden board next to Nia, practically radiating secondhand embarrassment. Slumping over in chibi mode, Lucia mentally groans as director Norgia chuckles warmly across the desk, expressing her jealousy over Lucia raising such an adorable daughter. With a sharp blue glare, Lucia narrows her eyes as her super soldier instincts detect a weird, suspicious vibe coming from someone nearby. Zooming over to the corner, assistant teacher Emily is shaken like a leaf, sweating profusely and praying to every deity that the terrifying black monster doesn't recognize her. Seeing Emily hyperventilate like a malfunctioning robot right next to the principal's desk, Lucia cocks an eyebrow in complete confusion. Clearing her throat politely, Director Norgia gives Emily permission to excuse herself, causing the disgraced noble girl to trip over her own feet while fleeing the room at light speed. Watching the chaotic escape, Lucia blinks in confusion, completely failing to recognize her former high school bully because she literally never cared enough to remember her back in the day. That is the ultimate passive flex. Resting her chin thoughtfully, Lucia can't help but wonder if this kindergarten is secretly run like a military dictatorship, given how terrified that assistant teacher was. Smiling gracefully, Director Norgia leans on her folded hands and gently asks Nia if there's a specific reason she suddenly became so passionate about attending. Clenching her little fist tightly on her lap, Nia freezes up instantly, unable to articulate her grand misunderstanding out loud. Her tiny fingers grip the fabric of her skirt so hard they turn red, showing just how much pressure the little girl is feeling under the spotlight. Observing silently, Lucia reflects on how she researched this exact academy by reading all of Director Norgia's published childcare books beforehand. Unlike typical parenting guides that describe raising kids as an effortless, dreamy fairy tale, Norgia's books were famous for telling the brutal, hilarious, raw truth about parenthood. Showing a beautiful illustration of a swan, the text highlights how beneath that graceful surface, every mother is frantically paddling underwater just to keep afloat. The artist really pulled out all the stops for this gorgeous metaphor panel. Leaning closer with a warm, perceptive smile, Director Norgia gazes softly at the trembling child. The grand, sunlit office quiets down as the wise director cuts straight through the noise and asks Nia directly if she's only doing this because she thinks she has to. Turning her head in surprise, Lucia looks down at Nia, realizing the director saw right through the child's desperate act. Caught red-handed, Nia flinches on her big wooden chair, her big yellow eyes wide with nervous realization. Director Norgia's gentle smile never fades, projecting pure warmth and understanding toward the anxious kid. Sitting up straight, Nia gazes back at the elderly woman, feeling a sudden wave of comfort wash over her fears. Hesitantly, Nia murmurs out the pen name Avine, revealing that she actually recognized Director Norgia as her favorite famous children's book author. Beaming with joy, Director Norgia softly tells her that even if she chooses not to attend kindergarten, just being herself and smiling is the greatest gift she could ever give her mom every single day. The director's tender words radiate like pure sunshine, melting away all the anxiety and fear residing in the young child's heart. Overwhelmed with emotion, Nia looks up at Lucia with wide, shining eyes, her heart swelling as she silently repeats the word "mom" in her mind. Meeting her gaze, Lucia flashes a soft, radiant smile and gives a reassuring nod, cementing an unbreakable bond between mother and daughter in the sweetest ending possible. Imagine walking into an official interview expecting total failure, only to have the director throw out all the rules because your kid is just too adorable. Little Nia's golden eyes are wide open in pure disbelief, wondering if this dream is actually real. Director Norgia casually leans back at her desk with a gentle smile, reassuring Nia that she can express herself as much as she wants without any pressure. Talk about an absolute green flag for a kindergarten principal.
Seeing this sweet interaction, Lucia smiles softly as a core memory unlocks, remembering a specific chapter from the director's famous childcare books. The director wrote that quiet kids often have hearts overflowing with thoughts, so parents need to give them courage to speak up. Honestly, the artist going full under-the-sea treasure aesthetic for parenting advice is peak drama. Step. With the interview officially wrapped up, Lucia gently holds Nia's tiny hand as they make their way toward the exit. Swoosh! Right before they reach the hallway, director Norgia drops a total shocker by declaring Nia accepted on the spot. Lucia spins around so fast her hair almost creates a sonic boom. Blinking in complete bewilderment, Lucia asks if entrance results aren't supposed to take at least a full month to process. She's over here wondering if they just glitched the system. Chuckling warmly, the director walks over and gives Nia a gentle head pat, asking who else could possibly deserve a spot if not such a sweet angel. Man, Principal Norgia is already adopting her as her star student on day one. Adjusting her round spectacles with a sly glint, the director chuckles that, while she made it sound like a joke, she's definitely playing favorites today. Leaning in with a sly whisper, the old lady playfully complains that her foolish son has been causing endless trouble for Lucia's mother lately. Lucia's brain instantly connects the dots. She's referring to Duke Leon Ruins, sending non-stop lavish gifts. Even his own mom knows he's acting like a total desperate simp. Beaming merrily, director Norgia hopes this creates a lasting bond between their families, suggesting they treat each other like kin since they'll be seeing each other daily. Sweat drop. Lucia's face completely freezes in secondhand panic as she spirals over the word family. Like, wait, did she just get soft-pressured into a mother-in-law relationship during a school registration? Shifting scenes to the lively city streets, sunlight washes over the grand architecture as townspeople stroll by, bringing a peaceful atmosphere after all that high-stakes interview drama. Door chime. Next up on the agenda is getting Nia properly fitted. They step into Goosebond Closet, where the energetic boutique owner greets them with open arms. Curtsying gracefully, the tailor ushers the mother-daughter duo deeper into the lavish shop lined with colorful dresses. Flashing a bright smile, the tailor mentions there's only a week left before the big entrance ceremony, asking if they're here to order a custom uniform for the cute young lady. Now, you might wonder why Eldarion Kindergarten holds its opening ceremony late in the summer. Well, lore drop, it's because summer is the grand season when the Empire was first founded. In reality, the Empire rushed to build this elite kindergarten to smooth over political tensions and unite rival noble factions under one roof. Imagine using tiny toddlers as political peace treaties. Lucia internally sighs, realizing that no matter how prideful noble families are, parents will literally do anything when it comes to their kids' future. Sparkle? Gasping with joy, the tailor zeroes in on Nia's cute braided pigtails, totally enamored by the intricate hairwork. Nia proudly boasts that their head butler Vernon styled her hair. Meanwhile, cut to Vernon in chibi mode picking his nose in the background, man. The contrast between his scary vibe and hair braid skills is hilarious. Lucia watches her daughter smile, feeling relieved by how much Nia has opened up since the interview, before asking the shopkeeper if they'll have to wait long. The tailor politely informs them there's just one customer ahead and invites them to rest comfortably in the waiting area. Sync! Lucia and Nia sit down on the plush waiting room couch, looking like an ultra-chic noble mother and daughter waiting for a fashion fitting. Clink! A polite staff member places a plate filled with adorable animal-shaped cookies right on the table, causing Nia to freeze up in sheer shock. Nia stares intently at the cute frog, bear, and bunny cookies, her golden eyes wide with pure fascination. Observing her reaction, Lucia's expression grows serious as she reflects on two dangerous bad habits Nia has recently developed. Habit number 1? Nia's extreme obsession with cleaning. What started as a harmless distraction now has the kids scrubbing floorboards so hard they're literally lifting off. Lucia's literally too terrified to stop her in case Nia thinks she's being kicked out. But the second habit bothers Lucia even more, Nia's complete inability to express what she actually wants or likes, bottling up all her desires. Cue Lucia's worst nightmare scenario. She imagines poor, selfless Nia getting ruthlessly bullied by greedy toddlers who snatch away all her snacks. Talk about classic overprotective mom paranoia. Slumping into chibi despair, Lucia internally screams whether constantly losing everything is just the tragic, unavoidable destiny of a saintess. Taking action, Lucia zeroes in on the delicious treats, loudly remarking how golden and crispy on the outside, yet soft on the inside those cookies look. Leaning in with a sweet smile, Lucia asks Nia if she agrees, imagining cute puppy ears and a tail wagging furiously on her daughter. The visual metaphors in this manhwa are top-tier adorable. Glow. A mouth-watering panel pops up showing the cookies dripping in golden honey surrounded by fresh strawberries and lemons, turning up the food temptation to maximum overload. Lucia unleashes her ultimate charm offensive, striking an elegant pose surrounded by radiant flower effects to encourage Nia to speak her mind. Blushing furiously, Nia stammers that she thinks the cookies look yummy, while Lucia internally roots for her like a wild stadium cheerleader, begging her to just say she wants one. Gasp! Just as Nia's about to take the leap, a loud voice suddenly shatters the mood, calling out Captain Lucia's name in utter disbelief. Turning around, they see a cheerful, brown-haired noblewoman in a yellow-green dress accompanied by a polite young boy waving warmly. Lucia instantly recognizes her. It's Marianne, the older sister of her loyal knight squad member Belle. Bowing with impeccable etiquette, the young boy introduces himself as Caesar Chapley, thanking Lucia for allowing his mother time to be present in his childhood. Marianne beams with gratitude, thanking Lucia for convincing Duke Leon to implement formal maternity leave for knight families. Look at Lucia out here changing labor rights while fighting monsters. Lucia politely greets young Caesar, internally blown away by how insanely well-spoken and mature this kid is for his age. Realizing she needs to introduce Nia, Lucia panics when she remembers she never taught her child noble greetings. Poor Nia shyly peeks behind her mom's dress, softly murmuring just her first name. Marianne's face stiffens as the atmosphere heavy shifts into dark doom. Thought bubbles explain that in high nobility, stating only a first name without titles is seen as super improper. Sparkle! But instead of taking offense, Marianne's eyes turn into literal hearts as she squeals with joy, gushing that Nia is the demure, adorable little girl she's always wished for. Marianne sighs, complaining that her son Caesar is way too quiet, while a chaotic flashback shows a wild red-haired playmate swinging a wooden sword around like a total menace. She vents that whenever this wild tomboy visits their manor, something always gets smashed into pieces, leaving Lucia chuckling with a nervous sweat drop. Dun dun dun! A dramatic dark shadow falls over the panel as Lucia gets a sudden, terrifying gut feeling that this destructive sword child's name is definitely Yvonne. Shaking off the ominous feeling, a friendly shop assistant steps over, offering a basket packed with sweet candies, telling Nia she can pick out 2 treats of her choice. Ick, you're this. You're trying to teach your adopted toddler to speak her mind, but the moment a shopkeeper offers her a basket of sweets, she goes completely mute. Little Nia just stares at the basket like it's a high-level boss monster waiting to devour her. Shaking her head in total silence, Nia refuses to pick a single treat, leaving everyone in the room awkwardly staring. Honestly, the self-restraint on this child is both adorable and deeply concerning. Sitting across the room, Lucia's brain goes into full crisis mode. At home, Nia eats snacks with zero hesitation. So why is she suddenly acting like taking one cookie will trigger a royal execution? Tug, tug. Breaking the silence, Nia timidly grabs a fold of the shopkeeper's skirt, muttering under her breath about wanting the treats for someone else. The shopkeeper blinks in utter confusion, leaning down to ask what in the world the little girl is rambling about. With the most innocent eyes imaginable, Nia begs the shopkeeper to give all the cookies to Lucia instead, claiming poor little Lucia has never tasted sweet treats in her entire life. Swoosh! The shopkeeper stands there frozen, holding her basket while trying to digest the idea that a high-ranking noble lady is out here starving her own kid. Sparkle! Look at those glowing golden eyes! Nia genuinely thinks she just did the ultimate heroic act for her mom, looking like an absolute saint who solved world hunger. Meanwhile, the background noble ladies immediately start whispering in heavy judgment, side-eyeing Lucia like she's the worst mother in the entire empire. Sweat drop! Lucia internally screams in pure agony as the room accuses her of child neglect. Seriously, the artist capturing her soul leaving her body while high society mamas judge her parenting style is peak comedy. Phew, sighing in defeat, Lucia realizes she needs to be way more careful with what she says around kids as Nia proudly trots back over with a loaded plate of cookies.
Radiating pure sunshine, Nia holds up the colorful array of animal-shaped cookies with the biggest smile on her face. You literally can't stay mad at a face that cute. Presenting her grand treasure, Nia offers the plate to Lucia like a loyal knight presenting a holy artifact. Looking down at her precious daughter, Lucia's heart melts instantly, chuckling softly as all her stress evaporates into thin air. Stepping out into the bright city streets after finishing up their fitting, the duo continues their errands around the capital. Walking hand in hand, Lucia double-checks her mental shopping list for school supplies, feeling accomplished about their successful outing. Gasp! Suddenly, the atmosphere turns ice cold as a dark, eerie shadow creeps across the panel. Lucia's battle instincts kick in. Someone is definitely tailing them. Glancing back discreetly, Lucia analyzes the crowd. Getting ambushed in a packed market would restrict her movement and put Nia in danger, so she needs a tactical plan. Tightening her grip on Nia's hand, Lucia calmly redirects their steps toward a secluded alleyway to draw out the hidden stalkers. The mood drops to sub-zero as dark mist swirls around, setting the stage for an inevitable confrontation in the shadows. Footsteps. Top-down perspective shows the mother and daughter duo walking deeper into a narrow, empty alleyway flanked by tall brick walls. Halting her steps near a pile of wooden barrels, Lucia stands her ground in the quiet dead end. Talk about walking straight into the trap on purpose. Spinning around with a chilling cold glare, Lucia sternly orders the hidden pursuers to step out into the light. A shadowy group of cloaked figures emerges, but Lucia immediately notices something strange. Their short height reveals they're just slum kids forced into pickpocketing gangs. The little hoodlums aggressively demand they drop all their valuables, while Lucia internally pities how broken the Empire's social welfare system must be. Leave it to a battle captain to analyze socioeconomic failure during a mugging. Remaining completely unfazed, Lucia calmly offers them 5 gold coins instead, enough to feed them for a whole month if they just walk away peacefully. Murmur. The kids instantly lose their tough act and chatter excitedly, tempted to take the easy payout and run. But out steps the red-haired leader of the crew, shutting down the deal with a cold, stubborn refusal. Shouting at her crew to search him by force, the street kids charge forward recklessly. Lucia can't help but admire their complete lack of fear, even if it's total foolishness. Shove. Gently pushing Nia safely behind her skirt, Lucia prepares to show these little troublemakers who they're messing with. Crackle. Crimson sparks ignite in the palm of Lucia's hand as high-density magic begins to swell. Enveloped in a terrifying red aura, Lucia gives off final boss energy, deciding a small demonstration of force will teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Gasp! The kids instantly lose their minds in pure terror, screaming in horror the second they realize they just tried to rob an actual high-tier mage. Scream! The entire gang scrambles and flees for their lives. Lucia watches them run, her expression softening into sadness over the desperate lives street orphans lead. Letting out a heavy sigh, Lucia lowers her hand, feeling a bitter aftertaste from having to scare poverty-stricken children. Gasp! But as she turns around to check on her daughter, her heart drops into her stomach. Something is horribly wrong. Panic! The alley is completely empty. Nia is nowhere to be seen. Talk about an absolute mother's worst nightmare unfolding in seconds. Pat. Cut to Little Red Boots sprinting as fast as their tiny legs can carry them across the cobblestone streets. Stop! Further down the block, the red-haired street leader, Mia, stops in shock when her buddy points out a runaway toddler chasing after them. Out of breath and teary-eyed, little Nia stumbles into view, panting heavily as she tries to catch up to the gang. When one of the street kids points out Nia's expensive outfit, Mia slaps his hand away, strictly ordering everyone not to touch a single hair on Nia's head because she recognizes her. Shoo! Knowing their boss will be furious if they return empty-handed, Mia barks at the rest of the gang to scram so she can talk to Nia alone. Kneeling down to eye level, Mia calls Nia by her old street name, Annie, dropping her tough exterior completely. Wah! Mia scolds Nia for following them into such a dangerous slum, causing poor Nia to burst into tears right on the spot. Nia cries that Mia promised to come back for her, making Mia sigh deeply as she remembers their old childhood pact from the orphanage days. Shadows fall over the slum buildings as background chatter highlights the danger of lost children in these filthy back alleys. Placing a firm hand on Nia's shoulder, Mia looks at her with dead serious eyes to deliver a harsh reality check.
Mia sternly warns her that rich adopted parents always turn cruel in the end, revealing her own bitter past of being adopted and thrown back onto the streets. Talk about trauma dumping on a toddler. Mia's eyes darken with painful memories, projecting her own tragic betrayal onto Nia's current situation with Lucia. Frantically patting down Nia's dress, Mia notes there aren't even fancy jewels on her, suspecting Lucia isn't as wealthy or caring as she appears, while Nia just stammers in utter confusion. Talk about a sudden plot twist. Little Nia turns around with those big puppy dog eyes and tells her old friend Mia that her new mom, Lucia, is right here with her. Facepalm! But the exact moment Nia looks over her shoulder, her soul practically leaves her body when she realizes her mom isn't behind her at all. Mia can only slap her forehead in utter disbelief at how clueless this toddler is. Tap, tap, tap. Sighing in defeat, Mia promises to take her back safely, but as they navigate the gloomy slum alley, heavy footsteps echo through the shadows, instantly putting both girls on high alert. Tack, tack, tack. Darkness consumes the narrow pathway as Mia frantically whispers for Annie to keep her mouth shut and keep up, while Nia whimpers that she needs to return to her mom right now. Shove! Pushing the small girl into a hidden crevice between two towering brick walls, Mia tries to shield her from whatever danger is creeping up from behind. Honestly, the artist's dramatic use of shadows here builds so much tension. Giving Nia a deadly serious glare, Mia warns her that if she wants to stay alive, she cannot step out of that hiding spot no matter what happens. Thud, thud. Heavy boots come to a halt in the center of the alley as a menacing, rough voice demands the kids hand over whatever loot they managed to steal today. Gasp! A hulking, bald gang leader violently shakes an almost empty pouch, bellowing in rage at the terrified orphans while they desperately plead that the streets were completely dead today. Grab! Shoving his fist into a kid's collar, the tyrant aggressively snarls that they aren't working hard enough, completely ignoring their tearful apologies. Man, this villain is reaching peak cartoonishly evil levels. Veins popping, screaming at the top of his lungs, the crime boss demands to know where their group leader Mia disappeared to. Step. Shadows fall over the alleyway as Mia bravely steps out into the light, staring down the towering monster with cold, unwavering eyes. Snarling in her face, the brute threatens to sell her off to human traffickers if she comes back empty-handed again, ordering her to use her smarts to keep the rest of the orphans in check. Step, step. Accepting his harsh threat with a quiet nod, Mia turns to leave, but the boss's eyes suddenly catch something suspicious hidden near the wooden crates. Gasp! Mia's heart drops straight to her stomach as the boss sneers about finding a scared little mouse, realizing in pure horror that Nia's hiding spot has been blown. Restrain? Desperately trying to break free from the other kids holding her back, Mia screams at the top of her lungs for the boss to leave Nia alone because she actually has living parents. Grab! The ruthless gang leader hosts tiny Nia into the air by her collar, grinning wickedly about demanding a massive ransom, when suddenly, a terrifying sonic boom shatters the air. Swoosh! Before anyone can even blink, a blinding streak of radiant blue magic slices straight through the crime boss in a spectacular display of absolute dominance. Talk about top-tier action choreography from the art team. Thud, as the giant tyrant collapses to the ground, little Nia tumbles through the air, hitting the cobblestones with a heavy gasp. Sunshine breaks. Bathed in golden light from above, three heroic figures step out from the alleyway smoke like an absolute squad of main characters. Sparkle! Instantly ruining their heroic entrance, the sky-blue-haired knight and red-haired swordswoman flash shiny poses while shouting hilarious family nicknames at their stunned comrade. Gasp! The street kids watch in pure bewilderment as the red-haired knight complains about a lost bet, completely shattering the dark atmosphere in 2 seconds flat. Shout, bantering back and forth like a dysfunctional family sitcom, the squad completely forgets they're standing in the middle of a literal crime scene. Stomp, stomp. But the comedic mood instantly dies when Captain Lucia storms into the alley with blood dripping down her arm, radiating pure, terrifying boss energy as she demands her daughter back. Salute! A loyal knight dashes forward to greet his captain, while the stunned street kids freeze in absolute terror behind him. Panic. He quickly reassures Lucia that Nia's totally fine, but before she can catch her breath, another squad member yells out that they've got a massive situation on their hands.
Pointing toward the corner, the red-haired knight sweat drops as she explains a random street kid has been clinging onto Nia like a protective leech since they arrived. Gasp! Kneeling in the shadows, Mia holds the unconscious toddler tightly against her chest, surrounding herself with a dark, terrifying aura like a feral wolf protecting its pup. Her glowing purple eyes lock onto Lucia with pure, unadulterated suspicion, refusing to let anyone come a single inch closer. Staring down at the fiery orphan, Lucia internally notes that Mia is acting exactly like a mother cat fiercely guarding her newborn kitten. Honestly, you gotta respect Mia's loyalty here. Chop. Without a second thought, Lucia steps forward and delivers a lightning-fast chop right to the back of Mia's neck. Thud! Poor Mia instantly goes limp, slumping onto the dirt road like a sack of flour. Sweat drop. The surrounding squad members nearly lose their minds in shock, screaming at their captain to ask what in the world she just did to a helpless child. Whew. Scooping Nia gently into her arms, Lucia casually looks back and explains that she simply knocked the fiery girl out for her own good. Cradling her sleeping daughter, Lucia carefully checks her pulse and temperature, breathing a huge sigh of relief when she sees only a few tiny scrapes on her knees. Whew. Seeing how peacefully Nia is breathing, Lucia realizes the poor toddler must have fainted purely from emotional shock and panic. Glow. A sharp blue light gleams in Lucia's eye as she remembers the hidden magic spell engraved into her Night Squad's protocol. Flashback. It turns out Lucia intentionally slashed her own arm earlier to trigger the high-priority distress signal that summoned her entire elite Night Order to search the capital. Talk about an absolute boss move. Returning to reality, her loyal lieutenant reports that the deceased gang leader was actively operating a human trafficking ring in the slums. Sweat drop! He adds that since the villain met a swift end, they'll need the official city guards to handle the remaining paperwork, leaving the squad sweat dropping in the background. Sparkle! Meanwhile, the Chibi Night Squad gets all flustered and blushing, secretly hoping their legendary captain will shower them with praise for a job well done. Look down. Standing over the bloody scene while holding Nia, Lucia sighs inwardly at the prospect of actually having to file a formal incident report for once. Dark intent, but her eyes turn pitch black with terrifying malice as she thinks that if she had caught the kidnapper alive, a written report wouldn't have saved him from a painful, brutal end. Sunlight! Cut to a warm, cozy room where both Mia and Nia are tucked peacefully side by side on a plush couch, with Lucia silently watching over them like a guardian angel. Stir? Golden sunlight streams through the tall glass windows as little Nia begins to stir softly from her deep nap. Rubbing her tear-stained eyes with her tiny fists, Nia softly calls out for her mommy as she wakes up from her terrifying ordeal. Soft smile. Leaning down with immense tenderness, Lucia gently asks her sweet daughter if she's feeling all right. Wah! Bursting into hysterical tears, Nia throws her arms around Lucia's neck, crying at the top of her lungs that she was a bad girl and caused all this trouble. Pat, pat. Sobbing hysterically into her mom's shoulder, Nia stammers that she saw her old friend and ran off, only to get lost in the dark streets, while Lucia gently strokes her back with pure warmth. Glancing down at Nia's dirty, smudged sleeves, Lucia's heart aches with love, realizing that as long as her precious child is safe, nothing else in the world matters. Glow! Wrapping her arms around Nia in the warm afternoon sunlight, Lucia softly promises that from now on, wherever her little princess wants to go, they will always walk hand in hand together. Little Nia nods quietly with tears welling up in her golden eyes, trying her absolute best to stay brave after all the chaotic drama that just went down. But the very next second, she spots something in the distance, grabbing onto Lucia and yelling in total excitement, as if she just found a hidden treasure. Looking at Lucia's bloody arm wound, little Nia starts blaming herself, while Lucia calmly reassures her that she cut her own arm on purpose to call for backup. Hugging the confused toddler tight, Lucia softly explains that it doesn't hurt at all, though honestly, trying to explain adult high IQ magic strategies to a literal kid is totally lost on her. Sparkle! Staring back with those massive puppy dog eyes, Nia tilts her head in complete awe, trying to process the idea that someone actually hurt themselves just to keep her safe. Glow! Suddenly, a brilliant golden light bursts from tiny Nia's hands as she presses them right against her mom's bleeding arm, leaving Lucia completely spellbound by the sudden surge of divine magic. Swoosh! Pure, holy energy washes over the deep slash, seamlessly knitting the torn skin back together in a breathtaking display of raw, untrained power. Gasp! Lucia can barely believe her own eyes. Healing magic usually takes years of intense temple training, yet this tiny toddler is pulling it off purely out of pure love. Talk about an absolute prodigy in the making. Soft sigh. As the soothing warmth fades away, little Nia snuggles right back into Lucia's neck, looking completely spent after draining every drop of her magical reserves. Thud! Overworking her tiny mana pool was way too much, and the poor toddler instantly passes out cold in Lucia's protective arms like a little sleeping angel. Stop! Just as Lucia turns to carry her out, a hooded figure steps out from the room's shadowy corner, locking eyes with her in an intensely dramatic standoff. Shout, marching forward with zero hesitation, Mia aggressively accuses Lucia of adopting the little girl solely to exploit her god-tier holy powers for her own gain. Screaming at the top of her lungs, Mia demands to know how Lucia could possibly let a tiny child exhaust herself to the point of fainting. Man, this girl really has zero fear when it comes to defending her best friend. Silence. Lucia stands entirely unbothered, gazing down at the angry orphan with a cool, unreadable expression, while holding her sleeping daughter close. Dropping straight to her knees on the wooden floorboards, Mia buries her face and begs Lucia to send the child away to the safety of the holy temple instead. Tears fall, pleading with every ounce of her soul. The desperate girl cries out on the floor, willing to throw away all her pride if it means saving her childhood friend from a dark fate. Watching tears drip onto the floor, Lucia's harsh demeanor softens, telling Mia to quiet down and listen very carefully to what she's about to reveal. Dun dun dun! Dropping an absolute bomb, Lucia warns her that the moment the Holy Temple gets their greedy hands on a genuine saintess like Nia, they'll drain her life force until she literally dies. Gasp! Mia's world completely shatters in shock. Everyone in the kingdom assumes the temple worships saints, so hearing that they secretly murder them is total nightmare material. Soft smile, looking into Mia's stunned eyes, Lucia points out how Nia sprinted toward her without care for danger, and how Mia kneeled without hesitation just to protect her friend. Sparkle. Holding Nia tenderly in her arms, Lucia gives Mia a reassuring smile, declaring that because of her pure heart, she officially trusts her to join their family. Warm, gentle light surrounds Lucia's gorgeous smile. Honestly, the artist dropped absolute top-tier art panel quality right here, making her look like a literal goddess. Flash. Bathed in glowing sunlight, Mia stares back in absolute disbelief, unable to process that a powerful figure actually believes in her after a lifetime of betrayal. Gulp! Wiping away her tears, Mia chokes back her emotions, feeling a strange warmth inside her heart for the very first time in years. Scene change. Cut to the pristine, marble-tiled office of the White Mage Order, where soft morning sunlight pours over busy wooden desks. Shh, whisper. Two adorable chibi mages are slacking off on duty, giggling like crazy over the latest palace gossip about Captain Lucia enrolling her child in kindergarten. Leaning in close with mischievous grins, they begin speculating out loud about who could possibly be the mystery baby daddy of Lucia's kid. Sparkle. In their hilarious, wild imagination, they picture Captain Lucia sitting on a throne like an absolute empress, swarmed by dozens of handsome men while casually sipping wine. Seriously, these two have way too much free time on their hands. Hard eyes? Swooning over their own chaotic fan fictions, the two mages squeal about how changing men like outfits is the ultimate power move for a legendary swordmaster. Clap! Suddenly, one of them remembers a crucial clue. The child reportedly has rare, striking golden eyes. Flower aura! Instantly, they picture a breathtaking angel like noble bathed in white lilies and golden light, convincing themselves he must be the biological father. Wait a minute! Stopping mid-squeal, the brown-haired mage's brain sparks with a sudden realization that someone else in the palace shares those exact same golden eyes. Roses flourish! None other than Crown Prince Aaron himself, looking like an absolute smoldering romance novel cover model with a dark rose in hand. Talk about peak fangirl delusion! Step, step, right on cue, heavy footsteps echo near the door as the handsome white-haired captain enters the room holding an official stack of reports. Sweat drop. Looking over at his two terrified subordinate mages, the white-haired captain blinks in confusion, asking why on earth they're trembling like cornered rabbits. Sigh. Slumping down into his massive office chair with a heavy sigh, the entire atmosphere around the captain instantly turns completely gloomy and depressing.
Despair! Covering his face in utter regret, he beats himself up for not secretly placing a tracking magic stone on Lucia so he could have protected her from getting injured. Gasp! Watching their leader mope around like a heartbroken puppy, the two mages sweat drop, instantly diagnosing him with a severe case of terminal lovesickness. Resting his chin on his gloved hand, the captain stares blankly into space, yearning to become the one man Lucia can truly lean on in times of trouble. Flashback, a dark, tragic memory pops up, recalling how Her Majesty claimed the baby daddy abandoned both mother and child, yet Lucia kept his identity hidden to protect him. Thinking, deep down, the captain ponders whether a woman with such unwavering integrity and pride would ever open her heart to let another man into her life again. Chatter! Breaking his dark train of thought, the brown-haired mage chirps up again, gossiping about seeing Lucia taking her kid to the tailor to prep for kindergarten. Evil smile. Rubbing her chin with a devious little smirk, she schemes that if they play their cards right, they can totally crash the kindergarten event. Stare. Hearing all this intel about Lucia, the white-haired captain's eyes sharpen with intense focus as he formulates a subtle plan of his own. Clop, clop, cut to a royal horse-drawn carriage rolling smoothly along a sunny dirt path lined with lush green trees. Window look. Gazing out the carriage window, a stunningly dressed Lucia reflects on how fast time has flown now that the entrance ceremony day is finally here. Comedy face. But inside the carriage, Lucia is practically suffering from a severe migraine after being nagged nonstop all morning by her night order. Flash. Dark newspaper articles pop into her head, reminding her of the recent bad press surrounding the Black Knights, which is why she was strictly ordered to hide her famous identity at school. Tap, tap. Poking her own temple in annoyance, Leisha inwardly groans because she knows for a fact that she's a complete, utter disaster when it comes to telling lies. Pull. Meanwhile, little Nia sits across from her in a cute blue dress, tugging on her sleeve with big curious eyes and asking if her mommy's head still hurts. Lucia smiles softly down at her daughter, gently reassuring little Nia that everything is going to be completely okay. As their carriage rolls along the sunny dirt road, Lucia sternly reminds Nia that under no circumstances is she allowed to use the phrase cotton candy in public. Turns out cotton candy is their top secret code word for holy power. Lucia purposely avoided teaching Nia the actual term so the toddler wouldn't accidentally leak her god-tier magic to strangers. Watching Nia happily marvel out the carriage window, Lucia knows that at her daughter's young age, one slip of the tongue could instantly blow their entire cover. Talk about tactical parenting. Clack, clack. As the carriage sways along the path, Lucia turns her attention to another lingering thought, wondering how Luo Mei is holding up after everything they went through. Knowing Luo Mei hates feeling indebted to anyone, Lucia cleverly arranged a palace job for her instead of keeping her around as a dependent. Honestly, Lucia's strategic IQ is unmatched. Swoosh! Colorful balloons and floating flower petals filled the sky over the Grand Academy building, marking the official kickoff of the prestigious entrance ceremony. Click-clack! Stepping out of the luxurious carriage in styled pink heels, Lucia prepares to navigate the chaotic waters of elite noble society. Glow! Walking side by side in matching sky blue dresses, the mother-daughter duo looks like absolute royalty stepping right out of a fairy tale illustration. Sweat drop, but inwardly, Lucia is low-key panicking that all the ridiculous layers of lace her knights picked out are turning her into a literal fluffy pigeon. Gotta love her internal monologue. Murmur. The moment they step inside the opulent reception hall, polite chatter hums through the room as wealthy noble families socialize in their finest attire. Parents gather around elegant tea tables, boasting about their children's accomplishments while sipping tea and sizing up the competition. Spotting the stunning newcomers, a group of high society noblewomen immediately narrows their eyes, wondering who on earth these black-haired beauties could be. Taking a seat at a vacant table, Lucia senses all eyes on them. In a realm dominated by light-haired aristocrats, their dark hair instantly makes them stick out like a sore thumb. Sparkle! Meanwhile, little Nia is completely oblivious to the gossiping aristocrats, beaming with sheer joy as she unboxes her shiny new set of school stationery and crayons. Lucia leans in, reminding her daughter with a firm look that every single one of those colorful school supplies belongs strictly to her. Chibi mode! Nia enthusiastically recites her mom's rule about guarding her personal belongings, prompting Lucia to give an approving nod. Cute moment, but hold on. Why is Lucia training her toddler like a tactical soldier? Step! Interrupting their quiet moment, two stylishly dressed noblewomen approach their table, asking politely if they can join the empty seats. Introducing themselves as Mela and Sehe, wives of newly appointed lords, they flash welcoming smiles while trying to break the ice. Thinking, Lucia instantly realizes these women are newly elevated nobles from 5 years ago, which explains why they don't immediately recognize her legendary face. Bo! Playing it smart to avoid unnecessary drama, Lucia lowers her head and introduces herself simply as Lucia, completely omitting her heroic title. Stare, close up on those sharp blue eyes. Lucia predicts that without dropping a prestigious surname, these snobbish socialites will instantly mark her down as a commoner. The ladies laugh and commiserate, explaining how their own family surname applications were delayed because of bureaucratic drama over dual titles. Sweat drop, Mela then casually praises Lucia's calm, cool aura, guessing she must hail from the prestigious Northern Territories, leaving poor Lucia internally sweating buckets. Flash! Thinking back to official imperial scrolls and family seals, Lucia realizes newly created nobles have to jump through endless legal hoops to establish their bloodline names. Just as Lucia mentally sighs in relief for dodging a bullet, one of the women leans forward with a curious smirk and drops the inevitable question. Dramatic pause. She asks where Lucia's husband is and if he's too busy to attend his own daughter's ceremony. Lucia's expression instantly goes ice cold. Silence. Dropping the ultimate mood killer, Lucia flatly announces to the entire table that she doesn't have a husband. Gasp! Lucia inwardly prepares for the awkward ghosting, knowing full well that high society aristocrats usually treat single mothers like social toxic waste. Both noblewomen sit frozen with dark, intense shadows covering their faces as an eerie silence falls over the entire table. Closing her eyes, Lucia mentally tells them to go ahead and walk away. She honestly couldn't care less about high society snobbery. Her only real concern is whether this high-class bias will negatively affect little Nia's school experience. Talk about a protective mama bear. Noticing her mom's tense mood, little Nia tilts her head and softly asks if everything is okay, melting hearts everywhere. Slam! Suddenly, dark, dramatic energy flares up as both women dramatically slam their hands onto Lucia's shoulders from behind. Gasp! Standing over Lucia with intense expressions, the two women look like they're about to initiate a full-on war ritual. Tears fall! But plot twist, they suddenly burst into hysterical tears, gripping Lucia's shoulders and sobbing about how hard it must be for a tragic war hero's widow. Chibi fact check. Lucia's eyes go totally blank as she fact checks their crazy misunderstanding. Technically, her husband fought in the war, but she was the hero who actually saved everyone. Sparkle! Surrounding nobles gasp in deep emotional respect, tearfully praising Lucia as an admirable mother raising her child while honoring her fallen hero husband. Comedy slap! Sitting there thoroughly baffled, Lucia realizes she accidentally created the ultimate tragic backstory without telling a single lie. Look, task failed successfully at its absolute finest. Little Nia blinks her huge golden eyes in utter confusion, wondering why everyone around her mom is suddenly crying buckets. Murmur. Before the waterworks can continue, a huge wave of excited whispers ripples across the crowd near the main entrance. Look! The noblewomen turn around in awe, wondering what kind of legendary high-profile figure just walked through the front doors. Swoosh! Bathed in heavenly light, the handsome white-haired Captain Leon Ruins glides into the room, holding hands with little boy Caesar. Hello! Leon flashes an absolute idol-tier radiant smile, sending hearts fluttering all across the grand reception hall. Little Caesar walks proudly beside him, wearing a tiny, pristine white outfit that makes him look like a pint-sized prince. Gasp! A fiery red-haired girl in pigtails clutches her dress in shock, staring wide-eyed at the sudden appearance of this gorgeous top-tier hunk. Shout! Caesar casually introduces Leon as his guardian, causing the red-haired girl to explode in excitement upon realizing who he really is. She screams in disbelief, asking if this is the legendary white mage captain from all of Caesar's favorite knight storybooks. Sparkle! Instantly switching to full formal etiquette, the little girl curtsies with glowing flower halos, while Chibi Caesar looks thoroughly done with her dramatic reaction. Soft smile. Leon graciously bows with a gentle smile, introducing himself as captain of the White Mage Squad and asking the young lady to take good care of little Caesar. Imagine trying to blend in as a normal parent when your toddler is sitting quietly beside you, but everyone around you knows you could obliterate the entire kingdom with a single command. Lucia sits at her table looking completely composed, while the parents around her are sweating bullets, utterly bewildered by how the legendary Supreme Commander is acting so unbelievably docile right now. Moving right along, the kindergarten teacher steps up to the front of the courtyard classroom with a massive grin, clapping her hands and calling for all the energetic noble kiddos to take their seats for orientation. Welcome to El Daryon Academy Kindergarten, where the fluffiest elite toddlers of the realm gather to kick off their academic journey. Little Nia sits right in the front row, her big golden eyes sparkling with curiosity as she takes in the new environment. The teacher asks who wants to introduce themselves first, and before she can even finish her sentence, a hand shoots into the air at top speed. You gotta love the kid who's ready to steal the spotlight on day one. This little red-haired firecracker named Yvonne steps up with maximum swagger, proudly boasting that her family motto is dessert for everyone, and declaring she's gonna win first place in the big dessert-making contest. The rest of the class instantly erupts into excitement over pepperoni cookies and sweet treats, while the teacher laughs along. Honestly, leave it to 5-year-olds to turn a formal introduction into a food convention. Next up, little Caesar stands tall with his hand over his heart, announcing with pure star-eyed enthusiasm that he wants to grow up to be just as strong and capable as Captain Leon. The teacher beams with pride and leads a round of applause for Caesar, taken after his heroic father. Look at how wholesome this moment is right before the inevitable noble brat drama strikes. Suddenly, this slick-haired kid named Jedlin stands up and starts flexing that his dad owns a massive trade guild and literally just bought a baron title, making him a noble son now. Talk about pay-to-win aristocracy. Naturally, the clueless kids start raising their hands and asking how much a Viscount title costs so they can buy one too, leaving the poor teacher sweating profusely as she frantically tries to steer the lesson back on track. As the noise settles down, the camera zooms in on little hands fidgeting nervously in a pastel dress lap, and honestly, this panel detail is so cute, you can practically feel the social anxiety radiating through the screen. Little Nia timidly stands up from her seat, her cheeks turning bright crimson as she stammers out her name in front of the entire audience of staring classmates. The teacher warmly encourages Nia to share her big dreams just like Caesar did, giving her a gentle push to help break her out of her shy shell. Nia brightens up, striking the absolute most adorable little pose as she radiates pure sweetness and innocence, ready to tell everyone what she wants to be when she grows up. But out of nowhere, Gedalin, the silver spoon brat, decides to be a total menace. He starts mocking her, claiming that wanting to be a knight is low class because his dad told knights are below barons. Bro, who let this kid speak? The teacher immediately steps in, scolding Gedalin and demanding he apologize on the spot. But this entitled little mogul yells back that rich people don't need to apologize to anyone. Swoosh! Yvonne comes stomping over like an absolute boss, calling Jedlin out for being a mere merchant's kid who thinks he's hot stuff just because his dad bought a title. Yvonne is not holding back at all, shouting at the top of her lungs that he's still just a commoner deep down. Talk about a fiery queen backing up her new best friend. Yvonne grabs Gedalin by his collar, dragging him down while glaring into his soul, and the sheer panic on Gedalin's face is absolutely priceless. Bam! In an epic twist of kindergarten justice, Yvonne delivers a devastating full-power headbutt right to Gedalin's forehead. You can practically hear the loud smack echoing through the panel. Yvonne roars at Gedalin to apologize to Nia right now, while the brat bursts into full-blown tears, leaving the teacher completely speechless in the background. Man, fantasy kindergarten is brutal. Cut to the parent orientation section, where hours of dry lectures about child health care and sickness protocols are being handed out on paper slips. Honestly, parent-teacher meetings are universal torture regardless of the dimension. Meanwhile, Lucia is standing far away from the crowd under a shady tree, looking cool and utterly unbothered by the administrative madness. In full chibi mode, Lucia yawns casually, mentally deciding she's just gonna dump all this complicated paperwork onto her subordinate Vernon to sort out later. Classic boss move. Stab! Out of nowhere, Captain Leon glides over with a warm, gentle smile, asking Lucia if she's feeling any better after the hectic morning.
Lucia gives him the coldest side-eye imaginable, internally groaning because she barely managed to dodge the gossiping nobles, and now the most high-profile hunk in the Empire is chatting her up in broad daylight. Leon stammers and stumbles over his words, looking super flustered as he tries to formulate an excuse for why he's hovering around her. He stutters out that an urgent matter came up at the administrative office, so he took his subordinate's place, while a thought bubble reveals his assistant explicitly ordering him to stick to the script. Close up on Leon's shimmering golden eyes as he inwardly admits that lying is an absolute nightmare, especially when trying to fool a woman as sharp as Lucia. Check out this breathtaking shot of Lucia framed by glowing white blossoms. The artist went all out on the lighting here, making her look like a majestic goddess standing under the sunlight. Lucia folds her arms in chibi form, scoffing at how Leon always goes out of his way to make his own life 10 times harder than it needs to be, just to be helpful. Flash! A dramatic flashback shows Leon surrounded by glowing magic circles during his past life, constantly overworking himself, sending mages to extra drills, and trekking up mountains just to visit Lucia in retirement. Lucia gazes at him, wondering why he's so obsessed with worrying about everyone else, when all it does is waste his energy and make him suffer. Leon takes a step closer, softly asking if he can escort Lucia and Nia home after the ceremony wraps up. You can tell he's putting his heart on the line here. Lucia shuts him down with zero hesitation, flatly telling him no because bringing the white mage captain along will cause a massive spectacle that completely ruins her low-profile cover. She turns her back on him, coolly stating she won't be using his carriage anymore and dismissing herself to check on Nia, cold as ice. The panel splits down the middle, showing Lucia's uncompromising side profile against Leon's heartbroken, downcast stare. The dramatic tension here is top tier. Leon sighs softly, kicking himself for rushing things, and quietly accepting her rejection. Poor guy just can't catch a break with his former superior. Lucia steps back into the bustling courtyard filled with families, searching through the crowd and calling out for her daughter. Tap, tap. Little Naya comes trudging back all by herself, looking totally sulky and deflated, making Lucia instantly suspect something went down during classroom time. Lucia gently takes Nia's hand and asks what happened, but Nia just shakes her head in complete silence. Lucia decides to play it cool and investigate once they get back to their private room. As they walk through the plaza, panicked murmurs break out among the aristocrats about seeing high-ranking black knights lurking around nearby dark alleys where someone recently died. Lucia's eyes narrow into razor-sharp glowing blue blades as she senses the shift in atmosphere, wondering what on earth her former squad is even doing near the academy. Glow! Suddenly we see a whole squad of black knights in crisp black and gold parade uniforms standing in formation like absolute male models. The entire crowd of noble parents turns around, whispering in utter shock and amazement at this sudden military spectacle right outside the gates. Lucia peeks around a noble's shoulder, her eyes wide with sheer disbelief as she hears frantic shouting from the front lines. The comedy contrast here is insane. Two officers in full knight gear are having a full-blown meltdown, with one screaming that if the captain finds out about this unauthorized stunt, they are all getting executed. A male officer smirks arrogantly, teasingly asking Vice Captain Gilliana how she found out about the academy, and suspecting there's a snitch in their ranks. Gilliana turns pale as paper, defending herself by yelling that since it's their captain's daughter's very first school day, they obviously had to show up in full uniform to flex for her. Gilliana completely panics, screaming at everyone to scatter before Lucia catches them, but a junior knight casually munches on a bag of pastries, refusing to leave because this is their ultimate moment to shine. Talk about zero discipline. Meanwhile, the squad's internal mess only gets worse as one overeager knight grabs his comrade by the shirt, loudly declaring he's going to be the one to earn the captain's highest praise, while the red-haired sub-captain practically loses her mind, telling him to shut up and get out. Watching this complete circus unfold from afar, Lucia clutches her dress in absolute exasperation, silently raging at how her supposedly elite squad is drawing more attention than a circus parade. In full chibi distress, Lucia mentally facepalms, realizing they desperately need to slip away before things get even worse, though she takes slight comfort in knowing her subordinates are such complete goofs that nobody would ever connect them to her. Talk about a silver lining. Wham! Just as Lucia grabs Nia's hand to make a quiet exit, a deafening screech echoes across the courtyard, freezing everyone right in their tracks. Lucia slowly turns her head, raising an eyebrow with a priceless look of utter confusion as she tries to figure out who's causing a scene now.
It turns out little Yvonne is in full rage mode, balling up her fists and screaming at the top of her lungs that she already said sorry, so she shouldn't have to apologize ever again. Sizzle! Sparks fly as Yvonne's mother grabs her hair in sheer humiliation, while Gedelin's snobbish rich parents stand there looking down their noses like complete cartoon villains. Honestly, who gave these titled pretenders permission to be this extra? Gedelin's mother puffs out her chest arrogantly, haughtily declaring that she'll let it slide today only out of respect for the principal, but warning that next time she won't be so generous. She then turns around to baby her precious little boy, cooing over his tiny bump, while Yvonne's mom bows politely and offers a sincere apology, though you can see Yvonne still glaring daggers in the background. Boom! A dark, terrifying aura surrounds little Yvonne as her eyes go wide with pure shock at seeing her mother swallow her pride for those bullies. Seeing Yvonne's mom getting tense, Gedelin's pompous father steps in with the worst possible take, scoffing about how a girl with such a nasty temper will never find a proper husband. Seriously, bro? She's 5 years old. That was the absolute wrong thing to say. Yvonne's mom completely snaps, firing back that her daughter is just a growing child and telling the Baron to keep his ridiculous old-fashioned opinions to himself. Snap! Dripping with terrifying mama bear energy, Yvonne's mother steps forward and plainly tells him that while children make mistakes, bad parents deserve to be put in their place for failing to raise them right. The Baron's face instantly pales as he stammers in utter disbelief. Realizing he's way out of his depth, the Baron spins around in a huff, threatening to send them a massive medical bill that'll ruin them. Classic rich bully tactic when they lose an argument. He frantically ushers his family away, scampering off down the hallway before anyone else can witness his total embarrassment. Gulp! The moment the coast is clear, Yvonne's mother turns her fiery wrath onto her daughter, promising a massive lecture once they reach home, while poor Yvonne trembles like a leaf. Panicking for a quick escape plan, Yvonne suddenly points a finger straight ahead, loudly shouting that Nia's mother is standing right there. Shine! The background literally transforms into a field of sparkling roses as Yvonne's mom turns around and recognizes the legendary former commander herself, standing right in front of them. Shifting into a cute chibi pose, Yvonne's mother blushes furiously, profusely apologizing to Lucia for forcing her to witness such an embarrassing family squabble. Yvonne's father quickly steps up with a warm, formal bow, introducing himself as Dave Berna and expressing his deep gratitude for everything Lucia has done for their daughter, while Yvonne casually sticks her tongue out in the back. Lucia gives a polite, graceful smile, offering a brief greeting while tactically explaining that she has urgent business to attend to and must take her leave. Glancing over her shoulder, Lucia mentally notes that even though they exchange polite pleasantries, staying any longer will only blow her cover, so a swift retreat is required. Slip! But right as she turns to leave, Naya's tiny hand slides right out of her grip, running off without a single word. Lucia gasps in surprise, calling out her daughter's name as she watches the little girl bolt away. From a top-down view, little Nia dashes straight across the cobblestone pathway and throws her arms around a vine in a super tight hug. Sniffle! Tears stream down Naya's face as she softly apologizes to Ivan for getting her into trouble, but Ivan warmly pats her back, reassuring her that the only bad guy here was that pompous commoner brat. Yvonne's mom immediately sweat drops, scolding her daughter for using such coarse language around noble adults, but Yvonne just smirks and tells her mom she just doesn't get it. You gotta love this kid's unshakable swagger. Gasp! Yvonne then turns to her mom and spills the full story, revealing how Gedelin mocked Nia's big dreams just because her family lacked a high noble title. Thud! The vibrant atmosphere instantly shatters into pitch-black gloom as Lucia's face gets completely covered in a terrifying, murderous shadow. Close up on Lucia's glowing blue eyes as they narrow into cold, razor-sharp blades. Oh man, someone is about to meet their maker. Completely unaware of the bloodlust radiating behind her, Yvonne keeps spilling all the details, explaining how the brat bragged that his family's wealth lets him walk over anyone without apologizing. Lucia stands alone in the shade, her heart heavy as she finally understands why her precious daughter was looking so deflated earlier. Drip. Dark emotions swirl inside Lucia as she realizes that Nia had to suffer the exact same classist discrimination that she herself used to brush off in the past. Her hand twitches with pure, unadulterated fury as she mentally imagines dragging those arrogant brats and their parents to the academy roof to hang them upside down by their ankles. Honestly, I'd pay good money to watch her actually do it. Clench. She tightens her fist, thinking to herself that back during the war, she would have executed such insolent trash on the spot, when suddenly a loud voice cuts through her thoughts. One of her bone-headed black knights waves his hand enthusiastically, shouting at the top of his lungs that he finally found the captain. Takedown. Before he can blab another word, two other knights tackle him from behind, violently slamming a hand over his mouth to shut him up. Crash! The knight breaks free, shouting in confusion about why everyone else gets to celebrate except him, while his comrade whispers furiously that the captain is trying to keep a low profile. But the clueless idiot just yells louder, asking why on earth the legendary commander of the Black Knights would ever need to hide her identity. Look at the sheer panic on the other knight's face. It's gold. Brimming with clueless pride, the knight beams as he starts to blurt out her terrifying battlefield nickname, completely unaware that he's signing his own death warrant. Gasp. Shockwaves ripple through the surrounding crowd of parents as they overhear the word captain, instantly putting two and two together and panicking that the terrifying black monster is standing right among them. Little Nia trembles nervously, looking down as she hears the surrounding aristocrats whispering in absolute horror, praying their own children don't end up in the same class as a monster's kid. Lucia's heart sinks into her stomach as those cruel words hit her like a physical blow. Seeing her little girl shiver from the cruel judgments of others is breaking her inside. A subtle flashback shows Lucia standing alone in her glorious knight uniform, a legendary warrior who never gave a single toss about what the world called her. But seeing her innocent daughter swallowed by that exact same dark void of hatred and fear breaks her heart into a million pieces. Lucia squeezes her eyes shut, her throat tightening as a strange, overwhelming surge of protective maternal emotion crashes over her for the very first time. Clench. It's an unfamiliar, burning feeling deep within her chest, a raw desire to shield her child from the harsh reality of the world at any cost. Swish! Sensing a sudden shift in the mana around her, Lucia sharply snaps her head toward the upper terrace. Standing amidst the crowd of nobles on the balcony is a strikingly handsome young man with brilliant silver hair, dressed in high imperial robes. As the camera zooms in on his striking golden eyes, Lucia stares in utter shock, recognizing the mysterious noble standing right above her. Who could this mysterious guy be, and what does he want with our supreme commander? Talk about an unexpected plot twist. The moment our mysterious noble turns around, his face completely flushes bright pink, looking at Lucia like he just saw an angel drop from the heavens. Before he can even process what's happening, Lucia boldly grabs his arm and addresses him as Captain Leon, leaving the poor guy completely frozen in place. With a glowing, angelic smile, Lucia gazes right into his eyes and asks if the generous offer he made to her earlier is still on the table. As she tightens her grip on his sleeve, the romantic flowers in the background make this look like a scene straight out of a romance novel, leaving Leon totally speechless. Close up on Leon's face as his heart starts thumping against his chest so loud you can practically hear the beat echoing across the courtyard. He mentally freaks out, realizing that not only is the legendary Supreme Commander standing right next to him, but she's also holding his arm like they're a cozy couple on an afternoon stroll. Shiver, his brain completely short-circuits from the physical contact, convinced that his blood is frozen solid and left behind nothing but a bizarre tingling sensation. In full chibi mode, Leon stumbles along like a malfunctioning robot while Lucia casually drags him along, completely oblivious to his internal heart attack. Turns out all that intense tingling in his arm wasn't romantic butterflies after all. It was just Lucia squeezing his arm so hard that his blood circulation got completely cut off. Honestly, leave it to a hardened war general to accidentally paralyze her crush. Dragged along like a sack of potatoes, Leon, crying tears in chibi form, finally manages to squeak out a question asking where on earth she's taking him, since they're heading in the exact opposite direction of his carriage. Murmur. They suddenly arrive at a massive gathering of elite Black Knights standing in strict formation right outside the main gates. Leon glances around in sheer confusion, wondering why an entire squadron of the Empire's most fearsome warriors is casually hanging out in the middle of a school courtyard. Sob! Suddenly, one of the knights drops to his knees in utter agony, crying out at the top of his lungs that he has committed an unforgivable sin against his supreme commander. Sliding across the stone floor on his knees, the dramatic knight begs for forgiveness, blubbering about how he had no idea she was trying to keep a low profile. Gasp! The knight slowly looks up with a pale, terrified expression as Lucia stares down at him with cold, emotionless eyes. You can practically hear his soul leaving his body right here. Cutting straight to business, Lucia issues crisp tactical orders, directing her squad to intercept a red carriage at 1 o'clock that belongs to a high-profile smuggling syndicate dealing in illegal amber and rare carrots. Roar! In unison, the Black Knights salute sharply and scatter like lightning to execute her orders without asking a single question. Talk about top-tier discipline. Lucia watches them leave with a satisfied smirk, her sharp intuition connecting all the missing puzzle pieces together. A vivid flashback shows that pretentious noblewoman from earlier, specifically pointing out the smuggled lantern-shaped amber pinned to her hair and the illicit jewels embroidered on her dress. With a cold, calculating gaze, Lucia mentally notes that the arrogant Baron's family is officially marked for total ruin, and their downfall is only a matter of time. Tug! Just as Lucia finishes plotting her low-key revenge, little Nia gently tugs on her dress with a tiny, worried voice, calling out for her mother. Crack! Dark, shattered memories flash through Lucia's mind, echoing the cruel times when people pointed fingers and called her a terrifying monster. She gazes down at her innocent daughter, whose bright golden eyes look up at her with pure love and devotion, untouched by the dark world outside. Shatter! The dark, painful past shatters into a million pieces as Lucia realizes how her precious child has completely transformed her once cold, empty life. With a gentle look in her eyes, Lucia softly takes Nia by the hand, determined to protect her daughter's happiness no matter what stands in their way. High above the luxurious headquarters, birds chirp softly over the peaceful courtyard as the remaining knights stand at attention for a very special visitor. Ta-da! The red-haired sub-captain bursts into the frame with extreme enthusiasm, throwing her arms wide to announce the grand arrival of their little captain. Sparkle! Surrounded by glowing flowers and tiny birds, little Nia steps out in an adorable yellow dress, looking like a literal angel carrying a bag of fresh cupcakes. A cute close-up highlights her fancy yellow flower hairpin gifted by Vernon, alongside the freshly baked chocolate muffins Juliana baked specifically for her. Talk about being spoiled by an entire army. Gasp! The rough, battle-hardened knights instantly turn into giant softies, clasping their hands together and gushing over how unbelievably cute little Nia looks today. Lucia slowly kneels down to eye level with her daughter, gently addressing her as the rest of the squad watches quietly in the background. She softly compliments Nia on how pretty she looks today, but notices the little girl hanging her head with a droopy, tired expression. Watching her usually bubbly child look so drained, Lucia raises a suspicious eyebrow, wondering what could have possibly happened at kindergarten to make her look this exhausted. Tap, tap. The silver-haired vice captain cautiously taps Lucia on the shoulder, interrupting her deep thoughts with a serious expression. Pant! Lucia holds up a tiny, sparkling gem, noting that the massive mana control stone that used to be as big as an ostrich egg has been compressed down to the size of a coin, complaining about how much sleep she lost crafting it. The vice captain holds up a sleek pendant, pointing out that because the stone is so small now, it could easily get lost unless it's safely worn as a necklace. Turning back around, Lucia looks softly at Nia and calls her name once again, as the little girl holding her brown paper bag tilts her head up. Hug! In an instant, Lucia pulls her precious daughter into a warm, fierce embrace, squeezing her tight against her chest. Resting her chin on Nia's shoulder, Lucia gently reassures her that she doesn't need to force herself to be friends with every kid at school if she doesn't want to. In a super cute chibi moment, Lucia explains to a stunned Nia that even hanging out with friends who click with you can feel overwhelming sometimes, so taking a step back is completely fine. Overhearing the tender advice, the sub-captain smiles warmly from the doorway as Nia softly asks if her mom will still love her even if she only remains friends with Yvain. Can you even believe this level of cuteness? Bright. Nia's eyes sparkle like brilliant golden stars as Lucia answers without a single second of hesitation, confirming that nothing in this world could ever change that. Bloom! Glowing yellow roses bloom around them as mother and daughter share the sweetest, most wholesome hug imaginable, completely melting everyone's heart. A short while later, Lucia walks down the Grand Academy hallway in her elegant blue dress, having successfully walked Nia safely to her classroom. She stops right in front of a massive, heavily decorated wooden door, double-checking if this is where the parent-teacher meeting is being held. Creak. Pushing the heavy doors open, Lucia steps into the room with her usual calm, imposing aura. Silence! The bustling room instantly drops to a dead silence as dozens of noble mothers freeze mid-gossip and stare straight at the door. Breaking the awkward tension, a friendly purple-haired noblewoman waves enthusiastically, calling Lucia over to join their roundtable. Thud. Lucia takes a seat, quietly thinking to herself that this specific group seems surprisingly calm and friendly compared to the rest of the snobbish aristocrats. Foo-foo. But the moment she sits down, two of the noble ladies lean in with ominous, shaded smiles, whispering slyly that they already know everything. Look at Lucia's clueless face. She thought she found a safe zone, but she just walked straight into a gossip trap. Imagine stepping into a high society school meeting only to get hit with crazy gossip about your love life. The noble ladies are bouncing off the walls, insisting that Captain Leon is definitely going to be her official escort for the upcoming Academy Ball. They even paint this picture-perfect fantasy of her walking down the aisle again, teasingly asking if remarrying a handsome young noble captain isn't the ultimate second chance at happiness. I mean, look at them, framed in literal roses like a classic romance webtoon cover. The aristocrats are acting like total fangirls, pushing this ship with zero self-control. Swoosh! Lucia's brain completely short-circuits. Remarriage? She literally just came here to attend a standard parent-teacher conference, not get set up on a surprise blind date. With a completely straight face, she shuts down the rumor mill instantly, declaring that she has zero plans of remarrying anyone. Shiver. But do these gossip queens care? Absolutely not. They just keep gushing about the tragic romance trope of a hidden identity, leaving poor Lucia turned into a frozen block of ice. Honestly, these noble ladies have read way too many romance novels. They're projecting so hard right now. Panicking internally, Lucia wonders if she should just spoil the entire truth to shut them up, realizing her loyal aide Vernon totally forgot to prep her for high society gossip level 100. Tap, tap. Thank goodness for perfect timing. A sharp sound echoes through the room as the Marchioness at the front podium taps on a golden sound amplifying device to command everyone's attention. As the speaker announces that an urgent matter took place earlier today, Lucia lets out a huge sigh of relief. Finally, something to save her from this nightmare table. Dropping all pleasantries, the Marchioness announces to the silent room that a serious issue occurred during the entrance ceremony earlier this morning. She reveals that the director of Eldarian Kindergarten had secretly implemented a pay-to-win donation admission system behind everyone's backs. Clink! But corrupt bribes don't fly around here. It turns out one parent tried to buy their child's spot illegally, so both the kid and their entire family were instantly expelled on the spot. Talk about an absolute PR disaster for that noble house. Bows! Showing true leadership, the prestigious Marchioness lowers her head before the entire room, offering a sincere apology for the oversight. Clap, clap. Lucia claps along in genuine respect, noting how impressive it is for someone of such high rank to own up to a mistake so gracefully. Murmur. With that scandal out of the way, the Marchioness transitions straight into the main agenda, electing the parent representatives for each class. Gulp. She stresses that since the royal family has heavily funded the academy, this representative position comes with massive responsibility and intense political scrutiny. Right on cue, the aristocrats immediately start throwing around alliance names, backing their political ruddies for the top spots without missing a beat. Dramatic shift, but as the shadows fall over their faces, you can tell this election isn't just friendly school volunteering, it's low-key political warfare. Sparkle! Suddenly, out of nowhere, the noble ladies turn to Lucia with giant grins and officially nominate her as a candidate for the representative seat. Huh? Lucia points at herself in total disbelief, completely caught off guard by being dragged straight into the lion's den. To keep things strictly official and fair, the Marchioness calls Lucia up to the front and instructs all the parents to write down their single vote on paper slips. Step, step, Lucia walks up to the table where the sealed ballot containers are lined up, acting as the official vote drawer for the class elections. The votes are announced one by one, with Mrs. Retron taking the crown for the pigeon class. Next up, Mrs. Poppin secures the duck class. As Lucia reaches into the next container, she mentally notes how these ambitious noblewomen jump at literally any chance to expand their power. Moving on to the goose class election, Lucia hands over the next folded piece of paper to the announcer. Gasp! The moment the name Mrs. Ringnail Bashav is read aloud, Lucia's eyes snap wide open in absolute shock. A refined blonde noblewoman politely bows to the crowd, acting totally humble and modest as everyone applauds her win. Flashback! Lucia remembers her previous timeline. When the emperor died young and the prime minister retired, it was the infamous Bashav family that greedily seized absolute power over the empire. Connecting the dots, Lucia realizes that all the women sitting at her table were the exact same families who grew absurdly wealthy by monopolizing magic stone investments. As the announcer calls for the Sparrow class vote, which is her daughter Nia's class, Lucia reaches her hand into the ballot box with a sharp, serious focus. Peek! She sneaks a glance at the slip of paper in her hand, revealing the name Susan Whitney written across it. Bashav, Popin, Retrin, Whitney? Every single name popping up matches her past life memories with terrifying perfection. Shatter! These were the dark figures who became the pillars of the state after her retirement. Were these corrupt factions actually the ones behind sealing away the Saintess in her previous life? Back then, nobody knew how these minor families skyrocketed to supreme authority overnight. But now, the terrifying pattern is right in front of her. Realizing this kindergarten is the secret origin point for their dark rise, Lucia knows the Saintess plot is already in motion. She decides right then and there she's hijacking this election so Susan Whitney doesn't take the seat. Closing her eyes, she gathers her focus, channeling her otherworldly instincts into her fingertips. Swell! Using her high-tier mana sense, she scans the paper slips inside the box, searching for the precise weight and light density of ink that spells out her own name. Grab! Her fingers lock onto the exact vote slip reading, Lucia. The Marchioness officially announces Lucia as the new representative for the Sparrow class, successfully concluding the election. Clap, clap, clap. The entire hall erupts in polite applause as all the noble mothers smile and cheer for her win. As the Marchioness congratulates her, Lucia bows politely while internally dying of shame for using Supreme Grand Swordmaster mana manipulation just to rig a kindergarten PTA election. Honestly, using legendary endgame powers to win a school vote is peak hilarious abuse of power. Spotting a disappointed look on the defeated mother's face, Lucia notes she doesn't seem evil, making her wonder if some of these parents are just innocent bystanders caught up in the mix. The Marchioness dismisses the meeting, telling everyone to head back to the main hall since the kids are waiting for their parents. Flash, suddenly a wave of pure dread hits Lucia as she remembers the ongoing temple ceremony. Drag! If the temple priests conduct their holy inspection and discover that little Nia is actually the true reincarnated Saintess, everything will blow up. Dash! She bursts into a full sprint down the grand hallway, determined to shatter the wheels of fate before history repeats itself. She bursts into the Sparrow classroom to find cute little Nia sitting peacefully at her desk, happily scribbling away with crayons. Looking down at Nia's hilarious stick figure drawing, Lucia mentally facepalms at her own overreaction, realizing she panicked over nothing. Gulp. Meanwhile, back in the background, the Sparrow class teacher Emily is sweating buckets, mentally freaking out because she used to bully Lucia in their academy days, and now Lucia's a terrifying war hero. While Emily's having a whole panic attack, a cute little boy next to Nia proudly boasts that he dreamt of the goddess last night, convinced he's going to be chosen as the saint during the baptism ceremony. Imagine trying to convince your kindergarten classmates that you're destined to be the next divine saintess, only for a fiery, pigtailed kid to shut you down with pure, unfiltered sass. Inside the Sparrow classroom, the kids gather around the table discussing the holy prophecy, with one boy genuinely confused about why the goddess appeared in his dream if the saintess is supposed to be a black-haired girl. Gulp! Little Nia sits quietly at her desk, holding her green crayon with trembling hands as the conversation suddenly shifts directly toward black hair. The blonde boy turns toward Nia with literal shoujo manga sparkle eyes, leaving poor Nia vibrating in pure awkward terror as she tries to blend into the background. Seriously, look at her sweating bullets. She's practically screaming internally. Slam! Breaking the awkward tension, the red-haired girl slams both hands onto the table, loudly declaring to the whole group that Nia is obviously the one. Getting super fired up, the fiery girl points her fist right at the blonde boy, asking if he wants to catch hands for doubting her, causing the poor kid to back off instantly. Desperate to make amends, the blonde boy blurted out that since Nia has black hair, she should grant him a holy blessing so he can score first place in class, promising to be her biggest supporter.
Nia turns around with the most innocent, puzzled look, leaving the boy bowing his head in total embarrassment. The instant social pressure of being declared the main character in preschool is wild. Sparkle! Offering a polite peace offering across the table, the blonde boy softly reaches out his hand, hoping they can start fresh as good friends. Swarm. Suddenly, the rest of the class rushes over to the round table, shouting at the top of their lungs that they want to be Nia's friend too. The red-haired girl isn't having any of it, though, boasting that since she was closest to Nia first, she takes the top spot, and Nia innocently validates her, making her smugness skyrocket. Meanwhile, teacher Emily watches from the front with a strained, terrified smile, mentally panicking because these toddlers are casually tossing around high treason topics that could get everyone banished from the empire. Talk about an occupational hazard. Dread? Remembering how a corrupt noble family was banished in a single day, Emily shivers knowing the emperor himself doesn't play when it comes to academy order. In her wild imagination, Emily pictures Grand Swordmaster Lucia towering over her with glowing red eyes of death, leaving the poor teacher trembling in a puddle of fear. Creak! The heavy classroom doors swing open as two hooded temple priests in white robes enter, announcing that it's time for the Sparrow class baptism ritual. Drip, drip. The kids line up as the priest sprinkles holy water over their heads to test their spiritual alignment, while Emily stands nervously in the background. The art atmospheric lighting here is top tier. You can practically feel the holy tension building. Moving down the line, the priest stops right in front of Nia, noting to his partner that she's the final child of the session. Flip! The assistant priest pulls up Nia's student record, scanning her registration file to cross-reference her lineage. Examining the parchment, the priest double-checks the family details, noting with sudden surprise that the mother's registered name is none other than Lucia. Shock! Beneath his white mask, the priest's eyes narrow into a cold glare as he realizes he's standing right in front of the child of the infamous Black Monster. Calling a legendary war hero's child a monster behind her back is a one-way ticket to instant regret. Suspicious of her dark hair, the priest slowly raises the glowing bottle of holy water directly over Nia's head to forcefully expose her inner mana. Bang! Out of nowhere, the classroom door bursts open as the silver-haired knight Heath shouts at the top of his lungs, telling the priests to freeze. Slinking past the bewildered teacher, Heath kneels before Nia and gently presents a sleek, dark gem pendant wrapped around a silver chain. As Nia puts on the shimmering necklace, teacher Emily tries to regain control, politely asking the knight to exit since they're in the middle of a sacred religious ceremony. Sweating nervously, Heath quickly lies on his feet, claiming he was strictly instructed to deliver her late family's memento, giving Emily a huge sigh of relief. That fake relative excuse was an absolute clutch play to slip a mana-blocking artifact right under the temple's nose. Tap, tap, tap! Nia comes sprinting down the Grand Academy corridor, beaming with joy as she calls out to her mom, while Lucia comes running from the opposite side. Glow! Lucia's sharp eyes immediately lock onto the mysterious gem glowing against Nia's yellow dress, instantly recognizing the powerful artifact. Sweeping Nia up into a tight hug, Lucia looks over at Heath, asking if the baptism went smoothly, to which Heath awkwardly rubs his neck and confirms it ended safely. Closing her eyes, Lucia mentally pieced together that Heath's father must have handed over his late wife's precious concealment artifact specifically to safeguard Nia. While Lucia and Heath share a warm smile, the panel cuts back to the classroom where a student finds teacher Emily literally hiding under a desk in complete emotional distress. Honestly, the running gag of Emily having an absolute mental breakdown is hilarious. Later that afternoon, back at the headquarters, Lucia leans casually against the window frame, quietly reading through a book on child behavior. She reflects on how timid little Nia is, convincing herself that her cute daughter definitely wouldn't get into any messy childish squabbles at school. Creak! The door opens as a blue-haired knight steps into the office, visibly surprised to see Captain Lucia back at her desk early. He reports that all the Black Knights have gathered at the training grounds after hearing rumors of her return, prompting Lucia to head out with him immediately. Clang! Out in the sprawling castle courtyard, the entire elite battalion stands in pristine military formation, coming to full attention the moment Lucia appears. Welcome back, Captain! The grand courtyard echoes with thunderous shouts as Lucia walks past her loyal squad with maximum drip and boss energy. The dramatic shift from wholesome suburban mom to terrifying military commander gives me absolute chills.
Glancing around the formation, Lucia notices a key spot missing and asks for the vice captain's whereabouts, learning he's currently fighting for permission to use the main training grounds. Sweat. Lucia's chibi face darkens as she questions why Q4 facility approvals weren't finalized back in September, demanding to see the official training schedule right now. She grabs the parchment schedule, staring down at an almost entirely blank grid sheet. Shadow! A heavy, dark shadow falls over Lucia's face as she confirms her worst fear. There's practically zero record of the Black Knights being allowed to use the Grand Facility since April. The panel showcases a glowing arsenal of high-tier medieval weaponry, highlighting how the main grounds hold the best equipment in the entire Empire. Rage. Chibi Lucia literally combusts into purple flames of fury, realizing her squad was completely wiped from the facility schedule the moment she went on maternity leave. Imagine taking maternity leave only to find out rival departments stole your entire facility budget. Lucia is about to start a war. Silence! Her knights stand at rigid attention in dead silence, knowing better than to make a single sound when their captain enters full rage mode. She recalls the portrait of Captain-in-Chief Helbert, realizing the elderly Grand Commander must have been away as well, otherwise this corruption wouldn't have slipped by. Zap! Sparks fly from Lucia's aura as she seethes over the sheer audacity of rival factions taking advantage of her temporary absence. Realizing her vice captain Beryl has been taking the brunt of this political disrespect alone, Lucia's expression hardens. Step, step, turning toward her elite force, Lucia commands the entire battalion to fall in line and follow her straight to the main arena. Over at the training grounds, the arrogant vice captain of the Red Knights adjusts his glasses, condescendingly telling Beryl that approved schedules cannot be modified. Vein pop! Beryl shouts in absolute frustration, calling out the fact that the schedule was stamped by a greenhorn rookie aide who doesn't know the first thing about military protocol. Smirking arrogantly, the Red Knight mockingly asks why Beryl didn't whine to his precious captain while she was off on vacation, completely oblivious to the fact that Lucia is standing right behind him. Talk about talking trash at the absolute worst possible moment. Ever wonder what happens when a smug bureaucrat tries to lecture a war hero about military discipline? Well, grab your popcorn because this red-haired officer is about to learn the absolute hardest lesson of his life. Flashback mode kicks in, showing this pompous guy giving cold-blooded advice about showing no mercy on the battlefield, proving he thinks he's the ultimate military mastermind. But little does he know, our legendary heroine Lucia isn't some cold monster. She actually considers her actions with terrifying precision. Gasp! The second her voice cuts through the air, both officers freeze like deer in headlights, completely flabbergasted that the legendary captain herself just walked up. Talk about an immediate heart attack moment. The red-haired officer stammers in complete disbelief, suddenly realizing that the intimidating commander standing right in front of him is back in full force. Dropping to a deep bow, he shouts a grand welcome, while an entire squad of knights stands perfectly at attention behind her. Lucia isn't buying any of his fake politeness, though. Piercing him with a glare cold enough to freeze hell over, she bluntly demands to know where to file the paperwork to take over the training grounds for her own squad. Trying to save face, the officer bows low and nervously argues that it's actually his order that deserves special treatment and respect. You've got to admire the sheer audacity of this guy trying to lecture a living legend. He goes on a long, whiny rant about how much they suffered during her 5-year absence, leaving Lucia internally groaning at how unnecessarily talkative and manipulative the Royal Knights have become. Remembering how these same political snakes used clever words during the war to push the Black Knights to the front lines as meat shields, Lucia realizes he's playing the exact same petty games again. Clank! Striding straight over to the rack, Lucia casually picks up a massive, deadly spiked mace. The officer completely panics, screeching that an adult shouldn't make wild threats and needs to challenge him to a proper knight's duel. Red aura erupts around Lucia like a volcano as she raises the giant weapon high above her head, menacingly declaring that anyone who lacks consideration isn't worthy of being treated like an adult. Man, when she gets mad, the art style turns pure hype. Swoosh! With terrifying force, she swings that massive spiked mace right through the air, casually remarking that if kids can't share their toys, there's only one simple solution. Boom! The spiked mace slams directly into the massive stone fortress wall with enough force to shatter the entire structure into millions of pieces. Crumble! The entire grand wall and support pillars crumble into total rubble, raining stone blocks all over the training yard.
Chibi panic. The red-haired officer and his buddy literally lose their minds, screaming in utter terror as the entire grand training facility collapses right before their eyes. Look at those ridiculous shocked faces. That's instant karma at its absolute finest. Explosion! As dust and red energy swirl around her, Lucia calmly announces that if her knights can't use the training grounds, then nobody gets to use them. A dramatic message floats in the sky, setting up the brand new rule of the Empire moving forward. Smirking like an absolute boss, Lucia declares that once the facility is rebuilt, the right to use it will be decided purely through strength and competition. Now that is how you handle red tape. Meanwhile, back in the quiet luxury of the palace office, an aide announces the arrival of Chancellor Lu Winsei as the emperor waits behind his grand desk. Yank! The silver-haired chancellor violently pulls open the heavy velvet curtains, letting blinding sunlight flood the room as the emperor dramatically covers his eyes and screams in agony. Adjusting his monocle, the sophisticated old chancellor sniffs the air and scolds his majesty for smoking fancy strawberry-scented tobacco around his sensitive nose. The emperor grumbles under his breath, while a hilarious side note reveals he picked up this ridiculously pretentious sweet tobacco after promising Lucia he'd quit smoking. Honestly, even the ruler of the empire is terrified of Lucia's scolding. Squirm! The chancellor casually brings up an embarrassing childhood memory where the emperor got caught crying in the garden, making his majesty burst into a desperate chibi scream to shut him up. Sweating bullets, the emperor quickly shifts the topic, asking for an official status update on the crown prince's recently broken engagement. Glowing diamonds scatter across the scene as the chancellor confirms they officially settled the broken engagement by handing over an entire diamond mine as compensation. Talk about a crazy expensive breakup fee. With his monocle gleaming menacingly, the chancellor asks his majesty to finally spill the real, top-secret reason behind breaking off the royal engagement. He reminds the emperor that the alliance with Farandel was meant to secure military power, but now that their empire holds the most sword masters on the continent, political marriages are totally unnecessary. The emperor gets a sneaky glint in his eye, hinting that someone extraordinarily special returned to active duty just today. Narrowing his eyes, the chancellor tries to guess who this mysterious secret weapon could possibly be, suddenly putting the pieces together in his head. A grand golden portrait of Commander Lucia shines brightly, revealing the exact target of the emperor's master plan. The chancellor bursts into snarky laughter, teasing the emperor so hard that his majesty turns bright red and stammers out terrible excuses about his past romantic blunders. Fed up with the teasing, the emperor slams his hands down and yells at the top of his lungs that Commander Lucia isn't just any knight, she's a terrifying grand sword master. The atmosphere instantly turned serious as the chancellor glares back, asking his majesty if he truly comprehends the sheer weight of what that title means. Waving a feather quill and a wine glass around, the emperor frantically explains how Lucia effortlessly sliced through a solid crystal goblet using nothing but a soft bird feather. A close-up shows the crystal glass sliced with microscopic perfection, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Lucia has reached the god-tier status of Grand Swordmaster. Flashback panels show Lucia tearing through battlefields like a force of nature, manipulating her aura so fluidly that her swordplay looks like high-level magic. Realizing that Lucia has essentially become a walking, invincible weapon of mass destruction, the chancellor grimly asks if forcing a marriage is really the only way to chain her to the throne. Dramatic shift. The emperor's eyes turn into literal hearts as he swoons over how adorable his son is, while the chancellor dryly points out that Lucia would never willingly submit to royal control. Stroking his chin, the emperor assures him that he has no intention of forcing her into anything against her will. Instead, he proudly imagines his super charming pink-haired prince using pure, irresistible riz to win Lucia's heart naturally. You gotta love how ridiculously optimistic this king is. Not to be outdone, the chancellor smugly brags that his own handsome, silver-haired son is the ultimate gentleman, claiming kindness always beats pure looks. Argue. Sparks fly as both proud fathers start roasting each other's sons, throwing hilarious political shade back and forth until the entire room heats up with petty rivalry. Kaboom! Out of nowhere, a massive, earth-shattering explosion rocks the entire palace, making both old men jump out of their skins and peer out the window in sheer horror.
High above the palace grounds, a giant plume of smoke and fiery debris erupts right over the training fields. Panic! A guard bursts through the door screaming that Commander Lucia is currently leveling the entire grand training grounds to the ground. The Emperor's jaw literally hits the floor in complete comedic shock. Chuckling mischievously, the Chancellor asks if they can really afford a future crown princess who single-handedly destroys state property, leaving the Emperor sweating buckets. The attendant politely excuses himself to handle the emergency disciplinary hearing, while the Emperor frantically tries to delegate the mess to someone else. Smirk! Walking away with a shady grin, the Chancellor asks for a budget estimate for rebuilding, making the Emperor scream and panic over who's going to cover the insane bill. Left all alone in his massive office, the Emperor completely soul-crushes into a blank white shell, hollowly laughing at his hopeless life. What an absolute legendary way to end the chapter! We open up in the Grand Hall where the disciplinary committee meeting is being held, and you just know bureaucracy is about to throw a massive, annoying tantrum. Slapping an official document onto the table, the committee members start complaining about being tasked with handling monsters popping up at the border. Sitting across from them with pure, unbothered authority, Commander Lucia makes it crystal clear that shoving their responsibilities onto her is completely out of the question. Outraged by her blunt refusal, a smug noble sneers, asking if she understands the consequences if she's stripped of her commander title right here and now. Without missing a beat or showing a hint of fear, Lucia casually announces that she'll just resign on the spot, instantly flipping the entire room upside down. The corrupt noble inwardly gloats, genuinely believing everything is going according to plan so he can slide his own son into her powerful position. But the rest of the committee instantly breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that if Lucia actually quits, the Emperor will destroy them and seize all their assets. Dramatic entrance. Bursting through the heavy doors with flower petals practically floating around him, Crown Prince Aileen loudly calls out to Lucia. Marching right up to the desk, the prince takes the official disciplinary document straight out of Lucia's hands with a dazzling, unbothered smile. Turning to the panicked nobles, Aileen casually announces that he'll handle Lucia in private, so they can consider the whole training ground issue officially resolved. Rip! Right in front of their horrified eyes, the Crown Prince tears the official Imperial Command document straight in half like a piece of cheap scrap paper. The corrupt noble completely loses his mind, screaming in utter disbelief at how the prince could blatantly shred a legally binding state document. Completely ignoring the shouting officials, Prince Aileen grabs Lucia's hand and drags her out of the hall like a true chaotic royal hero. The disciplinary hall falls dead silent, leaving the entire panel of arrogant nobles sitting in awkward jaw-drop defeat. Talk about an absolute boss move. Slamming his hands down, the noble throws a pathetic temper tantrum, yelling that he refuses to deal with the prince's faction any longer. Cut over to the White Mage Order office, where Captain Leon is quietly handling paperwork, completely unaware of the chaos going down elsewhere. His deputy captain suddenly rushes in with urgent news, reporting that the Grand Arena collapsed and buried all their experimental magic tools under tons of rock. Leon simply sighs and pinches his brow, calmly noting that they barely even use that arena anyway, so it's not worth stressing over. Seeing her captain remain so surprisingly chill, the deputy bows an apology and offers to order replacement tools immediately. Left alone in his thoughts, Leon's expression softens as he worries about Lucia, wondering how much harsh criticism and burden she's currently bearing. Suddenly, a sharp voice breaks the silence as his father, the cunning chancellor, strolls into the office with a sly smirk. Leon doesn't even bother looking up from his desk, dryly asking why his father decided to drop by without any warning. The chancellor smirked, subtly probing Leon about his recent appearance at a kindergarten entrance ceremony, trying to tease out his hidden motives. Staying completely silent, Leon refuses to give his manipulative dad the satisfaction of a reaction, keeping his guard firmly up. Sensing the old man didn't come for a friendly chat, Leon cold shoulders him, suspecting this surprise visit has something to do with the border monster mission. Hitting him right where it hurts, the chancellor casually reveals that since Leon rejected the mission, he assigned the border task to Commander Lucia instead. Leon's eyes widen in utter shock, realizing his father intentionally set things up to put Lucia directly on the front lines. The chancellor smugly adds that under the guise of overseeing her disciplinary action, Crown Prince Aileen will be accompanying her on the journey. Panic sets in. The realization that the overly charming crown prince will be spending days alone with Lucia makes Leon's blood run cold. Slam! Pushing himself up from his desk with intense determination, Leon sternly declares that he'll take the border mission himself after all. Meanwhile, out in the serene palace garden, Prince Aileen and Lucia are sitting near a glowing fountain, looking like a romantic lead duo straight out of a drama. Flashy as always, the prince winks and talks about how beautiful the sky is, but Lucia instantly cuts through the flattery, asking what he actually wants. Shrinking into pouty chibi mode, Aileen whines about how icy and dismissive she's being after he ran all the way over just to rescue her. Lucia gives him a total deadpan glare, completely immune to his theatrical charm. She's strictly here for business, people. Chuckling at her relentless cold shoulder, the prince hands over a scroll, telling her to check out the details of her assigned border task. Unrolling the parchment, Lucia scans the document with a serious analytical gaze while the golden sunset hits her long, dark hair. The mission requires a full week of monster subjugation way out at the border, making Lucia pause as she considers how long she'd be away from home. Noticing her hesitation, Prince Aileen leans in closer with a mischievous glint in his eye, claiming he has a trick to cut down the travel time. Striking a full Bishonen pose surrounded by sparkling roses, the prince turns on his maximum riz, trying his absolute best to win her favor. Lucia internally weighs her options, thinking that if teleportation magic can squeeze a week-long journey into just 3 days, it might actually be worth doing. Swoosh! Out of nowhere, a massive, crackling blue magic portal tears open right in the middle of the peaceful garden scenery. Dramatic enter. Stepping right out of the glowing portal with aura swirling, Captain Leon dramatically calls out to Lucia. Catching his breath, Leon confesses he was going out of his mind searching everywhere for her, looking ridiculously relieved to finally find her. Prince Aileen's happy mood instantly vanishes, glaring at Leon with pure annoyance for ruining his perfect romantic moment with Lucia. Sparks fly! Red angry aura erupts between the two handsome rivals as they start aggressively bickering over who gets to accompany Lucia. Turning up the charm, Prince Aileen flexes that a young, handsome royal like him is obviously the better choice, leaving Leon looking thoroughly exasperated. Caught between two total dorks, Lucia enters full strategist mode, weighing the prince's 3-day travel offer against Leon's standard 7-day trip because she wants to get back to Nia ASAP. Realizing he's losing ground, Leon's eyes narrow as he steps up, offering to use the ancient high-tier magical relic, Stonehenge. Leon smoothly reveals that by using Stonehenge, they can clear the entire border mission and return within a single day, completely crushing the prince's offer. Lucia looks at Leon in mild surprise, realizing that the quiet silver-haired captain just pulled off an absolute galaxy brain move to win her over. Talk about pulling out the ultimate secret weapon. Leon casually drops that he brought out Stonehenge, an ancient military-grade magic relic strong enough to move entire armies during wartime, just to shorten their travel time, and you can literally see Prince Aileen's soul leaving his body in real time. Prince Aileen tries to put on a brave face, internally screaming that he can't possibly let Lucia spend a single day alone with another man, but Leon reads his petty inner thoughts like an open book and blushes with absolute victory. Down in hilarious chibi mode, Aileen tries to pull the classic sick card to guilt-trip everyone into letting him tag along, but Leon shuts him down with ice-cold logic, telling him if he's actually ill, he should just stay bedridden like a good little prince. Crickets! The tension by the garden fountain turns completely suffocating as all three of them stand in an epic 3-way awkward standoff under the golden afternoon light. Ever the tactical genius, Lucia calculates that if Captain Leon is personally stepping in with high-tier imperial backing, completing this border mission alongside him will guarantee her top-tier performance marks on her record. Swish. Writing down her official notes on the mission scroll, Lucia suspects that Leon's manipulative father, the Chancellor, is definitely pulling strings behind the scenes to push his son into the spotlight. With pure, calm, professional grace, Lucia hands the official scroll back to Leon, sealing the deal under a gorgeous canopy of bright yellow flowers. Talk about a picture-perfect moment straight out of a romance webtoon. Dang, dang, dang. Suddenly, the massive palace clock tower begins ringing out 5 loud, echoing chimes, causing Lucia's eyes to snap wide open in absolute horror as she checks the time.
Ta-ta-ta! Forget imperial politics and romantic rivals. Lucia turns into a literal speed demon, sprinting off at top speed because school dismissal time is here and missing Nia is a fate worse than death. Left standing in the dust, both Eileen and Leon shrink into hilarious featureless stick figures, completely dumbfounded by how fast their dramatic love triangle just got shattered by strict parenting duties. Whipping out his dramatic chibi pout, Prince Eileen whines bitterly about how Leon's sudden intrusion completely ruined his chance at a romantic date with Lucia. Seriously, this guy's priorities are entirely upside down. Leon gives him the ultimate deadpan side-eye, dryly warning the crown prince that spouting off delusional dating fantasies in public is going to get them both heavily judged. Cut to the next morning at the Grand Imperial Academy, where the sun shines bright over the gorgeous Gothic stone towers, setting the stage for another chaotic day of kindergarten drama. Inside the classroom, teacher Emily clasps her hands together in desperate prayer, internally sweating as she hopes to safely hide from terrifying noble parents after the school schedule was moved up by an hour. Swoosh! Out of nowhere, Tiny Evan creeps up right behind her like a little shadow ninja, raspy voicing her presence and scaring poor teacher Emily completely out of her wits. Trying her absolute best to maintain her composure, Emily sweetly encourages Yvonne to practice proper polite greetings, but the red-haired kid just gives her the driest, most unimpressed good morning ever. When Emily tries to gently correct her response, Yvonne just hits her with a casual, deadpan that instantly sends the poor teacher's stress levels through the roof. Sigh. Emily takes a deep breath, internally groaning over how a whole week of teaching hasn't softened this stubborn child one bit. Honestly, managing royal kids deserves hazard pay at this point. Sparkle! Just when Emily is about to give up, little Nia bounds into the classroom like a literal ray of sunshine, offering the sweetest, most blindingly adorable morning greeting imaginable. Emily's heart utterly melts into a puddle, clutching her chest as bright golden sparkles practically erupt around Nia's cute, angelic face. Naturally, Emily immediately ranks Nia as her absolute #1 top priority student whose parents she must impress above all else. But then the absurdity hits her. Emily internally spirals, trying to comprehend how a soft, gentle angel like Nia could possibly belong to the ice-cold, terrifying Black Knight Commander Lucia. Watching Nia happily run around and play with the other children, Emily notes how strangely quiet Nia's parent has been, fully expecting total chaos whenever a high-ranking knight's kid is involved. She realizes that with so many foreign students enrolled this year, most people don't even know who Lucia is, meaning as long as the commander keeps her identity under wraps, everything should stay peaceful. Shivering in a dark, ominous aura of anxiety, Emily promises herself to lay low, avoid stirring up any unnecessary trouble, and just survive the day in quiet peace. Clapping her hands with forced cheerfulness, Emily instructs the entire Sparrow class to take their seats, greeted by a chorus of cute, enthusiastic responses from the toddlers. With a wide, sparkling smile, she announces to the class that a very special new classmate will be joining them today, telling everyone to get ready to clap and welcome her. Creak! The heavy wooden classroom doors slowly swing open as dramatic sunlight streams into the room, signaling an entrance that is guaranteed to be extra. Swoosh! Instead of a normal toddler walking in, a full squad of elite, high-ranking royal guards clad in vibrant red uniforms marches into the kindergarten classroom like they're invading a fortress. Thud! Standing at sharp attention, the head guard clears his throat and shouts out a booming official royal announcement at the top of his lungs. Ta-da! Princess Charlotte Eldarian makes her grand arrival, stepping into the classroom surrounded by floating roses and sparkling glitz, because why enter school normally when you can drop in like royalty? Meanwhile, shifting outside of the quiet paved streets, a figure walks along the garden wall, silently sighing about how exhausting it is to always rush across town just to make school pick up on time. Dressed in a simple, elegant green casual dress, Lucia picks up her pace to ensure she isn't late, only for a smooth, familiar voice to suddenly call out to her from behind. Flourish. Prince Eileen strikes an extremely effortless Bishonen pose in his flashy red velvet coat, showering her with dramatic compliments and gushing over how gorgeous she looks out of uniform.
Tap, tap, tap! Lucia immediately slips into grumpy chibi mode, rolling her eyes and walking even faster to ditch him, while Eileen casually jogs behind her like a persistent puppy. The prince proudly boasts about how amazing it must feel to get personal praise from the most handsome, popular guy in the entire empire, but Lucia literally hits him with the ultimate silent treatment.
Aileen continues chatting away without a care, casually mentioning that they're both heading to the exact same destination anyway, making Lucia abruptly stop dead in her tracks. Trying to tease her further, Aileen playfully snickers that whenever he looks at her lately, she acts like a 90-year-old grandmother who's lived through 3 different lifetimes, leaving Lucia sweat-dropping in annoyance. Walking side by side, Aileen gets all nostalgic, reminiscing about how close they used to be back in the day, dramatically claiming he cried rivers into his pillow when she went off to war without him. Glow, leaning into the golden hour sunset, Aileen turns up his maximum visual riz, gazing softly at her while talking about how he prayed every single night for her safe return. Lucia deadpans as she remembers the truth. Back when she was 16 and assigned to his escort duty, she literally just tolerated his childish whining a couple of times. Whew! Closing her eyes, Lucia cuts right through his romantic nonsense, sternly demanding to know what his real motive is behind all this sudden attention. Smirking with a dangerous glint in his eye, Aileen flips the question right back at her, asking why she's hiding Nia's true existence and keeping her hidden away from the world.
Stationary, Eileen steps up directly behind her, his voice dropping into a thrilling low tone as he probes into the complicated circumstances surrounding Nia's secret identity. Whispering right next to her ear, Eileen teasingly points out that she's a terrible liar, making Lucia break into a cold sweat as she realizes she accidentally confirmed his suspicions. Cosmic mind space. Deep in her mind, Lucia frantically analyzes the situation. Knowing Nia has 10 years before her awakening, Aileen couldn't possibly know she's the Saintess, which means he only suspects Nia isn't her biological kid. Looking toward the school gates in the distance, Lucia realizes that with school dismissal minutes away and crowds gathering, remaining alone with this dangerously sharp crown prince is a massive liability. Kaboom! Out of nowhere, Lucia spins around at lightning speed and slams her fist directly into the stone wall right beside Eileen's face, instantly shattering the solid brick into flying debris. Crack! The ultimate reverse wall slam Kabadon. Aileen is pinned against the crumbling brick wall in absolute wide-eyed shock, completely speechless as smoke rises from her fist. Staring down the crown prince with an intensely sharp, ruthless glare that could melt steel, Commander Lucia growls low, ordering him to spill exactly what that same destination was supposed to mean. Talk about an absolute boss move to end on. Just when you think a peaceful afternoon at the academy is on the menu, Lucia straight up pins a pink-haired noble against the stone wall, serving him an icy cold threat that if he takes one more step, he's not walking away in one piece. Talk about an explosive way to start a showdown. Thud. Sweating bullets under Lucia's suffocating aura, the pink-haired guy is completely locked against the brick as a startled voice suddenly rings out from around the corner, asking if that's really Commander Lucia in the flesh. Splutter! The sheer intensity of her pressure actually causes the poor guy's nose to burst out bleeding. His eyes are glowing with utter embarrassment as he lets out a squeak of total defeat. Honestly, getting kabendoned into a nosebleed by a legendary warrior is next level wild. Realizing she went a bit overboard, Lucia's fierce expression instantly softens into motherly concern. Pulling out a clean handkerchief, she gently dabs the blood off his face, softly asking if he's actually all right. Swish! Just as the awkward tension starts to settle, Lucia catches a noise nearby and glances over her shoulder, hearing a high-pitched little voice calling out for her brother. Patter, patter, a tiny girl with vibrant pink curls and a yellow dress comes sprinting across the courtyard, hyperventilating in total shock when she sees her big brother bleeding out of nowhere. Stomp, stomp. Right on her heels, a squad of heavily armored royal guards comes rushing in with full-blown panic, yelling at the top of their lungs to check if His Highness is safe. Waving off his panicked guards, the pink-haired prince regains his composure and politely turns to Lucia, formally introducing his cute little sister, Princess Charles Eldarion.
Lowering herself into the sweetest little curtsy, Princess Charles softly murmurs her thanks, looking up at Lucia with eyes full of aristocratic poise. Seriously, the contrast between her brother's utter chaos and her royal manners is hilarious. Lucia takes a quick step back, internally connecting the dots that with those matching pink locks and lavish royal threads, the prince was genuinely just on a wholesome family errand to pick up his little sister. Sparkle! Cue the full shoujo manga background with blooming roses as the handsome prince scoops his adorable little sister into his arms, hitting Lucia with a dazzling wink that could melt a glacier. Chirp, chirp! The scene shifts back to the Grand Academy Tower shining under a clear blue sky as birds flutter past the windows and a cheerful voice announces the start of class. Inside the Sparrow classroom, teacher Emily flashes a bright, welcoming smile, holding up a stack of colorful origami paper to announce today's fun flower crafting activity. Whisper, whisper. The classroom immediately erupts into quiet murmurs as the kids stare at Princess Charlie, gossiping about how all her private tutors allegedly quit on the spot, forcing her to join a normal class. Tremble! Behind her forced, sparkling smile, teacher Emily is practically sweating through her clothes, internally screaming at herself not to mess up now that actual royalty is sitting in her classroom. Talk about maximum job anxiety. Puff! Sitting at her table with her arms aggressively crossed, Princess Charlotte tosses her head back and loudly groans that doing paper crafts is way too childish and boring for someone of her standing. Sweat. Emily nervously leans down, delicately asking what Her Highness would prefer to do instead, only for the sassy princess to shut her down instantly, telling the teacher to figure it out herself since that's her literal job. Charlie even sarcastically asks if the teacher would whip up a gourmet 5-star dessert if requested, causing Emily's friendly mask to visibly crack as she mentally fights the urge to pinch the royal toddler's cheeks. Sensing an immediate meltdown, Emily quickly calls for recess to diffuse the room, sending the kids happily rushing off to play with wooden horses and stuffed animals. Standing right in the middle of the room with her hands behind her back, Charles raises her chin arrogantly, condescendingly asking if anyone wants the honor of playing with her. Watching the toddlers run wild, Charles internally complains that this place is absolute hell, seething over the fact that a princess has to socialize with snotty brats while vowing to tell her imperial father everything. Glance. Out of nowhere, a loud, energetic voice shouts across the play area, catching the moody princess completely off guard. Sparkle! Fiery red-haired Yvonne and sweet little Nia are sitting on the floor surrounded by wooden blocks, beaming brightly as Yvonne invites the princess over to help them construct a massive toy castle. Charles squints in sheer disbelief, asking why on earth she would participate in such silly games, to which Yvonne casually shoots back that building things together is way more fun. Yvonne turns to Nia for emotional support, and Nia cutely nods along in agreement, leaving Charles staring down with a dark shadow over her face, grumbling about how Yvonne goes out of her way to be annoying. Completely misinterpreting Charles' attitude, Ivan assumes the princess is asking about money, blithely explaining that her allowance is tiny so she can't afford expensive toys anyway. Look at that complete communication breakdown. It's gold. Smiles all around, Yvonne enthusiastically extends a wooden block toward Charles, telling Her Highness that they should kick things off by building the outer defensive wall together. Slap! Cold as ice, Charles violently swats the wooden block straight out of Yvonne's hand, sending it flying as the red-haired kid freezes in total shock. Smirk? Haughtily as the block clatters on the ground, Charles arrogantly decrees that Yvonne is too noisy for her taste, then dramatically points right at quiet little Nia in the back, commanding that Nia will now serve as her personal maid. Dramatic zoom. Nia's yellow eyes dilate in utter shock as the realization hits, while Yvonne right beside her turns a terrifying shade of purple with absolute rage. Block! Throwing her arms wide in a hero pose, Yvonne aggressively steps up in front of Nia, roaring at the top of her lungs that Nia is nobody's maid. Vein pop! Crossing her arms with a sneer, Charles fires back that if Yvonne wants to act like a servant herself, she needs to fix her disgraceful pronunciation first, driving the fiery redhead into a total frenzy. Sensing an absolute war breaking out, a polite brown-haired boy named Caesar steps between the fierce toddlers, trying to smooth things over by inviting everyone to rebuild the castle peacefully. Caesar offers a helping hand, and Yvonne huffs with crossed eyes, grudgingly agreeing to listen to him just this once.
Nod, nod. Leaning over to Nia, Charles whispers, if that fiery redhead gets this explosive every single day, and innocent little Nia cutely nods along, completely oblivious to the shade being thrown. Resting her chin on her hand, Charles internally wonders if Nia is a master manipulator subtly stroking her ego, or if she's just a clueless sweetheart who thinks Charles was complimenting her friend. The narrator box confirming correct answer on the clueless part is hilarious. Glow! Surrounded by glowing golden marigolds, Princess Charlotte formally orders Nia to follow her into the garden to act as her official assistant. Whisper. Over in the corner, the boys exchange conspiratorial glances as Caesar foolishly explains that visiting the flower garden is a fancy high society euphemism for going to the bathroom, causing Yvonne to gasp in total disgust. Fire! Back at the craft table, teacher Emily tried to reset the mood by handing out glue and crayons, but Yvonne is literally burning with visible flames of pure fury. Grind! Ivan's rage reaches critical mass as she watches Nia submissively handing over craft supplies to the princess, convincing herself that Nia is her ultimate anger trigger. Scratch, scratch. While Nia obediently hands over colored pencils, Yvonne grips her crayons like lethal weapons, furiously scribbling onto her paper with enough force to shatter the table. Charles glares right back with a venomous side-eye, internally fuming over how a low-ranking commoner child dares to throw attitude in the presence of royalty. Dash! Teacher Emily comes running over in a panic, gently reminding Yvonne that colored pencils are meant to be shared, only for Yvonne to turn around and yell that others can have them after she's completely done. Emily's sweat drops profusely as her teacher authority crumbles, while Charles haughtily scoffs that she doesn't even need those tacky colors anyway. Quietly keeping the peace, sweet little Nia gently reaches across the table to pass a light green crayon directly to the princess. Snatch! Before the crayon even reaches Charles' fingers, Yvonne aggressively swipes it out of midair like a hawk, cutting off the transaction entirely. Boom! Extreme high tension erupts across the table. Charles turns beet red with rage, Yvonne's eyes burn with green fury, and poor little Nia is stuck right in the middle, vibrating in absolute terror. Swish, swish. Entering full battle mode, Charles starts barking out color demands at light speed. Red, orange, purple, blue, trying to force Nia to pass supplies before Yvonne can intercept them. Chaos! Teacher Emily frantically holds Yvonne back by her shoulders while the rest of the class gathers around in utter awe, watching the craft table transform into an absolute battlefield. Thud! Overwhelmed by the crushing pressure of two tiny tyrants fighting for total dominance, poor little Nia collapses onto her knees on the floor as crayons scatter everywhere. Talk about preschool drama turned up to 11. The classroom erupts into instant chaos as Princess Charlotte looms over poor little Nia, barking out demands and calling her painfully slow for dropping a few crayons. Grasp! Teacher Emily physically has to restrain fiery red-haired Yvonne, who's practically spitting fire and screaming at the top of her lungs at the royal brat for treating Nia like garbage. The sudden roar of defense stops Charlotte dead in her tracks, leaving the haughty princess staring down at Nia with a flickering look of hesitation and genuine shock. Scratch! While Nia silently crawls around gathering the scattered crayons, Yvonne continues to violently thrash in Emily's grip, furiously insisting that Nia isn't anyone's servant. Talk about a ride-or-die best friend. Teary-eyed and trembling with raw passion, Yvonne bellows out through her tears that Nia is her precious friend, a moment so pure it could bring a tear to even the coldest villain's eye. Sniffling softly as teardrops hit the floor, Nia clutches the colorful crayons to her chest, whispering that she just wanted to create a beautiful story to present to her mom. Gasp! Hearing the word mom strikes a deep, sensitive chord inside Charles, triggering a painful memory of her own childhood, where she sobbed into her nanny's arms, feeling abandoned by the Empress. Pet, pet! The painful flashback lingers as young Charles wept bitterly, longing for a mother who was always too busy for her, proving that behind that arrogant royal facade lies a super lonely kid desperate for affection. Glow! Snapping back to reality, Charles' harsh glare completely melts away as she gently reaches out, softly clasping Nia's hands in a tender gesture of unspoken understanding. Looking directly into Nia's big golden eyes, Charles asks with a hesitant, hopeful voice if it's really okay for both of them to officially be friends from now on. Nod! A radiant smile breaks across Nia's tear-stained face as she nods enthusiastically, officially sealing the sweetest truce in preschool history.
Sparkle! And just like that, the golden trio is born. Charles, Nia, and a still pouting Ivan lock hands together, surrounded by a magical blooming backdrop. Honestly, watching a snobbish princess get humbled by wholesome toddler friendship is peak storytelling. Boing! Back at home that night, Nia bounces around on the giant bed like an energized puppy, excitedly recounting every single detail of her epic day to her mom, Lucia. Gesture, throwing her arms wide, Nia dramatically describes how they constructed a massive toy fortress together, while Lucia listens intently with the fondest smile on her face. Lucia visualizes the chaotic scene in her head, mentally laughing over how the royal knights probably lost their minds having to build a literal toy castle for 3 hyperactive toddlers. Glimmer! Looking at her daughter's glowing face, Lucia's heart completely melts, thinking to herself that listening to Nia's bedtime stories is evilly the highlight of her entire existence. Tilt. Still, Lucia raises an eyebrow in disbelief, genuinely shocked that the pampered, stuck-up princess was actually the one who swallowed her pride and asked Nia to be friends first. Stare. Noticing a sudden shift in Nia's expression, Lucia peers down thoughtfully, sensing that her little girl is hiding something beneath that innocent smile. Fidgeting with her fingers, Nia gazes down at her lap, secretly vowing to always bring home happy stories so her mom never has to worry about her. Flash, Nia remembers the terrifying moment the princess yelled at her, realizing that telling her mom about the drama would only make Lucia feel guilty for putting her in kindergarten while away on dangerous missions. Gently packing an outfit into her travel bag, Lucia softly reassures Nia, telling her to speak up whenever she needs anything at all. Nod. Nia gives a subtle, quiet nod, keeping her selfless secret buried deep inside her cute little heart. Sweat. Misinterpreting her daughter's quiet mood, Lucia gets hit with a wave of maternal panic, assuming Nia's just heartbroken about them being separated again during her upcoming mission. Rustle. Sinking onto the mattress beside her, Lucia lowers herself to eye level, her heart heavy with the painful reality of balancing motherhood with a mercenary life. Shake. Lucia briefly contemplates quitting the Night Order to return to roaming as a mercenary, but instantly shakes the thought away, knowing kindergarten is essential for Nia's future and happiness. Squeeze! Pulling her precious daughter into a tight, warm embrace, Lucia quietly vows to push through every obstacle just to protect that beautiful smile. Man, the mother-daughter bond in this series is just top-tier wholesome. Rustle. The scene shifts to the quiet night air outside, where the handsome, silver-haired captain leans against a massive stone pillar, accompanied only by a wild deer in the misty woods. Flustered. Hiding his face inside his cloak, the handsome knight turns bright crimson, agonizing over how terribly he botched his romantic confession earlier. Flashback. We rewind to earlier that day where he stood tall and stern, issuing a sharp warning to the flashy pink-haired crown prince not to play around with Lucia's feelings in public. Sparks! High tension flared between the two rivals as the crown prince sneered back, accusing him of slyly stealing Lucia away first, while the silver-haired knight stood his ground without flinching. Blush! Dropping all military formality, the silver-haired captain muttered the absolute truth under his breath, confessing straight up that he isn't interested in simple camaraderie because he genuinely loves Lucia as a woman. Snatch! But right in the middle of his intense inner turmoil, Lucia casually strolled up and swiped her pen right out of his hands, deadpan announcing her departure and leaving him completely speechless. Gasp! Back in the present, the poor guy is spiraling in pure paranoia, wondering if Lucia overheard his embarrassing confession while cursing out the fox-like crown prince, only to realize he might be the sly fox himself. Chirp, chirp. As forest birds land softly on his shoulders, he takes a deep breath and resolves that if Lucia ends up rejecting his feelings, he'll accept it like a true gentleman and walk away cleanly. Glow. Naturally, his brain immediately betrays his stoic resolve, daydreaming about a blissful future where Lucia happily clings to his arm like a loving bride. Flutter? Out of nowhere, Lucia's calm voice pierces the silence right behind him, casually commenting on his Disney princess-level aura with the forest animals and scaring the absolute soul out of him. Dots. Cue the ultimate peak awkwardness. The two stand under the towering stone pillar wrapped in giant cloaks, engulfed in a silence so thick you could cut it with a broadsword. Clearing his throat to clear the stifling air, the captain meekly asks if they should head out, to which Lucia responds with her signature deadpan, "Yes." Whoosh! The story moves to the dark, eerie night of Henkin Village, located on the dangerous border territory of the Southern Eldarian Empire, completely swathed in ominous black energy. Footsteps. Wrapped tightly in matching cloaks, Lucia and the captain march through the abandoned, desolate streets under the cover of darkness. Flames! Looking at the empty houses, Lucia recalls her future knowledge, remembering that this entire village is destined to be completely burned to the ground and erased from the map. Sigh. She secretly grumbles about the absurdity of their assignment, thinking it's a total waste of elite manpower to purge monsters in a town that's doomed to turn into ash anyway. Stop. Checking her mission scroll, Lucia pulls up outside a towering, shockingly bright building, the designated rendezvous point known as the Windy Affair Inn. Sparkle? The silver-haired captain stares in absolute horror at the glowing pink sign covered in floating hearts, stuttering in embarrassment while Lucia coldly confirms that the sketchy name matches their orders. Creak! Shrugging off the questionable aesthetic, Lucia pushes open the heavy wooden door and steps straight into the belly of the beast. Distance. Stepping into the lobby, the two subconsciously maintain an extra-wide personal boundary, with the captain coughing nervously to hide his bright red face. Beam! Behind the counter stands an overly enthusiastic green-haired receptionist, greeting them with a dazzling 5-star customer service smile that practically radiates sparkles. Wink. Leaning forward with a shameless grin, the flirtatious worker offers them special rose-scented bath salts for an extra fee, instantly sending both cloaked knights into an absolute blushing meltdown. Smack! Before the flirtatious clerk can complete his pitch, an angry fist comes flying out of nowhere and lands a devastating overhead strike right onto his skull. Yell! The fierce innkeeper mom grabs her son Ren by the collar, screaming at him for harassing the guests, while Ren rubs a sore head and yells back in hilarious defense. Talk about an unforgettable welcome to the Love Hotel. Just when you thought this undercover mission couldn't get any wilder, the green-haired kid in the tavern starts pointing fingers like an absolute menace, publicly announcing that literally every single couple in the room is having a secret affair. Gasp! Both Lucia and Captain Ryan freeze dead in their tracks, turning completely crimson under their heavy cloaks as the kid brags about making custom rose bath salts to collect extra cash on the side. Bowing apologetically, the innkeeper mom tries to smooth things over, explaining that her son is still young and reckless, while our two stoic knights try to play it cool. Clink! She reaches out and places a shiny metallic key straight into Rion's palm, casually announcing their room assignment. Flustered, throwing his hands up in complete panic, Rion practically screams that they are strictly on professional business and absolutely not doing whatever everyone in the sketchy place is thinking. Meanwhile, Lucia stands beside him with the most unbothered side-eye in anime history, wondering why on earth her silver-haired captain is throwing a whole dramatic fit over simply sharing a room for a mission. Chibi! Watching Rion sweat bullets, Lucia internally rolls her eyes. Seriously, does this guy actually think she's gonna jump his bones or something in the middle of a monster hunt? Trying to restore his dignity, Rion stammers out that they're just here to meet Grances, but the innkeeper mom just gives him that classic knowing adult smirk. Sweating nervously, the mom admits she got confused because they walked in so close together, handing over the single golden key for the top floor penthouse. Step, step. Accepting their fate, Lucia calmly leads the way up the wooden staircase, while Rion follows behind like a nervous puppy trailing its master. Thump, thump. As Rion stares at Lucia's back, his heart starts racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour, his inner thoughts completely spiraling into absolute chaos. Sparkle! The poor guy is having a full-blown moral crisis, thinking to himself that even if he gets to be near the woman he secretly loves, he can't be a total degenerate sharing a single room like this. Whoosh! Lucia's long black hair flutters majestically as she glides down the hallway, completely unaware that her captain is battling for his visual purity right behind her. Honestly, the contrast between her stoic aura and his blushing panic is gold. Panic! Unable to take the mental pressure any longer, Rion's brain completely short-circuits at the thought of rooming together. Scratch! Spinning around, Rion charges back down to the front desk, frantically begging the innkeeper mom for a separate key or literally any other available room in the building. Sweat! But the mom just smiles sweetly and drops the ultimate bad news. That backup room he rejected earlier literally just got rented out to someone else. Dot! Cue the iconic anime silence. Rion stands alone in the hallway, holding his chin in utter defeat as his entire romantic escape plan crumbles around him. Click! Deciding to ignore her captain's meltdown, Lucia unlocks the heavy wooden door to their assigned suite and casually steps inside. Grab! Before she can close the door behind her, a gloved hand suddenly reaches out and grabs the frame, with Rion breathlessly pleading that they need to reconsider this room setup. Russell, shaking with pure panic, Rion grabs Lucia's hands, blushing furiously as he tries to explain that, as a gentleman, he can't possibly share a single room with her. Blush, hiding his face beneath his hood, he stammers under his breath that before she's his fellow night officer, she's still a woman. Doki doki. Standing right in front of her, Rion's heart beats so loud you could hear it from the hallway, completely overwhelming him with golden-eyed intensity. Glow! His inner monologue goes full knight in shining armor, swearing that if some scandalous rumor broke out and tarnished her precious reputation, he would never be able to forgive himself. Lucia stares back with the most deadpan, unamused expression imaginable, letting out a flat, huh? That completely destroys the romantic tension in 1 second flat. Sigh. Looking at his deep blush, Lucia internally questions what this guy actually thinks of her. Is he seriously treating her like a fragile lady instead of a high-ranking commander? Chibi. Lucia grumbles to herself, writing off his overprotective freakout as behavior that totally tarnishes the honor and professionalism of the royal order. Talk about missing the romantic hints. Sing-song! Right in the middle of their awkward standoff, a booming old voice echoes from inside the room, teasingly commenting that just listening to Rion's theatrical speech is giving him secondhand embarrassment. Gasp! Both knights instantly snap their heads toward the sofa in total shock as a distinguished, silver-bearded veteran casually lounges inside. Laugh! The old commander bursts into full-blown hysterical laughter, clutching his sides and wheezing that he never expected to hear such dramatic romantic nonsense from a stoic captain like Rion. Boom! Enter Helbert Bangham, the absolute legend and commander-in-chief of the entire empire. Man, this guy's aura is so magnificent, he makes lounging on a couch look like a royal throne. Poot! Left completely humiliated, poor Rion slumps his shoulders and pouts in the corner like a scolded toddler while the old man continues to chuckle. Sit. Cutting straight through the laughter, Lucia takes a seat opposite him and demands to know what brought the Grand Commander all the way to this remote border inn. Smile. Helbert fondly reveals that he and Federin have used the sketchy little inn as their off-duty secret base ever since they were young recruits. Slide. Dropping the playful tone, Helbert slides a glass vial across the wooden table containing a dark, shimmering crystal core, the root of the legendary black contamination. Glow. Rion picks up the vial to inspect it, pointing out that this tiny, chaotic crystal managed to completely corrupt an entire forest in less than a single month. Stare. Lucia gazes at the dark glass, asking if destroying this core crystal will finally put a stop to the spread of the dark magic once and for all. Shake. Helbert shakes his head solemnly, explaining that while it won't stop the spread completely, capturing intact cores is crucial for the Imperial mages to conduct dark magic experiments. Flash. Looking directly into Lucia's eyes, the commander drops the real reason for their mission, revealing that a high-tier monster is currently guarding the core spawning ground. Serious. He emphasizes that only an elite fighter at the level of a true swordmaster, like Lucia herself, has any realistic shot at taking down a beast of that caliber. Flashback. Hearing about the dark contamination triggers a dark, painful memory inside Lucia, reminding her of the tragic timeline from her previous life. Ominous. Dark tendrils swirl around her memory as she recalls how, in her past timeline, there was zero hope of stopping the Black Rod, leading directly to the heartbreaking sacrifice of her young daughter Nia as the Saintess. Determination. Looking at Rion sitting beside her, Lucia's eyes burn with fierce resolve as she silently vows that this time around, she will change the future and save Nia no matter what. Chuckle. Mission debrief finished, Helbert stands up to head back to the Imperial Palace, giving Rion one final mischievous wink and telling him not to let his wild romantic imagination get the better of him. Tap. But right as Rion flushes crimson again, Helbert places a heavy, authoritative hand on Rion's shoulder, asking the young captain to politely step out of the room for a moment. Gulp. Sweating slightly, Lucia turns toward the commander as Helbert sternly announces that he needs to have a private, off-the-record conversation with his adoptive daughter.
Silence. Standing together by the sunlit window overlooking the village, Helbert turns his back and drops the ultimate heavy question, asking where she really found that young child. Sip! Taking a calm sip from his tea, the veteran commander calls out her story, pointing out that since he raised Lucia like his own flesh and blood, there's zero chance he'd fall for a blatant cover story about her suddenly having a daughter out of nowhere. Glare. Turning her head with unyielding determination, Lucia looks her father figure straight in the eyes and firmly declares without a single shred of hesitation, Nia is her real daughter. Looking down at her stubborn expression, Helbert lets out a heavy, worried sigh, asking if her biological father has any idea about the massive secret she's holding on to. Stare. The tension in the room reaches absolute maximum as Lucia holds her ground, proving that when it comes to protecting her precious little girl, not even the commander-in-chief of the Empire can make her back down. Talk about an absolute boss mom. Just when you think Lucia is about to drop an emotional family bombshell, the Grand Commander lets out a heavy groan, exasperated that her stubborn streak hasn't faded one bit after all these years. Pushing for real answers, the old commander brings up the rumors of a mysterious black-haired child who can miraculously channel holy power, which Lucia instantly claims as her legitimate daughter without blinking. But the commander casually sips his tea and hits her with a massive reality check, revealing he got the inside scoop directly from the Magic Tower after someone broke in and stole their confidential texts on holy artifacts. Gasp! Lucia's brain goes into overdrive as she puts the puzzle pieces together, realizing that only someone gifted with high-tier magic could crack the tower's barrier, meaning Heath was definitely the culprit behind the heist. Dark aura. A chilling wave of panic washes over Lucia as she realizes that if the imperial court gets wind of this, the emperor will forcibly drag little Nia away to the temple, making her vow to protect her kid at all costs. Bonk! Before she can get trapped in her dark thoughts, a sharp chop lands right on top of her head, instantly snapping her back to reality with a hilarious burst of confusion. Rubbing her head, Lucia gets completely chewed out by her adoptive father, who fumes that he definitely didn't raise her to become such a secretive, bold-faced liar. The veteran commander practically yells at the top of his lungs, confessing how much sleep he lost worrying about her safety while being pinned down by his overwhelming duties at the capital. Softening his tone, the old man gently places his hand on her shoulder, reminding her that while he trusts her blindly, she needs to stop running wild solo and start keeping him in the loop. Staring into Lucia's eyes, the commander secretly feels a pang of pity, misinterpreting her cover story and assuming she must have gone through immense heartbreak and solitude to raise a child in complete secrecy. Connecting the dots, he mentally lists all the bizarre clues: the sudden appearance of a dark-haired prodigy, stolen forbidden scrolls, and a daring break-in at the temple's secret archives, realizing this web runs deep. Closing his eyes in deep thought, the veteran soldier decides to swallow his endless questions for now, knowing some answers require time and patience. Flashback! A warm memory flashes across his mind of training a young, energetic Lucia with wooden swords, showing just how long and deeply he has cherished her as his own daughter. Swoosh! Meanwhile, outside the cozy pastel-colored inn as the golden sunset bathes the village, another hilarious subplot is unfolding down at the market square. Captain Rion is carefully browsing through local gift shops, eyeing delicate rose bath bombs and delicious baked goods, looking like a total lost tourist on a casual shopping spree. Holding a bag of treats, Rion scratches his cheek in confusion, wondering why on earth his female squad members begged him to bring back specific local souvenirs from a high-stakes monster hunting mission. Glimmer. He inspects the detailed tree-shaped cookies labeled Lovers of the Lake, admiring the craftsmanship without realizing the scandalous romantic lore attached to them. Suddenly, the gossiping innkeeper mom sneaks up right behind him with a cheeky grin, teasingly asking if he's picking out romantic gifts for the lovely lady waiting upstairs. Flustered, Rion freezes in absolute horror as the cheerful lady winks, pointing out that only a guy head over heels in love would spot a legendary local romance keepsake like those cookies. She even points toward an old news poster on the wall detailing the romantic legend of the lake, where even the most infamous, unlikable nobles allegedly found true love after visiting. Sparkle! She excitedly explains the fairy tale lore, how lovers gather glowing, iridescent insect shells from the enchanted forest, write their secret desires on them, and toss them into the water to manifest true love. Sigh. But her cheerful tone quickly drops into a heavy sigh, lamenting that ever since the dark contamination poisoned the region, those romantic wishing stones have completely vanished. Blush max. Poor Rion's brain completely melts down as the realization hits him. Is this universe literally conspiring to force him into confessing his feelings to Lucia right now? The innkeeper mom chuckles softly, adding that while Lucia gives off a stoic, icy exterior, anyone can tell she's actually a sweet, deeply caring soul underneath. Swarm! But before Rion can recover his sanity, a mob of thirsty local village ladies suddenly surrounds him, gushing over his muscular arms, gorgeous silver hair, and irresistible knightly charm. Tremble. Overwhelmed by severe crowd anxiety and personal space violations, Rion starts sweating bullets under his hood, completely terrified as the crowd presses in on him. Swoosh! Just as he's about to faint, Lucia glides out of nowhere, grabbing Rion by the collar and yanking him straight into her chest under her heavy traveling cloak. Holding his face tightly against hers in a breathtakingly intimate stance, Lucia quietly warns him to keep his head down before his handsome face starts a literal riot in the village. Doki doki, Rion's golden eyes widen in absolute shock as his face is pressed inches away from hers, his heart hammering against his ribs like a war drum. Shut down. Unable to process the sudden closeness, the poor silver-haired captain simply closes his eyes and accepts his chaotic fate as his cheeks burn bright red. Hug! In a complete moment of emotional overload, Rion wraps his arms tightly around Lucia's waist, burying his face into her shoulder like a needy puppy seeking shelter from the storm. Stunned, Lucia blinks in mild astonishment at the sudden, desperate embrace, looking down at her usually stoic second-in-command as he clings onto her for dear life. Flashback! A wave of nostalgic music notes floats across the screen as Rion's inner narration takes us back 6 years ago to when he was an awkward 17-year-old noble kid. Back then, young Rion was the talk of every high society banquet, constantly praised for his striking silver hair and uncanny resemblance to his noble father. Crash! But behind the glamorous facade, young Rion suffered from severe physical nausea around aristocratic women, ever since a traumatizing social incident where a lady's dress got ruined at a grand ball. Escaping that suffocating ballroom, young Rion stumbled down the quiet corridors, feeling entirely alienated from his family and overwhelmed by the superficial noble social scene. Wandering onto a quiet balcony to catch his breath, he bumped into a young Lucia who casually challenged his family drama by dryly comparing who had gone longer without seeing their parents. Sparkle? As Lucia casually revealed she hadn't seen her real father in 16 whole years, young Rion's jaw dropped at her cool, unfazed composure under the moonlight. Beautiful! Standing beside the marble railing, young Lucia looked absolutely mesmerizing in her simple white gown, completely unbothered despite the dark red drink stains splashed across her chest. Staring at her striking blue eyes, young Rion couldn't help but wonder if this mysterious badass girl was adopted or somehow completely immune to societal expectations. Flashback, a vivid memory hits him of the exact moment a careless guest spilled red wine all over her spotless white party dress in front of the entire noble crowd. Young Rion had rushed over in a full panic, stammering apologies on behalf of the crowd and desperately promising to buy her a replacement dress right away. But young Lucia had simply looked down at the ruined fabric with a deadpan stare, coolly remarking that it was fine since she had zero intention of ever attending another useless party anyway. Glare. Her sharp, calm blue eyes held a level of maturity and inner strength that young Rion had never witnessed in any noble peer before. He mentally noted how funny it was that a girl his own age spoke with the stoic, hardened wisdom of a battle-tested middle-aged knight commander. Shock. What shocked young Rion the most was that Lucia looked straight into his eyes without a single trace of judgment, disgust, or fake flirting, treating him like a genuine equal. Dark memory. Rion recalls how his own mother had grown distant and cold toward him during that mysterious 6-year blank, leaving his heart deeply scarred and isolated. He often tortured himself wondering if his mother's sudden coldness was caused by his own shortcomings or connected to darker, violent rumors haunting the capital's history. Gentle. Snapping him out of his inner darkness, young Lucia had extended her hand, offering him a fresh, cool glass of water infused with crushed mint leaves. With a subtle, comforting smirk, young Lucia had explained that mint was essential for surviving snobbish parties full of bad breath,
instantly curing his sickness and capturing his heart forever. Back on that moonlit balcony, young Lucia casually hands Rion a refreshing cup of mint water to cure his party-induced nausea, leaving him totally flabbergasted. Meanwhile, the royal gardens below sit peacefully under the starry night sky, completely unaware of the romantic spark igniting up on the terrace. Rion bursts out laughing till tears hit his eyes, while Lucia glares with her wine-stained dress, asking why on earth he's finding her mint water advice so hilarious. When she deadpans that avoiding bad breath is serious business, Rion can't help but nod along in awe. Honestly, her absolute unfiltered attitude is peak main character energy. Flash forward to the present day where Lucia wraps her cloak around a hyperventilating Rion, calmly asking if he's feeling sick, while the local crowd watches in shock. Poor Rion is left stammering under his hood, his whole face burning bright red from being yanked right into her chest like a damsel in distress. Looking down at her, Rion secretly wonders if that same badass, fearless girl from all those years ago is still alive inside her stoic exterior. Trying to save face, he stammers out an excuse about feeling dizzy, which Lucia casually brushes off without a second thought. Bam! Suddenly, a panicked villager kicks open the doors, screaming at the top of his lungs that two local kids, Ren and Pin, haven't returned from the forest. The innkeeper mom drops to her knees in pure terror, sobbing that the foolish kids must have ventured back into the woods to harvest rare fruits. Lucia and Rion listen closely as the locals panic, realizing those high-value poisonous fruits lured the kids right into a zone crawling with dangerous monsters. Rion's expression darkens under his hood as he realizes the sun is setting, which means nocturnal beasts are about to wake up and hunt. Talk about worst-case timing. Stepping up like a total boss, Rion casts a shimmering blue tracking spell on the villager, offering to use magic to trace where the children wandered off to. Focusing his mana, Rion channels raw arcana through his fingertips, proving once again why he's top-tier captain material when lives are on the line. Swirl! A glowing orb of memory magic lifts off the villager's hand, pinpointing the exact aura residual left behind by the missing kids. Like a shooting star, the bright blue trail zips straight out through the tavern doors and speeds into the sunset-lit horizon. Without wasting a single second, Lucia turns to Rion and orders him to move out before the trail grows cold. Swoosh! The duo sprints through the shadowy forest under the cover of night, tracking the glowing mana line as it weaves through the dense foliage. But suddenly, the magical trail splits into two opposing directions at a dark fork in the forest path. Rion explains that the spell is picking up split memories, meaning the kids could be down either path, so Lucia instantly decides they need to split up and cover both routes. Dashing deeper down her path, Lucia notices the surrounding trees are completely charred like black charcoal, a terrifying sign that dark contamination in this area is at max level. Groan! She reminds herself that monsters in dead zones are usually starving and feral, and right on cue, a creepy shadow beast erupts from the dark. Slash! Without skipping a beat, Lucia draws her sword and unleashes a blinding red aura wave that cleaves the shadow creature in half. Talk about absolute perfection. She doesn't even break a sweat taking down an elite beast. The visual effect on her aura slashes is honestly sheer art. Before she can catch her breath, a desperate scream echoes through the dark trees, shouting for someone to let them go. Recognizing the childish voice, Lucia's instincts kick into overdrive as she rushes toward the sound through the rustling bushes. Her eyes narrow with lethal intensity as she approaches the source of the commotion, ready to slice down whatever stands in her way. Gasp! Peeking through the leaves, Lucia catches a horrifying sight. A syndicate of black-hooded cultists holding a child hostage right beside fresh corpses. In the center of the clearing, a figure in a white robe kneels beside a massive, ominous dark crystal pulsing with corruption energy. Glimmer, the crystal shines with a deadly, iridescent dark light, way bigger and more dangerous than any artifact ever found in sacred waters. Realizing that crystal will evaporate into toxic gas if not handled immediately, Lucia decides she can't afford to wait for Rion and must strike now. Boom! Charging straight out of the shadows, Lucia coat flares and ignites her blade with blistering crimson aura. The cultists shriek in sheer terror, desperately ordering everyone to cast a protective magic barrier to stop the intruder. Crash! But Lucia's raw power is unmatched. Her aura blade shatters their magic barrier into thousands of glowing glass fragments like paper.
Cling! On the other side, young Ren grabs Little Pin into a tight hug, shielding his little brother from the flying spell shards. Seeing the terrifying squad, Ren bravely steps forward, telling the younger kids to hide behind him, until he looks up and recognizes Lucia standing right there. Epic stance. Lucia stands tall as a human fortress in front of the traumatized kids, her flaming sword radiating pure heat and lethal intent against the cult. Look at that ice-cold glare. When Lucia enters protect mode, you already know these villains are about to receive a one-way ticket to defeat. The white-hooded figure stammers in disbelief, wondering how on earth Lucia found this secret location so quickly. Panicking, the cult members yell at each other to double down and reinforce the remaining magic shields before she overpowers them all. Whirl! Suddenly, black tendrils of corrupted gas start siphoning straight from the dark crystal into the white-hooded leader's arm. Creepy dark energy swirls around the stone, decaying the ground as the white robe willingly absorbs the toxic magic. Lucia's jaw drops as she realizes they're directly absorbing pure death energy, a suicidal move that will brutally destroy their own physical body. The cult leader groans in agony as the dark corruption surges through their veins, yet they continue draining the crystal without stopping. Swoosh! Realizing time is running out, Lucia lunges forward again, determined to smash the final barrier and end this ritual right now. Kaboom! With another monstrous swing of her sword, the barrier explodes into violent shockwaves, knocking the cultists off their feet. But right in the middle of her victory swing, Lucia's eyes snap wide open as a chilling sound rustles right behind her back. She turns around in horror, realizing something went terribly wrong while her back was turned. Scream! Out of nowhere, a massive shadow monster materializes and snatches Little Pin by the waist, lifting the crying child high into the air. Lucia's face twists in furious panic. The monster grabbed the kid during the chaos, setting up an absolute high-stakes cliffhanger. Torn between her absolute duty as an Imperial Knight and saving an innocent child, Lucia finds herself pushed to the brink as dark magic corrupts the night. When morality collides with military orders, true strength isn't about following rules blindly, it's about knowing when to break them. With the cultists frantically shouting and running in panic, her mind races as she recalls the strict code drilled into her head. An Imperial Knight must obey orders with machine-like precision. Her official directive? Locate that sinister black crystal hidden deep within the woods at all costs. She tightens her grip on her sword, telling herself that saving the kids comes second to completing the mission, knowing that striking the magic barrier right now could reveal the identity of the white-robed mastermind once and for all. Atmospheric shift. But as she gazes down at her shining blade, an inner voice stops her cold, asking her whether sacrificing an innocent life for a mission is really what knightly justice is about. Commentary. Honestly, major respect to Lucia here for having an existential crisis mid-battle, while everyone around her is literally screaming. Gasp! Before she can dwell on it any longer, a child's desperate scream for his mother shatters the air, snapping her right back into lethal focus. Swoosh! Instantly casting aside all corporate knight protocol, Lucia ignites her blade with blistering crimson aura and surges forward like a tempest. Because right at that exact second, a towering, pitch-black shadow hand reaches out from the dark, snatching Little Pin right out of thin air as the poor kid bawls his eyes out. Rush! Driven by pure panic, young Ren lunges out and wraps his arms around his little brother, desperately trying to protect him from the terrifying darkness. Commentary? Look at Ren acting like an absolute hero. That big brother instinct kicked in faster than a speedrunner, setting a new record. Sensing their terror, Lucia steps directly in front of the kids, ordering Ren to hold his ground and protect his little brother while she takes care of business. Boom! Out of nowhere, a blinding burst of golden fire illuminates the dark woods as Commander Rion charges into the clearing with full tactical magic support. Rion unleashes his glowing arcana across the battlefield, bellowing at Lucia to focus entirely on the main fight while he locks down the flanking beasts behind her. Clang! Trusting her partner completely, Lucia spins her glowing red aura blade around, officially entrusting her back to Commander Leon as she locks eyes on the cultist horde. Commentary? The sheer aura on these two working together is unreal. Talk about an absolute power couple on the battlefield. Slash! With a single devastating crosscut, Lucia unleashes a grid of glowing crimson energy that instantly shreds through the enemy's defensive barriers and cultist formation. Shock! But just as the spell smoke clears, Lucia stammers in total disbelief at what unfolds right before her eyes. Instead of falling to the ground, the sliced cultist bodies disintegrate into clouds of black ash, evaporating into the night air without leaving a single trace. Her blue eyes widen in realization as she quickly turns around, searching for the white-robed leader who orchestrated this whole madness. Commentary: classic villain move, turning to dust before dropping any useful lore. Manhwa antagonists really love using self-destruct cheat codes. Even though the mysterious mastermind slipped through her fingers, Lucia spots the massive black crystal left behind, resting quietly on the scorched ground. Regrouping beside her, Rion inspects the drifting ash with a grim expression, explaining that this rapid disintegration is the unmistakable mark of forbidden black magic. Atmospheric shift. The quiet forest grows chillingly silent as Rion points out that this dark art was supposed to have vanished from the world over 1,000 years ago. He connects the dots to an ancient legend, warning that if someone is actively wielding such dark sorcery today, they can only be the infamous Lich, the cursed mage of legend. But before digging deeper, they agree to prioritize getting the traumatized kids safely back to the lodge. Commentary: 1,000-year-old Lich casually returning? Yep, the story's power scaling just exploded into high gear. Gentle light. Cut to the warm, glowing exterior of the village lodge, where emotional cries of relief echo through the night sky. The tearful innkeeper mom drops to her knees, tightly hugging Ren and Pin close to her chest as tears of joy spill down her face. When the mother frantically showers Rion with endless gratitude, the bashful commander blushes under his hood, humbly pointing out that he wasn't the one who pulled off the rescue mission. Tack! Right on cue, little Ren and Pin dash straight toward Lucia, throwing their arms around her waist and raving about how super cool and awesome she was out there. Commentary: seeing cold, stoic Lucia get tackled by wholesome kid hugs is honestly the most precious dynamic shift ever. The innkeeper mom clasps Lucia's gloved hands in heartfelt thanks, while Lucia casually plays it down like it was no big deal. Glimmer. Looking at the happy family reunited, a subtle warmth touches Lucia's heart as she reflects on how close she came to abandoning them for rigid nightly rules. This emotional moment triggers a heartwarming flashback to years past, outside a grand, sunlit manor where lively childhood voices ring out. A cheerful red-haired young girl enthusiastically holds up a doll with wildly spiked hair, bossing around little Nia on proper playtime salon etiquette. Pout. When little Nia sits there looking totally somber and quiet, the red-haired girl huffs, complaining that her playmate is being zero fun today. Little Nia's eyes sparkle with unshed tears as she sits on the plush sofa, looking absolutely adorable yet heartbroken. Commentary: okay, tiny Nia holding that doll is illegally cute. The artist definitely put 100% effort into those huge golden eyes. A gentle red-haired caretaker steps over with a warm smile, reassuring little Nia that her mother will surely come pick her up first thing tomorrow morning. Sniffle. Little Nia clutches her doll tight to her chest, looking up with pitiful, hopeful eyes that could melt a heart of stone. Seeing the poor girl's sorrow, the kind caretaker gasps softly, her heart aching for the lonely child. Tap, tap. She wraps her arms around tiny Nia in a warm, comforting hug, gently patting her back to ease her anxiety. Tears spill over as little Nia buries her face into the woman's shoulder, seeking warmth in a place that feels so alien. Commentary: manhwa flashbacks really love pulling on our heartstrings out of nowhere, don't they? After crying her eyes out, polite little Nia bows her head, shyly thanking the lady for being so kind to her. Patter. Suddenly, the energetic red-haired girl comes running back into the room, holding a fancy purple glass bottle, shouting at Nia to use her secret weapon. She triumphantly pours a generous splash of scented oil directly onto the doll's messy golden hair, boasting that it's guaranteed to make it smooth and silky. The caretaker blinks in surprise, sniffing the air as a ridiculously luxurious floral fragrance fills the entire room. And sure enough, the doll's hair lies down perfectly smooth and sleek, glowing under the warm sunlight like a masterpiece. The red-haired kid proudly beams, announcing that she snagged the bottle right out of her mommy's private room to help her friend. Commentary: taking high-end cosmetic stuff from mom's secret stash? Every kid who's ever done this knows a legendary punishment is incoming. Gasp! The caretaker's face turns completely pale as the purple bottle drops to the floor, spilling precious liquid everywhere. Panic! Floating text bubbles confirm her worst nightmare. That spilled bottle was the absolute pinnacle of luxury hair oil, stamped with the imperial seal, infused with pure gold and rare floral essences. The caretaker internally panics, remembering how carefully she had hidden that prized royal gift, specifically so her chaotic child wouldn't lay a finger on it. Dramatic smirk, a shadowy, ominous grin stretches across the woman's face as her maternal wrath officially activates. Thud! The scene cuts to the sky above the mansion as her terrifying roar echoes across the estate, sending the chaotic kid screaming for her life. Commentary: yep, doesn't matter if you're noble or commoner, losing your most expensive beauty product triggers boss-level anger. Swoosh! Returning to the present night, Lucia and Rion step into a magical forest shrouded by glowing blue pillars of light behind the inn's backyard. Lucia glances down at the written directive left behind by Commander Helbert, confirming that purifying these hidden illusionary woods will finally unlock the truth to reunite with Nia. Atmospheric shift. Reaching the heart of the misty clearing, Rion and Lucia scan the quiet surroundings, realizing they've arrived at the secret coordinate. Rion carefully holds up a glowing, brilliantly cut emerald gem in his palm, watching its mysterious light pulse as their next clue unfolds. Little Pin passes a shiny engraved stone over to his brother, insisting that this special gift has to go directly to Lucia. Holding up the glowing gem with Lucia carved right into it, Leon chuckles to himself about how tough and cold the Swordmaster can be. Blush. Leon gets totally caught off guard when Lucia calls out his name, realizing that pretty much everyone knows he's completely smitten with her, except Lucia herself. Bzzzt. Shifting right into action, Leon channels his high-tier arcana, surrounding himself in blinding blue magic circles that illuminate the forest. Commentary: Leon going from shy, hopeless romantic to grand archmage in 0.5 seconds flat is top-tier character dynamic. Gasp! Lucia's eyes widen in absolute astonishment as the dazzling magic light unveils the hidden truth of the woods. High above the lake, a majestic, shimmering sacred tree radiates golden starlight across the serene night landscape. Floating golden pollen drifts onto Leon's outstretched hand, leaving him completely awestruck by the mesmerizing display. Glow! Rays of pure, holy light streak across the dark waters, instantly purifying every last drop of black magic contamination. Commentary: the art direction in these purification panels is genuinely breathtaking 10/10 visual storytelling. Smiling softly, Leon notes that his father and the commander-in-chief might have finally uncovered a true path to salvation. Lucia steps closer and gently places her hand against the rough bark of the glowing tree, lost in deep thought. But as she feels its magical pulse, her expression darkens, realizing this so-called sacred tree carries a sinister history. Atmospheric shift. She recalls the horrifying past where Nia was almost sealed alive inside, realizing she must destroy this male tree before history repeats itself. Commentary: wait, hold on. Tree gender biology lore dropping out of nowhere? Manhwa authors really love throwing wild twists at us. Spotting similar saplings scattered around the shore, Lucia pieces together that dark forces were actively breeding these trees for forbidden rituals. A massive pause fills the room as a simple, hilarious question pops up. Wait, do trees actually have genders? Putting her chin in her hand, Lucia decides she needs to investigate what the highest imperial authorities were planning before swinging her blade. Silence. Standing together beneath the towering foliage, Lucia and Leon quietly process the heavy implications of their discovery. Commentary: the calm before the storm always feels so tense in these fantasy mysteries. Clench. Realizing how silly it is to rely on a magical blessing stone to confess his feelings, Leon decides to put the gem away. He resolves to gather his courage and confess to Lucia properly like a true gentleman when the time is right. Glimmer. A subtle, soft expression washes over Leon's face as he makes a silent promise to his heart. Reaffirming his decision, he knows that true love isn't built on superstitious shortcuts. Commentary: respect to Leon for choosing the honorable route instead of relying on magic shortcuts. Plop! He casually tosses the little green stone into the water so the kids can find it again later. Squawk! Out of nowhere, a shadowy crow with demonic red energy shoots across the night sky, catching Leon completely off guard. Swoosh! Reacting with terrifying speed, Lucia draws her sword and unleashes a lethal wave of glowing pink energy. Crash! The dark bird instantly bursts into a blazing fireball midair, screeching as it disintegrates. Commentary: Lucia's reflex speed is so insane, birds don't even get a second to regret their life choices. Splash! The burning carcass crashes straight into the lake, sending up a shower of steam and glowing embers. Inspecting the water, Lucia realizes this flaming monster might have been the culprit behind the village fire all along. Flustered, with the danger cleared, Leon quickly pulls his hood over his bright red face, stammering that they should head back. Footsteps. As the two walk side by side through the glowing forest, a quiet warmth fills the night air. Commentary: look at Leon blushing like a cute anime protagonist after surviving a monster ambush. Tucking his head low inside his cloak, Leon's heart pounds furiously inside his chest. Glow. Surrounded by the magical blessing of the lake, a gentle promise hangs in the air that true love will surely find its way. Patter, patter. Cut to a heartwarming memory as tiny Nia comes running barefoot across the polished hallway floor. Hug! Swordmaster Lucia catches her precious little girl in a tight embrace, officially marking her dangerous rescue mission complete. Commentary: this mother-daughter reunion scene literally cured my soul. Look at how happy tiny Nia is. Sunlight. Cut back to the bright, sunny training grounds of the Imperial Knight Academy. 3 scheming Black Knights set up a hilarious booth, charging absurd fees just for people to glimpse or breathe near Commander Lucia. Shout! A rigid knight stomps over in complete outrage, scolding them for corrupting the noble reputation of the Black Knight Order. The mischievous squad openly admits they're just hustling easy cash so the entire squad can feast on a legendary team dinner. Commentary: these side character knights turn their commander into a whole paid attraction. The hustle is unbelievable. The angry knight snatches the collection jar, yelling that this shameless greed is a stain on their honorable banner. Clink! But the moment a massive stack of 30 shining gold coins gets dumped right into the jar, his eyes go completely wide. Sparkle! Stepping into the light, the drop-dead gorgeous Levis of the Imperial Yellow Knights flings a pouch of gold to challenge Lucia to a duel. With intense golden eyes, the legendary female swordmaster humbly begs for a single round against the famous Black Knight commander. Commentary: new challenger entering the arena with top-tier character design. Yellow Knights really don't play around. Lucia massages her temples with an utterly exhausted sigh, bluntly telling her to take her money back because her head's already exploding with paperwork. Plead! The chaotic Black Knight squad surround Lucia, begging her to fight just once so they can rent out an upscale tavern for dinner. Stop! Out of nowhere, the panicked vice captain of the Yellow Knights charges in, bowing frantically and apologizing for his rogue member. He grabs Levi by the back of her collar like a mischievous kitten, while she wildly flails around, screaming her undying love for Commander Lucia. Commentary: being dragged away like a scruffy cat after dropping 30 gold is peak comedy. Blush! Levi dramatically reveals to the entire crowd that she has submitted transfer requests to join Lucia's squad over 10 times. Tears welling in her eyes, she passionately confesses that she's been waiting since their academy days just to stand by Lucia's side. Drag. The vice captain stone-facedly drags the screaming fangirl across the pavement as the Black Knights watch in total silence. Commentary: the comedic timing of the vice captain dragging her off like garbage is absolutely gold. Lucia watches the absurd spectacle unfold, calmly remembering that in her past life, it took Levi 15 whole years to become a swordmaster. Light bulb. She deadpans to herself that it probably took her that long simply because the girl was completely out of her mind. Unbothered by the drama, the greedy Black Knight squad happily counts up the massive pile of gold, already planning their massive victory feast. Imagine walking into your boss's office ready to demand answers, only to realize you're stepping straight into a high-stakes Imperial secret. With the door opening with a creak, Commander Lucia is called into the grand office. Walking in with a heavy stride and an intense stare, Lucia cuts right to the chase, demanding to know why she was assigned to this mysterious purification mission. The silver-haired official just chuckles, gesturing for her to take a seat, while complimenting her direct, no-nonsense attitude. Sitting across from each other in the lavish grand room, the atmosphere turns dead serious as they get down to real business. Commentary? Honestly, this guy's monocle and gold-trimmed suit scream, "I hold all the plot secrets." As Lucia listens quietly, the official drops a heavy question, asking if she really thought the Imperial government was just slacking off while dark magic polluted the realm. He explains with a soft smirk that the Emperor and High Command have been stressing over this since before the Empire was even founded, because collapsing from hunger right after winning a war is just embarrassing. Atmospheric shift. He reveals that 5 years ago in Henkin Village, the sacred tree in the lake miraculously purified the corruption, leading them to post top-tier guardians around it in total secrecy. Lucia glares back, warning him that keeping a tree with continent-shaking purification powers hidden is a massive risk if rival nations catch wind of it. Commentary: the political intrigue in this story keeps ramping up, and honestly, hiding a giant magical tree is crazy bold. He casually adds that finding the legendary female tree is crucial since its pollen holds ultimate healing powers, but Lucia hits him with fresh bad news about a flaming monster attacking the forest. The official's face drops in shock as he hears about dark mages acting on orders from a mysterious figure in a white robe kneeling over a dark magic gem. Leaning back with a secretive glint in his eye, he reassures her that the Tower Lord is guarding the area, so she shouldn't worry too much for now. Glow. Lucia's eyes narrow as she connects the dots internally, realizing that a tree capable of healing could easily restore poisoned farmlands and rewrite the balance of power. Commentary: Lucia's tactical brain is always working 3 steps ahead of everyone else in the room. A vivid memory from her past life flashes in her mind, recalling how newly elevated noble families suddenly had their ruined lands recover at record speed. Staring at the mental image of overflowing gold coins and dark energy, she realizes dark mages want to destroy the tree so they can corner the market on its fruit alongside corrupt nobles. Swallowing her disgust, Lucia vows to keep a close eye on the sacred tree for now while staying alert for future dark mage plots. Turning back to the topic, the official looks at her with a gentle expression and finally addresses why he dragged her into this mission. Commentary: whenever a powerful old noble talks softly like this, you know a wholesome revelation is dropping. Gasp! He catches Lucia completely off guard by asking if this mission was the very first time anyone has ever genuinely thanked her for her work? Completely flustered in chibi form, Lucia stammers in surprise, only to find out Commander Leon put the innkeeper's heartfelt gratitude right into his official mission report. Flashback. A beautiful memory glows as Lucia's flaming sword shields frighten children, while the official notes that becoming a mother has unlocked a gentle warmth inside her ruthless heart. He gently reminds her that her infamous Black Knights deserve a chance to be loved by the people rather than just feared like dangerous criminals. Commentary: seeing the Black Knights smiling together in a soft memory bubble is so wholesome. Cut to the present night at home. Lucia sits lost in thought over a plate of steak, while tiny Nia happily munches on her own dinner across the table. Glimmer! Remembering her past where she saved orphaned kids, Lucia considers the official's advice about building a life filled with genuine connections. Clink! Suddenly, tiny Nia slams her fork down onto her plate with a pouty face, declaring she refuses to eat her veggies. Instead of scolding her, Lucia calmly pops a piece of broccoli into her own mouth, wondering internally if the mansion's chefs messed up the seasoning. Commentary: Lucia trying her best at gentle parenting while being completely clueless is top-tier comedy. Nia doubles down on her rebellion, dramatically declaring she isn't doing any homework today either, leaving Lucia deadpan over how strict a 5-year-old's daycare must be. Later that night, Nia stomps over holding an empty glass bowl, demanding to be fed massive helpings of ice cream and sweets right before bed. Sparkle! Watching her daughter act so demanding, Lucia's actually touched to tears because tiny Nia used to be too terrified to ask for a single cookie. Gloom. Meanwhile, in her dark bedroom, Nia lies awake under the pale moonlight, shivering and trembling with a massive dilemma. Commentary: look at her huddled under that blanket. Something is definitely going on in her head. Wrapped tight in her blanket, Nia shivers uncontrollably after eating way too much frozen fruit sherbet in the middle of the night. Tears swell in her eyes as she remembers how her friend Yvonne always gets yelled at by her mother whenever she misbehaves, leaving Nia wondering why Lucia never scolds her. She sniffles softly, convincing herself that real mothers scold their kids, and because Lucia doesn't yell at her, maybe she doesn't consider Nia her true daughter. Creak! The bedroom door slides open to reveal the purple-haired maid Mia standing with crossed arms and a wicked, mischievous grin. Commentary: Mia entering like a cartoon villain with a bad plan is peak drama. Patter, patter! Forgetting all her fear, Nia leaps out of bed and wraps her arms tightly around Mia's waist in relief. Mia listens intently as Nia explains her bizarre desire to get scolded so she can feel like a real daughter. Sniff. Clinging to Mia, Nia cries that even though Yvonne gets scolded every day, her mom never kicks her out of the house. She sobs that Yvonne's mom is her real mother, while Nia worries she might get abandoned if she makes a single mistake. Commentary. Poor tiny Nia's trauma is so heart-wrenching, even if her toddler logic is hilarious. Mia sweat drops in chibi form, silently thinking that since Nia is literally a holy saintess, no one in their right mind would ever throw her out. Sinister smirk. A mischievous glint flashes in Mia's eyes as she decides to take matters into her own hands with a chaotic solution. Mia proudly declares that she will personally train little Nia into the ultimate delinquent to force a reaction out of her mom. Thud! Thud! Downstairs, Lucia is peacefully reading a book on the sofa when sudden heavy crashing sounds echo from the ceiling above. Commentary. Quiet reading time ruined in 3, 2, 1. Lucia glances up in total confusion, wondering what kind of chaos the kids are causing up on the top floor. Swoosh! Lucia pushes open the door, asking if everything is okay, while Nia's muffled voice begs Mia to stop making so much noise. Gasp! Feathers drift through the air as Lucia's eyes widen in absolute shock at the scene inside the bedroom. Mia is dramatically holding a heavy ceramic vase high over her head like a maniac, while feathers cover the floor and tiny Nia trembles in pure panic. Chibi Lucia freaks out internally over the mess, while Chibi Mia yells back that this is the extreme level of delinquency required to get results. Commentary? Mia really took causing a mess to a whole criminal level. A brief memory bubble pops up, showing Mia holding the vase while Nia desperately tries to stop her before things get out of hand. Remembering a parenting book line, Lucia clears her throat and tries to act empathetic toward her daughter's destructive spree. Wah! Seeing her mom react with gentle patience instead of anger, Nia bursts into tears, screaming that Mia ruined everything while Lucia panics in complete confusion. Crash! Unwilling to give up, Mia grabs a carpet and kicks over furniture, swearing to cause an even bigger disaster until Lucia snaps. Ripping down curtains and stomping on broken glass, Mia goes full chaos mode, asking if this level of destruction finally qualifies for a proper scolding. Commentary? Mia going absolutely rogue for the sake of terrible parenting advice is pure comedy gold. Ever wonder what happens when a former badass commander tries to decipher toddler rebellion? Lucia stands there totally baffled, wondering if little Nia is just suffering from high society palace stress. Meanwhile, upstairs, total mayhem erupts. Mia is aggressively shaking Chibi Nia, shouting at her to stay quiet while the poor kid squeals that she's done enough chaos for one night. Sweating profusely, Mia yells down to Lucia, demanding to know how on earth she's staying so calm while they're literally wrecking the room. That's when the light bulb finally goes off in Lucia's head. Atmospheric shift. Realizing that the girls are intentionally throwing a massive tantrum just to test her limits, Lucia decides it's time to drop the gentle mom act and lay down some real discipline. Boom! Throwing the door wide open with peak commander authority, Lucia commands them both to hit the floor and hold a strict horse stance right now. Sweat drop. Mia and Nia instantly freeze in chibi shock, stuttering in utter disbelief because they definitely didn't expect military boot camp punishment. Poor tiny Nia is already shaken like a leaf, struggling to hold the classic night stance while Mia panics, wondering what kind of intense physical torture this is. Commentary. Honestly, using night training as a parenting punishment is equal parts genius and hilarious. But Lucia isn't letting anyone off the hook. She points directly at Mia, ordering her to get down and assume the exact same stance right beside the kid. Crossing her arms with absolute stoicism, Lucia deadpans that whenever two friends cause trouble together, they both gotta share the punishment equally. Now both of them are squatting on the floor, trembling in sheer agony, as Mia inwardly questions every single life decision that led her to this moment. Glow! But guess what? The tough love actually works. Nia looks up with a radiant, flower-filled smile, feeling genuinely loved now that her mom finally scolded her. Later that night, little Nia's tucked into bed, sleeping like an absolute angel with a cute little trail of drool on her pillow. Out in the hallway, Mia is clutching her sore, aching shoulders, prompting Lucia to casually ask if she needs some high-grade muscle ointment for the fatigue. Commentary. Lucia offering post-boot camp medical care like a caring drill sergeant is top-tier comedy. Shifting to business, Lucia mentions hearing that Mia's been treated well at the Empress's residence, but Mia sighs that today was total chaos preparing the banquet hall for tomorrow's big event. Gasps!
Suddenly, Mia snaps her fingers in realization, remembering the exact reason she came running over in the first place. Pulling out an official invitation, Mia hands it over and asks if Lucia is planning to attend tomorrow's grand gathering, leaving Lucia completely confused. Mia lets out a heavy sigh, explaining that the invitation was documented in Mia's daycare planner, which Lucia clearly forgot to read. Flash! Opening the note, it reveals the class representative meeting is set to take place in the western annex of the Imperial Palace. Glimmer! It turns out the Empress herself sent out invitations to all the parents because her child, Prince Charles, is in the same academy class. Shimmer! A brief visual shows the elegant Empress draped in luxurious purple robes and holding a lace fan, radiating pure high society authority. Commentary. Look at that character design. The artist really went all out to make the Empress look like the ultimate final boss of noble drama. Cut to the next morning, a magnificent white royal carriage arrives, and Captain Leon steps out onto the cobblestone path while his aide carries a basket full of gifts. The aide asks if he should carry all the souvenirs to the knight's office, but Leon inspects a sleek green pen box and tells him to keep that specific one behind. Sparkle! Smiling warmly to himself, Leon decides to take a quiet stroll down his personal, secret commute route before starting his daily duties. Step, he casually walks down the scenic gravel path behind the fortress walls, surrounded by lush green trees and quiet morning sunshine. Leon gets all excited as he approaches a small wooden door hidden in the wall, boasting about his private shortcut that nobody else knows about. Creak! But the moment he opens the door, he nearly jumps out of his boots. Lucia pops out of the secret entrance wearing a gorgeous yellow noble dress. Swoosh! Before Leon can even process what's happening, Lucia power walks right past him in her huge dress, deadpanning that she's super busy and gotta run. Leon stands completely frozen, staring at her glowing figure from behind as she dashes away like a majestic yellow tornado. Commentary. Seeing a hardened knight captain sprint in a frilly ball gown is honestly iconic. Flashback cue. Remembering the kindergarten entrance ceremony, Leon realizes Lucia is going out of her way to hide her secret identity as the feared Black Knight captain. Thump, thump. Suddenly, Leon's heart starts pounding out of his chest, clutching his coat with a heavy blush spreading across his cheeks. Meanwhile, Lucia tiptoes along the palace fence, glancing around like a top-secret agent trying to stay completely undetected. Peeking from behind a tree, Leon notices her direction and wonders why she's heading straight toward the Empress's private annex. Rustle. Suddenly, a cheerful voice pops up right next to him, asking what the captain is up to out in the bushes. Leon freaks out in chibi form as Madame Marian catches him red-handed, innocently asking why he looks like he just got caught committing a crime. Snicker. Teasing him with a sly grin, Marian asks if he's secretly tailing Lady Lucia, while Leon quickly shoves the green gift box into her hands to distract her. Marian blinks in surprise, pulling out the luxurious fountain pen and wondering why he's giving her such a fancy writing utensil out of nowhere. Blush! Scratching his head awkwardly, Leon stammers that he never got the chance to properly thank her husband Caesar, so he bought it as a polite gift. Chibi sigh. Leon rolls his eyes in exasperation while Marian teasingly thinks to herself that he's way too sweet to be stuck in a painful one-sided crush. Commentary. Marian being the ultimate wingwoman while Leon suffers in silence is absolute gold. Changing the subject, Leon casually asks if Marian was just coming back from visiting the palace annex. Strike a pose! Marian proudly explains that the Empress is hosting a parent-teacher picnic at the annex today, so she stopped by to mingle with her high society gal pals. Shock! That's when a massive realization hits Leon like a lightning bolt. Princess Charles is in the exact same academy class as Caesar and Nia. Clench! Leon's gloved fist tightens in tense anger as Marian casually drops a major bomb, revealing that the Crown Prince and Lucia were recently seen picking up the kids together. Aura! The mood instantly drops to absolute sub-zero as Leon's eyes narrow with terrifying dark energy, repeating the words "pick them up together" in utter disbelief. Sparkle! While dark doom clouds surround Leon, Marian gushes with pure excitement, declaring that the ultimate romantic war has finally begun. Commentary. Marian's enthusiasm for messy noble romance drama is relatable on a spiritual level. Meanwhile, at the Annex Garden, two fancy noble ladies waving lace parasols greet Lucia with overly dramatic, sugary sweet smiles.
They gossip about missing Madame Marian earlier, insisting that Lucia must join them for a proper tea party next time, while Lucia politely nods along. Glares, but behind her back, the noble ladies start whispering poisonous rumors, bringing up how her husband died in the war and questioning her true background. Shadows fall over their faceless profiles as they sneer under their parasols, mocking Lucia's calm, polite smile with pure aristocratic snobbery. Dark void. An ominous thought bubble floats in the dark, sneering whether this former commoner even realizes the terrifying snake she's standing amongst right now. Clink! Inside the colorful annex room, tiny Princess Charles and her academy classmates sit around a table enjoying tea and berry pie. The cute red-haired girl asks if the annex is officially part of the palace, and the little princess nods with a sweet smile, setting up the next phase of high-stakes daycare politics. Just when you thought high society etiquette was all glitz and glamour, tiny Nia gets called out at tea time for holding her teacup with both hands like a cozy mug, proving that even toddler snacks are a high-stakes tactical field. Before she can even catch her breath, another classmate jumps in to critique her fork grip, making poor Nia sweat buckets as she tries her absolute best not to look like a complete barbarian at a royal table. Meanwhile, the teacher stands at the front of the classroom, beaming with total bliss, completely oblivious to the silent social warfare going on between these 4-year-olds. To be fair, looking at the imaginary spread of grilled lobster, garlic steak, and gourmet appetizers, anyone would throw table manners completely out the window. Commentary. Seriously, why does Manhwa food look like a 5-star Michelin menu while the kids are just eating fruit pies? The artist flexed hard on those lobster textures. The little princess casually drops a reality check, sighing that royal kids can't even enjoy good food because they're forced to watch their calorie intake from practically birth. That's when the red-haired kid blurts out that her own mom gains weight just looking at food, loudly mocking her mom's diet struggles while poor Nia panics, praying nobody gets executed for treason. The little golden-haired boy finds the whole situation absolutely hilarious and starts making snorting sounds right at the table. Gloom. That innocent pig joke hits a massive nerve, causing the pink-haired princess to freeze as dark trauma clouds surround her, remembering the exact moment her maid banned all afternoon snacks. Commentary. The sudden genre shift into horror lighting whenever a kid gets offended is peak drama comedy. Unwilling to take the disrespect lying down, the princess slams her hands on the table and calls out the red-haired girl for being the biggest bully in class. Veins popping on her forehead, the princess shouts at the top of her lungs that royal weight gain is purely genetic, desperate to defend her royal honor against a room full of toddlers. Snap! The blonde boy pushes her over the edge by shouting "Princess Oink," completely shattering what was left of her royal composure. Total chaos erupts as the princess leaps out of her seat to chase the kid across the room, while the poor teacher screams in the background that running during tea time is strictly forbidden. Commentary. Watching highborn nobles turn a fancy tea party into a chaotic game of tag is honestly the best part of Academy arcs. Just as the classroom descends into absolute madness, a royal maid opens the grand doors to announce that Her Majesty the Empress is finally ready to host the parents. Lucia and the rest of the noble ladies follow the maid into the annex hall, only to pause in total confusion as the room suddenly goes pitch black. Boom! Bright, colorful spotlights flash on as circus performers with massive feather headpieces start stacking champagne towers to roaring party music. The snobbish noblewomen clutch their pearl necklaces in absolute horror, gasping at the utter shock of seeing a high-class palace turned into a wild Las Vegas cabaret. Swoosh! Dropping in on a silk aerial ribbon from the ceiling, the Empress herself makes a dramatic grand entrance, shouting a super cheerful greeting to the crowd. Landing gracefully under a beaming spotlight, she glides across the floor in her radiant blue gown like a pop star starting a world tour. Strikes a pose. The Empress throws her arms wide open, loudly declaring that today's event is all about exhausted mothers taking a well-deserved break from parenting duties. Whispers. But instead of cheering, the noble ladies start sneering behind their fans, complaining that such a tacky setup really reveals her vulgar background. Commentary. These noble ladies are acting like strict HOA board members at a block party, literally incapable of having fun. Sipping her drink in silence, Lucia listens as the women spread nasty rumors, claiming the Empress was locked away in the annex for 3 years due to a secret gambling habit after the Emperor plucked her from a common tavern. They scoff about her complete lack of palace education, showing flashbacks of her causing endless high society scandals across the empire. Nearby ladies turn to Lucia in utter disbelief, asking if royal gatherings are always this unhinged, knowing deep down that the empress holds zero actual authority in court. Unbothered by the chilly reception, the empress elegantly raises her glass high in the air to gather everyone's attention. Sparkle! Winking at the crowd, she announces that before they pick the kids' autumn outing spot, she has prepared special tokens of appreciation for all the mothers. Formal attendants march into the room, handing out sleek, ribbon-wrapped green gift boxes to every single noblewoman in attendance. Gasps! The moment the ladies open their presents, violent blushes erupt across their faces as gasps of absolute embarrassment echo through the entire hall. One outraged lady yells that this joke has gone way too far, prompting Lucia to untie her own box in complete curiosity to see what caused the uproar. Shammer! Resting inside the luxury box is a vibrant, ultra-revealing silk lingerie chemise laced with sheer red trim. Commentary: handing out spicy lingerie at an official PTA meeting is a legendary move. The Empress really has zero filter. Kya! The room explodes into chibi screams as the Empress giggles, casually explaining that it's just modern, trendy undergarments imported from abroad. She gives a charming, playful grin, completely unaware of the massive social scandal she just created among the conservative aristocracy. Lucia stares at the lace nightgown in deadpan shock, internally questioning the logic of handing out nightwear at an event dedicated to elementary school field trips. Out on the balcony, the snobbish noblewomen furiously huff that this inappropriate gift is the final straw, threatening to report the Empress directly to the house elders. They clutch their gift boxes in total annoyance, complaining that they can't even throw the presents away without causing an international incident. Ear twitch. Stepping outside to get away from the noise, Lucia suddenly notices a subtle rustle near the corner of the balcony wall. Peeking around the corner, a trailing blue dress vanishes behind a door, right as a noblewoman loudly mocks the Empress for giving out such vulgar trash. Gloom. Lucia's eyes widen as she realizes the Empress was hiding right behind the wall, hearing every single cruel insult spewed by the noble ladies. Swish! The Empress silently slips away through the side door while the crowd outside continues laughing at her expense. Lucia's expression turns deadly serious, realizing the nobles were deliberately mocking her louder because they knew she was listening and couldn't retaliate. Commentary: it's honestly heartbreaking seeing someone try so hard to bring high energy to a party only to get torn down by fake aristocrats. Wanting to avoid the awkward sight of the Empress returning in tears, Lucia decides to slip away into the garden to clear her head. Opening a small, quiet archway door hidden along the fortress perimeter, she steps into the peaceful sunlight. Lucia takes a deep breath of fresh air, smiling at the surprisingly rustic countryside breeze brushing through the palace grounds. Blink? But wait, countryside breeze? Lucia freezes in chibi confusion as clear pig oinks and cow moos bounce off the surrounding stone walls. Rustle, pushing past the thick green hedges, she follows the bizarre animal noises to investigate what on earth is hidden in the imperial annex. Surrounded by lush mountains and tall forest trees stands a full-fledged rustic wooden barn sitting right inside the palace courtyard. Lucia stares, in absolute disbelief, at a pen full of pink pigs, completely unable to process why a livestock farm exists next to royal territory. Sniffle! Suddenly, a quiet sob catches her attention, revealing the Empress standing by the fence crying her eyes out into her hands. Glump! The moment the Empress spots Lucia, she bursts into loud tears and hurls herself forward, grabbing Lucia in a desperate, suffocating bear hug. Chirp, chirp! A few moments later, both of them sit side by side on a rustic wooden bench right in front of the pig pen, soaking in the quiet silence. Wiping away her tears, the Empress softly confesses her secret past, revealing that she was just a simple farmer's daughter who moved to the city to sing at a tavern before her life changed forever. Commentary: the transition from a chaotic cabaret intro to a heartfelt farm confession on a pig farm is top-tier storytelling. Ever wondered what happens when an imperial empress breaks down over parenting stress in front of a badass knight? Well, pull up a chair, because this royal tea party just descended into complete emotional chaos. Before anyone can process what's happening, the Empress hurls herself into Lucia's arms, bawling her eyes out over how everyone constantly blames her without ever teaching her palace etiquette.
She sobbed that while Lucia loves swinging swords, her own passion is throwing over-the-top flashy parties. Lucia just stands there with a deadpan expression, internally noting that those two hobbies are definitely not on the same level.
Clearing her throat, the Empress sniffles and admits she let the Crown Prince turn into a spoiled brat, but she's desperate to raise tiny Princess Charles properly this time. Commentary: honestly, watching an all-powerful royal figure have a full parenting meltdown on a bench next to a pig pen is peak comedic reality check.
Lucia looks at her sympathetically, suddenly coming up with a genius counter-idea. What if they showed the controversial gift boxes directly to the kids to gauge their reaction instead? The moment those words leave Lucia's mouth, the Empress buries her blushing face back into Lucia's shoulder, panicking out loud that she accidentally handed out scandalous sheer lingerie to conservative noblewomen. Screaming in sheer panic, the Empress begs Captain Lucia for a miracle, while Lucia just gently pats her back and tells her to freeze and do absolutely nothing. Glint? With a sharp look in her eye, Lucia drops a game-changing proposal. It's time to open up the restricted Imperial Palace grounds to the public. Sparkle! Right on cue, a handsome young man with wavy pink hair casually steps out from the shadows, flashing a brilliant smile. Lucia turns around in surprise, demanding to know what on earth the Crown Prince means by backing up such a crazy idea. Chirp, chirp. Sitting gracefully under the warm sunlight, the Crown Prince points out that the parents are currently scrambling to plan the toddler's very first official academy field trip. He smirks playfully, asking if giving every noble parent a private, behind-the-scenes guided tour of the Imperial Palace wouldn't instantly make them the most popular hosts in the realm. Commentary. Okay, credit where it's due. The Crown Prince might look like a total playboy, but his political marketing IQ is actually off the charts. Winking with a finger to his lips, he leaves Lucia speechless at his strategic brain, while the Empress leaps up like a rocket, shouting that she needs to break the news to the moms immediately. Bam! The Empress flings the grand doors wide open, bursting into the noble lounge with a blinding aura to make her big announcement. Glow, beaming like an absolute angel surrounded by blooming flowers, she completely flips the mood in the room from awkward silence to pure radiance. Gasps echo across the room as the snobbish noblewomen clutch their cheeks in utter disbelief. Did she seriously just offer access to the restricted Imperial Palace? Baroness Mara steps forward with wide eyes, eagerly asking if even the legendary secret-filled Garden of Rumors will be opened up for the tour. Baroness Certain chimes in with excitement, suggesting they bring in top-tier stage actors for the kids, which the Empress instantly promises to handle personally. Gleam! In the background, a sharp-eyed noblewoman in a luxurious dark red gown sneers softly, internally plotting how to turn this unexpected event to her advantage. Ominous shade. Stepping into the light with a dark, heavy shadow towering behind her, Lady Eileen from Marquis Terran's household speaks up, hypocritically claiming the tour will disrupt palace staff. Commentary. There's always that one villainous noblewoman who just cannot tolerate seeing anyone else succeed. Her bad vibes could freeze a volcano. Smirking with total malice, Eileen sneers directly at the Empress, asking how someone currently under house arrest could possibly have the authority to host such a grand event. The room goes dead silent as the Empress blinks in pure confusion, while Eileen steps closer, loudly offering to remind everyone of the Empress's disgraceful past. Eileen dramatically announces to the crowd that the Empress was caught in a massive slum gambling scandal during the Emperor's grand tour, leading to her secret confinement. Blushing furiously, the Empress waves her hands in total embarrassment, squeaking that the entire incident was just one giant, ridiculous misunderstanding. Flashback sparkle, it turns out the Emperor was just wearing a cheap mask and role-playing a tavern escape, fleeing from royal guards while his wife chased him, making it nothing more than an embarrassingly clingy couples roleplay date. Clack! The noble ladies freeze with jaw-dropped, horrified faces, completely shattered by the cringe-inducing romantic reality behind the famous scandal. Commentary. The transition from high-stakes political slander to exposed roleplay cringe is so brutally funny, I almost feel bad for Eileen's failed villain moment. Meanwhile, over at the Academy nursery, the air rings out with chaotic shouts as the toddlers start picking roles for their upcoming playground play. Tiny dark-haired Nia tilts her head in curiosity as her fiery red-haired classmate critiques her choice, pointing out that she always picks the handsome white mage.
Clasping her hands together in front of the mirror, the red-haired girl boasts that she should play the heroine princess, while the boys whisper behind her back that she looks more like a sword-wielding barbarian general. She lets out a boisterous, villain-like laugh, totally oblivious to her classmates' terrified, judging stares. Tap, tap, stepping forward with absolute grace, tiny Princess Charles crosses her arms, sternly pointing out that since she is an actual royal princess, taking the role is completely non-negotiable. Snap! The red-haired girl nonchalantly offers her the role of a foreign princess instead, causing Charles to swell with rage at the utter disrespect to her imperial bloodline. Whimper! But the moment the red-haired kid mentions that this week's theater play features an ultra-pretty foreign princess, Charles instantly hesitates, her royal pride wobbling. In the background, the Imperial Royal Guard stand in a row sweating absolute bullets, silently screaming in panic at the thought of their princess playing a fallen kingdom's ruler. Moving on to the remaining roles, the girls realize they still need someone to play the fearsome, villainous enemy knight. The golden-haired prince turns to Nia, warning her that absolutely nobody in class wants to touch the role of the dreaded Black Knight. Whisper chatter, the surrounding toddlers crowd around Nia, dark rumors swirling as they chant that the Black Knight is selfish, terrifying, and universally hated by everyone. Tears! Nia's eyes fill with massive water drops as the red-haired girl aggressively compares the Black Knight to their terrifying governess Aunt Gilly. Commentary, leave it to 4-year-olds to turn an innocent playground play into a psychological trauma session. The drama in this daycare is unmatched. Just as Nia starts sobbing, a sweet little brown-haired boy steps up, loudly defending her by shouting that the Black Knight is actually super cool and matches her black hair perfectly. Disgusted by the pointless drama, Princess Charles steps in with her arms crossed, declaring that Nia will be the Black Knight so everyone can finally stop making her cry. Sparkle. Wiping her tears with a happy squeak, Nia beams with pure joy, thrilled to finally have an important role in the group play. Effort! The red-haired girl immediately grabs Nia's hands, trying to coach her into yelling edgy villain lines like Black Shadow Poison Snake with maximum explosive energy. Shift. Deep inside the Imperial Palace, sunlight streams through grand arched windows as the Emperor officially signs off on appointing the Crown Prince as the field trip supervisor. Inside his grand office, the Emperor chortles with delight, asking his son if he saw how utterly furious Chancellor Federin looked when the announcement dropped. Giggle. The Emperor leans in with a smug grin, asking if orchestrating Charles's kindergarten enrollment was all part of his master plan to get closer to Lucia. Looking at his son with deep pride, the Emperor reflects on how the hot-headed young prince has finally matured into a cunning mastermind, all thanks to Captain Lucia's influence. Rose bloom. His eyes soften as he admits he purposefully sent Lucia away for 5 long years of brutal training to settle political marriage threats. But now, their union is finally inevitable. Commentary. Wait, so the entire Empire's politics and daycare curriculum were secretly manipulated just as setting up a grand romance scheme? That is top-tier 4D chess. Strategy reveal. A detailed master plan note pops up outlining the 4-step scheme. Send Charles to kindergarten, use her to invite Lucia, use supervision to spend time together, and host a grand entrance at the field trip. Slinking away? Outside the heavy wooden doors, the silver-haired chancellor sweats profusely as he eavesdrops, hastily pretending to be sick when guards spot him creeping in the hallway. Fixing his monocle with a cold, analytical gaze, the chancellor internally shivers, realizing the crown prince inherited every single drop of his father's terrifying manipulative genius. Imagine orchestrating the ultimate political power move, only to realize your own headstrong son won't listen to a single word you say. The silver-haired official buries his face in his hands, internally groaning that his kid is about to be totally outshined in the grand scheme of things. Swish! Sunlight pours over the pristine white marble pillars of the imperial sanctuary, where quiet figures clad in flowing white robes move about like ethereal ghosts. Adjusting her crisp military collar, Captain Lucia strides through the grand corridor with a razor-sharp gaze, taking mental notes on every white-robed figure lingering in the shadows.
Flashback. A sudden memory sparks in her mind. During that chaotic encounter, her blade slashed right through a white-robed assailant's guard, leaving a distinct, fresh scar across the back of their hand. Clank. Pushing through the sanctuary archway, Lucia rationally deduces that even with high-level divine magic, a fresh sword slash won't heal overnight without leaving a trace, meaning it's time to inspect every priest's hands. Glance. A soft-spoken priest with slick blonde hair bows gracefully, introducing himself as Priest Mordo and politely asking what brings the intimidating knight captain to the holy grounds. Behind his warm, closed-eye smile, Priest Mordo internally squints in confusion, recalling how Lucia previously rejected divine blessings before marching to war because she couldn't care less about the goddess. Eye shift. Ignoring the polite small talk, Lucia's cold blue eyes locked directly onto Mordo's knuckles, flawless smooth skin with zero scars, instantly crossing him off her suspect list. Sparkle. Candles flicker quietly on the altar as Mordo casually mentions that the deputy warden recently stopped by to offer prayers on behalf of His Majesty and the prince. Dark glare. A surge of tension hits as Lucia realizes the culprit isn't just an outsider. It's someone with high-level clearance who moves freely through the palace and maneuvers through imperial politics like a grandmaster. Bow. Without warning, Priest Mordo suddenly bows his head, openly confessing that his faction discreetly investigated her dark-haired daughter Nia and offering a sincere apology for the intrusion. Lucia pauses in sheer disbelief. Seriously? Since when do secret temple priests just upfront confess to background checking someone's toddler with a straight face? Echo! A cheerful, booming voice suddenly shatters the solemn silence of the sanctuary, echoing off the high-vaulted ceilings as footsteps come racing down the main aisle. Ha-ha! Right on cue! The crown prince strutting in with his signature wavy pink hair, flashing a brilliant smile while casually catching up with Priest Mordo like they're old pals. Deadpan. Lucia stares at him with an utterly unamused, blank expression, internally asking why this royal playboy always manages to pop up out of nowhere. Winking casually, Prince Iron offers a suave compliment, thanking Lucia for being the only person in the entire realm who looks at his eccentric mother without judging her. Glow. Leaning in under the dramatic window light, Iron drops his playboy persona for a second, humming softly that standing next to a practical hero like her makes sitting around praying feel totally pointless. Reflect. Staring into his golden eyes, Lucia contemplates the heavy political reality. Even though the High Commanders couldn't stop the Saintess's tragic sacrifice, they still chose to reshape the Empire with their own hands. Focus. She squints thoughtfully, realizing for the first time that beneath the Crown Prince's flirtatious, easygoing facade lies a surprisingly deep and calculating strategic mind. Grin. Naturally, the moment the heavy moment passes, Iron flips right back to his charming self, flashing a dazzling smile that could blind a dragon. Flex! Bending his arm in a ridiculous hero pose against a fluffy pastel backdrop, Iron blithesomely suggests they go on morning jogs together, claiming the prince's health is basically a national security issue. Commentary. You've got to respect the sheer confidence. Turning a political alliance into a mandatory morning cardio routine is next-level riz. Slam! Meanwhile, back at the Knight headquarters, two female officers slam doors open in utter panic, blurting out the wild news that the Crown Prince was just assigned as the kindergarten supervisor. Sitting behind a neat stack of teamwork, the handsome silver-haired vice captain remains completely unfazed, calmly tapping his desk while his subordinate loses her absolute mind. Gasp! The panic-stricken knight clutches her cheeks, loudly crying out that the Crown Prince is clearly deploying every low-handed trick in the book to swoop in and steal Captain Lucia's heart. Glancing sideways with cool authority, the vice captain gently reminds his junior to watch her mouth before making scandalous accusations about imperial royalty. Gulp. Lowering her voice into a panicked whisper, the knight warns him that if he keeps acting so passive, he's going to miss his chance to confess his longtime crush forever. Peek. Both female knights squish their heads together over the desk, sweat dropping as they watch their stoic boss freeze up on the spot. Blush sparkle! Surrounded by an imaginary field of blooming pink roses, the silver-haired vice captain scratches his neck nervously, softly admitting he didn't technically get a clear answer when he probed Lucia. But hey, non-rejection is a win in his book. Shock? The officers scream and sink, aggressively reminding their oblivious boss about what went down during the chaotic kindergarten entrance ceremony.
Flashback bloom. A stunning memory floats up of the vice captain walking alongside Lucia, his heart racing into overdrive as he quietly dreamed of becoming the husband she desperately needed. Ta-da! Shifting the mood instantly, the female knight whips out a pristine parchment scroll with a triumphant flourish. Unrolling the heavy paper, the vice captain's eyes widen as he reads the official seal. It's an exclusive recommendation letter signed by the chancellor, appointing him as the temporary palace tour guide. Sunset glow. The scene transitions to the bustling, golden-lit streets of Archranger, the famous dessert district located in the heart of the Eldarian Empire. Crowd noise. A massive wall of eager citizens stretches around the block in front of Facette Pepperon, the realm's legendary 200-year-old bakery, while Lucia stands at the back holding tiny Nia's hand. Staring at the unending line of dessert lovers, Lucia blinks in pure exhaustion, taking mental note of the adorable chibi girl painted on the bakery's golden sign. Sensing her daughter getting tired from the overwhelming crowd, Lucia looks down at little Nia and tenderly asks if she wants to grab a quiet break somewhere nearby. Tap tap. Holding her tiny hand tight, Lucia leads Nia away from the noisy main avenue and into a calm, sunlit alleyway. Sniff? Suddenly, a rich, mouth-watering aroma of fresh butter and melted sugar drifts through the air, causing Lucia to pause and look up in surprise. Up! Lifting tiny Nia high into the air like an adorable little telescope, Lucia asks her daughter to scope out where that delicious bakery smell is coming from. Sparkle! Peeking through a clear glass window with glowing eyes, Nia excitedly gasps out the menu, spotting golden pies, sweet butter cookies, and freshly baked madeleines. Commentary? Honestly, watching an elite knight captain use her toddler as a tactical recon drone just to locate baked goods is pure, wholesome peak comedy. Squeak! Suddenly, an energetic little red-haired girl presses her face flat against the glass from inside, waving her hands maniacally and squealing Nia's name. Dash! Bursting through the shop door, the fiery red-haired toddler strikes a dynamic pose, loudly telling Nia and her mom to ditch the main line and follow her inside. Zoom out. Dashing across a sun-drenched private lawn like a tiny green speed demon, the red-haired kid waves back, hyping up her grand destination. Walking behind the energetic kid, Lucia breathes in the intoxicating scent of gourmet pastries, suddenly putting the pieces together regarding the toddler's family background. Patter! The red-haired girl throws her arms up into the air with a joyful shout, charging straight toward an elderly white-haired gentleman standing in the courtyard. Pat pat! The distinguished old man gently rests his hand on his granddaughter's head, turning around with a sharp, inquisitive look to ask the newcomers who they are. Bowing politely, Lucia smoothly introduces herself as Nia's mother, mentioning that their kids attend the very same Imperial nursery class. Stroking his white mustache with a keen gaze, the old master chef narrows his eyes at Nia's jet black hair, muttering to himself that he hasn't seen hair that dark since the late Count Curvin Kluwer. Gulp! Lucia's heart skips a beat as she internally confirms his legendary identity. If he's of Vine's grandfather, that means this unassuming old man in a chef coat is actually the famous former royal pastry chef. Gulp! Playing it totally cool to avoid making a scene, Lucia swallows her surprise, mentally deciding to act completely normal while standing face-to-face with an imperial culinary legend. Ever tried talking your way into free gourmet desserts only to get hit with a grumpy master chef's death glare? Standing behind her mom, little Nia shrinks back as the famous pastry chef gruffly warns them that his private workshop isn't a free-for-all candy shop. Remembering how insanely picky and legendary this veteran baker is, Captain Lucia sighs internally, deciding it's best to bow out gracefully before they cause a scene. Turning on her heel, Lucia gently tugs Nia away, but the poor toddler looks back with total heartbreak in her eyes, her sweet pastry dreams crumbling in real time. Patter, patter! Suddenly, the fiery red-haired Ivan comes sprinting out, grabbing Nia's shoulder and yelling at them to hold on. Commentary, gotta love Ivan. This kid acts like the official ambassador of secret snack operations. Gulp! Gathering every ounce of courage in her tiny body, Nia nervously shuffles up to the intimidating white-haired chef, timidly whispering a greeting to her friend's granddad. Surrounded by an imaginary sea of cute, blooming roses, Nia twirls her skirt and hits him with the ultimate weapon, weaponized toddler puppy dog eyes. Chuckles! The old chef immediately softens up, while Yvonne proudly flexes that her grandpa secretly adores kids, even if his terrifying face usually makes half of them burst into tears.
Whispering like a tiny criminal mastermind, Yvonne spills the secret trick. If you pull off a cute begging routine behind your parents' back, you get free cookies. Meanwhile, Lucia sweat drops in the background, questioning how her wholesome daughter fell in with such a devious little influencer. Commentary: Yvonne is out here running a whole toddler cartel for baked goods. And honestly, respect the hustle. Sparkle? Nia's eyes light up like literal diamonds as they step inside, completely dazzled by the heavenly display of high-end desserts. Cracking a warm smirk, the old chef gestures toward a glowing glass display housing a breathtaking sugar castle, inviting the kids to pick whatever their hearts desire. Yvonne immediately snatches up 2 Christmas tree-shaped brownies on sticks, proudly hyping them up as the absolute top-tier delicacy of the entire bakery. Gasp! Lucia glances over and notices Nia completely frozen in place, staring hypnotized at the glowing glass castle like she just discovered a legendary magic artifact. Nudging her friend, Ivan playfully asks why she isn't grabbing anything, suspecting that Nia might be holding back just because her mom is watching over her. Whoosh! Hearing this, the old chef loses his mind, charging in with stack of dessert boxes like a wild man and dramatically accusing Lucia of starving her child. Lucia frantically defends herself, sweating bullets as she tries to clear up the hilarious misunderstanding. Commentary: watching an Imperial Knight captain get publicly roasted by a pastry chef over snack portions is absolute comedy gold. Softening his tone, the master baker gently reassures Nia that she can pick whatever she wants, giving her full permission to raid the store. Pressing her tiny hands against the glass, Nia gazes up with pure innocence, her cheeks flushed with absolute joy. Bam! The story jumps ahead to the official kids' field trip day at the Grand Imperial Palace grounds, where teachers bark orders to keep the chaos organized. Standing off to the side, the night squad slacks off, with the red-haired officer crossing his arms and asking if something is bothering their silver-haired colleague. Meanwhile, Prince Iron strolls up to Lucia in his brilliant red Imperial uniform, casually mentioning how young Charlotte hasn't stopped bragging about her new best friend Naya. Ring! Leaning in under a shower of dramatic rose petals, Iron flirty smirks that he plans to give Nia a grand personal welcome, while Lucia gives him a stone-cold response to do whatever he wants. Bark? Over on the training grounds, the overly enthusiastic deputy captain barks roll call orders for the 5th time, driving his unimpressed squad members absolutely insane. Commentary: the contrast between the hyper-serious deputy and his deadpan squad who just want to chill is unironically peak comedy. Veins popping on his forehead, the deputy yells back that they need to set a proud, dignified example for the visiting kids. Gloom, shadow stretching over her face, Lucia gazes down in solemn silence, bitterly recalling how nobody in the Empire has ever respected the Black Knights. Swish! Turning away from the noise, Lucia quietly walks off, muttering to herself that looking for respect or warm recognition at this stage is total foolishness. A heavy, dark aura swirls around her thoughts as she realizes that fulfilling the Chancellor's high expectations might be an impossible task. Stop! The handsome vice captain steps into her path, asking if she's really heading over to meet Nia, prompting Lucia to coldly question if she's banned from seeing her own child. Staring him down with razor-sharp blue eyes, Lucia casually states that once the kids arrive, everyone will realize she's the captain anyway, leaving the vice captain completely stunned. Pop! The fiery red-haired officer pokes his head out from behind, shouting in disbelief at their captain's uncharacteristic moodiness today. Shaking his head, the vice captain points out that plenty of people will welcome Nia regardless, asking why Lucia's acting like so surprisingly hesitant and defensive today. Dropping her shoulders under a heavy purple haze, Lucia finally admits that the dark, unsettling events of last night are still heavily weighing on her heart. Commentary: you can really feel the narrative tension building here. Behind all the cute kindergarten vibes, political dark forces are moving in the background. Flashback. Late last night, tiny Naya was tossing and turning under the covers, sleepily confessing to her mom that she was way too hyped about visiting the Imperial Palace tomorrow to sleep. Hugging her pillow with sparkling eyes, Nia gushed about how happy she was to see her mommy working in the palace, while Lucia stared back with a pang of dread, secretly terrified of what might go wrong. Sunlight streams, morning arrives, and lines of excited children, dressed in matching yellow field trip uniforms, gather outside the Grand Palace gates. Yay! Yvonne bursts into wild cheers about eating all the palace delicacies, while Princess Charlotte scolds her with arms crossed, complaining about the dust being kicked up. Palm on her forehead, little Charlotte dramatically groans that she just left home, only to end up right back where she started, while Nia looks on with cute concern. Curiously leaning over, Charlotte asks Nia what her mother actually does for a living at the palace. Gulp. A dark flashback hits Nia of a snobby aristocratic boy yelling that her night mother is low-ranking trash compared to a baron, causing Nia to freeze in shame, terrified of being mocked again. Before Nia can spiral into tears, Princess Charlotte stands tall beside her, taking command of the situation. Bam! Prince Iron dramatically manifests in a cloud of blinding floral sparkles, loudly announcing that Nia's mother belongs to the legendary Order of Imperial Protectors. Nia bows in complete shock as the teachers panic greet the crown prince. Commentary. The prince swooping in like a magical girl anime protagonist just to defend a toddler's honor is top-tier royalty behavior. Whisper, whisper, the surrounding toddlers look around in total awe and confusion as the imperial energy explodes around them. Flex! Out of nowhere, 3 high-ranking Imperial guards jump out dressed in full-body animal mascot costumes, a lion, an eagle, and an owl, striking ridiculous hero poses. Explaining that they represent imperial power, military, and law, the mascot guards try to strike awe, but the kids just stare at them with tearing eyes. Wah! The entire field trip erupts into chaos as the toddlers start screaming in terror, mistaking the mascot knights for terrifying giant monsters. Prince Iron smiles smoothly while the mascots sweat in panic. Sweat drop. The lion, owl, and eagle mascots stand completely paralyzed, realizing their grand imperial mascot performance just traumatized a whole kindergarten class. Commentary. Seeing hardened elite knights in giant animal fursuits getting publicly destroyed by crying toddlers is peak comedy. Sparkle! Stepping in to save the day, the handsome Vice Captain Sir Leon swoops in wearing a pristine white uniform, unfurling a grand imperial banner flag like a fairy tale knight. Flashing a dazzling wink against a background of blooming roses, Sir Leon instantly wins over the crowd with his unreal visual aura. Gasp! The female teachers and maids instantly swoon with red cheeks, whispering in sheer fangirl excitement over seeing both the Crown Prince and Sir Leon in person. Dressed to impress. Meanwhile, Miss Emily from the Sparrow class steps out wearing a ridiculously glamorous dress and giant sun hat, drawing envious stares from the other staff. Tremble! Blushing like a complete mess under her massive brim, Miss Emily nervously quivers, desperately hoping that Captain Leon will notice her romantic effort. Glow! Sir Leon beams like an ethereal sun god, but Miss Emily sweatingly realizes he only showed up because of Lucia and Nia, internally groaning that she should have just called in sick today instead of enduring this insane royal drama. Imagine touring the most fortified golden fortress in the realm, only to realize the real wild circus is about to happen inside. Prince Iron points up at the majestic golden gates of the first palace wall, hyping up the city's rich history to the wide-eyed kids. Flashing his signature sparkles and holding a little red tour flag, the prince proudly announces that right behind these massive walls lies the administrative heart, where the imperial knights manage all their daily business. Wave, wave! Up in the high palace windows, a group of female administrative knights lean out with huge grins, frantically waving and shouting greetings down to the visiting toddlers. Princess Charlotte crosses her arms and points upward, casually noting that one of those knights must be Caesar's mom, before turning to ask Nia if her own mother is somewhere in that crowd. Commentary, Charlotte might act like a mini aristocrat, but you gotta love how she's constantly checking in on her bestie. Sparkle! Hearing the Crown Prince announce that every Knight Division has set up an epic live performance on the training grounds, Nia's eyes light up with pure hype as she squeals in excitement. Cheer! The training grounds explode into a full-blown spectacle. Red Knights stack into impressive human pyramids, golden guards display flashy spear techniques, and white mages shower the arena with dazzling spell circles. Hype reaches a boiling point as Yvonne throws her hands up, shouting to Nia that only their family's legendary divisions are left to show off. Clang! Fully armored knights charge at each other on horseback, their weapons clashing in midair with blinding speed as dust kicks up across the arena. Commentary. Okay, the studio did not hold back on the action budget here. This looks more like a high-stakes war film than a kindergarten field trip.
Whoosh! A terrifying crimson aura blade slices through the air, burning bright like a shooting star as the rider executes a flawless equestrian strike. While all the other kids scream and clap in total amazement, tiny Nia scans the dusty arena with anxious eyes, frantically searching for her mother's familiar face. Gloom. As the dust settles, a heavy dark aura surrounds little Nia, her eyes brimming with tears as she softly whispers to herself, wondering where her mommy could possibly be. Back on the empty dirt field, the red-haired officer stretches his neck and groans about how exhausting heavy helmets are, telling their captain to finally take off the mask now that the kids left. Commentary. Hold up. Something is definitely fishy here. Why are they acting so secretive about who's under that helmet? Pop! The red-haired officer laughs and yanks the helmet off the mystery rider, revealing silver hair. Gasp! The entire squad loses their minds when they realize the silver-haired guy was just using a cheap magical tool to fake the captain's signature red aura. They look around in total panic, screaming at the top of their lungs to figure out where Lucia disappeared to. Buzz! Meanwhile, the lion and owl mascots stroll up to the eagle mascot, but instantly freeze when a terrifying murderous aura erupts from the bird costume. The eagle just stands there in deadly silence, radiating total villain energy. Moving the field trip along, Prince Iron gently guides the group through a leafy archway into a sprawling, sunlit greenhouse garden filled with rare exotic plants. Commentary: the background art in this greenhouse is absurdly drop-dead gorgeous. 10 out of 10 visuals. A polite little boy takes a deep breath, admiring the warm air and sweet birdsong, leading Princess Charlotte to silently praise him as the only normal kid in their entire chaotic class. Chaos! Seconds later, total madness breaks out as the toddlers start monkey climbing up an actual banana tree, leaving the palace servants in absolute panic while Charlotte just facepalms in disgust. Glancing over her shoulder, Charlotte notices that while everyone else is going wild, Nia is slumping her shoulders, looking completely heartbroken. Softening her voice, Charlotte tries to cheer Nia up by mentioning that her own mother couldn't attend due to royal duties either, but Nia just looks down and softly murmurs that she's fine. Commentary? Seeing two powerful little toddlers bond over having overworked high society moms is honestly surprisingly heartwarming. Gasp! Out of nowhere, a sudden shadow falls over them, making Princess Charlotte freeze in total shock. Ta-da! A stunning, elegant noblewoman with flowing pink hair and a lavish rose gown swoops in, scooping little Charlotte into a grand, loving hug surrounded by glowing floral sparkles. Blushing like a tomato, Charlotte pouts in her mother's arms, inwardly wondering why her mom suddenly showed up to a school field trip when she couldn't even make it to her official birthday banquet. Aww. The Empress gently presses her forehead against Charlotte's, sharing a sweet, intimate mother-daughter moment that melts away all the young princess's grumpiness. Turning her head, the graceful Empress notices little Nia standing nearby, looking up with bright, curious golden eyes. Commentary: the royalty in this manhwa really has immaculate visual aura, like every frame belongs in a museum. Sparkles surround the scene as the Empress sweetly asks if she's Nia, causing the little girl to instantly bow and stammer out a polite, adorable greeting to royalty. With a dazzling smile, the Empress expresses her delight in meeting her daughter's closest friend, prompting Charlotte to proudly puff out her chest and declare that they're the bestest friends in the world. Sparkle, sparkle! Hearing Charlotte call her best friend makes Nia's heart soar, her cheeks flushing bright pink as she beams with absolute happiness. Lunchtime! The field trip moves on to the best part of the day as all the toddlers sit down on colorful picnic mats across the bright greenhouse, opening up luxurious palace bento boxes. Yvonne leaps up from her seat, telling Nia to hold her spot while she dashes off to grab extra snacks, leaving Nia sitting alone on the mat. Step, step. A gentle, smooth voice calls out to Nia from above, asking if she's feeling blue because her mother couldn't make it to the performance. Commentary: Prince Iron really never misses a chance to act like the ultimate smooth gentleman, even with toddlers. Surrounded by a heavenly glow, Prince Iron drops down onto one knee right beside her picnic blanket, looking at her with total warmth and care. Trying to stay strong, Nia softly replies that it's okay because she can just see her mom when she gets home, prompting the prince to praise her for being such a brave, good girl. Shimmer. Reaching into his coat, Prince Iron presents a delicate golden bracelet adorned with a rare dark gemstone, offering it directly to her as a gift. With a gentle smirk, the prince explains that he originally planned to give her this special magic accessory earlier, explaining how it can detect when a loved one is close by. Nia stares down at the glittering bracelet in his gloved palm, taking a quiet moment of silence. Boom! Without a single second of hesitation, Nia looks him straight in the eyes and drops a cold, "I don't need that," leaving the crown prince of the empire completely shell-shocked. Commentary, disrespect level over 9,000. Rejecting a high-tier royal artifact from the crown prince with a stone-cold face is absolute boss energy. Glow! Right after shutting him down, Nia flashes the most wholesome, angelic smile imaginable, as if she didn't just shatter a prince's ego into a million pieces. Defeated and embarrassed, Prince Iron awkwardly slips the bracelet onto his own wrist instead, quickly redirecting the conversation as Caesar and Ivan run back over to thank him for past gifts. Patter, patter, little Roy comes running up with a red face, yelling at Ivan for completely ignoring him while grabbing snacks. Dusting off his white uniform, Prince Iron offers one last gentle smile to Nia, wishing her a great lunch before taking his leave. Ivan teases Roy about smelling weird, making him cry that it's from picking fruit. But wait, look right behind that palm tree in the background. The eagle mascot is ominously lurking in the shadows. Commentary, the artist stealthily hiding the giant mascot knight stalking the kids from behind the plants is unironically top-tier comedy horror. Reveal! Inside the giant eagle suit, Captain Lucia gazes at her daughter with tender blue eyes, secretly worried that Nia is still hiding her sadness behind that brave smile. The teacher calls out for everyone to unpack their snacks, prompting the kids to unveil an insane spread of star-shaped pastries, gourmet chocolates, and frosted cupcakes. Sitting together on their picnic mat, Charlotte and Yvonne gasp in delight as they notice they all brought top-tier pastries from the legendary Fawcett Bakery. Looking at the golden, glistening glazed donuts, Charlotte points out that Yvonne's batch looks extra fancy, making Yvonne proudly boast that her baker grandpa custom-made them for her and Nia. Bam! Princess Charlotte leaps to her feet with a red face, screaming an utter betrayal that they went to the bakery without inviting her. Ivan just smirks, asking if Her Highness is jelly. Commentary, Charlotte's tsundere rage over missing out on a toddler bakery hangout is unmatched. Steam erupts. Charlotte fumes and denies being jealous at the top of her lungs, while Ivan giggles and keeps poking the bear, driving the young princess completely wild. Determined to win the snack war, Charlotte turns on her heel and storms off, shouting that she'll bring out the ultra-exclusive Imperial Palace desserts herself to prove who's boss. Dramatic cliffhanger. As Charlotte storms off, Yvonne suddenly stops eating, turning around toward the bushes with wide eyes to ask, "Huh? Who are you?" Leaving us on the ultimate suspenseful note. Imagine thinking you can flex on a bunch of toddlers just because you're 7 years old. This pompous blonde girl glares at little Nia with the ultimate villain smirk, internally plotting to put her in her place for having the audacity to exist. But before she can even start her petty drama, Yvonne steps in like a total boss and tells her to back off, reminding her that as the older kid, she should be acting way more mature. Smirking with maximum snobbery, the 7-year-old girl puffs out her chest, claiming that fine, she'll be super considerate, but they still better learn how to behave around their elders. Snap! Before anyone can process what's happening, the blonde girl's sidekick twins swipe the entire box of freshly baked donuts straight off Nia's picnic mat, sending the poor toddlers into total panic mode. Commentary. Stealing bento boxes from toddlers? These kids are running a full-blown syndicate in kindergarten. Flicking her hair back, the bully demands to know Nia's secret connection to the imperial family, throwing a complete interrogation session right in the middle of lunch. Holding the donut box hostage, one of the twin bullies starts waving the glazes in the air, threatening to dump all their precious pastries into the dirt if Nia doesn't start spilling the tea immediately. Toss! The bully actually starts throwing the donuts one by one into the air, making poor little Nia burst into tears as she desperately cries out for someone to save her lunch. Whoosh! Out of nowhere, a massive figure in a giant eagle suit streaks across the screen in bullet speed, executing a god-tier aerial acrobatic move to snatch every single donut right out of midair. Commentary, the animation budget for an eagle mascot catching donuts is higher than most shonen fight scenes, and I am 100% present here for it. The surrounding kids drop their jaws in absolute disbelief, staring in awe as the mystery eagle pulls off a maneuver that defies all laws of physics. Sparkle! Gently landing on the grass, the gigantic eagle mascot hands both intact bento boxes right back to a glowing, ecstatic Nia and Yvonne. Rage. Enraged that their bully moment was ruined, the twin bullies start screaming at the bird, only for a terrifying red flash to ignite in the eagle's eye. Commentary, bro. Threatening an undercover S-rank knight inside a mascot suit is a speedrun tactic to get sent straight to the Shadow Realm. Swoop! Without missing a single beat, the eagle reaches down and hoists one of those arrogant bully twins into the air like a sack of potatoes. Opening its massive beak right in front of the kid's face, a pitch-black aura erupts from the mascot costume, paralyzing the bully with pure existential terror. Chomp! In the most hilarious act of aggressive parenting ever, the eagle mascot literally shoves the entire kid's head straight into its beak. Commentary? The artist really gave us mascot horror comedy and a slice of life manhwa. Give this team a promotion. Sitting on the picnic blanket with their bento boxes, Yvonne and Neo watch the chaotic scene in stunned silence as the eagle casually chomps on the bully. Panicking at the horrific sight, palace staff and guards come sprinting over from the archway, yelling at the top of their lungs for the bird to spit the kid out. Chaos! Sound effects explode across the scene as the guards desperately try to pry the giant eagle's beak open before the bully gets completely swallowed whole. Swiftly intervening, a red-haired night officer crouches down to inspect the traumatized bully twin, offering a bright, soothing smile to de-escalate the situation. Noticing the giant wet puddle soaking through the kid's yellow pants, the officer smoothly covers for him, loudly announcing that the poor boy just drank too much juice and spilled it everywhere. Commentary? Absolute top-tier public relations save right there, saving a kid from lifelong kindergarten embarrassment. Dragging the eagle mascot away in double handcuffs, the White Knights whisper in utter exasperation to Captain Lucia, asking why she used magic tracers just to mess around in a bird suit. As the crying bully is escorted off, little Evine squints toward the departing knights, suddenly realizing that one of those high-ranking officers looks suspiciously like her own aunt. Shifting the field trip over to the main auditorium, a spotlight shines bright on stage as the announcer eagerly declares the start of the grand history play performance. Swish! The heavy red stage curtains slide open to reveal a beautifully painted village backdrop, setting the scene for an epic tale from the Empire's founding history. Commentary. You just know this historical play is going to be full of prop-heavy propaganda. Let's see how accurate it gets. Standing proudly under the spotlights, actors dressed as white mages and enemy knights strike dramatic poses, shouting out heroic lines about joining forces for world peace. Sitting back in the audience, the real Black Knights fold their arms in disgust, snickering to themselves about how inaccurate the play is and wondering when their squad even enters. On stage, the play takes a wild turn as the narrator announces that the Black Knights were actually bewitched by enemy forces and turned into helpless pawns. Zzz, hearing their proud division get described as brainwashed weaklings, the silver-haired officer instantly freezes, his smile dropping into total horror. The play doubles down on the slander, showing the stage actor playing the Black Knight ruthlessly trying to slaughter everyone while the heroic mages preach about mercy and peace. Stab. To make matters 10 times worse, the play shows an enemy knight stabbing the Black Knight while pleading to resolve their differences through peaceful words. Commentary. The theater troupe really chose violence with this script. They're slandering the elite military branch in front of the entire capital. The entire audience of young kids gasps in total shock, completely falling for the dramatic narrative and assuming the Black Knights are the real villains of the Empire. Explosion! Veins pop on the brown-haired officer's forehead as he erupts into pure fire-breathing rage, screaming that this entire garbage play is historical slander. Looking up at the stage, the angry officer notices the actors throwing smug, mawkish glances directly at the Black Knight section, driving his blood pressure through the roof. Leaping out of his chair, the officer turns around to demand that Captain Lucia launch an immediate official protest against the Royal Theater Troupe. He snarled that it was completely unacceptable for someone in a royal position to make fun of a fellow noble in such a vulgar way. Oh, he was furious, and he wanted Kale to pay for it, only to realize that Captain Lucia's designated seat is completely empty. Commentary. Lucia really vanished like a ghost the second her division started getting disrespected. Where is she going? Backstage behind the curtains, the Eagle mascot marches purposefully through the busy prop crew, completely ignoring the stagehand shouting that it's not time for the Eagle scene yet. Glow. Deep inside the Eagle suit, Captain Lucia's intense blue eyes glow with absolute lethal anger as she vows to find whoever wrote this trash propaganda script and teach them a lesson. Stopping outside a dressing room, the eagle peeks inside to find the female lead actress clutching her badly swollen ankle, wondering on earth how she's going to perform Act 2. Sitting on a wooden chair, the dark-haired actress groans in pain as she tries to bandage her injured leg, unaware that a massive bird suit is silently looming over her from the doorway. Step. The eagle mascot glides into the room, making the injured actress turn her head in total surprise to ask if the mascot needs help with something. Offering a sweet, polite smile, the actress waves her hand dismissively, reassuring the mascot that her injury is no big deal. Unclasp, realizing that this actress is the only stunt double for the Black Knight character due to her raven black hair, Captain Lucia reaches up and yanks off her eagle headpiece. Commentary, a high-ranking military captain taking over a theater stunt role just to personally fix her squad's image is peak main character energy. Gasp! The actress's eyes widen into massive saucers as the mascot head comes off, leaving her completely speech-locked in utter shock. Floating sparkles surround Captain Lucia as her flowing dark hair tumbles out, revealing her majestic, drop-dead gorgeous face in all its glory. Meanwhile, right outside the cracked dressing room door, a silver-haired prince quietly peeks through the opening, catching the entire secret transformation on camera. Sweat drop. Prince Iron sweat drops as he watches from the hallway, internally questioning if the legendary commander of the Black Knights is actually about to hop on stage in costume. Narrowing his eyes in deep suspicion, the prince mutters to himself, desperately trying to figure out why someone as high status as Lucia would risk a public scandal for a school play. Announcement! A booming voice echoes through the theater intercoms, announcing that Act 2 is about to begin in just a few moments. Creak! Slipping backstage like a ninja, Prince Iron suddenly pops up right behind a stagehand, making the poor guy nearly jump out of his skin in absolute fright. Shimmer! Raising a single gloved finger to his lips, the prince flashes an angelic, blinding smile, ordering the stagehand to keep quiet while he hides in the backstage rafters. Commentary, Prince Iron using his royal charm to trespass backstage is low-key hilarious. Everyone in this empire is so unhinged. Crouching low on the wooden catwalk overlooking the stage, the crown prince smirks down at the curtains, eagerly waiting to see what kind of chaotic storm Captain Lucia is about to unleash. What happens when an elite military captain decides to hijack a kindergarten history play just to save her division's reputation? Absolute chaotic cinema, that's what. Standing right on stage in a mysterious mask, Captain Lucia is about to turn this entire scripted propaganda play completely upside down. Behind the heavy velvet stage curtains, you can practically hear the nervous chuckles ringing out from the audience seats. Everyone is holding their breath, wondering what kind of unexpected plot twist is about to hit the stage next. Backstage, Prince Irene is practically glowing with mischievous excitement. He confides in his aide that once this chaotic performance wraps up, he's personally handing out custom prizes to Lucia and little Nia, pretending they won fair and square. Look at these adorable little chibi dolls of Irene and Lucia holding hands. Honestly, Irene's level of obsession with making custom merchandise of his family is both hilarious and slightly terrifying. He really put his whole heart into this aesthetic. Zooming in on Irene's face, his bright golden eyes shine with absolute affection. The guy might be a royal prince, but when it comes to his loved ones, he operates with pure golden retriever energy. Dressed to the nines in an elegant imperial purple suit adorned with sparkling jewels and delicate rose accents, Irene is proving once again that royalty never misses when it comes to drip. Out on stage, the history play is underway. Lucia stands tall in full knight armor beside her fellow actor, directly confronting the white-robed mages and enemy soldiers in front of a painted castle backdrop. Down in the audience, the toddlers sit wide-eyed with their hands clasped together, totally hooked on every single dramatic word being delivered under the spotlights. Standing right under the stage lights, Lucia listens to the ridiculous script claiming the Black Knights were mind-controlled villains. She lowers her voice and mutters in total disbelief, calling out how utter nonsense this historical slander really is. Strike! Unable to tolerate another second of garbage dialogue, Lucia delivers a swift, brutal chop straight to the back of her co-actor's neck. Talk about the ultimate off-script improvisation. Plop! The poor actor drops flat onto his stomach with a tiny halo floating above his head. Honestly, getting knocked out cold on live kindergarten theater is a severe hazard of working with Captain Lucia. The audience of toddlers instantly gasps in pure terror, whispering nervously among themselves as they watch the Dark Knight brutally eliminate her own ally right in front of them. Without breaking a sweat, Lucia smoothly steps into the spotlight, putting a hand over her heart as she completely takes over the main role with icy grace. Watching from the audience, the silver-haired officer drops his jaw in sheer disbelief, sweating buckets as he realizes that masked stunt double is literally his supreme military commander. Backstage, the entire stage crew and guards turn pale as ghosts, wildly screaming in shock as they realize Captain Lucia just knocked out the lead actor on live stage. Prince Irene and the silver-haired officer stare at each other in total bewilderment, internally sweating as they question why on earth an S-rank commander would risk a massive scandal just for a school play. Sitting in her audience seat, little Nia squints up at the stage lights, her cute little mouth popping open as she whispers to herself, realizing that masked badass knight looks suspiciously like her mom. Swipe! Lucia reaches down to her hip, smoothly drawing her silver sword with crisp, practiced lethal perfection. Flame on! A brilliant surge of pinkish-red aura erupts along the steel blade, igniting the entire stage in a dazzling display of high-tier mana enhancement. With her dark eyes blazing behind the lace mask, Lucia shouts out a dramatic, soul-stirring battle cry that echoes through the entire auditorium. Striking a heroic pose with her flaming sword raised high, Lucia declares that they will overcome all odds and live on together. Now that's how you rewrite propaganda into an epic shonen victory. Cheers! The kids in the front row go completely wild, bouncing in their seats and shouting at the top of their lungs for the awesome Black Knight. Talk about a 180-degree PR redemption arc. Descending the grand golden staircase on stage, Prince Irene holds up a mysterious glowing golden egg, declaring to the entire crowd that he is bestowing this sacred relic upon the true hero of the Empire. Hands extended, Irene presents the giant golden egg right to Lucia. Behind his sweet smile, he internally panics, hoping she notices he secretly stuffed her special doll safely inside the shell. Rage! Out of nowhere, the brown-haired actor who was knocked out comes sprinting back on stage, veins popping on his forehead as he screams at Lucia for ruining the entire play. Lucia's eyes widen in genuine shock as the angry actor comes charging straight at her like a runaway freight train. Smack! In his blind fury, the actor throws a wild punch that grazes past Lucia's face, accidentally ripping her black lace mask right off her head. Clatter! The black mask spins through the air and lands heavily on the carpet floor. Talk about an absolute emergency disclosure situation. Panicking at the top of his lungs, the brown-haired knight officer points frantically from the audience, yelling for the guards to stop her before her real face is revealed to the entire kingdom. Flash! Reacting at lightning speed, Lucia raises her hand over the glowing golden egg, channeling her mana to trigger a blinding burst of light and floating rose petals to shield her face. The entire stage explodes into an ethereal wonderland of glittering pink light and sparkling flower petals, leaving the audience gasping in absolute wonder. In the split second, while everyone is blinded by the sparkly light show, a hand swiftly swoops down and snatches the fallen mask right off the floor. Slipping the mask back over her eyes, Lucia exhales a deep breath of relief, internally wiping away her sweat over almost getting publicly doxxed on stage. Looking down at the golden egg relic in her arms, Lucia notes the dark singe mark where the secret doll is hidden inside, feeling a warm swell of happiness knowing she gave Nia an unforgettable memory. Down in the audience, little Nia sits frozen in her chair, her big golden eyes sparkling as she gazes up at the stage in pure awe. Gently stepping down off the stage, the masked knight kneels gracefully on one knee right in front of Nia, extending the magical golden egg directly into the toddler's small hands. Nia's eyes shimmer with tears of pure happiness, her heart melting as she realizes this legendary hero made a grand gesture just for her. Clutching the heavy golden egg tightly against her chest, Nia bursts into the brightest, most adorable smile, beaming as she whispers her heartfelt thanks to her incredible mom. Flashing a warm, affectionate smirk under her mask, Lucia turns around and glides toward the exit, casually whispering to Nia that she'll see her back home later. Talk about a top-tier cool mom exit. Pausing mid-step near the aisle, Lucia squints her eyes in suspicion, sensing a faint, unfamiliar trace of magical energy lingering within the floating flower petals. Tracing the magic source, we see silver-haired Prince Leon crouching behind the balcony railings, secretly weaving intricate spell circles to create those sparkling flower petals. Focusing in on Leon's sharp, handsome face, his golden eyes gleam with playful intrigue as he watches Lucia's reaction from the shadows. This prince definitely has some hidden tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, over in the corner, Cheapy Irene is on his knees, sobbing hysterically over a pile of burnt, crispy fabric scraps, realizing his precious custom doll was completely obliterated during the fire spell. R.I.P. doll! Back in the main banquet hall, cheerful music fills the room as all the kindergarten kids join hands, spinning around in adorable group dances. Watching from the sidelines, the guy inside the giant lion mascot costume chuckles softly to his owl buddy, talking about how cute all the little toddlers look dancing around. Conversations buzz across the hall as teachers and guides encourage everyone to join in on the fun and enjoy the grand celebration dance. Flexing his arm, the lion mascot turns to the giant eagle mascot, totally oblivious to the absolute chaos and military secrets hiding behind those oversized foam heads. Suddenly, Prince Leon walks up with an angelic smile, extending a polite, chivalrous hand directly toward the giant eagle mascot costume. Smirking ambitiously to himself, Leon thinks that since Lucia is still maintaining her cover inside the mascot realm, this is his golden opportunity to ask the legendary captain for a grand dance. Boom! Out of nowhere, Irene swoops in with a blindingly fake customer service smile, physically blocking Leon and declaring that this event is strictly for the kids, so adults definitely shouldn't be playing around together. The sibling rivalry is unreal. Ever wonder what happens when a royal prince starts suspecting that an elite military commander is hiding inside a giant mascot costume? Prince Leon narrows his sharp golden eyes, pretty sure he just spotted Captain Lucia inside that ridiculous eagle suit. Cut to the dance floor, and it is absolute comedy gold. The giant eagle mascot is awkwardly sandwiched right between Prince Irene and Prince Leon, who are both smiling like total maniacs while holding hands with the giant foam bird. Behind those fake customer service smiles, the two princes are casually dropping verbal nukes at each other, with Leon threatening to destroy everything rather than let anyone else win. Man, royal sibling rivalries in this kingdom are built different. Meanwhile, the poor guy stuck inside the eagle suit is sweating literal buckets, realizing he walked straight into a political war zone just because he was trying to slack off and take a bathroom break. Talk about worst shift ever. Switching over to Captain Lucia, she's back in her office, delicately inspecting one of those glowing pink flower petals with a soft, thoughtful look on her face. Even though her secret identity almost got completely exposed on live stage, Lucia chuckles to herself, feeling genuine warmth knowing that little Nia got an unforgettable core memory out of the entire mess. I mean, just look at that high-definition glow-up panel. The artist pulled out all the stops here. Lucia looks like absolute royalty. And honestly, we love to see a top-tier mom enjoying a rare moment of peace. But the wholesome vibes don't last long because the scene instantly shifts to a dark, ominous temple filled with robed cultists standing before a glowing altar. The heavy double doors creak open as a glamorous woman in a royal purple gown steps into the chamber, her presence immediately taking over the entire room. The figure at the altar turns around, revealing himself as High Priest Ailun, radiating an almost divine, angelic light beneath his embroidered hood. The purple-dressed noblewoman strides straight up the central aisle, completely unbothered by the atmospheric tension thick enough to cut with a knife. She casually asks Ailun how his injured hand is doing, bringing up a past battle like it's nothing more than small talk over morning coffee. Cool as ice, Ahilin pulls on his crisp white gloves, replying that since he always keeps his hands covered, a minor injury doesn't bother him in the slightest. Cutting straight to the point, she smirks and demands the leaf of Artium, claiming it's an official command directly from His Excellency. Ailin's expression instantly darkens under his hood as he questions why His Excellency would suddenly demand such a dangerous legendary relic. Leaning in, she smugly reveals that the leaf is being handed straight over to the Secret Intelligence Guild. Okay, wait, passing an ancient magical artifact to an underground spy network? What could possibly go wrong? She arrogantly warns that if word gets out, the entire continent will tear the Empire apart, looking for that legendary tree, creating absolute chaos. Throwing subtle shade, she reminds Ailun that despite all the loose security during the kindergarten field trip, he still managed to come back completely empty-handed. Ouch! Talk about a brutal burn! Turning on her heel, she glides out of the sanctuary, leaving behind a subtle flashback of Lucia's deadly sword swing, alongside a chilling warning that the grand plan is about to drop soon.
As the door shut, Ahillen stares into the distance, internally admitting that whatever evil scheme His Excellency is cooking up, stopping it is going to be a massive headache. Fast forward to the next morning under a bright, sunny sky at the Black Knight's luxurious estate headquarters. Out in the training courtyard, the knights are hard at work, with the silver blue-haired officer executing a crisp, clean sword slash through the air. Clashing steel against his red-haired comrade during a sparring session, they start gossiping about how Captain Lucia personally crashed the kindergarten play yesterday. Hearing the commotion, the brown-haired vice captain saunters over with his arms crossed, proudly chuckling that he saw through the captain's genius PR strategy from the very beginning. The red-haired knight immediately calls out his bluff, squinting his eyes and asking if the vice captain is just pretending to be a mastermind after the fact. Instantly triggered, the vice captain gets red in the face, loudly yelling that he's a hard-working, sincere man who just wants to build a legacy his future kids can be proud of. Adjusting his uniform with a dead serious look, he reminds the squad that if Lucia hadn't rewritten that scripted propaganda play, their order's reputation would have been ruined forever. Fueled by pure, unadulterated hype, a literal fiery aura erupts around the vice captain as he flexes his fists, shouting that it's finally their turn to step up and repay the captain's epic deed. The entire squad gets completely swept up in the emotional speech, tears of passion streaming down their faces as they cheer in total unity. Seriously, give these guys a dramatic movie speech award already. Meanwhile, down on the main city street, a squad of Black Knights goes sprinting past in a total hurry, right past Lucia, who is wearing a gorgeous light green civilian dress. Having just dropped little Nia off at kindergarten, Lucia stops in her tracks and stares at her fleeing subordinates with the ultimate face of, "What are these idiots doing now?" Unable to control her curiosity, Lucia smoothly slips into the crowd, stealthily tailing her squad to figure out what kind of unauthorized mission they're running. Squinting through the crowd, Lucia catches sight of her knights standing around a giant fallen tree trunk right in the middle of the town square. And oh my goodness, it turns out these absolute geniuses literally chopped down a whole-ass historical tree just to save a tiny kitten. Lucia slaps her forehead in pure agony as the townsfolk whisper in total shock. Internally screaming, Lucia realizes she needs to intercept these chaotic idiots immediately before they end up destroying half the capital city in the name of good deeds. Next, the squad marches into a narrow alleyway where a young mother holding a crying toddler approaches them, begging for assistance. Tucking herself neatly behind a brick wall, Lucia peeks around the corner, keeping her eyes glued on the scene to see what new catastrophe is brewing. Taking his job way too seriously, the vice captain whips out an official clipboard and starts taking notes as the woman explains her tragic story about an aristocratic deadbeat dad. Asking if she has any solid proof that the noble is the father, the mother gently pats her son's head, stating that the kid is the ultimate living receipt. Clutching her chest in dramatic heartbreak, the woman cries out that the toddler looks absolutely identical to his deadbeat noble father who abandoned them. Nodding with heavy determination, the silver blue-haired knight decides this calls for specialized military tracking and reaches for a silver whistle on his neck. Placing the whistle to his lips, a sharp, piercing call echoes through the clear sky above the alley. Swoosh! A sleek black crow swoops down from the heavens, landing right on the knight's arm like a high-tier ranger summoning his familiar. Honestly, the art direction for this casual bird call goes surprisingly hard. Releasing the crow into the sky to hunt down the father's location, the knight gently reassures the mother that justice will be served very soon. But then, the hot-headed, red-haired knight steps up, cracking his knuckles with a terrifying, bloodthirsty villain smile as he casually suggests they just murder the dad as soon as they find him. Bro, chill out! The blue-haired knight turns his head with a complete deadpan glare, silently judging his teammates' absolute lack of self-control. Looking up with big, teary eyes, the adorable little blonde boy softly whispers that he just wants a chance to see his daddy at least once. Flashing back to the high society backstory, an elegant blonde noblewoman smiles brightly during a grand palace gathering. Sitting across from her is a handsome, suave nobleman in a tailored green suit, showering her with smooth compliments about her radiant beauty. As a cute chibi fantasy of the past plays out, Lucia internally facepalms from behind the wall, knowing she has to fix this dramatic family soap opera ASAP so she can finally leave kindergarten duty behind for good. Just when you thought this blind date couldn't get any more awkward, Lady Emily gets snapped right out of her thoughts as her date calls out her name. Her date, Baron Dukeville, starts smugly bragging about how he personally took care of a hunting dog's puppies, trying to paint himself as some kind of saintly animal lover.
Sitting together in the middle of a grand romantic dining hall, soft music plays in the background as they exchange polite chuckles across the table. But behind those fake smiles, pure calculations. Emily realizes he's just a superficial people pleaser, but hey, his family's rich, while the Baron is secretly thinking her noble name will boost his social status, even if her family's broke. Talk about a match made in gold-digging heaven. Suddenly, a loud scamper breaks the fake harmony as a toddler's voice yells out, "Daddy!" catching Emily completely off guard while her date freezes in place. The shock on Emily's face is unmatched. Her eyes widen to the size of dinner plates as the reality of the situation hits her like a freight train. And guess who's escorting the little kid? The Black Knight's vice captain himself, standing tall in full uniform, while the little boy points at his dad, innocently exposing that his daddy has a puppy at home. Boom! The hot-headed, red-haired knight instantly grabs the Baron by his suit collar, furious that the scumbag can take care of stray dogs, but completely abandon his own kid. The toddler comes sprinting over, crying his eyes out and begging the angry knight not to bully his dad, making it 100% obvious to everyone in the room that they're father and son. Panicking, the Baron desperately tries to claim it's all a massive misunderstanding, but the red-haired knight isn't buying a single word of his pathetic excuses. Seeing that the mission to let the kid see his father is accomplished, the vice captain calmly orders the squad to wrap it up and head back, leaving Emily completely speechless. Furious that his lucrative matchmaking setup is completely ruined, the Baron starts screaming at the knights, threatening that they'll all regret ruining his date. The knights casually turn their backs on his angry rant, utterly unfazed as the vice captain dismisses him as nothing more than a low-life criminal. But when the vice captain unleashes a terrifying, murderous aura, Emily quickly steps in, throwing her arms out to protect her date and asking if the child really belongs to him. Instead of feeling grateful, the arrogant Baron points an aggressive finger straight at Emily, mocking her for trying to sell her ruined Count family's name. Crash! Out of nowhere, Emily lands a brutal slap that sends the deadbeat Baron crashing to the floor in total agony. Man, you love to see a toxic noble get served instant karma. Flashing with a literal flaming aura of pure rage, Emily scolds him for abandoning his child, declaring that Captain Lucia is 2,000,000 times scarier than a scumbag like him. In the background, the chibi Black Knights break into ecstatic applause, cheering on Emily for delivering top-tier street justice. Clutching his bruised cheek on the floor, the pathetic Baron growls in utter disbelief that a beggar of a count's daughter dared to lay a hand on him. Rapid footsteps echo through the hall as the enraged Baron springs back to his feet, ready to strike. He winds up his arm, blindly swinging at Emily in a desperate attempt to hurt her. Whoosh! With lightning reflexes, the vice captain instantly steps in, blocking the Baron's hand effortlessly before it can even touch a hair on Emily's head. The Baron's face pales instantly as he gazes up into the eyes of a hardened military commander. With a shadowy, terrifying expression, the vice captain sternly warns him to stop immediately because the young child is watching. The adorable toddler comes running forward with tears streaming down his face, begging the scary knight not to hurt anyone. Turning his back on the disgraced noble, the vice captain smoothly walks away, leaving a heavy silence in his wake. Clutching her hands together, Emily gazes at him with glowing eyes, deeply touched by his quiet heroism and secretly hoping he doesn't get into trouble for this. Gently scooping the toddler into his arms, the vice captain cradles the little boy, surrounding them in a warm, peaceful glow. Back at the kindergarten, Emily rests her blushing cheek in her hand, completely unable to focus on her work as her mind keeps drifting. She sighs softly, realizing that the vice captain's upright righteousness and gentle heart are living in her head rent-free. Looking at a magical floating portrait of the handsome vice captain, Emily realizes all her previous desires for a rich, calculating noble mean nothing compared to a truly genuine man. Shaking her head frantically, chibi Emily tries to erase the vice captain from her mind, while little kids run around in the background creating total chaos. Hiding her burning red face behind a towel, Emily panics as the kids ask for guidance, completely overwhelmed by her newly awakened romantic feelings. In a moment of pure emotional overload, Emily suddenly stands up in the middle of the classroom and shouts at the top of her lungs that she hates sincere men. Poor little Caesar shrinks back in fear, thinking he did something wrong, forcing a panicked Emily to immediately backpedal and apologize to the poor kid.
Knock, knock, knock. A sudden sound at the classroom door saves Emily from further embarrassment, giving her the ultimate exit timing. The elderly principal slides the door open with a gentle expression, asking Miss Emily if she has a moment to talk in her office. Inside the principal's office, the headmistress explains that due to delicate political status issues, a special new transfer student is being assigned directly to Emily's Sparrow class. Curious about what kind of high-ranking trouble is coming her way next, Emily turns toward the door as the principal invites the new student in. The door creaks open to reveal a pair of shiny black military boots standing beside a glamorous purple-gowned noblewoman. The principal introduces the newcomers as the noble representative and young Master Evan Kilgis, the grandson of Duke Kilgis and future head of his house. Standing tall with a stern mini-commander expression, little Evan glares forward while Emily internally cries, wondering why every kid assigned to her class belongs to top-tier royalty. Cut to a majestic wide shot of the Imperial Palace, gleaming under the bright afternoon sun with its golden spires reaching into the sky. Inside the Grand Oval Office, the smiling king sits comfortably at his desk, welcoming his highest-ranking military commanders into the room. Saluting with total discipline, Commander-in-Chief Helbert and his fellow general report for duty before the throne. Laying out official entry permits on the desk, the king notes that rumors regarding the legendary Tree of Life have officially spread across every surrounding nation. Reviewing the urgent documents, the white-haired official gravely suggests that they have no choice but to host an international continental peace summit to address the crisis. Hearing this, Helbert erupts in fury, yelling at the top of his lungs about whether they seriously expect his precious daughter Lucia to handle all the security alone. Talk about an overprotective dad. Caught off guard by the general's explosive fatherly rage, the white-haired official looks away awkwardly, sweating bullets in complete silence. As tension fills the royal council chamber, everyone realizes that with ancient relics, secret cults, and international leaders gathering, absolute chaos is about to break loose across the empire. Boom! A dramatic objection shatters the peace of the royal council before anyone can even finish their sentence. General Helbert slams his heavy fists onto the table with enough force to split the wood, sending the poor king jumping out of his skin in absolute terror. Talk about zero chill in official meeting. The silver-haired advisor tries to stay calm, explaining that dark mages are making moves, but Helbert erupts in fury, refusing to let his precious daughter Lucia fight the entire continent alone. As the advisor sternly reminds him that defending the realm comes first, the king cowers behind his desk, looking like he wants to vanish into thin air. Honestly, can you blame him? Standing between a doting, overpowered dad and military politics is a total death wish. Unleashing a terrifying, bloodthirsty aura, Helbert casually suggests that instead of sending Lucia, they should start ordering coffins for their enemies. Sweating bullets, the king realizes father and daughter are built from the exact same psychotic cloth, silently resolving to move all his expensive palace china to safety ASAP. Swoosh! Transitioning to a sunlit palace corridor, a cute little dark-haired toddler comes sprinting down the hall, shouting for her mom with pure joy. Lucia drops to her knees, opening her arms as little Nia dives right into her warm embrace. Instant cute overload to cleanse our palate after that council chaos. Smiling softly, Lucia asks her daughter if she's ready to head home, and Nia happily cheers along. But before they can even make it out, an energetic blonde kid suddenly blocks their path, wide-eyed as he asks Lucia if she's the legendary Black Knight. Striking an epic superhero pose, little Roy gushes about wanting to join the Black Knights, begging her to show off those crazy sword slashes he saw earlier. You gotta love how kids have absolutely no filter. Lucia sweats profusely as the boy asks for her signature red flame slash, internally panicking over how her top-secret identity got leaked to a 5-year-old. Glancing down at her giggling daughter, Lucia instantly realizes Nia was the little snitch who spelled the beans to her best friend. Hearing the commotion, an elegant blonde noblewoman in a pink gown glides over, calling out Lady Lucia's name. Lucia greets Lady Whitney politely, who warmly chuckles and insists she can just call her Susha. Whitney giggles and apologizes for her son's obsession, explaining that ever since Roy saw the Black Knights in action, he won't stop talking about them. As they walk side by side, Whitney mentions taking her boy out for a fancy dinner, while Lucia casually notes her daily commute with the palace staff. Lowering her voice with a mischievous glint in her eye, Whitney suddenly asks Lucia if she's heard the latest tea buzzing through high society.
She whispers that the infamous Baron Duqueville went on a blind date with Miss Emily, only to get beaten within an inch of his life. Now that is what I call top-tier karma. And who was responsible for the brutal beatdown? The Black Knights themselves. Whitney dramatically describes blood flying and teeth shattering while Lucia maintains a flawless poker face, internally realizing her chaotic squad actually carried out the beatdown. Lucia sighs internally, already visualizing the endless mountains of disciplinary paperwork she's going to have to sign tomorrow morning. Whitney gushes that the scumbag Baron deserved every single punch for hiding his secret child just to bag a rich date. She adds with a grin that despite a massive official investigation, not a single witness snitched on who delivered the street justice. A subtle, badass smirk touches Lucia's lips, knowing her team's strict omerta code remains unbroken. In the background, little Roy and Nia chase each other through the gardens, completely unbothered by adult politics. Watching her child laugh under the bright afternoon sun, Lucia's sharp eyes soften with pure warmth. Lucia casually asks how Whitney got all these juicy details, and Whitney winks, giggling that her cousin happened to be sitting at the next table. Cut to a stunning wide shot of Lucia's peaceful estate as the evening sun bathes the courtyard in warm, golden light. Step. As Lucia reaches the front entrance with Nia in her arms, she suddenly freezes dead in her tracks. Her tactical instincts kick in instantly, noticing the brass doorknob is turned at an odd angle, even though no maid was scheduled today. Maintaining absolute composure, Lucia gently whispers for Nia to close her eyes and wrap her tiny arms around her neck. Carrying her daughter tight, Lucia cautiously steps into the shadowy hall, instantly sensing a hostile presence lurking in the dark. Shing! With a swift motion, Lucia draws a hidden dagger, instantly coating the steel in a blinding red aura of lethal mana. Narrowing her eyes with cold rage, Lucia vows that if anyone dares target her daughter, they won't make it out alive. Clang! A shadowy figure lunges from the darkness, but Lucia parries the blade with lightning reflexes, protecting Nia with her body. Sparks fly through the room as Lucia clashes swords with the masked intruder, effortlessly matching his power with one hand. Snap! Lucia shatters the intruder's blade in half, her magenta aura exploding like a wild storm as she prepares to slice his throat. Right before her blade carves through his neck, the intruder's mask slips, and Lucia's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. The intruder bursts into a hearty laugh, praising her deadly reflexes, revealing himself to be her own father, General Helbert. Talk about an extreme family reunion test. Helbert sheepishly pulls off his dark cowl, rubbing his neck while chuckling at his daughter's terrifying strength. Little Nia peeks out from behind her mother's shoulder, blinking her big yellow eyes at the strange, silver-haired old man. Flash forward to the living room, where the mighty commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army sits awkwardly across from a tiny toddler. Talk about a power shift. Grandma casually tells him he's in charge of babysitting duty. Nia leans in, staring directly into her grandfather's soul with an unblinking, sparkling gaze. Sweating under the intense toddler scrutiny, the fierce general internally panics, realizing he has no idea how to interact with a cute child. Suddenly, Nia breaks into the most adorable, radiant smile imaginable, lighting up the entire room. Clear throat, Helbert stammers out an awkward compliment, double-checking if the sweet angel really belongs to a scary daughter. The light bulb goes off in Nia's head as she connects the dots, realizing this giant, gruff warrior is actually her grandpa. Clutching her tiny fists, Nia proudly boasts about working super hard every single day, leaving Helbert completely melted by her pure innocence. Standing tall under a halo of sparkles, Nia completely conquers the heart of the Empire's deadliest general with zero effort. You'll love to see it. Talk about starting your day with family drama. Lucia politely serves a fresh cup of tea, trying her best to play the dutiful daughter after nearly slicing her dad's throat open. General Helbert takes the cup with a proud smirk, completely amazed that his terrifyingly overpowered daughter actually made tea with her own two hands. Sip. He takes a graceful gulp, savoring what he expects to be top-tier royal refreshment. Peeved, in an instant, Helbert spews the tea across the room like a pressurized fire hose. Coughing violently, the Grand General accuses her of poison, while Lucia sits there looking utterly unbothered. Honestly, her cooking skills might be more lethal than her sword art. Trying to save face, Helbert immediately snaps back into tough guy mode, throwing up an enthusiastic thumbs up despite his burned throat. Cuteness overload. Little Nia steps in to save the day, presenting a handful of adorable animal-shaped cookies. Sparkling like a tiny angel, Nia sweetly offers her favorite snacks to her new grandpa, instantly melting the hardened war hero into putty. Crunch. Helbert happily munches on the pig cookie, completely powerless against toddler magic, and wait, it gets even better. Nia proudly wraps her colorful floral blanket around his massive shoulders and hands over her precious candy stash. The fearsome commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army is now sitting there draped in a bright yellow flower blanket, holding sweets, looking utterly dazed by the sheer power of granddaddy duties. I can't handle this sweetness. Clasping her tiny hands, Nia gazes up with pure, shimmering expectation. Seriously, look at those giant yellow eyes. How could anyone say no to that face? In a hilariously adorable chibi moment, the three of them sit together, with Lucia looking completely done, while Helbert gets fully adopted by his granddaughter. Lucia takes a calm sip, officially declaring that since Helbert is her godfather, that legally makes him Nia's grandpa. Duh! Helbert scoops Nia up into a huge, warm hug, roaring with laughter while still wrapped in his cute floral blanket. Nestled safely on his lap, Nia flashes a radiant smile, proving that even the Empire's deadliest general is no match for a wholesome family bonding session. Watching them connect, Lucia's usual cold demeanor softens into a gentle, genuinely happy smile. Bam! Cut back to military headquarters, where a high-ranking officer slams the table in utter shock, demanding to know why an international peace summit is being called over the black contamination. Standing tall at the briefing board, General Helbert sternly announces that the summit will take place at the Grand Temple in 1 month under absolute top-secret conditions. As Captain Leon and the commanders listen intently, Helbert drops a major bombshell. This summit isn't just about saving the sacred tree, but fighting over the last remaining cure in the entire world. Swoosh! Helbert turns on his heel to exit, coldly telling his panicking officers to prepare for incoming foreign envoys without giving away another detail. Left standing in the dust, the officer sighs in frustration, realizing the boss just dropped classified lore and refused to elaborate further. Glancing back over his shoulder, Helbert's sharp gaze reveals that he's already 5 steps ahead in this political chess game. Outside the hall, Captain Leon approaches Helbert, looking hesitant as he brings up an urgent tactical concern. Leon respectfully insists that they can't possibly execute a high-stakes operation like this without involving the captain of the Black Knights, aka Lucia. Helbert scoffs softly, explaining that he already briefed Lucia personally yesterday, so she wouldn't have to deal with official palace bureaucracy. Look at Captain Leon glowing like a full-blown shoujo male lead here. The artist definitely dumped the entire animation budget into his hair sparkles. Slam! Without missing a beat, Helbert shoves a massive stack of administrative reports into Leon's hands, putting the poor guy straight to work. Flustered and blushing, Leon clutches the heavy pile of documents, caught completely off guard by the general's sudden task delegation. Dash! Leon quickly bows and sprints down the corridor, leaving Helbert watching him from afar. Chuckling softly to himself, Helbert smirks as he watches the young knight run, acknowledging that the kid certainly picked a complicated path in life. Meanwhile, inside Lucia's luxurious office, a terrifying mountain of paperwork is waiting for her on the desk. Talk about absolute nightmare fuel. Scratch! Lucia aggressively signs document after document, internally fuming over how her squad keeps bringing back double the paperwork every time they handle public complaints. Narrowing her eyes, she reflects on how different things are compared to her past life, noting that the Chancellor isn't throwing them into endless monster hunts or brutal suppression missions this time around. Instead, he assigned her squad to guard the ancient sacred tree until the elusive dark tree is located, giving her precious time to think over his massive proposal. Leaning back with her eyes closed, Lucia knows that accepting the Chancellor's offer will completely shift the balance of power, and she needs to test her squad's true resolve first. Step, step. Hearing footsteps enter, Lucia warns her visitor without even looking up, telling them to state their business or get out before a lunch break. Flop, the mystery guest casually sits down on the plush sofa without uttering a single word. A massive vein pops on Chibi Lucia's head as she fumes over the absolute audacity of someone ignoring her direct warning. She glares over with icy blue eyes, ready to chew out whoever dares show such blatant lack of military discipline in her private office. But her rage instantly vanishes when she sees Captain Leon sitting gracefully on the couch, thoughtfully reading through a document like a cover model. Lucia blinks in surprise, suddenly realizing that Leon has been showing up around her way more often lately than usual. Her eyes drift down to a plain brown notebook resting on the coffee table, remembering how much she actually owes him, from helping with Nia's kindergarten entrance to smooth business trips. Leon glances up with a soft smile, gently holding the brown book and asking if she wants him to open it up for her. Flip! As the pages part, delicate preserved flower petals slide out from inside the bindings, glowing with a soft pink light. Gently picking up a petal, Leon looks at it with genuine curiosity, completely mesmerized by the sweet gesture hidden inside the book. Lucia clears her throat nervously, internally panicking as she struggles to figure out how to express normal human gratitude without making it awkward. Sweating bullets in chibi form, Lucia internally regrets never practicing how to give proper compliments or say a simple thank you. Noticing her tense silence, Leon tilts his head and softly calls out her title, wondering why his usually fearless captain looks so flustered. Huh? Both of them stare at each other in a cute chibi standoff as the sudden romantic tension in the room leaves both commanders totally speechless. Just when Captain Leon thought he was finally going to get some sweet one-on-one time with Lucia, she immediately shoots him down, groaning that these summit documents didn't need to be hand-delivered by him in person. Leon instantly freezes, his entire face flushing bright red as he stammers out a weak response, caught completely off guard by her cold efficiency. Internally, poor Leon is panicking hard, scrambling to pull together a massive list of excuses just to justify why he sprinted across the military grounds for a simple delivery. Clearing his throat, he tries to pull off the ultimate cool guy act, stepping closer to her desk and insisting that taking care of her work personally is only natural. With glowing shoujo sparkles surrounding him like a romance anime protagonist, Leon places a hand over his chest, secretly vowing that this is the moment he's finally going to confess his true feelings to his captain. Lucia just sits there blinking in absolute silence, completely stunned by the sudden, overwhelming romantic aura radiating off her usually level-headed second-in-command. Honestly, the romance budget for this chapter is off the charts. But right before Leon can spill his heart out, chaotic shouting echoes down the hallway outside, warning everyone that a massive, once-in-a-lifetime crisis is happening right this second. Boom! The office doors slam wide open as guards shout in panic, announcing the sudden, dramatic arrival of Her Highness the Princess. Bounding into the room like a vibrant tornado of green energy and sparkles, the royal guest crashes the party without missing a single beat. Grab. Before Leon can even process what's happening, the hyperactive princess lunges forward and grabs him right by the chest, leaving him completely flabbergasted. Stumbling back, Leon gasps out her name in shock, realizing that his dramatic romantic moment just got totally obliterated by royalty. Meet Princess Lilith Farandel, the chaotic first princess of the Farandel kingdom, winking casually as if she didn't just ruin the squad captain's entire life plan. Wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead, Leon asks what on earth brought her here, only for Lilith to proudly boast that she officially arrived as Farandel's royal envoy. A massive aura of pink hearts explodes around her as she instantly starts daydreaming about living happily ever after with Leon in a fairy tale romance. Man, talk about delusional levels over 9,000. Leon narrows his eyes, immediately piecing the real political game together, realizing she probably got blackmailed into coming after her engagement with Crown Prince Iron fell apart. Peek. Meanwhile, the rest of the Black Knight squad is peeking through the crack in the door, internally crying over how a once-in-a-century romance confession was completely ruined right in front of their eyes. Moving away from the palace drama, the scene shifts to the local kindergarten yard, where a crowd of adorable toddlers in yellow uniforms gathers around a mysterious covered table. Standing out from the crowd, a tiny pink-haired princess is practically boiling with rage, puffing up her red cheeks in a hilarious toddler tantrum. The nearby kids tilt their heads in confusion, wondering where that grumpy, booming voice is coming from. Sweat dripping down her face, the little princess fumes over last week's game of Knights, where she was forced to play the demon mask villain instead of the glamorous hero. A dramatic flashback shows her dramatic struggle, trapped behind a balcony railing while wearing a terrifying red demon mask. Shaking her tiny fists, she screams at red-haired Ivan for ruining her royal pride, while Ivan boldly yells back that she thought she actually liked playing the villain. A dark shadow falls over the quiet, gray-haired boy standing nearby as he listens to the spoiled princess make a massive scene over a silly game. Puffing out her chest, the pink-haired princess boasts that her imperial nanny threw a huge fit after the field trip, acting like she's the most important kid in the universe. Allow me to introduce Evan, the grandchild of the prestigious Anton Kilkus family, looking remarkably composed amidst all the toddler chaos. Striking a super polite pose with his hand over his heart, Evan oozes upper-class nobility despite being barely tall enough to reach a desk. He calmly explains that his strict family usually keeps their children locked away until adulthood, but his grandfather made a special exception for him to attend the academy. Looking over at the pouty princess, Evan offers a soft, surprisingly mature comment, noting how stifling it must feel to be weighed down by noble expectations. The stubborn princess turns on her heel and stomps away, leaving tiny Nia to walk up and ask red-haired Ivan if she's feeling hurt by the argument. Ivana scratches her cheek with a guilty look, admitting she had no idea the princess actually got chewed out by the royal elders over a game. Swoosh! Breaking up the drama, the sweet kindergarten teacher steps up with a bright smile, dramatically pulling the white sheet off the cages. Gasp! The kids gasp in utter delight as cute, fluffy white and brown bunnies pop into view, including tiny baby rabbits bouncing around. Cheer! The toddlers instantly stampede toward the cages in pure excitement, but in the rush, the pink princess stumbles and crashes straight into a vine with a loud thud. Yvonne turns around surprised, looking down as the royal toddler recoils in embarrassment. Flustered and red-faced, the proud princess turns and sprints away before anyone can make fun of her clumsy fall. Yvonne stands there with a downcast expression, softly sighing because she really didn't mean to make the princess run off again. Clapping her hands together, the teacher keeps the energy high, announcing that it's time for everyone's favorite part of animal care class. Handing out snacks, she encourages the kids to feed the bunnies dried carrots, causing a blonde boy to instantly wrinkle his nose in total disgust. Evan leans in with a clever life hack, whispering to the boy that if he just holds his nose while eating, he won't be able to taste the nasty vegetables at all. Looking totally unbothered, Evan mentions that he only knows this trick because his own little sister absolutely despises eating her greens. Overhearing his brilliant advice, the teacher sparkles with joy, praising Evan for being such a caring older brother and telling the whole class to follow his example. Though she gently adds with a giggle that next time, they should really try eating their veggies without plugging their noses. Cut to a peaceful wide shot of the Grand Academy building shining brightly under the afternoon sun, painting a picture of pure wholesome harmony, or so it seems. Inside the cages, the cute little bunnies happily nibble on fresh lettuce leaves and carrot snacks, completely oblivious to what's coming next. Assigned as the official bunny caretaker, Evan squats down by the cage with a brown feed bag, looking totally harmless on the outside. But in a shocking plot twist, a pitch-black demonic aura erupts around him as he glares at the rabbits with cold, sociopathic eyes, internally wishing all these useless creatures would just drop dead. Yikes! Talk about a sudden horror movie turn. Step. Unaware of his terrifying inner thoughts, tiny Nia quietly wanders up behind him, holding a small leftover piece of carrot. Fidgeting nervously, sweet little Nia stammers out that she found extra carrot mints on the ground and wanted to help him feed the animals. Flip! In less than a microsecond, Evan's terrifying dark aura vanishes into thin air as he snaps around with the most radiant, angelic smile you've ever seen. Staring into his sparkling, closed-eye smile, Nia blinks in absolute awe, completely unaware that this polished gentleman toddler is low-key an absolute villain in the making. Imagine thinking you're just dropping off a carrot for the class pet, only to witness a literal toddler radiate pure final boss villain energy. Little Nia freezes on the spot, terrified by the sudden bone-chilling vibe shift. Sweating bullets, Nia's big yellow eyes are wide as saucer plates while she tries to process if she just stepped into a dark fantasy horror comic. Talk about an absolute mood killer for animal feeding time. Meanwhile, over at the main academy building, complete bedlam breaks out as guards yell that everything is spiraling out of control. The Black Knight squad crowds around the window, gaping in disbelief that despite the sun setting, Leon and the princess are still tethered together like a tragic soap opera plot. Down on the lawn, Princess Lilith is living her ultimate fairy tale romance dream, sitting side by side with Leon on a picnic blanket and offering him a sweet snack. Man, the romantic tension here is practically suffocating. Lucia just stands there with her signature unbothered expression, asking her squad why on earth two people having a picnic should be any of her business. She strokes her chin with a skeptical brow, wondering if there's more to this sudden royal attachment than meets the eye. With zero hesitation, Lucia turns on her heel and walks away, smoothly changing the subject by pointing out that winter sunsets come fast and she's got to head out early to fetch little Nia. Crickets chirp. The entire squad stands there in stunned, chibi silence, completely floored by how casually their captain just shut down the entire romantic drama. Suddenly, the squad erupts into a total meltdown. One guy clutches his head in absolute agony, screaming about how he just lost his entire monthly salary betting on Captain Leon's romance. Seriously, who runs an underground betting ring in a night order? Refusing to let his financial investment go down the drain, the silver-haired knight reaches for his neck whistle with a cunning plan brewing. Holding up the whistle with a sly grin, he rallies the troops, declaring it's time to assemble the squad and execute Operation Matchmaker. Back at the picnic, Lilith beams like a radiant sunbeam, thrusting a juicy apple slice right at Leon's face like an overenthusiastic mom feeding a picky eater. Leon shakes his head and turns away in complete awkwardness, politely shutting down her romantic gesture before things get even weirder. Lilith pouts dramatically, whining about how he used to accept her snacks back when they were kids, while Leon internally groans, remembering she never gave him a choice to refuse back then either. Right as Leon tries to survive the awkward atmosphere, a loud, obnoxious voice echoes from behind, mocking the overly sweet romantic vibe. Bam! The Black Knight squad stands behind them like a squad of absolute executioners, looking down with utmost judgment and declaring the scene totally pathetic. Honestly, the squad's comedic timing is 10 out of 10. Before the princess can even throw a tantrum, the knights yank her away under the guise of an official inspection tour, leaving her flailing and yelling in absolute shock. Leon stands there utterly flabbergasted as the squad winks at him, nervously covering up their secret bet by claiming they're just his biggest loyal supporters. Capitalizing on the moment, the knight quickly informs Leon that Captain Lucia is heading to Gate 3 to handle city complaints, offering up his own shift so Leon can go as her personal escort. He shoves a dark cloak into Leon's hands, explaining that the White Mage Corps doesn't exactly do public relations, so he's going to need a disguise to fly under the radar. Sparkles fill the air as Leon holds the cloak in awe, his heart fluttering at the unexpected opportunity to spend uninterrupted quality time with Lucia. Cut to the vibrant, sun-drenched market square near Gate 3, bustling with townspeople, street vendors, and lively afternoon chatter. Disguised in a cozy hooded cloak, Lucia stands in the middle of the crowd, examining an official mission note in her hands. Reading the sloppy handwriting instructing her to meet a black-robed contact, Lucia's forehead twitches in annoyance as she immediately recognizes her subordinate's writing. They're definitely setting her up. She spots a mysterious figure in a dark hood standing near a food stall, deadpanning that the only slackers who would show up late to a meetup are her own Black Knights. Approaching the stall, she dryly exchanges passwords with the old vendor selling steamed buns, completely unamused by her squad's ridiculous undercover setup. Suddenly, a soft, familiar voice calls out her title, causing Lucia's eyes to widen in genuine surprise. Swoosh! Lowering his hood, Leon appears in full civilian attire with sleek dark hair, announcing with a gentle smile that he took over the assignment to accompany her. Look at this man! With dark hair and a radiant, soft smile, Leon looks like he stepped straight out of a top-tier romance webtoon cover. Lucia blinks in utter confusion, staring at his dyed hair and casual clothes while her brain desperately tries to process this sudden glow-up. Side by side, the two captains stroll through the lively market street, looking less like high-ranking military commanders and more like an ordinary, stunning couple on a weekend date.
Internally, Leon's heart is doing backflips. Pink hearts literally blossom around him as he blushes furiously, thinking about how much they look like a real couple walking together. Crack! Lucia instantly destroys his romantic delusion in chibi form, casually suggesting they act like brother and sister to blend in easier. Poor Leon's heart shatters into a million tiny pieces right then and there. Talk about getting sibling-zoned in 4K. As the golden sunset warms the street, Leon nervously checks on her, asking if she's upset that he snuck into the mission without giving her a heads up. Lucia gives a casual shrug, reassuring him that she isn't annoyed with him at all, letting Leon breathe a massive sigh of relief. Leon opens up about Princess Lilith, admitting that while she used to feel like a cute younger sister in their childhood days, dealing with her now as royalty is surprisingly overwhelming. Lucia nods in agreement, mentally flashing back to her own nightmare days of babysitting Crown Prince Iron, proving that dealing with high-maintenance royals is a universal struggle. Looking over at her with soft, sincere eyes, Leon gently mentions that even if the higher-ups disapprove, he'll gladly stand by her side if it makes her heavy workload any lighter. But dump! The moment the words leave his mouth, Leon's face turns bright crimson as he realizes how deeply romantic that sounded out loud. His heart thumps against his chest like a jackhammer as he secretly swoons over the fact that she didn't reject the idea of them spending time together. Shyly covering his face, Leon changes the subject by mentioning that while shopping for Caesar, he'd love to pick out a sweet present for tiny Nia, too. An adorable mental image of little Nia laughing among bright yellow flowers pops up, melting both of their strict commander hearts into complete puddle status. Lucia tilts her head, genuinely pondering what kind of gift would bring the biggest smile to her little girl's face. A magical spread of fancy dresses, delicious steaks, colorful macarons, and sweet treats floats around her mind because, obviously, Nia deserves the absolute best in the universe. Lucia's mind flashes back to holding little Nia close in a warm, loving embrace, proving that behind her tough exterior lies the most devoted mother ever. Leon stammers as he brings up a sweet memory, softly reminding her of how Nia blurted out calling Lucia Mom in front of everyone. Instead of getting flustered, Lucia looks back at Leon with the most breathtaking, genuine smile, silently confirming how much that title means to her. Thump! Leon's jaw practically hits the floor. Seeing her rare, soft smile hits his heart like a freight train, leaving him totally spellbound and hopelessly in love. As the golden afternoon fades into a dreamy twilight, the two commanders walk side by side through the glowing town. Leon softly smiles to himself, internally accepting that no matter how many obstacles stand in their way, his heart belongs entirely to her. What an absolute masterpiece of an ending for this chapter. Imagine browsing a peaceful street market, completely unaware that a top-secret romantic date between two high-ranking commanders is unfolding right at the brooch stall. Leon picks up a cute little black cat brooch with a huge sparkle in his eyes, gushing over how much it reminds him of Lucia's mysterious vibe. Not to be outdone, Lucia casually holds up a matching white brooch, deadpanning that it looks identical to Leon's gentle, needy personality. Poor Leon is practically floating on cloud nine, thinking this is an official date, when out of nowhere, bam! A massive boot crushes the market table, sending shiny jewelry flying everywhere. A giant meathead thug aggressively stomps in, bellowing at the poor vendor for being 2 weeks late on her market stall fees. Seriously, can side characters stop ruining romantic moments for like 5 seconds? Lucia narrows her eyes, assessing the situation like a cool tactical mastermind. But before she can even blink, Leon steps forward with glowing magical energy swirling around his fingertips. Kaboom! Unveiling a terrifying surge of magical aura, Leon snaps, screaming internally that nobody interrupts his precious date with Captain Lucia. With a massive shockwave, the thug is sent flying through the air like a ragdoll, while the surrounding crowd gapes in total shock at the unbelievable display of magic. As the townspeople erupt into cheers and applause for their heroic savior, Lucia stands there completely flabbergasted, wondering if this man really just nuked a thug over a cat brooch? Later that evening outside the academy, Leon lowers his head in deep embarrassment, sincerely apologizing for accidentally blowing their cover during an undercover mission. Lucia reassures him that the job was still a complete success, reaching into her pocket with a subtle smirk to grab a little surprise. Under the warm glow of the street lamp, Lucia places a tiny, sparkling gift directly into Leon's gloved hand as a token of her appreciation.
she casually pins the matching black cat brooch onto her own uniform, showing that they really are wearing matching couple accessories now. Smoothly turning on her heel, Lucia gives him a cool farewell, leaving Leon standing alone in the quiet night breeze. As his dark hair dye wears off and his natural silver hair shines, Leon clutches the gift to his chest, blushing madly as his heart thumps right out of his ribs. Man's got it bad. The next morning, under a crisp blue sky, the Academy grounds fill with fanfare as an official announces the dual sword demonstration by Lady Alicia Verte. Watching the spectacle from a high balcony window, Crown Prince Iron leans against the frame, quietly observing the political moves being made down below. Iron smirks with a clever glint in his eye, remarking that while Captain Ashan deserves credit, everyone knows Lucia was the true youngest swordmaster, a title that definitely needs fixing. Princess Lilith struts into the grand hallway, flashing an overly sweet smile as she asks Iron to back her up in pursuing a romantic match with Captain Leon. Ouch! Iron immediately shuts her down with sub-zero coldness, leaving Lilith hyperventilating in utter disbelief as he walks right past her. Walking away without even turning back, Iron warns her that if she's picking fights with Lucia just to force a marriage proposal out of Leon, she's playing a dangerous game. Flashing a bone-chilling, dark gaze, Iron leans in and tells her directly to watch her back. Look at this man standing up for Lucia. He might be an axe, but he's got absolute zero tolerance for snakes. Fuming with rage as she stomps down the hallway alone, Lilith whines to herself about why every single powerful man is obsessed with a woman who only knows brute force. Meanwhile, sunlight bathes the massive stone towers of the Academy, where high-stakes political intrigue is quietly brewing behind closed doors. Inside the quiet corridors, the silver-haired headmaster walks along the polished floors, lost in heavy thought regarding recent noble requests. Adjusting her glasses with a subtle frown, the headmaster ponders the bizarre political maneuvers landing directly on her desk. In a recent private meeting, a high-ranking official representing Duke Anton Kilgis offered a massive reduction in trade tariffs in exchange for a single position. The headmaster realizes that having a grand noble personally lobby for a minor class representative spot makes zero economic sense unless there's a hidden motive. With gold coins and shadowy figures swirling in her mind, she wonders what dangerous game Duke Anton Kilgis is actually playing behind the scenes. Summoning Lucia into her private office, the headmaster directly informs her that the Kilgis family has officially requested the representative spot for the Sparrow class. Can you believe it? She explains the crazy deal, slashing national trade taxes just to secure a spot for a kindergarten class rep. Lucia's eyes widen in utter shock. Lucia quickly calculates the ridiculous imbalance of the deal. Why would a high duke sacrifice massive fortunes just to sit in on a toddler's parent-teacher conference? In adorable chibi mode, Lucia angrily crosses her arms, planning to ask Keith for a sneaky magical surveillance device to keep tabs on the duke's every move. The headmaster cleverly reveals her counter-strategy, appointing him as an advisor instead, satisfying his need to join without granting actual authority. Smart play. Right as Lucia gets up to leave, the headmaster suddenly grabs her hands warmly, casually bringing up rumors about Princess Lilith hanging around her son Leon lately. Smiling proudly, the headmaster reassures a deeply confused Lucia that her son Leon is a loyal, devoted boy through and through. Adorable mental image of little silver-haired Leon peacefully petting a fluffy orange cat pops up, radiating maximum golden retriever energy. Lucia sweats bullets as she realizes the headmaster is casually giving her a full-on motherly endorsement and matchmaking pep talk. Talk about mother-in-law approval early on. Cut to a dead silent lounge where Leon and Princess Lilith sit side by side on a plush couch, sipping tea in total awkward silence. Lilith sneaks a bitter glance at Leon as he reads documents, internally seething over how distant he's been ever since she tried pushing commoner Lucia out of the picture. Her eyes turn venomous as she bitterly questions what could possibly be so attractive about a single mother with a child. Flashing back to little Nia smiling among bright sunflowers, Lilith notes Nia's rare golden eyes, growing paranoid over whether Leon could secretly be the father. Clatter, in her emotional turmoil, Lilith accidentally knocks over her teacup, spilling hot tea all over Leon's pristine white uniform. Panicking, Lilith quickly reaches out with a handkerchief, but Leon instinctively swats her hand away with a sharp wave of magic. Turning his face away with a cold, distant glare, Leon dryly apologizes, claiming he didn't mean to strike her hand away on purpose. Devastated by his icy rejection, Lilith chokes back tears, bitterly assuring herself that once time passes, her kind childhood Leon will return, before hurriedly exiting the room. Stepping into the hallway with a chilling look, Lilith clutches the handkerchief, realizing she needs Lucia's blood to run a magical parentage test once and for all. A terrifying villainous smirk creeps onto Lilith's face as her dark plot takes shape. Seriously, this princess went from desperate lover to full-on villain real quick. The atmosphere turns dark and foreboding as Lilith resolves to recruit the ruthless swordmaster Alicia to carry out her dirty work. Back in the bustling marketplace, Lucia pulls her dark hood low, walking near the central fountain while mentally preparing for the upcoming storm surrounding Duke Kilgus's scheme. Imagine finding out a scheming royal family is plotting behind the scenes, but you still gotta pull up to your day job like nothing's wrong. Lucia pulls her hood tight over her face, mentally locking in on her last day of mission duties. She knows she needs to keep her eyes peeled for any weird activity, but for now, it's strictly business. Stepping into the sunlit town square, the bustling market is alive with vendors and chatter, but Lucia's sharp eyes spot a familiar figure approaching from behind. Leon trots up with that classic golden retriever energy, awkwardly scratching his neck as he apologizes for keeping her waiting after finishing up his paperwork. Lucia just gives a nonchalant nod, casually brushing it off as they get ready to roll. Cue the most absurd montage ever, the Lucia and Leon civil complaint relay. From hunting down rogue mini-monsters hiding in people's bedrooms to recovering missing family heirlooms and teaching self-defense to local kids, these two high-ranking commanders are basically acting as the world's most overqualified customer service reps. Honestly, seeing S-tier knights handle basic chores is top-tier comedy. A grateful mom and her energetic kid wave goodbye with huge smiles, utterly thrilled that the legendary knights actually resolved their issue. The townsfolk can't stop gushing about how the Black Knights personally showed up, even if the mom hilariously warns everyone not to waste their time with minor complaints next time. Leon waves back like a total celebrity, while Lucia quietly realizes that an eccentric old grandpa ended up giving them free top-tier PR. Sparkles and flowers literally manifest out of thin air around Leon as fangirls swoon in the background. Lucia stares at him deadpan, low-key salty over how two people with black hair can get treated so differently, dryly noting that he must be living the good life. Poor Leon is just standing there with a massive question mark floating over his head. In full chibi panic mode, Leon sweats bullets, wondering if he accidentally offended her, but Lucia stays icy cold, telling him to just move on to their very last request. They arrive at a local house where a noblewoman vents her frustrations, explaining how some persistent guy sent her an avalanche of unwanted gifts before stalking her everywhere under the guise of protecting her. She adds that even after she bluntly told him she already had a kid, the creepy guy refused to take the hint and kept following her around. Gasp! A wave of absolute horror washes over Leon's face as the exact math connects in his brain. Unwanted gifts, nonstop following, not caring about her having a kid. He realizes with terror that this stalker's exact playbook matches his behavior toward Lucia. Talk about an emotional critical hit. Crash! When the woman screams about how utterly creepy that guy is, Leon's soul basically leaves his body, leaving him completely paralyzed in dark, shadowed shock. The artist's dramatic execution here is pure comedic gold. The woman turns around and flinches, seeing Leon literally encased in a block of ice from pure embarrassment, while she gasps about her stalker showing up again right on cue. The pushy stalker yells out for her to just live with him, but before he can drop another cringe line, Lucia calmly steps in front of frozen Leon, telling the lady that the knights will handle this pest immediately. The whack! With one swift knockout punch, the stalker drops like a bag of rocks while screaming in terror upon realizing he just messed with a black knight. As night falls over the Grand Academy steps, the atmosphere shifts into a quiet, moonlight realm as Leon softly thanks Lucia for wrapping up their final mission together. Just as Lucia turns to walk away into the cool evening breeze, Leon hesitates before calling out her name in a fragile tone. Looking down with pained eyes, Leon asks her straight up if she finds him disgusting after hearing that stalker story. Lucia pauses in complete bewilderment, total mind glitch style. The dramatic lighting catches Leon's pained golden eyes, radiating pure insecurity and vulnerability beneath the quiet moonlight. Unable to face her reaction, Leon quickly backs off, telling her to just forget he ever said anything before rapidly walking away, leaving Lucia standing there totally stunned. Man's emotional damage is off the charts.
The next morning dawns crisp and clear under a bright blue sky, with birds soaring high over the massive stone ramparts of the Grand Royal Arena. Standing atop the royal balcony, the king raises his hands to announce the main event, a high-stakes friendly duel with the visiting knights from the allied kingdom of Farandel. In the center of the roaring Colosseum, the official overseer steps between Lucia in her pristine Empire uniform and Alicia Verte, the short-haired Green Knight representing Farandel. As Lucia unclasps her white glove, the referee lays down the strict tournament rules. No stepping out of bounds, no throwing or sheathing your blade. Lucia secretly scoffs, thinking this sounds more like an overregulated dance routine than a real fight. Lucia's eyes narrow as she recognizes Ilyasha's glowing green sword, a legendary elf-forged blade designed to reduce gravitational pull for insane speed. Meanwhile, Alicia nervously sweats, internally admitting that she brought out this secret weapon solely because Princess Lilith ordered her to draw Lucia's blood at all costs. The tension in the arena reaches a boiling point as both fighters draw their weapons and settle into their stances, waiting for the final signal. Swoosh! The overseer shouts begin, and Lucia instantly explodes off the pavement with terrifying speed, leaving blur lines in her wake. Clang! Sparks fly violently across the dirt as their steel blades collide in an explosive clash of pure force. Grating her teeth with a desperate roar, Alicia lunges aggressively, screaming internally that she only needs to graze Lucia to get just one tiny drop of blood. But Lucia's defense is an absolute brick wall. Kabang! She effortlessly parries every single wild slash without giving up a single inch of ground. Panicking hard, Alicia realizes her cheat code speed sword isn't doing anything against Lucia's god-tier reflexes. Meanwhile, Lucia calmly analyzes that the elf sword lacks control, deciding it's time to end this farce immediately. Bam! Closing the distance in a flash, Lucia delivers a brutal, heavy palm strike directly into Alicia's chest, shutting down her breath with terrifying coldness. Desperate and losing her mind, Alicia refuses to accept defeat, her eyes wildly searching for any opening to carry out the royal mission. Swish! Swinging her blade in a reckless, unsportsmanlike frenzy, Alicia throws away all knightly honor in a last-ditch attempt to cut her. Shing! But her blade stops dead in mid-air. Alicia's jaw drops in utter horror as a suffocating pressure fills the entire arena.
Rumble! A towering, fiery pink aura of raw Swordmaster energy erupts around Lucia, lighting up the entire Colosseum like a cosmic catastrophe. Look at this panel! The visual direction here is absolute peak manhwa art. Alicia trembles violently, completely paralyzed by the sheer difference in their realm of power. Looking down at her like a pathetic insect, Lucia flares her majestic aura and dryly states how deeply disappointed she is. Thud! Scolding her for abandoning the pride of a knight to resort to cowardly tricks, Lucia's overwhelming pressure forces Alicia straight onto her knees in total submission. The announcer declares Lucia the undisputed winner as the crowd erupts into deafening cheers. But as Lucia slips her glove back on, she suddenly pauses, noticing a strange sensation. Looking closely, Lucia spots a tiny concealed pin hidden inside her glove with a single microscopic bead of blood on the tip. Whoa! As the crowd goes wild, the tiny pin slips from her fingers and falls to the stone ground, right near where Princess Lilith is incognito in the spectating crowd. Under the cover of the roaring stadium, Lilith discreetly kneels down and snatches the blood-stained pin off the floor. Holding the pin close with a chilling, wicked smile, Lilith's sinister plot finally comes together as she secures Lucia's fresh blood sample. Back inside the private royal chambers, the conversation turns dark as someone warns Lilith that using Facilian potion on a child without elven blood carries horrific side effects, cautioning her against taking out her heartbreak on a kid. The ancient magical potion Facilian glows with mysterious purple runes, an elite royal brew that uses parental blood to instantly reveal a child's true lineage through a glowing mark upon consumption. Sitting across the table, Alicia reluctantly agrees with Lilith, staring at the ominous dark vial resting between them. Alicia wipes her brow, noting that while Lucia's appearance was a minor hiccup, confirming whether little Nia is truly Leon's blood daughter remains their absolute top priority. Shadows engulf Princess Lilith's face as a horrifying psycho smirk spreads across her lips, chillingly declaring that if the kid turns out to be Leon's daughter, they'll simply execute her. Talk about an absolute cliffhanger ending that leaves you screaming for the next chapter. Check out these cute little toddlers gathered in a circle at the Academy Kindergarten, all rocking matching bright yellow school uniforms. Little Nia trots over to red-haired Ivan with total excitement, letting her know that the princess is currently taking classes with Caesar and asking if she wants to tag along to play. Yvonne's cheerful face instantly drops into a pout, head hung low as she timidly admits she doesn't think the princess will even want to hang out with her after their little spat. And her blonde-haired Roy jumping into the conversation like the ultimate peacemaker to reassure Yvonne that the princess looked just as heartbroken and sad as she did. Wave! With huge sparkles in their eyes, Nia and Roy offer to go fetch the princess personally, leaving Yvonne waving back with a much softer expression. Shadow falls? Just as the kids head around the corner, a dark, eerie shadow suddenly envelops Nia and Roy, accompanied by a deceptively smooth voice greeting them. It's Princess Lilith operating incognito, flashing a fake sweet smile while holding out giant lollipops to bribe the kids into giving her directions to the ladies' room. Talk about textbook stranger danger. Meanwhile, Roy trots into the private study quarters where the pink-haired imperial princess is sitting beside her stoic young classmate. Red-haired Yvonne fidgets nervously in the doorway, blushing beet red as she stammers out that she came over because she had something important to say. Yvonne stutters through her explanation while the pink princess internally freaks out, wondering if this kid is actually coming to deliver a full apology. A quick flashback reveals the princess getting an absolute earful from her strict nanny, who insisted that an imperial princess should never play second fiddle without receiving a proper apology first. Tsundere mode engaged. Barely holding back her excitement, the princess blurts out that if Yvonne apologizes in front of the royal guards, she'll gladly join them, admitting she secretly wanted to play all along. Crash! Yvonne suddenly bursts into the room, yelling at Roy, demanding to know where Nia went and why on earth he returned alone holding a massive swirl lollipop. Roy innocently reveals that Nia walked off with a sweet lady who gave her candy, sending both Yvonne and the pink princess into an instant, dramatic jaw-dropping shock. Tears intensify. Roy starts sobbing, explaining he couldn't follow because the lady asked for the girls' restroom, and he's a boy. Honestly, you've got to love toddler logic here. Swoosh! Taking charge like a tiny military commander, the pink princess barks orders at everyone to drop everything and launch an immediate rescue operation for Nia. When the blue-haired boy suggests telling the teacher first, the princess completely blows her top, screaming that wasting time could put Nia in real danger. Throwing her royal weight around, the princess orders the elite guards to move their butts, leaving the blue-haired boy completely stunned by her explosive leadership. Cut to the secluded stone restroom building located on the far edge of the academy grounds under a crisp blue sky. Outside, Lilith kneels on the grass, aggressively offering the laced lollipop, but little Nia straight up rejects it, casually flexing that she gets way better sweets at home. Lilith's fake smile contorts into sinister frustration as she realizes her custom-brewed Facilian potion is being turned down, deciding she'll just have to force-feed it. Grab. Dropping all act, Lilith violently grabs Nia by the arm, forcing the candy toward her mouth as Nia screams out in terror. Thwack! Out of nowhere, red-haired Yvonne flies in like an unguided missile, delivering a devastating tackle straight into Lilith's chest. Crash! The toxic candy clatters onto the dirt as Yvonne screams at the top of her lungs, roasting Lilith by calling her a pushy old lady. The absolute disrespect is hilarious. Before Lilith can even process the insult, two fully armed Imperial guards surround her, ignoring her desperate shrieks about being the first princess of Farandel. Stop! The pink-haired princess marches onto the scene, yelling at the top of her lungs at Lilith for daring to menace children inside the Imperial Academy. Check out this magnificent panel. The pink princess strikes a legendary boss-level pointing pose backed by divine sparkles. Manhwa artists really know how to make a toddler look iconic. Scoffing in total disdain, Yvonne dryly remarks that this princess is just a certified weirdo before instantly pivoting to check if Nia's all right. Nia giggles softly, confirming she didn't eat the suspicious candy and thanking her friends for rescuing her, while the pink princess grumbles about how terrible Academy security is. With the danger cleared, a hilarious awkward tension settles over Yvonne and the pink princess as both of their faces flush bright red from sheer embarrassment. Pouting fiercely, the pink princess tries to act cool and unbothered, telling Ivan to go ahead and finish what she was trying to say earlier. Bickering intensifies. Yvonne shouts that the princess was the one about to apologize, while the princess screams back, calling her a piggy princess. Nia just watches them with cute dot eyes.
Wholesome overload. Seeing her two friends squabble like an old married couple, Nia clasps her hands together with the most adorable, radiant smile. Meanwhile, Lilith fumes quietly as she walks down the grand garden pathway, seething over the humiliation of being detained for questioning. Gasp! A sharp, cold voice cuts through the quiet air, and Lilith turns around in surprise to find the crown prince stepping out from the golden sunlight. With an icy, unforgiving gaze, the crown prince drops a massive bombshell, revealing that royal knights searched her private quarters and found rare Althea tree roots. Shadowing over her with overwhelming pressure, the prince directly confronts her attempt to brew Facilian, asking who she was planning to use for a secret parentage test. Revealing that the Empire already possesses Farandal's potion recipe through their alliance, the prince coldly orders her to pack her belongings and leave the nation, warning her that he's only keeping quiet as a diplomatic courtesy. When Lilith desperately accuses him of threatening an official diplomat, the prince smirks, asking whether her father would prioritize national alliance or a disgraced daughter. As the crown prince casually turns his back and walks away, Lilith stammers in desperation, but the harsh political reality sets in hard. Enveloped in a dark red aura of pure rage, Lilith trembles violently with unspeakable hatred filling her eyes. Clench. Her fists grip her dress tightly as she realizes her elaborate scheme has completely crumbled, leaving her exposed and humiliated. Transitioning to a serene morning sky, white doves flutter peacefully over the capital, signaling a total shift in the story's focus. A grand, high-class carriage rolls up to the gates of a massive estate, welcomed by two perfectly aligned rows of bowing servants. The distinguished head butler bows deeply, announcing that the entire household has been eagerly waiting for her. Stepping down from the carriage in her pristine Black Knight uniform, Lucia holds a stack of official documents, looking utterly unamused. Lucia internally groans, grumbling over having to deliver routine paperwork herself just because Captain Leon went ahead and took an unexpected sick leave. A pained flashback flashes across her mind, recalling Leon's heartbroken golden eyes beneath the moonlight as he asked if she found him disgusting. Slip? Tucking the folder securely under her arm, Lucia resolves to use this errand to figure out why Leon vanished so suddenly. The butler politely leads the way into the estate, while Lucia steps forward, ready to confront whatever awkward situation is waiting inside. Imagine walking into a room only to find your usually composure-filled superior blushing like a high schooler in love. Rolling up to the grand estate under the bright morning sun, everything looks completely quiet from the outside, but inside, total chaos is brewing. As Captain Lucia steps into the mansion, every single servant lines up and stares at her with sparkling, expectant eyes, making her wonder if they're plotting something or just being weird. Striding down the pristine marble hallways, Lucia internally panics, wondering if she pushed Leon way too hard, or if he somehow worked himself into an actual breakdown. Knock, knock. Lucia raises a gloved hand and raps firmly on that heavy wooden door, greeted only by a hesitant, muffled voice from inside. Standing tall outside the bedroom, Lucia bluntly announces her presence, ready to get straight to the bottom of his sudden disappearance. Inside, Leon is completely buried under his bedsheet like a glowing red cocoon, desperately yelling at her to stay away before she catches his contagious illness. Talk about zero patience. When Leon begs her to leave, Lucia calmly threatens to kick the door down, leaving him stammering in pure panic. Crack! Without waiting another second, Lucia twists the door handle with brute force and steps right into the room like an absolute boss. Lucia asks if he's feeling any better, but the moment she locks eyes on him, she completely freezes in her tracks. Sitting curled up in the middle of his gigantic bed wrapped like an oversized blanket burrito, Leon looks so ridiculously dramatic, it's almost adorable. Peeking nervously out from under the sheet with bright golden eyes, Leon stammers out her name like a child caught hiding snacks. Taking a seat right beside him on the edge of the mattress, an excruciatingly awkward silence fills the room as neither of them knows what to say next. Narrowing her eyes, Lucia inspects his flushed face, analyzing his strange behavior with laser-like focus. Seeing the heavy heat radiance and sweat dripping down his neck, Lucia finally realizes he wasn't making up excuses. He really is burning up with a fever. Touch. Reaching over gently, Lucia presses her soft gloved hand right onto his burning forehead to check his temperature.
Poor Leon's brain completely short-circuits from the physical contact, his face flushing into a deep crimson as his eyes go wide with shock. Watching him shrink back timidly, Lucia feels her heart soften, thinking that his vulnerable, withdrawn look reminds her exactly of little Naya when they first met. Turning his head away in total embarrassment, Leon weakly mutters for her not to laugh at him in his pathetic state. Leaning closer, Leon softly laments that being this sick prevents him from working alongside her, making Lucia marvel at how he's still worrying about helping others even when bedridden. Swoosh! Driven by sudden emotion, Leon lunges forward and wraps his arms tightly around Lucia, pulling her close while whispering a dramatic warning about hiding her identity. Crash! Losing his balance entirely, Leon pulls Lucia down onto the bed, collapsing right on top of her in a tangle of blankets and racing hearts. Staring down at her from inches away, Leon's golden eyes glisten with feverish intensity as his heart thumps loudly against his chest. Pinned beneath him on the mattress, Captain Lucia stares up in utter shock, completely lost for words at how quickly the situation spiraled. Fast forward to the Academy Kindergarten, where noble toddlers start music training before age 7 to prepare for the grand annual spring recital. Back at the Academy, red-haired Yvonne proudly puffs out her chest, boasting to Nia that she's going to master the ultimate queen of instruments, the violin. Hearing this, the Pink Princess crosses her arms in total disbelief, asking if Yvonne can even play, only for Yvonne to brag about her skills and demand to know what the princess is playing. Striking a regal pose, the Pink Princess smugly announces that she will play the divine instrument of the gods, the elegant harp. Turning their attention to little Nia, both girls ask what instrument she plans to play, leaving Nia fidgeting nervously with no idea what to choose. Cut to the bustling capital city, stopping right outside the prestigious Jean Roof instrument shop. Stepping down from the luxury carriage, a fully recovered Leon thanks Lucia for the ride, promising to help Nia pick out her instrument and bring her home safely. Leaning out the carriage window, Lucia gently encourages Nia to pick whichever instrument speaks to her heart, bidding them farewell until the afternoon.
Standing side by side in front of the shop's rustic wooden door, Leon and Nia get ready to step into the world of music together.
Look at Nia's adorable face. Her big yellow eyes are practically shining with excitement as she looks up at the grand shop building. Stepping inside, the distinguished old shopkeeper greets them warmly, surrounded by exquisite wooden instruments and glowing chandeliers. The shopkeeper immediately recognizes Leon, joyfully greeting his former pupil after a long time apart, while Leon greets his master warmly. Shocked by the toddler at Leon's side, the old master gaspingly asks if Leon secretly had a child, prompting Leon to laughingly clarify that Nia is the daughter of someone very dear to him. Explaining their mission, Leon shares that they came to select Nia's very first musical instrument, putting a happy smile on the master's face. Deeply honored, Master John Roof bows gallantly, promising to use his lifelong expertise to help the young lady pick the perfect match. Plink! The master takes a seat at a magnificent grand piano, gracefully pressing the keys to demonstrate its rich, vibrant tones. Sparkle! Nia clasps her hands in total awe, gasping that the piano music sounds like a crystal-clear mountain stream cascading through rocks. Next, Leon glides across the shop and carefully picks up a beautifully crafted, polished wooden violin from its stand. Swoosh! Drawing the bow across the strings, Leon plays a transcendent melody, filling the room with a magical aura of blooming flowers and forest animals. As the sweet music resonates, a vivid image of Captain Lucia gently holding baby Nia under her dark cloak flashes through the air like a cherished memory. Completely captivated by the song, Nia closes her eyes and whispers that the violin melody sounds like a pretty bird singing in the morning sky. Chuckling heartily, the old master teases Leon by pointing out that little Nia has far better poetic taste and expressive talent than Leon ever did as a kid. Settling on the violin, Leon tells his master he'll send a servant later to collect the chosen instrument, thanking him for his incredible hospitality. Just as they prepare to exit, a strikingly elegant noblewoman in a massive feathered hat arrives, accompanied by a stoic young boy with gray hair. Bowing respectfully, Master Jean Roof introduces the newcomers as the young master of the Kilgis Duchy, who recently moved to the capital for kindergarten. Flashing a radiant, handsome smile, Leon bids a warm farewell to his master, taking Nia by the hand as they step out into the sunny capital streets.
Talk about a chilling first impression? This mysterious gray-haired kid gives off full-blown villain energy with a gaze cold enough to freeze hell over. Meanwhile, little Nia is just standing there looking utterly adorable and clueless, totally unaware of the shady vibes surrounding her. Swoosh? Switching up his tone in a flash, the kid flashes a sweet smile and waves goodbye like he wasn't just creeping everyone out a second ago. As his mom leads him away, poor Leon is left standing in the back, while the kid suddenly blushes red, completely flustered by Nia's presence. Bam! A terrifying flashback hits as we see the kid's true nature, brooding in darkness and wishing for all useless things in the world to crumble into dust. Honestly, who gave this toddler a dark fantasy backstory already? Dramatic pause. The tension hangs heavy in the air as the stage sets up for what's about to be an absolute roller coaster of noble drama. Moving right along to a sun-drenched estate, a luxurious carriage pulls up as Leon gently guides little Nia down onto the paved ground. Standing right outside the grand gates, Leon flashes a charming smile, reminding Nia that her mom asked him to be her official violin tutor from now on. Sparkle! Leon's eyes instantly lock onto the super cute black cat brooch pinned right onto Nia's pink cloak. Chuckling softly, Leon points out the adorable accessory, asking if Captain Lucia gave her the brooch as a special gift. Reaching into his crisp white suit jacket, Leon smirks, teasingly announcing that he's got something matching from her mother, too. Ta-da! Leon presents a matching cat brooch featuring silver and black hair, boasting how the colors perfectly represent him and Lucia together. Man, Leon really thought he was cooking with his romantic gesture. Crickets! The room temperature drops instantly as Nia stares down at the brooch with a shadowed face, realizing her mom shares a matching pair with Leon. Roar! Throwing a total toddler fury fit, Nia stomps her feet and screams at the top of her lungs that her mommy belongs only to her. Zoom! Before Leon can even process what went wrong, Nia bolts away at light speed, leaving him frantically reaching out into empty air. Cut to chibi Leon sobbing hysterically in a corner, wallowing in despair over whether he accidentally made his favorite little girl hate his guts forever. Pan to the Imperial Palace towering high under the bright morning clouds, where major political moves are currently underway. Inside the lavish office, the commander apologizes to Captain Lucia for assigning her yet another high-stakes business trip when she should be home with her kid. Lucia quietly reviews the mission report, knowing she needs to minimize away time for Nia, but realizing the Principality of Arcus is an exception she can't ignore. And get this, the commander reveals that after the upcoming international summit, control over the legendary Tree of Life will be handed directly to the temple. Shimmer. Showing proof from the Info Guild, he displays a glowing scroll and sacred leaf, confirming that high-ranking clergy are wielding relics of insane divine power. Narrowing her eyes with lethal intensity, Lucia bluntly questions if the Holy Temple is secretly dabbling in prohibited black magic behind closed doors. Calming her down, the commander insists they can't make reckless moves just yet, shifting focus to her actual secret assignment. He explains that Arcus was the only nation brave enough to ban the temple, leading to rumors that it was cursed and wiped out, leaving only the Duke's child alive. Talk about a classic suspicious backstory. Flash. While the Empire can't openly push around the temple, Arcus's status as a vassal state gives them the perfect legal loophole to intervene. Clutching the briefing paper, Lucia vows to track down the Duke's surviving heir before the temple gets their dirty hands on the tree's power. Oh, a wholesome visual of little Nia wearing a crown of white blossoms pops into Lucia's mind, fueling her resolve to protect peace for her daughter. Bringing her back to reality, the commander notes that she won't be traveling solo this time, right as a polite knock echoes at the door. Door swings open. A flashy, pink-haired nobleman strikes a flamboyant pose with a wink, cheerfully introducing himself as her new mission partner. Sweat drop. While the commander assures her this guy's diplomatic skills will be super useful, Lucia looks like she wants to jump out the window instead. Transitioning to a sunlit garden pavilion, Lucia sighs internally while attending a mandatory kindergarten parents' tea party on her last day off. Sipping her tea amidst chatting noblewomen, Lucia keeps her head down, planning to stay completely silent and slip away the moment this meeting ends. Tap, tap! Just as she prepares to leave, a sharp, condescending voice interrupts her, calling out her name from behind. Turning around, a haughty noblewoman in dark purple attire smugly introduces herself as Baroness Anna Quiller, a vassal of House Kilgis. Leaning in with a snide smirk, Anna nosily probes into Lucia's personal life, demanding to know why she hasn't taken her husband's family surname. Seriously, this lady needs to mind her own business. Suddenly, a swarm of gossiping noble ladies crowd around Lucia, bombarding her with endless rumors about her connections to Lord Leon and the imperial princess. Spotting the rising commotion, Baroness Anna snickers behind her fan, loudly pointing out that the feared captain of the Black Knights is also named Lusa and has rare black hair. Anna's eyes gleam with malicious intent as she schemes about Lucia's lack of a surname, guessing she's either a nobody or hiding high status. The snobbish crowd bursts into laughter, mocking the idea of Lucia being the famous knight commander, while Lucia coolly observes their foolishness. Slam? Tired of the toxic elite snobbery, two veteran mothers slam their teacups down, furiously berating the snobs for judging single mothers who survived war. Absolute queens setting the record straight. Caught off guard, Baroness Anna puts on a fake, sugary apology, claiming she only wanted to filter out questionable company for young Master Evan. Yeah, right. Clench! Lucia tightly fists her dress, inwardly scoffing at the ridiculous classist games these aristocrats play right in front of innocent children. Entrance! Before the argument escalates further, a gorgeous pink-haired royal steps into the pavilion, playfully teasing the tense group. Bow! The entire tea party instantly drops to their knees as they greet Her Majesty, the Empress Consort of the Eldarian Empire. Sweating bullets, Baroness Anna stammers out excuses for why she didn't dare send an official invitation to someone of highest imperial status. The mood flips 180 degrees as all the gossiping snobs desperately try to win favor with the Empress, leaving Anna utterly humiliated. Realizing her scheme failed, Anna takes a bitter exit, leaving Lucia with one final passive-aggressive remark about verifying her lineage next time. Lucia gives her a sharp, icy glare that basically says, "Try me," completely unbothered by the Baroness's pathetic threats. Cut to the Academy music room, where Leon is desperately practicing his violin, completely stressed out over his upcoming lesson. Chaos! Leon sweats nervously as one kid swings her bow like a sword, while Nia completely ignores him. Until Lucia saves the day by walking in with a tray of fresh pastries and tea. Now that's what we call elite support. Ever wonder what happens when a total Riz master accidentally sets off a toddler jealousy bomb? We open on Leon daydreaming about a happy domestic life raising a child with Lucia, floating in sheer delusion while enjoying afternoon tea. Thud, thud, thud. Before his romantic fantasy can even settle, little Nia comes barreling down the hallway like an angry tiny tornado, eyes locked straight onto the couch. Without missing a single beat, Nia wedges herself right in between Leon and Lucia, crossing her arms with an absolute death stare that could melt solid steel. Gulp. Leon breaks into a cold sweat as Nia directs her terrifying toddler aura straight at him. She's basically screaming, "Mommy is mine," without saying a word. Honestly, bro thought he was making progress, but he just unlocked ultimate boss-level territorial aggression. Trying to smooth over the rising tension, Lucia offers Nia a delicious plate of pudding with a warm, gentle smile, which instantly turns Nia's mood around into pure sparkles. Record scratch! The second Lucia mentions that Leon was the one who bought the treat and tells her to thank him, Nia's cute smile instantly vanishes into total dark shadow mode. Coldly pushing the plate away, Nia grumps that it doesn't even taste good, leaving everyone awkwardly silent while another kid happily chows down in the background. Man, kids really hold grudges like elite assassins. Panicking slightly as she misreads the situation, Lucia assumes Nia is just upset about her upcoming trip, quickly offering her a sweet glass of milk instead. Clink! Shifting her focus back to Leon, Lucia politely offers to pour him another cup of her freshly homebrewed tea, which Leon Eager Beaver accepts without thinking twice. Swirl! Leon peers down into his cup, only to find a terrifying glowing green vortex of swirling herbs that looks more like a witch's deadly potion than morning tea. Gulp, gulp. Driven by pure simping dedication, Leon downs the entire biohazard concoction in one go just because his crush made it. Talk about absolute down bad behavior. Choking down the deadly liquid, Leon manages to squeak out that it's delicious, while Lucia smirks smugly.
totally oblivious to the fact that she nearly sent him to the afterlife. Watching her mom handle the heavy teapot, Nia's eyes light up as she decides to make a move to regain her spot as her mommy's ultimate favorite helper. Swoosh! Nia recklessly lunges forward to grab the teapot, shouting that she wants to pour it, sending Lucia into a full-blown panic as she yanked it out of reach. Stomp! Scolded about burning her hands, Nia's tiny heart shatters. She bursts into tears, screams that she hates her mom, and bolts out of the room like a lightning bolt. Dramatic shock. Lucia stands completely frozen in emotional devastation, holding the steaming teapot, while the words, "she hates me," echo endlessly in her head. Cutting away to a stark contrast, the scene shifts to the imposing dark towers of a royal castle where serious political conspiracies are brewing. In the shaded hallways, two scheming noble brothers whisper bitterly about the imperial crown prince making a sudden surprise visit. They grumble about how the succession has been stalled for 3 whole years following Lord Ashford's death, growing increasingly paranoid about losing their stolen power. The brother nervously questions what will happen if the true heir is actually found, sending dark undertones through the whole royal lineage line. Meanwhile, under the bright morning sun, a magnificent luxury mansion stands pristine, surrounded by sparkling fountains and lush green gardens. Inside the lavish dining hall, the table is set with a massive feast, but the maids hover anxiously in total silence, sweating bullets over the heavy atmosphere. Sniffle! Poor little Nia sits all alone at a giant dining table, staring gloomily at her gourmet steak with tears brimming in her eyes. Look at that tiny face. She's so heartbroken she can't even stomach high-end cuisine. Noticing her complete lack of appetite, her loving grandfather, the commander, gently asks why she's been so downhearted ever since getting home from kindergarten. Squeezing her eyes shut, Nia tearfully admits she doesn't actually hate her mom, feeling deeply guilty for throwing a tantrum and letting her leave without a proper goodbye. Pat, pat! Her grandfather gently pats her head, reassuring her that her mother will return soon and encouraging her to stay healthy in the meantime. Gesturing toward the open doorway, her grandfather cheerfully announces a surprise guest, catching little Nia completely off guard. Sparkle! Nia's tear-stained face instantly brightens into total joy as she pops up from her seat in pure excitement. Wink! Stepping through the doorway with a cute wave is a familiar, friendly maid with long, reddish-purple hair. Warm firelight glows from the grand fireplace as the two sit side by side, reminiscing about the tough times they survived together in the past. The maid softly recalls how freezing cold and hopeless things used to be, feeling like a helpless sparrow left behind in the snow before they found safety. Glance. She looks at Nia with deep affection, expressing pure gratitude for the cozy, warm life they now share in this grand estate. Even so, Nia remains slumped on the floor with a tiny pout, still weighed down by the heavy emotional burden of her fight with her mom. Boink! Breaking the melancholy vibe, the maid playfully flicks Nia right on the forehead, instantly snapping her out of her moody trance. Smile! She gently lectures the toddler, reminding her that crying will only make her mom sad, so she needs to stay strong for the people who love her. Honestly, every royal toddler needs a reality check maid who isn't afraid to drop some tough love. Throwing in a cheeky tease, the maid chucklers about how even tough little noble kids are total crybabies at heart. Eager to fix things, Nia proudly pulls out a hand-drawn crayon picture showing her mom as a heroic swordswoman. Inspecting the cute scribble, the maid suggests that adding a sweet written message would make her true feelings super clear. Dash. Realizing her mom might be a bit dense with subtle art, Nia enthusiastically scrambles to get paper and quill to start writing a heartfelt letter. Strolling down the grand hall, the maid asks if Nia is making good friends at kindergarten, to which Nia happily chirps that her bestie's Yvonne. Chuckle. Nia proudly boasts that Yvonne is teaching her all the secret insider tips on how to act like a totally normal child. Creak! Just as they discuss her new friend, the massive double doors creak open to reveal a noisy, unannounced visitor. Ta-da! Striking a high-energy anime pose, a red-haired tomboy in a bright green dress loudly announces her grand arrival. Zoom! Yvonne dashes in, shouting that the big boss gave her permission to visit, leaving the maid in absolute shock as she realizes Nia's boss is literally the Grand Commander. Pointing at Yvonne's messy face, Nia points out that she has food crumbs stuck all around her mouth. Without an ounce of shame, Yvonne admits she ate all the gift snacks she was supposed to bring for the commander because she got bored on the way. And Nia thinks this chaotic goblin is the ultimate role model. Sweat drop, the maid stares in utter disbelief, internally questioning what kind of wild street logic lessons Nia's actually receiving from this kid. Transitioning away from the estate, a grand horse-drawn carriage travels smoothly down a sunny, leaf-draped country road. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere is utterly hilarious. Lucia sits in stoic silence while her flashy pink-haired partner poses dramatically, hyping this work trip up like a romantic date. Sparkle! Running a hand through his voluminous pink hair with ultimate main character energy. The guy flashes a dazzling smile while the gray-haired kid sitting next to him gives the deadest side-eye in anime history. Ever wonder what happens when a total badass duchess ditches her simping prince to investigate a shady child trafficking ring? We start with Lucia casually dropping the news that she's leaving the imperial prince behind to hunt down a missing survivor hiding in the woods. Gasp! The prince instantly drops his handsome facade and throws a massive inner tantrum because his precious date day just got totally hijacked by her loyal guard. Without missing a beat, Lucia hits him with a cold wave goodbye and hops straight into her carriage, leaving the poor prince stranded with her stone-faced knight. Dramatic sob! Bro is literally having a full-blown existential crisis on the spot. All his sweet, romantic date plans went straight down the drain. Honestly, you gotta respect Lucia's single-minded dedication to the grind. Rumble! As her luxury carriage rolls past the countryside at sunset, Lucia notices something super sketchy. It's peak harvest season, yet the fields are completely barren without a single crop in sight. Staring out the window, she starts piecing together the mystery, wondering why the former Duke and Duchess went through such extreme lengths to hide their secret heir before she was even born. Thoughts swirling, her blue eyes narrow as she realizes her only real clue is a young girl with dark reddish-purple hair, or maybe an even younger child who vanished without a trace. Flames crackle. Memory flashbacks show the tragic night the old butler Barton tried rescuing the kid, only for a mysterious masked squad to ambush their carriage and snatch the child away. In her past life, that kid never surfaced, leading to the entire principality getting swallowed up by the Empire, meaning she's got to rewrite history right here, right now. Deciding not to waste any more time, she sets her sights on her very first suspicious destination, the local orphanage. Knock, knock. Arriving at the secluded Jirachi orphanage, Lucia steps up to the heavy wooden door with her cloak wrapped tight, ready to uncover whatever dark secrets are hiding inside. Chill, her instinct instantly goes on high alert. Knowing this was the exact same shady place little Nia grew up in, she can already smell a massive trap brewing. Creak! The door swings open to reveal a plump orphanage head flashing the most fake, overly sweet smile you've ever seen, asking if she's looking to adopt. Playing along smoothly, Lucia dramatic flashes her lavish green gown, pretending to be a rich, naive noblewoman with money to burn. Man, her undercover acting skills are top tier. Greedy sparkle! The matron's eyes instantly turn into dollar signs. You can literally see the villainous greed radiating off her creepy face. Swish! She eagerly ushers Lucia inside toward her private office, boasting about how wonderful it is to host such a wealthy benefactor. Looking around the eerily quiet hallway, Lucia raises an eyebrow and asks why there isn't a single kid in sight, to which the matron smoothly claims they're all eating in the dining hall. Side-eye, Lucia cuts right to the chase, specifying that she's searching for a girl with purple hair, admitted within the last 3 years. And the matron's grin gets sinister real quick. Walking down the corridor, the matron chuckles, mentioning how everybody and their mother is suddenly hunting for purple-haired girls due to rumors about the missing principality heir. Cha-ching! She casually drops that because demand is so sky-high right now, adoptable purple-haired kids don't come cheap. Cold as ice, Lucia flatly tells her money is no object, internally laughing because she knows this entire illegal operation is getting shut down today anyway. Talk about absolute boss energy. Thud. Settling onto the fancy leather couch, Lucia waits patiently while the greedy matron scuttles off to fetch the potential candidates. Deep in thought, Lucia remembers that little Mia also had distinct purple hair and lived in this exact orphanage alongside Nia back in the day. Creak! Guessing that Mia might actually fit the timeline, she prepares her eyes as the heavy office doors swing open again.
Step, step, the matron cheerfully calls for the kids to line up, leading in a whole march of identical-looking young girls. Stunned, Lucia's jaw almost hits the floor as a whole parade of little girls trots in, every single one of them sporting matching purple hair and bangs covering their eyes. The matron proudly presents 5 identical purple-haired children standing in a perfect row like tiny NPC clones. Sweat drop. Lucia is utterly flabbergasted. How on earth are there this many purple-haired kids from the Principality packed into one tiny local orphanage? Crouching down to examine them closely, Lucia suspects something is wildly fishy about this setup and considers breaking into the official registry. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a sharp coughing sound breaks the silence, catching Lucia's sharp attention. Gasp! One of the poor little girls aggressively coughs into her tiny hand, wiping away a dark red stain around her mouth that looks suspiciously like blood. Rub? Kneeling down to touch the red residue on the child's cheek, Lucia inspects her fingers and realizes the truth in an instant. Shadow falls. The mood drops to absolute sub-zero as Lucia realizes that isn't blood at all. It's cheap, fresh purple hair dye wiping right off. Honestly, these villains are so cheap they can't even buy waterproof dye. Swoosh! With the dark truth revealed, the peaceful front completely shatters as tension explodes throughout the room. Crash! Before the matron can even react, the room shatters into pure chaos as the kids gasp in terror. Choke. In a split second, Lucia grabs the matron straight by the throat, pinning her against the wall and demanding the location of the hidden ledger and all accomplices. Terror! As Lucia's hood slips, revealing her striking dark hair, the matron's face turns ghost white as she stammers in absolute horror, recognizing her as the legendary Black Monster. Gulp! Facing Lucia's lethal glare, the terrified matron instantly folds like a lawn chair, screaming that she'll hand over every single document. Tab, tab. Striding down the dimly lit hallway with the stolen ledger in hand, Lucia smiles, knowing this book holds the key to finding the Duke's true heir. Click, click! Reaching the main exit, Lucia jiggles the door handle only to find the corrupt staff locked her inside from the outside. Kick! Boom! Without hesitation, Lucia literally kicks the massive wooden door off its hinges, sending it flying straight into a waiting crowd of hostile villagers. Clang! An entire mob of angry villagers armed with pitchforks and axes blocks the way out, screaming that they won't let her leave with their secret registry. Glare? Connecting the dots, Lucia realizes the whole village was in on the scam, abandoning farming altogether because they were making bank off child trafficking. Bound. Flash forward to sunset, and Lucia is tied up against a massive tree, though she totally allowed herself to be captured just to gather more intel while the mob argues around her. Whisper. The shady villagers debate whether to interrogate her first or just kill her outright to cover their tracks. A tough village thug steps right into Lucia's face, aggressively demanding to know who sent her and what she plans to do with the ledger, only for Lucia to glare back like he's trash. Laugh? The evil matron saunters over, laughing mockingly as she reminisces about how they sold off a weak, black-haired orphan girl to the Capital Temple years ago for a massive fortune. Dark aura. The matron sneers about how useless that black-haired brat was, completely unaware that she's describing little Nia right in front of her insanely protective adoptive mom. Rumble! Boom! The ground violently shatters and the tree instantly bursts into roaring magical flames as Lucia's unhinged fury detonates. Explosion! Breaking her ropes like paper, Lucia rises through the inferno like a nightmare demonic queen, threatening to erase the entire village off the map if they don't hand over the true violet-haired heir right now. Now that is how you protect your kid. Glare. Standing in the ashes of the ruined village, the desperate locals try using a child as an emotional shield, begging Lucia for mercy, only for her ice-cold gaze to shut them down instantly, because hiding behind kids is as pathetic as it gets. Chill, dropping a chilling warning that they should be grateful she isn't executing them right in front of the kid. The scene suddenly cuts back to the grand estate where little Nia is throwing an absolute temper tantrum, screaming that she refuses to go to class today. Tears? Outside the door, her handsome silver-haired violin teacher is literally weeping tears of emotional damage while Nia zooms past him in a total rage, leaving little Mia standing there completely dumbfounded. Sob! Mia tries calling her out for treating such a handsome tutor like trash, but Nia aggressively shouts back that he isn't her teacher, and she'd rather do literally anything else than play the violin.
Honestly, you gotta respect the sheer level of petty toddler hatred here. Ponder. Standing alone in the hallway, the poor silver-haired tutor gazes up at the ceiling with soul-crushing disappointment, wondering what on earth he has to do to finally break down Nia's emotional walls. Sniffle. Inside her cozy bedroom, a giant blanket lump sitting on the luxurious bed lets out heavy, dramatic sniffles that echo through the entire room. Sulk. Huddled underneath her blanket fortress, little Nia pouts with tears in her eyes, bitterly admitting that she hates the tutor because every second he steals her mom's attention means less quality time for herself. Tremble! Clinging tightly to her blanket like it's her last lifesaver, the tiny girl trembles with sadness, crying that she just wants her mom all to herself and refuses to share her with anyone. Creak! The heavy door softly opens as the gentle tutor sits on the edge of her bed, softly promising that if she really despises him, he'll step down, but asks for just one quick moment to share a final story. Beak! Poking her adorable face out from under the covers, Nia's golden eyes widen in total confusion as she hears the silver-haired teacher admit that he actually envies her. Smile. Looking down with a gentle, melancholic smile, the teacher softly explains how seeing her brooch made him realize how lucky she is to be loved so deeply. Declaration. Flashing a fierce look, Nia pops completely out of her blanket hideout to declare that her mom belongs exclusively to her, before shyly muttering that she actually wants to get good at the violin, so he better teach her well. Sparkle! While the tutor practically glows with pure bliss, thinking he finally won her over, Nia secretly glares from the side, resolving to keep a super close eye on him because her mom would never fall for a weakling anyway. Talk about ultimate 200 IQ child logic. Notice, just as he prepares to leave, the silver-haired tutor spots a mysterious crumpled piece of paper lying quietly near the desk. Russell, picking up the sketch, he looks over at Nia with a sweet smirk, asking if this crude little drawing was made specifically as a special gift for her mom. Warm smile. Gazing down at the child's artwork, a genuine, heartwarming smile spreads across his face as he admiringly looks at the love poured into the page. Whisper. Meanwhile, in the shadowy corridors of power, corrupt nobles whisper in panic after learning the Crown Prince's squad retrieved the village ledger, confirming that the missing child is indeed the true principality heir. Dance! As elegant aristocrats waltz across the shimmering ballroom floor below, the dark schemers realize that if they don't carry out their original assassination plot right now, their heads are going to roll. Stunning. Gliding into the lavish banquet hall dressed in a magnificent pink-trimmed gown, Lucia sighs inwardly, annoyed that she has to play dress-up at a boring party when there's an active conspiracy to unravel. Analysm. Glancing over the financial ledgers in her head, Lucia realizes the stolen child trafficking records don't match the actual inventory, meaning the villains already auctioned off the most valuable children, when a familiar voice suddenly interrupts her thoughts. Sparkle! Waving enthusiastically with full main character energy, the pink-haired crown prince flashes a dazzling smile like he's on a red carpet. Flirty. The prince instantly starts showering her with endless compliments, proudly boasting about how great she looks in the dress he selected out of 30 custom outfits, while Lucia flatly tells him he clearly has way too much free time. Sarcasm. Teasingly pointing out the grumpy wrinkle between her brows, the prince keeps flirting, but Lucia coldly shuts him down, demanding they cut the fluff and wrap this event up ASAP. Gentle touch. Gently lifting her chin with his finger, the prince lowers his voice to tell her that without him, she would have skipped dinner entirely, proving that her well-being is his absolute top priority. Sweat drop. Leaning in dangerously close, he softly asks if she can spare a little romantic time for him before dinner, leaving Lucia internally sweating at his unyielding charm. Huh? Right in the middle of their tense romantic moment, a tiny high-pitched voice shouting "Mom!" echoes across the courtyard, instantly throwing both of them into confusion. Stunned, freezing dead in her tracks, Lucia's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as she turns around, praying her mind isn't playing tricks on her. Gasps. Stepping out into the open, Captain Leon appears holding little Nia right in his arms, with Mia following closely by his side like a miniature security detail.
Sparks fly. Out in the courtyard, the atmosphere turns instantly toxic as the prince and Leon glare daggers at each other, trading aggressive, passive-aggressive jabs about who is actually supposed to be guarding the children. Claim! Demanding that Leon hold the kids for a moment, the prince smugly declares that he's already booked the very first dance of the evening with Captain Lucia. Confused, looking between the two overgrown men having a pettiness contest in public, Lucia just blinks in absolute, utter exasperation. Man, managing powerful men is harder than fighting a dragon. Blush. Looking toward Lucia, Captain Leon tries playing it cool, but the subtle blush dusting his cheeks betrays his total weakness for her. Jealous yowl. The prince instantly loses his cool, screaming at Leon to stop staring at Lucia and look at him instead, while Lucia facepalms over how chaotic her life has become. Question! Ignoring the dramatic duo entirely, Lucia kneels down and asks Nia and Mia what on earth brought them all the way to this dangerous venue. Step, step, marching straight up to her in her fancy little pink dress, Nia extends her tiny hands, holding out a folded sheet of paper as a special delivery for her mom. Surprise! Lucia gently reaches out, taking the drawing with a look of genuine surprise on her face. Puppy eyes! While the prince and Leon hold their breath in the background, little Nia looks up with the most precious, wide-eyed look you've ever seen. Pure joy! The second Lucia unfolds the paper, her stoic warrior persona completely melts away into the brightest, most breathtaking smile of pure maternal happiness. Shine! Nia's golden eyes glow with pure devotion as she watches her mom's face light up with genuine joy. Hug! Sweeping her daughter up into a tight, warm hug, Lucia holds Nia close to her heart in the sweetest reunion moment of the entire series. Creative masterpiece! The camera zooms in on the drawing, a hilarious, adorable crayon masterpiece of Lucia holding a giant sword and beaming with a massive triangle mouth. Honestly, frame this in the Louvre immediately. Transition. Fast forwarding to the carriage gates, Lucia prepares to embark on her next mission, informing the group that she's heading out to inspect the orphanage records one last time. Confirmation. Mia steps up, casually confirming that the intelligence was correct. There really was a missing purple-haired girl, and she ended up trafficked straight into the Empire. Gratitude. Lucia nods smoothly, explaining that the Black Knights will hunt down every single child before warmly thanking little Mia for pulling an all-nighter to audit the registry. Goals. Striking a confident pose, Mia proudly announces her ultimate life goal, becoming the Empire's top financial officer, leaving Lucia completely blown away by her insane ambition. Soft glare. Looking down at the brilliant young girl, Lucia softly asks if she's truly okay carrying such a heavy burden at her age. Whisper, leaning in close, Mia whispers confidential details directly into Lucia's ear regarding secret files about Nia's real parents hidden in the archives. Determination? Asking if Mia is fine leaving her old orphanage friends behind for now, Mia bravely responds that she will return to save them once she's powerful enough to actually protect them all. Farewell! Stepping onto her lavish carriage, Lucia gives her final orders to Leon to protect the kids and bids a safe journey to the prince as her unit sets off. Orders. Turning to her trusted aide Heath, Lucia hands over the crucial files, instructing him to analyze every single page carefully as the carriage rolls out toward the final showdown. Talk about holding the ultimate keys to the kingdom? Floating right in front of us is a mysterious, magically sealed scroll containing secret letters from Nia's biological parents, and the magical aura radiating off this thing tells you it's packed with top-tier lore. Cut to the royal carriage rolling smoothly down a sunlit forest road, carrying secrets heavy enough to shake an entire kingdom's political ecosystem. Gazing thoughtfully out the carriage window, Lucia's brain is running at 100 miles an hour, wondering what happens if Nia discovers her real lineage and decides to track down her birth family. Meanwhile, back at the castle, check out this ridiculously cute chibi moment where little Mia and Nia are staring at each other like two adorable partners in crime, planning their next big play. Mia casually suggests taking a little tour around the massive estate, and Nia is 100% on board, happily agreeing to follow her big sister anywhere without a second thought. Boom! Right on cue, the ever-enthusiastic Crown Prince pops up out of nowhere, glowing with absolute main character optimism as he offers to be their personal tour guide.
Swoosh! But Nia instantly shuts him down with an icy toddler stare that radiates pure dark aura, while Leon calmly reminds His Majesty that the little boss gave explicit orders not to be followed. Seeing a crown prince get utterly intimidated by a pint-sized toddler is peak comedy. As the magnificent castle spires gleam under the bright blue sky, the kids go off on their little adventure while the adults are left contemplating their life choices. Step, step! Unable to completely walk away, Leon ends up trailing quietly behind the girls like a stealthy bodyguard, while Nia and Mia chatter away in pure bliss. Staring at the girls from behind, Leon's detective brain starts connecting the dots, realizing that Mia originally came straight out of an orphanage. Observing how naturally Mia, with her striking violet hair, interacts with Nia, Leon can't help but notice how they behave like actual biological sisters. Ponder. Closing his eyes in deep thought, he recalls how Nia's manners were surprisingly unpolished when she first arrived, making him suspect she grew right alongside Mia in that exact same orphanage. Does Leon need his own spin-off detective show at this point? Shaking off his wild conspiracy theories, Leon calls himself crazy for even doubting things, knowing deep down just how deeply and genuinely Lucia loves Nia as her own daughter. Crash! The scene shifts to reveal a broken wooden rocking horse lying shattered on the floor, hinting at a darker, more painful past hidden behind closed doors. Nearby hangs a ruined, fire-damaged portrait of a noble family with a young girl, dropping massive foreshadowing about a tragic backstory waiting to be unraveled. Oh, a touching memory flashes back, showing little Mia protectively holding tiny Nia as they sleep together wrapped in a blanket on a rocking bench floor. Back in the present sunset glow, Leon sits quietly on the balcony, lost in thought while scanning through a small notebook. Creak. The faint sound of approaching footsteps breaks the evening quiet, making Leon glance up in sudden surprise. Blush? Spotting who just walked in, Leon's cool warrior composure completely shatters into a blushing, stuttering mess. He went from top-tier knight captain to flustered schoolboy in under half a second. Lucia stands before him under the golden sunset light, softly thanking him for taking such great care of the children, while he stammers out her name. So adorable. Tilting her head in genuine confusion, Lucia asks if he's feeling okay since he keeps freezing up out of nowhere whenever she gets close. Hiding a soft, nostalgic smile, Leon realizes Lucia has completely forgotten what went down between them back at the debutante ball, proving she's as delightfully dense as ever when it comes to romance. Rub, rub! Fast forward to the cozy bedroom, little Nia rubs her sleepy golden eyes as Lucia gently asks if she had a peaceful rest. Hug! Bursting into tears, Nia flings her arms around her mom's neck, crying that she had a bad dream where Lucia let go of her hand. But Lucia tightly hugs her back, promising she'll never ever let go. Standing in the doorway under the warm evening sun, Leon watches the emotional embrace unfold, deciding right then and there never to question the sacred bond between this mother and daughter. Glowing under the twilight sky, Leon silently reflects that if there's one single precious moment in his life worth protecting, even if it means breaking every rule in the book, this is it. The lighting choice in this panel is top tier. March, march! Transitioning to a nearby town, a squad of black knights in crisp black uniforms marches down the street, double-checking reports about a missing child hiding in the area. Approaching a neat two-story estate, the head knight gives a firm knock on the front door to conduct an official search. Creak! Opening the door, the knight is utterly stunned to find children already gathered inside. Out steps Lady Emily Tankst, looking like a total mess in a disheveled green plaid top, rubbing her eyes and yawning that it's way too early for class. Blink! As her green eyes slowly focus, the realization of who is standing at her front door hits her like a freight train. Panic! The knight stammers in total shock upon recognizing the high society lady, while Emily stands there mortified in her bedhead glory. Talk about delivering top-tier comedy out of nowhere. Ah! An outrageous scream echoes straight through the entire village square, leaving the local kids staring in complete, utter bewilderment. Thud! Inside the grand hallway, the heavy front door slams shut as the interrogation officially begins. Sitting down for questioning, the knight clarifies if she's really been giving free secret lessons to local kids on her days off. Uh-oh, caught! Clasping her robe around herself while blushing down to her neck, Emily timidly confirms that she's been taking monthly leaves just to teach these children. She softly admits that while she initially started it just to boost her application for the Royal Kindergarten, she ended up genuinely caring for the kids. Sob! Internally weeping, Emily buries her face in shame, cursing her terrible luck for getting caught in a bathrobe by the exact guy she has a massive crush on. Talk about maximum secondhand embarrassment. Blushing slightly himself, the knight sincerely apologizes for barging in unannounced on such an urgent mission, before offering her a compliment. Looking into her teary green eyes, he softly expresses his deep respect and admiration for her selfless kindness. Russell, standing up to finish business, the knight announces that with the questioning complete, he'll be escorting the kids for a brief checkup. Left sitting alone in her armchair, Emily is left completely stunned and blushing like a ripe tomato from his unexpected words. Cut to an aerial view of the temporary Black Knight's encampment where fenced areas and white tents sit under the clear sky. A knight approaches the vice captain to report that all the children in the area have been thoroughly interviewed. Spotting Captain Lucia walking into the camp, the vice captain turns around to greet his commander. Dressed in an elegant green gown while holding little Nia's hand, Lucia arrives on scene immediately asking for an update on the search. The knight reports that out of all suspects, they identified 3 purple-haired girls who matched the personal descriptions, having questioned each of them regarding the imperial lady's past. He reveals that one specific girl named Isabel recalled a unique memory from that night, making her the top candidate for the true principality heir. Determination. Deciding to confirm it personally, Lucia heads inside the dark interrogation tent where a tiny purple-haired girl named Isabel sits nervously on a wooden stool. Gasp! As Lucia steps in and calls out her name, little Isabel looks up with wide, trembling silver eyes, leaving us on a massive cliffhanger as the true heir's identity is finally about to be revealed. Stepping right into the dimly lit interrogation tent, Lucia flashes the warmest smile, softly introducing herself to ease little Isabel's nerves after surviving a grueling round of night questioning. Still trembling from the high-stakes interrogation, Isabel timidly asks if she's finally free to go home, but Lucia gently reassures her with a sweet smile, offering a luxury room at their private lodging for a few days instead. Sparkle! The moment Lucia promises that all her needs will be taken care of, Isabel's eyes literally glow with pure, unfiltered joy. Talk about going from interrogation suspect to VIP guest in 5 seconds flat. But right as the cozy mood settles in, Isabel suddenly freezes in place, her eyes widening in total disbelief at a shadow moving near the tent entrance. Peeking quietly from behind the curtain, tiny Nia timidly calls out to her big sis Isabel, leaving both girls completely stunned to be reunited in the most unexpected place possible. Honestly, check out the emotional lighting here. The artist cooked with this scene. Head straight to the royal palace office where the emperor lounges at his massive desk, eager to confirm if his elite squad has successfully tracked down the missing young lady. The official respectfully reports that thanks to Captain Lucia's top-tier tactical genius, they managed to locate Isabel without a single hitch. Hearing the glorious news, the emperor bursts into proud laughter, openly bragging that Captain Lucia is the absolute pride and joy of the entire empire. Knock, knock! Right in the middle of his self-congratulatory moment, a guard bursts through the double doors to announce that foreign delegations from Karzef and Hasnos have just arrived at the gates. Sensing the impending diplomatic headache, the chancellor tries to make a swift exit, but the emperor frantically begs him to stay behind and help him suffer through the meeting. Talk about top-tier comedic panic. Flail! Whining like a toddler denied his afternoon snack, His Imperial Majesty practically throws a full-blown tantrum at his desk, desperate to avoid actual paperwork. Slumping heavily into his throne with a miserable sigh, the emperor grumbles about never getting a moment of peace before demanding a status report on the visiting lords. The official mentions that the legendary swordmaster of Hasnas somehow got lost on his way, so the emperor casually tells them to just leave him behind and let him figure out his own compass. The room's temperature suddenly drops to sub-zero as the emperor's gaze turns dead serious at the sound of heavy, commanding steps echoing outside. Step, step. Polished black combat boots stride ruthlessly across the palace floor, radiating an overwhelming aura of pure authority. Swoosh! Bowing with an arrogant, smirking charm, King Kyle Karzef, the undisputed sword master of the North, greets the emperor with a theatrical title.
Slam! The Emperor leaps up in excitement to greet him, but Kyle immediately cuts through the pleasantries, demanding to see Lucy right this second without wasting a single breath.
Flashing a dangerously seductive smirk, Kyle leaves zero room for negotiation. This guy didn't travel across continents just to play polite political games.
Gasp! The Emperor's jaw literally hits the floor in complete horror as the full weight of Kyle's bold demand sinks into his brain.
Fast forward to the private quarters where the Emperor is wildly pacing the room in full panic mode, screaming at the absurd claim that Kyle is supposedly Lucia's husband.
Leon and the prince stare in absolute horror, fiercely demanding if Leon has lost his mind for even entertaining the idea of handing Lucia over to a rival king. Seriously, the sheer chaos in this room is peak comedy.
Closing his eyes with a somber expression, Leon softly reasons that while he hates the idea of losing Lucia, little Nia deserves the chance to meet her true biological father. A heartwarming flashback panel reminds us of the tender, unbreakable bond between Lucia and tiny Nia, making the thought of separating them physically painful. Panic! The prince and emperor clutch their heads in distress, frantically arguing that Kyle might be a total liar, though proposing in the middle of a literal battlefield means they were insanely close. A hilarious fan theory chart pops up analyzing their genetics, showing how Kyle's pitch black hair and exact timeline line up way too perfectly with Nia's age. Glow. Gazing intensely with glowing golden eyes, Leon reflects on the terrifying reality that Nia's father might actually be the ruthless king of Karzef himself. As deep twilight settles over the estate, the scene shifts to the quiet moonlit mansion where Isabel has been given temporary shelter. Standing all alone in her massive nightlit room, Isabel stares thoughtfully out the tall glass window at the dark, starry night sky. Creak! The faint sound of the door opening breaks the silence, making Isabel quickly glance back in surprise. Rub, rub! Clutching her favorite teddy bear while rubbing her sleepy golden eyes, little Nia creeps into the room, softly asking if she can sleep alongside her big sister tonight. The night breeze softly sways the sheer window curtains, creating a quiet, magical atmosphere across the dimly lit bedchamber. Snuggle. Tucking themselves under the heavy silk blankets, the two young girls cuddle close together, perfectly recreating their cozy orphan nights from back in the day. As Nia peacefully drifts off to sleep, mumbling Isabel's name, Isabel gazes down with a complex, bittersweet expression, quietly telling her to rest easy. Ensuring Mia is sound asleep, Isabel quietly slips out from under the covers and stealthily approaches the open window. Flutter! Out of nowhere, a sleek black raven lands silently on the marble sill under the moonlight, carrying a tiny encrypted note tied to its leg. Snatch! Grabbing the secret letter as the bird takes off into the dark night sky, Isabel's heart begins to pound against her chest. Gasp! Unfolding the parchment, Isabel's eyes widen in absolute terror as she reads the dangerous contents revealed in the message. Shaking like a leaf, Isabel stammers out the shocking words on the page, realizing someone explicitly calls Nia a fake lady. Dash! Hearing the commotion, Nia abruptly wakes up and rushes over, angrily confronting Isabel for reading someone else's private mail without permission. Whoosh! Panicking instantly, Isabel hurls the secret letter straight into the roaring fireplace, watching the evidence burn to ashes in a flash. Talk about a quick recovery under pressure. Staring at the flames in complete hurt, Nia timidly asks if Isabel really lied about everything, and if she's truly just a fake? Isabel's gaze turns cold and dark as she snaps back, bitterly asking what a spoiled child like Nia could possibly understand about real survival. Glare. Dropping all pretenses, Isabel coldly admits she lied to survive, pointing out how Nia snagged a lavish life, a loving mom, and noble friends while keeping her own orphanage past buried. Shiver. Nia trembles as Isabel's harsh home truths strike her right in the chest, leaving her completely speechless. Sob. Tears swell up in Isabel's silver eyes as the overwhelming weight of envy and frustration finally boils over. Isabel yells that she doesn't care if people know where she came from, but Nia tearfully pleads that she only keeps quiet to protect her beloved mother from getting dragged into danger. Point. Flaring up in sudden rage, Isabel points an aggressive finger at Nia, screaming that she's an absolute idiot for thinking she'd snitch to her mom. Isabel fumes with intense frustration, demanding if Nia honestly believes she just blurred out high-stakes state secrets to random bystanders. Thunder! Isabel dramatically declares her true plan. When the time is right, she's going to blow the whistle to everyone involved in hiding the truth. Okie dokie. Nia stands utterly frozen as her heart hammers wildly against her chest, leaving us on the ultimate cliffhanger as secrets threaten to shatter the entire kingdom.
Imagine planning a high-stakes midnight heist into the Imperial Palace only for your criminal mastermind leader to be a tiny princess handing out knitted ski masks. We open on the kindergarten teacher practically glowing with holiday cheer as she shows off her decorative wreath, radiating peak "I just survived my vacation" energy.
Seeing their teacher practically float across the room with a permanent grin, the little girls whisper among themselves, immediately suspecting something super sketchy is going on after her break.
While the other kids chat away, our little dark-haired girl stares down at her desk, letting out a heavy, anxious sigh that instantly shifts the room's mood from cozy to dramatic.
Seeing her so down, her sweet classmates instantly step in to comfort her, promising to solve whatever's bothering her, which finally makes her tear up as she confesses there's someone in the palace she desperately needs to see. The redheaded girl naively asks why she can't just ask her mom for a palace pass, leaving the pink-haired princess sitting across from her looking thoughtful as she ponders this delicate situation. With tears welling up in her eyes, the little girl stammers out that her mom can't find out under any circumstances, causing Princess Charles's eyes to light up, because nothing gets a royal kid more hyped than a top-secret covert up. Flashing the most hilariously smug mastermind smile you've ever seen, Princess Charles arrogantly boasts that sneaking into her own palace is a total walk in the park for a genius like her. She casually pitches a brilliant midnight sneak-in strategy, completely confident that under the cover of dark, they'll move right through the guards like total phantoms. Hearing this absolute nightmare of an idea, the two well-mannered boys at the table freeze in pure terror, warning her that breaking into the imperial residence will get them grounded for eternity. Instead of listening to reason, Charles turns around with maximum villain energy and draft picks him on the spot, declaring they're coming along whether they like it or not to guarantee their silence. Seriously, check out the boy's shocked face here. He realized his peaceful life is officially over. And just like that, with a burst of celebratory confetti and joyful cheers, the legendary Chirp Chirp Exploration Squad is officially born. Chirp Chirp! When the boys nervously ask how 5 toddlers are supposed to travel across the city at night, the red-haired girl casually reveals they'll just hitch a ride with Aunt Gilly's personal night service. Cut to that evening, where the grand imperial palace shines like a beacon under the starry night sky, blaring romantic orchestra music for the annual High Society Masquerade Ball. Inside the dazzling ballroom, aristocratic guests in extravagant bird masks swirl across the floor, gossiping endlessly as the event reaches its peak elegance. Stepping through the grand doors, a handsome white-haired young lord in a pristine white suit and beak mask sparkles so brightly he practically blinds half the nobility in attendance. Scanning the crowded room with razor focus, the white-haired prince mutters under his breath, wondering if Captain Lucia has made her grand entry yet. Suddenly, the crowd parts as a striking figure steps into the ballroom, sporting long dark hair, an immaculate black military uniform, and a gold-trimmed eagle mask that radiates pure aura. Recognizing that iconic black uniform and commanding presence instantly, the white-haired lord grins from ear to ear, knowing without a shadow of a doubt that his favorite captain has arrived. Waving with unshakable enthusiasm, he strides right up to her, casually teasing that she hasn't changed a single bit since they last saw each other. But right as he opens his mouth to compliment her brighter mood, his smile violently freezes as his eyes land on the absolute menace standing directly beside her. Standing tall in a sharp burgundy suit is none other than King Kyle Karzef, the ruthless swordmaster of the North, holding out his gloved hand to Lucia with a dangerously smooth smirk. Honestly, the romantic rose background here is high-key hilarious, given how terrifying this guy actually is. With his dark skin, spiky hair, and glowing crimson eyes glinting behind a sleek black mask, Kyle radiates enough raw arrogance to suffocate the entire room. Before the white-haired lord can even process this insane plot twist, a sudden movement from the crowd catches his attention as he gets yanked away. Swoosh! A lovely green-haired noblewoman blocks his path with a sweet smile, admitting she was patiently waiting for his arrival just to catch him before tomorrow's big summit. She politely requests a dance before her departure, leaving our white-haired protagonist sweat-dropping in complete desperation as he glances back over his shoulder. By the time he politely disentangles himself from the dance floor, he looks around the ocean of masked aristocrats only to realize both Lucia and Kyle have completely vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, out on the quiet moonlit terrace, Lucia stands along the marble balustrade with Kyle, her mind racing as she carefully evaluates the terrifying legend standing beside her. She recalls his brutal rise to power, how he eliminated 12 royal brothers to seize the throne of Karzev, and nearly built a world-ending empire before the Great Rebellion stopped him. Gazing back at her with a razor-sharp smirk, Kyle shows zero remorse for his bloody history, looking like a tiger playing with its target. Dropping into chibi mode, Kyle starts casually chatting away like they're old high school buddies, leaving Lucia looking completely done with his antics behind her eagle mask. Out of nowhere, Kyle drops an absolute bombshell, declaring that while he knows she raised a child, he came all this way specifically to get her answer to his marriage proposal. Lucia's jaw literally hits the floor as she holds her chin in total disbelief, questioning if he's out of his mind, while Kyle looks hilariously offended that she completely forgot his grand battlefield proposal. While total romantic chaos unfolds on the balcony, a sleek black carriage silently pulls up to a hidden wooden door tucked away in the massive outer palace walls. Clack! Stepping out into the cool night air, the blonde kid's eyes sparkle with absolute awe, marveling at the secret back entrance they managed to locate. The red-headed girl asks the tall coachman in the fedora if this is really the spot, and he nervously clears his throat, confirming that according to the Underground Information Guild, this is the exact entry point. Hearing the words Information Guild, the well-behaved boy instantly panics, realizing their casual lift was literally arranged by black market underground informants. Talk about taking a toddler field trip way too far. Suddenly, the heavy wooden door creaks open, revealing Princess Charles standing in the doorway wearing a bright pink knitted balaclava while dragging a sack of masks like a tiny bank robber. The blonde boy shrieks in absolute terror, thinking a masked bandit is jumping them, until Charles aggressively rips off the mask and calls him a dummy. With a proud puff of her chest, she explains that every legendary covert squad needs tactical disguises, pulling out custom ski masks for the entire crew. The red-haired girl happily pulls her pink mask on, giggling about looking like a real criminal, while the gray-haired boy stares at his gray mask in total existential dread. Clutched in his tiny hands, the gray mask weighs on his soul as he envisions his noble grandfather having a literal heart attack over him tarnishing the family honor. Realizing there's no escape from Princess Charles's tyrannical regime, he lets out a heavy sigh and pulls the ski mask over his head, praying nobody recognizes him. With their pink ski mask secured, Charles tiptoes along the stone wall like a mini SWAT agent, reminding everyone that this is a strict blackout mission. But right as she hits her peak stealth posture, her entire body violently freezes as a towering shadow falls directly over her. Shiver. Standing right on the garden terrace is the Emperor himself, looking down in complete bewilderment at his missing daughter, who frantically shoves her ski mask behind her back while claiming she was just taking a walk, as the rest of the kids dive straight into the bushes. As the guards escort her away, Charles dramatically peeks into the bushes, whispering her final orders like a fallen commander, begging her squad to complete the mission without her. Honestly, the artist cooking with these tiny masked heads peeking through the leaves is top-tier comedy. With their leader captured in minute 1, the remaining 5 kids put on their full ski masks and march single file along the wall like a miniature squad of bank robbers. Step, step. Leading the pack, the sharp gray-masked boy halts in his tracks, narrowing his eyes as a sudden bad feeling washes over him. Looking over his shoulder into the foliage, he spots 2 adult escorts, including their carriage driver, hiding in the bushes with massive, proud smiles on their faces. Closing out tonight's episode, the smart kid breaks down the hilarious truth in his head. The entire super secret break-in was heavily babysat from second 1, and now they're breaking into a royal palace without the one princess they were trying to impress. Talk about the ultimate toddler fail. Just when you think a stealth mission couldn't get any more chaotic, our reluctant young master Evan casually strips off his ghost costume, looking like a burnt-out corporate worker who's way too young to be dealing with this level of toddler shenanigans. Spotting him standing there completely unmasked, the kid in the bright yellow ski mask practically loses his mind, shrieking Evan's name like he just witnessed an undercover agent blow their entire cover in real time. Right on cue, the palace guards burst out from the trees, shouting that they've spotted a group of suspicious trespassers, sending the kids into complete panic, while their fearless leader yells for the Chirp Chirp Exploration Squad to initiate battle positions. What follows is absolute toddler warfare, as the kid in the red mask literally chows down on a guard's head like a rabid animal, while Evan yells at the others to run, completely proving that kids in ski masks are an unstoppable force of nature. As the chaos unfolds behind them, Evan finds himself stranded with the dark-haired girl in the black ski mask, letting out a deep, soul-crushing sigh as he realizes his peaceful evening is officially ruined. With 3 other squad members instantly taken down and marked as captured on the scoreboard, Evan reluctantly pulls his gray mask back on, muttering under his breath about being stuck with the absolute most exhausting kid in the entire group. Talk about top-tier tactical teamwork. Keeping their heads low as they navigate the stone corridors, Evan checks the mission details, confirming if the girl named Mia is really residing on the second-floor quarters. The little girl in the oversized black ski mask nods eagerly, explaining that they just need to spot the specific doll she hung right outside her window to find the right room. Marching behind her, Evan's inner monologue takes a hilariously cold turn as he remembers his family's strict social rules, reminding himself that while the other squad kids came from high-status noble bloodlines, this girl holds zero political value to his house. Stopping her in her tracks, Evan asks if she remembers the harsh words he told her back in the day, causing the little girl to instantly freeze up as her eyes go wide with worry. In a dramatic dark flashback, we see tiny Evan sitting in a cold room, uttering the cold-blooded line that he wishes useless things would just hurry up and disappear. Man, this kid was raising red flags before he even learned long division.
Evan cold-heartedly tells her that going any further is completely pointless and that they should just turn back now and report to the adults, leaving the poor girl looking heartbroken behind her mask.
But instead of backing down, she suddenly rips off her ski mask with fire in her eyes, screaming right back at him that this isn't pointless at all. Tears welling up in her yellow eyes, she screams with every ounce of strength in her tiny body that finding Mia is the single most important thing in the entire world to her, sobbing. Swoosh! Before Evan can even process her emotional outburst, 2 stern palace guards step out from the shadows with a calm tone, declaring that the little intruders are officially busted and escorting them straight home. Caught completely red-handed, Evan stands there in absolute stunned silence, his mind completely blanking out as reality hits him like a freight train. Looking back at the crying girl standing under the moonlight, Evan sees the raw, unshakable determination in her tear-filled eyes, and something inside his cold little heart suddenly clicks. Tap, tap, tap. Without wasting another second, Evan grabs her hand and bolts down the courtyard at top speed, leaving the startled guards shouting in confusion as the 2 toddlers initiate a high-stakes getaway. Rustle! Diving headfirst into the nearest garden bushes, the 2 kids hold their breath as the guards' heavy boots stomp right past their hiding spot, completely oblivious to the tiny fugitive operation beneath their noses. Honestly, bush stealth in manhwa never fails to deliver quality comedy. Pushing the leaves aside, a heavily blushing Evan stammers out that he didn't save her because he cared or anything, claiming it was a total accident. Classic tsundere behavior right here, folks. Seeing his flustered face up close, Evan freezes as he notices her soft, beautiful expression glowing in the dim light of the bushes. Looking at her bright, heartwarming smile, Evan suddenly sees a nostalgic shadow of her older sister overlapping with her, making his heart drop all the way into his stomach. Completely overwhelmed by the sudden sweetness, Evan's entire face turns bright red, leaving him entirely speechless as he realizes he might actually care about this mission after all. Cut to the next morning, where the grand white and blue towers of the Black Knights headquarters shine brightly under the clear sky on the long-awaited day of the peace conference. Pat, pat, pat! High-speed footsteps echo down the polished marble corridors as someone sprints through the estate with intense urgency. It's none other than a red-haired maid, flying down the hallway with her uniform fluttering in the wind as she races against the clock. Her mind races as she remembers Nia coming to her in secret the previous day, realizing that without that crucial tip-off, she would have been completely blind to the massive storm brewing today. Knowing the conference involves critical matters regarding the Empire's rightful succession, she grips her skirt, desperate to report the urgent news to Captain Lucha before it's too late. Knock, knock, knock! Arriving at the captain's heavy oak doors, she breathlessly raps on the wood, praying Lucia is still inside her private quarters. She calls out an apology for barging in so early, begging for an immediate audience with Captain Lucia to deliver her emergency message.
Creak! The door swings open to reveal a suave, white-haired knight who casually waves his hand and informs her that the captain already left at dawn to attend the summit at the Grand Temple. The maid's heart drops into her stomach as she stammers in total panic, realizing her last chance to warn the captain just slipped right through her fingers. Meanwhile, across the imperial city, the massive golden dome and pristine marble pillars of the Grand Temple glow majestically under the morning sun, setting the stage for political chaos. Deep inside the temple's first prayer room, the world's most powerful rulers gather around a massive circular table surrounding an angelic crystal statue, radiating heavy tension that could cut through steel. Taking the floor first, the gold-crowned emperor clears his throat, offering formal courtesies before addressing the high-stakes political conflict on the table. The green-haired noblewoman instantly cuts in with a venomous smirk, mockingly asking if the imperial court hid the discovery of the sacred tree purely out of benevolence, or if they were just trying to hoard its divine power for themselves. Talk about zero chill at the diplomatic table. Adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses, the silver-haired lord calmly intervenes, explaining that the sacred tree possesses the incredible power to completely purge the realm's deadly black contamination. Sitting across the table, the dark-skinned king with glowing crimson eyes lets out a low, dangerous chuckle, clearly enjoying every second of the political infighting. The handsome blonde high priest speaks up in a soft, ethereal tone, reminding the council that the tree resides within the Duchy of Arquisa's sacred territory, where temple authority has historically been strictly forbidden. Gasps echo through the chamber as the green-haired lady leans forward in shock, realizing the religious order is about to pull a massive power move. Glow! Two hooded priests step forward carrying a radiant, cushion-bound artifact, revealing the final fragment of a legendary holy relic long kept hidden within the temple's vault. Bathed in angelic sparkles, the blonde high priest looks down with total composure, looking like a literal divine saint ready to rewrite the laws of the realm. As the glowing relic illuminates the room, the holy aura fills the air, leaving the surrounding lords completely captivated by its dazzling magic. Looking every bit like a pristine holy figure, the high priest maintains his cold, unreadable expression as he prepares to deliver his ultimatum to the nobility. But the crimson-eyed king instantly shuts him down with a cruel smirk, mocking the temple for trying to monopolize the tree under the guise of holy duty, while the common people starve. Seriously, this guy's blunt realness is easily the best part of this high society drama. Bringing his fist down, the emperor sternly declares that the relic won't be necessary at all, revealing that the true lost heir of the Duchy of Arcus has finally been identified, officially barring any priest from stepping foot on their land. Without flinching, the blonde high priest coldly counters that the temple answers only to the divine will of goddess Asir, calling out High Priest Ahilun directly as the room's atmosphere drops to sub-zero. Boom! A terrifying dark aura erupts from the silver-haired lord as he slams the table, asking if the temple is genuinely foolish enough to declare all-out war against the empire. Unbothered by the deadly threat, the high priest tilts his head with a chillingly arrogant look, questioning if an empire that can't even control a single vassal state even deserves to be called an empire at all. Bang! The silver-haired noble's face turns demonic with rage as he snarls that such sacrilegious words should never leave a saint's mouth, right as the heavy temple doors shatter open with a deafening crash. Talk about pulling off the ultimate entrance. Just when the high society summit thinks they have everything under control, Captain Lucia steps right into the holy sanctuary like an absolute boss, looking down at the corrupt leaders and asking if they really think this bogus plan is their best option. The room instantly goes dead silent as the emperor and his smug nobles freeze in total shock. They can barely process the fact that Captain Lucia just crashed their top-secret summit, boldly challenging them to cancel their little plot if a far better solution exists. High Priest Ahilun and his priestess turn pale as ghosts, stumbling over their words in complete horror as Lucia takes their stunned silence as all the confirmation she needs. Honestly, watching high and mighty villains sweat bullets after getting called out on live television is my absolute favorite trope. Swoosh. Without missing a single beat, Lucia coolly unsheathes her gleaming sword right in front of the Empire's highest authorities, sending a crystal clear message that talk time is officially over.
Glowing with deadly determination, Lucia fixes her fierce glare on the council, swearing in her mind that she will never let these power-hungry politicians turn her sweet little Nia into a sacrificial lamb. Flashback to the secret letter that flipped her whole world upside down, a message left specifically for her past self, entrusting her to protect Saintess Agnes Arcus, the innocent child they vowed to guard at all costs. Connecting all the pieces in her head, Lucia realizes the staggering truth. The letter writer knew the entire future, which means her precious Nia isn't just an orphan, but the missing crown princess and the true saintess herself? Boom! Bursting with lethal pink aura, Lucia channels her inner mama bear energy, swinging her blade with enough force to level a mountain as she vows to protect her daughter with her own hands. Look at that lighting effect! The art is definitely cooked with this power aura. Swoosh! The blazing sword aura slices right through the sacred altar, heading directly for the holy scroll relic that the temple was bragging about. Crack! The so-called legendary divine artifact takes a direct hit, instantly cracking open under the sheer pressure of Lucia's attack. Crash! The high and mighty Holy Scroll shatters into a million cheap pieces. The entire room loses their minds, with the king screaming in complete shock because a single swing just proved the Holy Temple's sacred relic was a total fake all along. Man, exposed live on stage? You love to see it. Standing tall over the pile of fake relic dust, Lucia takes a confident step forward, ready to drop the ultimate mic drop announcement on the whole imperial court. Surrounded by a majestic aura, Lucia looks down at the terrified nobles and icy high priest, delivering a chilling warning that if anyone touches a single leaf on her land without permission, she'll personally make them pay. Dark shadows cast across her face as Lucia delivers her final cold ultimatum, declaring that every single move she makes from here on out is strictly for her daughter, the rightful princess of Arcus. Clack, clack! Cut to a peaceful afternoon as a golden carriage smoothly rolls down a scenic country road, leaving all that high-stakes political drama far behind in the dust. Inside the cozy carriage, a remarkably soft Lucia smiles down at little Nia, gently asking her if she still remembers the beautiful duchy they visited together a while back. Little Nia tilts her adorable chibi head in confusion, trying to recall if it was the place they went with Mia, while the adults quietly observe that the poor kid doesn't remember Captain Leon even a single bit. Okay, ouch! Poor Leon just got erased from memory. Lucia lovingly places a hand on Nia's shoulder, explaining that the duchy is her true home where she actually belongs, and that they're both packing up to go live there permanently. Boom! A sudden shockwave of emotional damage hits little Nia as Lucia casually mentions that moving away means she has to drop out of kindergarten, leaving the poor kid completely frozen in total disbelief. Cut to the principal's office, where Lucia stands tall and classy in front of the headmistress, officially handing over Nia's kindergarten withdrawal paperwork like it's a casual grocery list. With a triumphant, smug little smirk, Lucia confidently declares that her daughter is finally heading off to claim everything that rightfully belongs to her. Deep down, Lucia knows this sudden departure is a bit harsh on Nia's social life, but now that she knows her daughter is the rightful royal heir, she can't risk wasting another single second. The principal breaks out into nervous laughter at the sudden dropout notice, while Lucia sweats a tiny bit, realizing she might have been a tad too blunt with the school administration. Imagine having so much unexpected clout that your brain literally renders you in a tiny golden crown. Lucia's inner chibi ego is definitely thriving right now. Gently patting Nia's head, the sweet principal lets out a sigh of relief, mentioning that since they still have a full week left, Nia can at least perform in the big kindergarten graduation stage show. Little Nia looks down super nervously, twiddling her tiny fingers together inside her fluffy yellow dress as the reality of saying goodbye to all her friends starts sinking in. Hand in hand, Lucia leads her tiny princess out of the office, surrounded by soft, glowing sparkles like a walking high-end fashion commercial. The news spreads like wildfire through the playground as the toddler squad loses their absolute minds, screaming in utter chaos over the rumor that Nia is quitting kindergarten. The red-haired girl bursts into full hysterical tears, screaming that she refuses to believe it until Nia confirms it, while the sassy pink-haired princess rolls her eyes and tells her to stop crying and just ask directly. Puffing up her chest with ultimate main character confidence, the pink-haired princess gets a wicked idea in her head and rallies the squad to meet up after class for an emergency secret mission. Knock, knock. As the warm orange glow of sunset paints the sky over the night headquarters, the toddlers march right up to the captain's private office like a tiny tactical SWAT team.
Inside the office, Captain Leon stands in full white uniform, staring blankly as his mind spins out of control over the shocking news that Nia is royal blood and Lucia is about to become the Queen of Arcus. Basking in the golden sunlight, Leon lets out a heavy, heartbreaking sigh, realizing that the woman he loves is about to pack up and leave the entire empire behind. Close up on Leon's brooding, handsome face as he bitterly reminds himself that a proud woman like Lucia would never swallow her pride to ask him to come along with her. Glowing bright red with sudden passion, Leon's yellow eyes light up as he mutters under his breath that even if he has to throw away his prestigious title as White Knight Captain, he'll follow Lucille to the ends of the earth. Now that's what I call ultimate simp energy. Suddenly breaking out of his dramatic anime monologue, Leon hears strange rustling noises coming from right behind his pristine white cape. A whole tactical squad of toddlers bursts out from behind his back. The pigtail girl tugs on his coat, bluntly interrogating him about whether this handsome mister actually has a crush on Nia's mom. Two adorable chibi kids lean in with sparkling eyes, playfully teasing him and reminding him how funny it is running into him again after their chaotic encounter at the music shop. Poor Captain Leon completely crumbles into anime tears, mentally begging the universe to wake him up from this embarrassing toddler interrogation nightmare. You can't make this stuff up. Standing super proud with her hands slapped on her hips, the pink-haired princess steps forward like a miniature monarch, announcing that she has a royal proposal to offer the captain. Sweating buckets, Leon listens in total shock as the little princess casually gives him top-tier dating advice, asking why on earth he doesn't just propose to Captain Lucia already if he loves her so much. A hilarious imagination bubble pops up, showing chibi Lucia looking completely done with life in a bride's veil, while a clueless chibi Leon grins like an idiot standing next to her. Leon's entire face turns redder than a ripe tomato as the kids point out that proposing is literally the ultimate big brain IQ play to keep Nia from moving away forever. Deep down in his down bad soul, Leon admits that while the odds of Lucia saying yes are practically zero, he secretly wants to marry her more than anything in the world. The red-haired girl panics hysterically, yelling that if he doesn't put a ring on it right now, Nia is gone for good, while the pink-haired princess frantically tries to brainstorm Plan B. The rational gray-haired boy steps up, calmly pointing out that panicking is a total waste of time and that they should focus on spending every single day with Nia or just go convince Nia's mom directly. Pouting cute, the pink-haired princess admits he actually makes a solid point, agreeing that they need to march straight to Nia's mom and state their case. Puffing out her rosy cheeks, she firmly declares that if they fail today, they'll just keep showing up tomorrow and every day after, because true friendship never backs down. The blonde boy and red-haired girl instantly start crying and squabbling over who is Nia's very first friend and who gets the title of her official bestie. Kids really will turn literally anything into an intense playground rivalry. Watching the chaotic toddler squad bicker, Captain Leon smiles warmly, gently reassuring them that Nia's mom has important reasons, so they should focus on making the absolute sweetest graduation memories together while they still have time. Chirp! The morning sun beams down on the Grand Academy, where the adorable voices of kindergartners echo through the halls with a cheerful response. But while everyone else is bustling around, poor little Nia sits all by herself at a giant wooden table, looking tiny enough to fit inside a teacup. With a heavy heart, she stares down at her tiny hands, realizing today is officially her very last day. She really doesn't want to say goodbye to her squad, but stand close to her mom comes first. Sob. She even recruited Brother Heath to help prepare special parting gifts for everyone, proving she's honestly the sweetest little soul in this entire empire. Creak! The classroom door pops open as Caesar peeks his head in, calling out to Nia that it's time to head outside for outdoor class. When Nia asks where the rest of the gang disappeared to, Caesar breaks into a nervous sweat, making up a total lie about the princess leaving for the palace, mentally begging Nia for forgiveness since he was forced to follow royal orders. Hand in hand, Caesar gently guides our little heroine down the grand hallway, trying his best to keep up the casual act. Tilt! Nia tilts her head in pure confusion, her big golden eyes blinking as she senses something super suspicious is going down behind her back. Meanwhile, the royal carriage glides smoothly down the road as Lucia sits in deep thought. After locking up fake Princess Isabel, the girl literally vanished into thin air. I mean, breaking through imperial magic barriers? That's got shady black magic written all over it.
Fixing her fierce gaze in the mirror, Lucia knows there's no time to waste. She needs to head straight to the Grand Duchy, track down Isabel, and unmask whoever is secretly targeting her daughter. Cut to a high-end bakery overflowing with delicious pastries and glowing golden light, the ultimate gossip hotspot for the Empire's elite noble mothers. Clink! Lucia makes her elegant entrance into the private tea salon, instantly catching the attention of the mothers who've been eagerly waiting for her arrival. The ladies practically leap out of their seats with joy, effusively thanking Lucia for making time in her busy schedule to join their little tea party. Settling in at the table, Lucia reminds herself that these moms always treated her with kindness, so slipping away without a proper farewell just wouldn't be polite. Lady Juliana struts over holding a massive covered serving tray with a glowing smile, thrilled to finally catch up with the legendary Captain Lucia in person. Stacking the table high with a gorgeous 3-tier cake tray, seriously, the artist made these desserts look so ridiculously appetizing. The moms chat about violin lessons while expressing how heartbroken they are that Nia's leaving school so suddenly. Waving a cheerful goodbye, the host heads back to manage her shop, leaving Lucia and the ladies to enjoy their luxurious afternoon feast. Sipping her tea, Lucia takes a quiet trip down memory lane, remembering how her rowdy night squad used to stampede into dining halls like a pack of hungry wolves whenever food was served. Watching the mothers share a warm, quiet laugh, a bittersweet shadow passes over Lucia's heart as she realizes this cozy, peaceful lifestyle will soon be a distant memory once they return to the duchy. With a soft, majestic smile, she takes another gentle sip, quietly soaking in one last moment of tranquility before the impending storm. Back at the school entrance, Grandpa kneels down beside the golden carriage, playfully poking Nia about her cute green fairy costume and asking if her friends are feeling sad about her big final performance. Gasp! Hearing that hits Nia right in the feels. Tears flood her big yellow eyes as a flashback hits. Her squad literally ran away from her earlier, making her think her besties are flat out ignoring her on her last day. Sniffle! Grandpa completely loses his cool and pulls his sobbing little princess into a tight hug, utterly scandalized that those little toddlers would treat his precious granddaughter like this. Dark shadows fall across Grandpa's face as his inner protective beast awakens, mentally deciding that if things are going to go down like this, he's taken matters into his own hands. Turning back to Lucia with a quick excuse, the old master casually announces he's got an important errand to run and will meet up with them later. Yeah, right. We all know he's about to pull off some secret mission. Just as Lucia turns toward her carriage, a sudden shout echoes through the courtyard as 3 of her former elite squad members march right up, looking totally aggrieved. The squad completely explodes in dramatics, dramatically calling her out for trying to attend graduation and sneak off to the duchy without giving them a single heads up. Talk about high-maintenance subordinates. Lucia's jaw practically drops to the floor when they casually drop the bomb that they literally threw away their official Imperial Knight positions just so they could follow her wherever she goes. Before Lucia can even process their chaotic loyalty, the silver-haired knight swoops in, scooping little Nia into his arms and calmly declaring that he's escorting them to the kindergarten ceremony right this second. Sparkle! Look at this main character level visual. The guy is holding Nia like a piece of fragile glass, radiating absolute white knight energy. Over inside the grand auditorium, the head teacher takes the stage, explaining to the class that today's performance doubles as Rosemary Day, special event, celebrating the herb that symbolizes beautiful reunions. The entire squad of tiny green elves lets out a unified cheer, ready to sing their heart out for the graduating senior class. But tucked right in the middle of the crowd, Nia stands completely frozen in her fluffy green fairy dress, holding back tears as the crowd chatter buzzes around her. Suddenly, Roy pops up out of nowhere with a massive goofy grin, slinging his arm around Nia like nothing's wrong at all. Grab! Before Roy can spill the big surprise, the fiery red-haired girl leaps in like an Olympic wrestler, tackling him by the face and screaming at him to shut his big mouth. Man, toddler diplomacy is ruthless. Poor Nia is left staring in sheer shock, her brain completely short-circuiting over her friend's unhinged playground behavior. Glow. As the bright stage lights kick on, Nia steps into the center spotlight, looking like an absolute forest fairy angel. Swoosh! Suddenly, a hooded figure glides up right behind her on stage. Slipping off their cloak, the silver-haired knight smirks down at her, playfully scolding her for trying to sneak away without proper goodbyes.
tears. Seeing her beloved knight uncle right there causes Nia's floodgates to completely burst. Meanwhile, the poor teacher in the background is losing her mind over an armed knight crashing the toddler stage production. The announcer clears her throat, calling the audience to order as she introduces the Rosemary Fairies special musical tribute dedicated to heartfelt reunions. Clap, clap, clap. The audience breaks into enthusiastic applause, eagerly waiting for the toddlers to begin their big musical spectacle. Swoosh! The majestic red velvet curtain slowly rises, revealing a lineup of tiny green boots standing in perfect formation on stage. Soft musical notes fill the air as the children begin to sing their sweet lyrics about enduring all 4 seasons together and forever remembering the color green. Choking back her emotion, Nia joins in the chorus, reality hitting her hard that this is truly the final moment she gets to stand alongside her best friends. Wah! She can't hold it in any longer. Huge, salty teardrops spill down her flushed cheeks as she bursts into full-blown sobbing right in the middle of the song. Watching from the front row, Lucia's heart completely shatters into pieces as she gasps out her daughter's name in sheer worry. Noticing the breakdown, the sweet teacher gently takes Nia by her tiny hand, quietly escorting the weeping princess off stage so she can catch her breath. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream echoes from backstage, shouting at the teacher to stop taking Nia away. The teacher turns back in complete bewilderment. Crash! Out of nowhere, the red-haired toddler rocket launches herself through the air, tackling the poor teacher around the neck like a professional linebacker. Someone give this kid a sports contract right now. Panic! The rest of the toddler squad goes completely wild, running in circles and screaming at the top of their lungs about setting off celebratory fireworks to buy more time for their master plan. What absolute chaotic legends! Sparkle! Little Nia stands there in her adorable fairy costume, wide-eyed and totally bewildered as the magical curtain completely lifts. Bam! A giant banner unravels right above the stage, revealing a handwritten message from her classmates that reads, "Our friend Nia, let's definitely meet again." The rest of the toddler squad stands proudly in matching green elf outfits, beaming with absolute pride. Talk about the ultimate surprise entrance. Point! The fiery red-haired girl jumps up and down excitedly, pointing toward the ceiling to make sure Nia sees the massive heartwarming banner. Honest opinion? These kids might be total chaos gremlins, but they pulled off a 5-star wholesome execution here. Look at those giant grins on all their tiny faces. Crowding around their favorite fairy, the kids eagerly promise that they'll get permission from their parents to visit her at the Grand Duchy, no matter how far it is. Sob! Overcome with emotion, Nia bursts into huge tears, confessing that she genuinely thought all her friends hated her and were ditching her on her last day. Gasp! Just as the emotional waterworks kick into high gear, an obnoxious screeching voice suddenly shatters the cozy atmosphere. A snobby blonde girl steps forward, dramatically pointing her finger and yelling about how her name should be on that grand honor banner instead of Nia's. Rant! Her mom leaps out of her seat right behind her, red-faced and screaming at the top of her lungs about who dared replace her precious daughter's name. Tap, tap. Calm, elegant footsteps echo across the marble floor as a tall, commanding figure silently glides toward the hysterical noble pair. Enter Captain Lucia. Stepping up with cold, lethal aura, she quietly drops the hammer, telling the Karen mom to address her directly if she has an issue with Nia. The blonde mother sneers condescendingly, mocking Lucia for being a nameless commoner from the Sparrow class who doesn't belong in high society. Seriously, lady? You're throwing a full-blown elite temper tantrum over a kindergarten play banner? The second-hand embarrassment is reaching critical levels here. Crying crocodile tears, little Fiona demands her mom fix the banner right now, while the poor, panicked school administrator profusely apologizes to the noble brat. Clack. Suddenly, the little pink-haired princess steps into the center of the room with absolute authority, declaring that she was the mastermind behind the entire banner setup. Confronting the angry mother, the princess calmly takes full responsibility, explaining she just wanted to give her dear friend an unforgettable farewell gift. Smirk? Instead of backing down, the arrogant mom smirks nastily, reminding the princess that her noble family teaches etiquette to the imperial house and claiming the princess is out of line. She goes on to publicly humiliate the princess, loudly claiming that befriending a low-born commoner like Nia is a complete disgrace to the imperial throne.
Boom! Dark, suffocating murder aura explodes around Lucia as her blue eyes turn ice cold. Nobody talks trash about her daughter and gets away with it. Seeing the princess bow her head in shame while the noble Karen snickers triumphantly? Ugh, enough to make anyone's blood boil. But wait for it, payback is incoming. The poor princess trembles in fear, desperately wishing an adult would step in to save her from this toxic psychological attack. Just as the blonde mother opens her mouth to dish out another insult, a swift shadow glides right into her personal space. Shove! Lucia literally shoves a giant cream-heavy pastry straight into the loudmouth woman's open mouth. Absolute legendary move. With a stone-cold expression, Lucia casually tells her that since she's getting so overheated, she clearly needs something sweet to shut her up. Check out the artist's comedic timing here. Lucia self-reflects that she's holding back because kids are watching, while the Karen stands there choking on cake. Shaking with rage, the spoiled daughter Fiona throws another fit, threatening to run and tell her grandfather, the Grand Marquis, about this outrageous commoner assault. Thud, thud! Heavy armor boots clatter down the hallway as a booming voice asks if she's referring to Marquis Terran. Glow. The doors swing open as Grandpa marches into the room side by side with the stunning silver-haired elite knight. Lucia turns around in complete surprise, recognizing the heavy hitters who just casually strolled into the room. Kneel! Dropping down on one knee with immaculate grace, the silver-haired knight presents a glowing imperial scroll directly to Lucia. In a ringing voice that echoes through the whole hall, he officially addresses her as Captain Lucia of the Empire's legendary Black Knights. Shock! The crowd immediately erupts into wild gasps, realizing that this commoner mother is actually the terrifying black monster warrior from Imperial legends. You gotta love how fast the noble snobs turn ghost white the second they realize they just insulted the scariest war hero in the entire Empire. Talk about an epic reality check. Argue. Back in the private lounge, Lucia gives Grandpa an earful for making such a dramatic scene, while Grandpa proudly argues he'd never sit back while his family gets insulted. Unwrapping another document, the handsome silver-haired knight gently calls out to Lucia to draw her attention away from the family bickering. He hands her an official magical clearance document, asking her to review the incredible proposal detailed inside. Kiss! Respectfully kissing the back of her hand, he radiates pure, top-tier knight charm while Lucia reads through the unexpected contract. Laugh? Grandpa bursts out laughing, casually mentioning that magic warp gates are so cheap nowadays, he might build a personal Stonehenge, meaning Nia can commute to school from the duchy. Look at that gorgeous, sparkling smile. The silver-haired knight beams at Nia, encouraging her to stay and keep playing with everyone every day. Bleed! The little princess and the red-haired girl sprint over, practically on their knees, begging Lucia to let Nia stay at the academy. Caught completely off guard by the toddler's overwhelming love and desperation, Lucia stares down at them in total disbelief. Sniffle. Clutching her little gift box, Nia stammers that she has to quit because she already prepared parting gifts for everyone. Leaning down, the silver-haired knight gently looks Nia in the eyes, telling her it's time to speak her true feelings out loud instead of holding back. Gasp! Everyone holds their breath as Nia's golden eyes fill with shimmering tears, her little heart pounding against her chest. Blushing bright red, the tiny fairy hesitates for a second before finally gathering every ounce of courage in her little body. Turning toward her mother, her little voice trembles as she softly speaks the word Mom. Tug! Grabbing onto Lucia's dress with both hands, Nia tearfully cries out that she doesn't want to leave. She wants to go to kindergarten with all her best friends every single day. Melt! Soft light washes over Lucia's face as tears well up in her eyes, realizing this is the very first time her quiet little daughter has ever expressed a selfish wish. Smile! Pulling her sweet angel into a warm, tight embrace, Lucia softly agrees, promising Nia that she can stay with her friends forever. What an absolute peak wholesome ending! Teaser alert, look at those huge shimmering eyes. For the very first time in her life, little Nia is finally standing up and telling the world what her heart truly desires, setting off a chain reaction that nobody saw coming. Oh, Lucia gently places her hand on Nia's tiny head with the softest, most loving smile you've ever seen, melting away all the worries and fears that were holding them back. But wait, look at the toddler squad standing behind them in their matching green elf costumes. Their little faces are dead serious, looking like an elite special forces team preparing for their next big mission. Shout! In unison, the entire toddler crew screams at the top of their lungs, making Nia promise that they'll stay best friends and keep hanging out together forever. Honestly, the sheer passion from these tiny gremlins is enough to light up the whole city. Gasp! Sparkles practically erupt in the air as Naya's golden eyes go wide with pure bliss, finally realizing that she doesn't have to say goodbye to her favorite people after all. Melt! Just look at that precious angelic smile. She is beaming so hard her cheeks are turning rosy, completely overflowing with pure happiness. Hug! Leaping straight into her mom's arms while holding onto her little farewell present, Nia wraps her tiny arms around Lucia in the most heartwarming cuddle ever recorded. Drama shift! Meanwhile, in a dark, shadowy room elsewhere, suspicious nobles are whispering behind closed windows, raging about a secret coronation happening without the ruler even showing her face. Enter Count Jared, massaging his chin with a sinister look in his eye. He hears the news that angry rioters are already surrounding the Grand Duchy and scrambling for a plan. Evil smirk. A nasty grin spreads across Jared's face as dark aura swirls around him. He decides to weaponize those rioters to host a brutal welcome ceremony for the new ruler. Man, villains really can't help being predictable, can they? Sneering from the shadows, Jared vows to break the legendary Black Monster. Meanwhile, a luxury carriage pulls up to the massive stone fortress as Lucia, Heath, and little Nia step out to take in the impressive view. Step, step, Count Gerald Hardington, the official governor of the territory, glides forward in his fancy uniform to offer a smooth, polite greeting to Her Highness. As Gerald offers to guide Lucia inside the palace to prepare for her official coronation, Lucia suddenly raises her hand and commands him to stop right there. Playing it super smart, Lucia demands that her trusted knight Heath and her daughter Nia stay at a separate hotel near the Capitol Plaza until the ceremony. Smart move, Mom. Never bring your precious kid into an unvetted castle full of snakes. Suspicious. Gerald narrows his eyes in surprise, internally remarking on how unexpected it is for the ruthless Black Monster to actually have a daughter. Clack! As Gerald leads the way toward the grand staircase, Lucia turns back with a sharp, protective glance, instructing Heath to guard Nia with his life. Wave! Standing beside the silver-haired knight, little Nia waves her tiny hand with a bright smile, wishing her mom a safe return. Swoosh! Inside the palace, the grand ballroom is bathed in glowing golden light, filled to the brim with fancy nobles enjoying an insanely lavish banquet. Whispering behind their fans, the noble ladies rave about how the new ruler brought tons of sparkling jewels for everyone instead of being the terrifying tyrant rumors warned about. Talk about bribing the court in style. Cheers! Raising his champagne glass high, a high-ranking noble loudly calls on the entire crowd to toast and welcome the new master of the duchy. Sparkle? Standing right in the middle of the crowd is a ridiculously handsome, pink-haired prince sipping his drink, completely captivating every ladle in the room. Flashing a dazzling, irresistible smile, the charismatic charmer tells the gorgeous ladies to thoroughly enjoy the banquet and the gifts he personally brought for them. Seriously, who let this professional heartthrob into the building? Wink! With a playful smirk and a sly glance, he casually blends into the crowd as the grand announcement echoes across the hall that the ruler of Arcus Duchy has officially entered. Stunning! The massive doors swing open as Lucia glides into the hall wearing a jaw-dropping crimson and gold ball gown alongside Governor Gerald, totally mesmerizing the entire court. Gasp! Mid-step, Lucia stops dead in her tracks as her eyes widen in utter disbelief. She definitely did not expect to see a familiar face standing in the crowd. Switching to full comedic chibi mode, Lucia demands to know why Crown Prince Iron is randomly crashing her party, while Iron casually laughs it off and says they're even now for keeping secrets. Shaking her head in confusion, Lucia squints suspiciously as Prince Irene smugly asks if she wants to see the special gift he brought just for her. Dramatic announcement. Turning toward the Grand Hall, Prince Iron loudly proclaims that he, the Crown Prince of the Empire, has prepared a momentous gift for the new queen. Bam! Dramatic hands extended and a mischievous grin on his face, Prince Iron proudly presents his ultimate gift, a whole room full of exposed corrupt officials. Now that is what I call top-tier party entertainment.